After traversing into another realm, Tang Xuan awakened a 10,000-fold amplification system, which left him reluctant to embrace such overwhelming power. Weapons, techniques, skills, and elixirs, all subject to this extraordinary amplification. In a secluded corner of the Tianshan sect, a blood-soaked youth lay unconscious. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. I have crossed over. Under the moonlight, his face was filled with astonishment. His name was Tang Xuan, a disciple of the Tianshan sect. This is unbelievable. I can't believe this has happened to me. Everything before his crossing became inconsequential, for no one would care about the past. Now, the present was all that mattered. A scion of a grand family cast out, a talent deemed utterly lacking, and a beautiful, formidable fiancée. What a standard setup for a worthless beginning. After merging his dual memories, Tang Xuan finally grasped the entirety of his situation. Here, warriors could move mountains and fill seas, tearing the heavens and splitting the earth, utterly omnipotent. The strong held dominion from lofty heights, looking down upon all. The weak struggled for survival, caught in a relentless struggle. Only through fervent cultivation could one hope to transcend their limitations. Yet, the disparity in innate talent determined that strength belonged to a select few. Clearly, Tang Xuan was not among them. With blocked meridians and inferior qualifications, he had toiled for 5 long years, barely reaching the 5th level of the divine power realm. The cultivation realms were divided into several stages: divine power realm, spirit origin realm, chi transformation realm, sky soaring realm, divine opening realm, and divine fusion realm, among others. Even the most ordinary outer disciples of the Tianshan sect were at the pinnacle of the divine power realm. Such talent made it inevitable for him to be abandoned and exiled by his family. In his memories, he recalled being brought to this place by a woman named Mous Bamboo. As for the reason behind her actions, he remained oblivious. After all, it was not unusual for a discarded child to be taken anywhere. Despite being deemed useless, Tang Xuan's fiancée, Murong Yunshang, was extraordinary. The most beautiful woman in Xiao. The possessor of the sacred constitution of Xiao. She had already ascended the potential rankings at a tender age. In this realm, one's constitution dictated a warrior's potential and future, categorized into various types: mortal body, spiritual body, royal body, sacred body, divine body, and special physiques. Awakening one's constitution was an arduous endeavor. Once awakened, one would leap through the dragon gate. Even a second-tier spiritual body could easily become a core disciple of a first-rate sect, receiving focused cultivation. Initially, the prestige of his fiancée shielded Tang Xuan from harm, as no one dared to offend him. However, a recent rumor had surfaced. Prince Baichen Tianlang of the Baichen dynasty openly pursued Murong Yunshang, intending to challenge her in 6 months. Should she be defeated, she would be compelled to marry him. How audacious to poach! Tang Xuan couldn't help but scoff. Yet, he felt somewhat helpless. In his recollections, Baichen Tianlang was notorious on the potential rankings. He was a presence Tang Xuan could not hope to match. With the emergence of this rumor, Tang Xuan's status plummeted. Once sycophants became cold and indifferent. Just yesterday, he had been ambushed in his sleep, a cloth over his head, and brutally beaten, leaving him in a state of misfortune. Unbelievable. This marked the 3rd time Tang Xuan had expressed his frustration. The assailants were certainly acting on someone's orders, most likely linked to Baichen Tianlang. After all, despite being deemed useless, he still bore the title of the fiancé of the first beauty, Murong Yunshang. No one dared to act against him openly. As long as he lived, Baichen Tianlang would forever be in a position of illegitimacy. What to do? Is there a system? Just as Tang Xuan's mind raced in confusion, a familiar voice resonated in his ear. Ding! Binding the 10,000-fold amplification system. Binding successful. Tang Xuan's pupils dilated in shock. Incredible, there truly is a system. As a promising youth of the 28th century, he was well versed in the concept of systems. This was a powerful tool for reversal. 10,000-fold amplification. What a name! This is remarkable. Quickly, tell me how to use it. With the system in hand, the world was his oyster. Who was Baichen Tianlang compared to him? How dare he vie for a woman with him? Ding! This system can amplify all items that belong to the host by 10,000 times. The success rate is 100%, guaranteed not to fail. Wow! Tang Xuan gasped in awe. Amplification by 10,000 times, with no chance of failure. This was astonishing. He had heard many top female warriors favored handsome men. If he could amplify his brothers 10,000 times and utter the phrase, "Auntie, I don't wish to strive anymore," he would never have to worry again in this lifetime. No, I can't. He chastised himself with 2 slaps. To leave my beautiful wife in distress while contemplating a life of ease. How shameful. Gradually, he regained his composure. Such a powerful system must be utilized judiciously. He could not merely focus on immediate, trivial gains. One must look to the future and aspire to become someone of significance. He pondered, beginning to analyze. So, everything that belongs to me, including clothing and shoes, can be amplified. Ding. Your perspective is too narrow. It is not only tangible items. Intangible things that belong to the host can also be amplified. Tang Xuan's eyes widened once more. Intangible aspects could also be amplified. With a swift motion, a property panel appeared. Host, Tang Xuan, Constitution, Celestial Sacred Body, Bloodline extremely thin, unable to awaken normally. Qualification, Inferior, Soul Power, Superior, Dual Souls Fused, Surpassing Current Realm. Cultivation, Divine Power Realm, 5th level. Technique, Tianshan Qi Nourishing Method, Low-Grade Profound. Martial Skill, Basic Sword Technique, Low-Grade Yellow, Minor Success. Tianshan Sword Technique, Middle-Grade Profound, Entry Level. Gazing at the dismal panel, Tang Xuan's eyes twitched. Oh, I actually possess the celestial sacred body. It seems my family has some hidden potential. Tang Xuan stroked his chin, contemplating. After all, how could a mere nobody have such an impressive fiancée? His mysterious identity was indeed a hallmark of a protagonist. The Constitution is the root and foundation of everything. I hope the system can grant me strength and amplify my capabilities. Taking a deep breath, he silently recited in his heart. Amplify. Ding. Amplifying Constitution. Please be patient. Bloodline activation commencing. Enhancing his Constitution would undeniably lead to a significant increase in strength. Tang Xuan felt as if a volcano within him was erupting with fervor. His strength surged like a tidal wave. A full-force strike at the 5th level of the Divine Power Realm was approximately 5,000 pounds. Within mere moments, it escalated to 10,000 pounds, then 20,000, 50,000, and finally 100,000 pounds. Such immense power. Tang Xuan clenched his fists, feeling an explosive force capable of shattering the heavens. And this was merely a fragment of the awakening of his Constitution. Ding. Constitution amplification complete. Bloodline enhanced by 10,000 times. Ding. Congratulations, host, on fully awakening the celestial sacred body. At that moment, Tang Xuan's muscles resembled chiseled stone, radiating a compelling masculine beauty. His strength, aura, physique, bone structure, bloodline, and even Dantian had received comprehensive enhancement. Especially his piercing gaze, imbued with a hint of bewitching charm. No woman could resist such an imposing gaze. Even the slightest glance would leave them swooning in ecstasy. Strong. Exceptionally strong. Unquestionably powerful. At this moment, Tang Xuan's panel also underwent a transformation. Host, Tang Xuan, Constitution, Celestial Sacred Body, fully awakened, can advance. Qualification, Inferior, Soul Power, Superior, Dual Souls Fused, Surpassing Current Realm. Cultivation, Divine Power Realm, 5th level. Technique, Tianshan Qi Nourishing Method, Low-Grade Profound. Martial Skill, Basic Sword Technique, Low-Grade Yellow, Minor Success. Tianshan Sword Technique, Middle-Grade Profound, Entry Level. What? Can advance. Tang Xuan's breath hitched. This meant that as long as he found the appropriate heavenly materials and treasures, he could advance his sacred body to a divine body, or even a stronger existence. At that time, with another 10,000-fold amplification, who could stand in his way? Chapter 2. Continue the amplification. Comprehensive elevation. Alright, system, grant me a 10,000-fold amplification of my physique. I aspire to become divine. Exclaimed Tang Xuan. Ding. Are you attempting to exploit a bug here? Each attribute can only be amplified once. Retorted the system mercilessly. Tang Xuan chuckled awkwardly, realizing the absurdity of his ambition. Had it been possible to facilitate an infinite amplification, the consequences would have been unimaginable. His physique had been enhanced, and now it was time to focus on his talent. Talent dictated the innate abilities of a warrior, encompassing the speed of comprehending martial arts and techniques, as well as the rate of absorbing spiritual energy. It was classified into several tiers: inferior, lower, middle, superior, extraordinary, and peerless genius. The disparities between each tier were immense, often exceeding 5-fold. In essence, a warrior of extraordinary talent would cultivate for a day, equivalent to a superior talent cultivating for 5 days, a middle talent for 25 days, a lower talent for 125 days, and an inferior talent would require over 600 days, nearly 2 years. Tang Xuan grimaced, finally comprehending why. After 5 arduous years of training, he had only reached the 5th level of divine strength. This was despite relying heavily on medicinal pills. For an ordinary cultivator, rapid advancement was but a distant dream. Of course, there existed numerous rare treasures capable of enhancing one's innate talent and altering one's fate. However, it was evident that Tang Xuan lacked such fortune. But he possessed a system. Amplify talent. Ding. Talent amplification in progress. 10,000 Fold Amplification complete. Congratulations, host. Your talent has been elevated to that of a peerless genius. Tang Xuan was on the verge of bursting into joyous laughter. A peerless genius. His fiancée was reputed to possess extraordinary talent at its pinnacle. At last, he could surpass her. Next, enhance soul power. Ding. Soul power amplification in progress. 10,000 Fold Amplification complete. Congratulations, host. Your soul power has been amplified 10,000 times, reaching the realm of 1,000-mile spirit. Tang Xuan felt a resounding buzz in his head, as if witnessing the cosmic explosion. His vision sharpened, and his hearing became acutely sensitive. In an instant, his immense soul power enveloped 1,000 miles, allowing him to observe disciples diligently practicing, accumulating strength. He even caught sight of individuals stealthily entering the female disciples' chambers, engaging in inappropriate conduct. He perceived the fluctuations of spiritual energy and the movement of the winds and clouds. This sensation was akin to being a deity, inviolable and transcendent. Every action within 1,000 miles lay within his dominion. If he could find rare treasures to enhance his soul power, a mere flick of his hand could yield a 10,000-fold amplification, potentially transforming his spirit into one that spanned 10,000 miles. Good heavens! Would that not render him a god? Tang Xuan was utterly astonished by the 10,000-fold amplification system. This was no mere system. It was akin to a divine progenitor, directly crafting a deity. As for his cultivation, it too could be amplified 10,000-fold. However, he hesitated at the last moment. This system provided fixed amplifications, directly elevating his realm. Being merely at the 5th level of divine strength, a straightforward 10,000-fold amplification would likely yield minimal advancements in realms. This opportunity was singular. He could not afford to squander it. The powerful cultivation technique can indeed lead to rapid advancement in one's cultivation level. Now, Tang Xuan has begun to gradually comprehend the intricacies of the system. What might the situation be after the technique is amplified 10,000 times? Bestow upon me the amplification technique. Ding. The amplification of the technique commences. Amplification complete. Tang Xuan hurriedly opened the panel to take a look. The name of the technique remained the same, the Tianshan Qi Nourishing Art, yet its rank had undergone a tremendous transformation. Previously classified as low-grade Xian, it had now ascended to low-grade Tian. Hiss. A Tian-level technique. Tang Xuan gasped in astonishment. To his recollection, there were no Tian-level techniques within the entire Tianshan sect. Techniques are categorized into 8 grades: legendary, divine, sacred, imperial, celestial, earth, Xian, and yellow, with each grade further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The disparity between each tier is approximately a 10-fold increase. The quality of a technique determines the upper limit of a martial artist's realm. For instance, a yellow-level technique can at most cultivate one to the pinnacle of the divine power realm. Beyond that, it becomes unattainable. The Xian level corresponds to the spiritual origin realm, while the earth level aligns with the Qi transformation and sky ascension realms. As for the Tian level, it is sufficient to support a martial artist's cultivation up to the divine opening realm, or even the divine union realm. Alas, due to the inherently low level of the original technique, even a low-grade Tian technique can only facilitate cultivation up to the mid-stage of the divine opening realm. At best the pinnacle. With the expansion of his horizons and the elevation of his cultivation, Tang Xuan's demeanor began to subtly shift. For now, I shall make do with this. I will seek a higher-grade technique in the future. He then proceeded to amplify his martial skills. Ding. Amplification complete. At this moment, Tang Xuan's panel underwent another significant transformation. Host, Tang Xuan. Physique, celestial saint body, fully awakened, capable of advancement. Qualification, extraordinary genius, soul power, 1,000-mile soul, cultivation, divine power realm. 5th layer, technique, Tianshan Qi Nourishing Art, low-grade Tian. Martial skills, basic sword technique, great perfection. Tianshan sword technique, middle-grade Tian, entry level. The classification of martial skills mirrors that of techniques. The Tianshan sword technique, originally a middle-grade Xian, had been amplified to a middle-grade Tian. It is noteworthy that within the Tianshan sect, the most formidable martial skill is merely earth-grade. Only a more powerful force could possess Tian-level techniques, often kept secret and transmitted only to male heirs. Tang Xuan had effortlessly acquired such a treasure. With all attributes amplified, Tang Xuan prepared to make his breakthrough. He felt a surge of anticipation. Under the triple enhancement of the celestial saint body, extraordinary genius, and Tian-level technique, to what heights could he soar in one breath? The technique activated, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy, which flowed like a gentle stream into his meridians. Boom. A muffled sound. 6th layer of the divine power realm. Breakthrough. Hiss. How effortless. Tang Xuan was astonished. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it made sense. His foundation had become exceptionally solid. A breakthrough was merely a matter of course. The higher one's qualification and the better the technique, the faster the absorption and transformation of spiritual energy. Conversely, the opposite holds true. Bestowing an extraordinary genius with a yellow-level technique would not allow them to soar. Similarly, a fool would be unable to comprehend a divine-level technique. All qualifications are inherently interdependent. This is precisely why martial artists from prominent families and powerful factions tend to ascend with remarkable ease. They possess the lineage of inheritance, exceptional aptitude, and comprehensive techniques. It would be nothing short of miraculous if they did not soar. After 10 breaths, boom, the 7th level of divine power. After the duration of an incense stick, boom, the 8th level of divine power. 3 hours later, boom, the 9th level of divine power. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow, sensing that it was still not swift enough. He made a reckless decision. System, amplify the speed of my cultivation technique by 10,000 times. Ding. Amplification complete. Boom. A tremendous roar erupted. The once gentle flow of spiritual energy instantaneously transformed into a cataclysmic torrent. The shockwave jolted Tang Xuan's body, yet for the perfect celestial sacred body. It was merely a light drizzle. How exhilarating. Tang Xuan bellowed, and in less than a breath, breakthrough. Spirit origin realm. Within his dantian, the ocean-like spiritual energy gradually liquefied, ultimately taking form as a sphere. This is the spirit origin. The first level of spirit origin resembles a Mung bean, and with each breakthrough, it doubles in size. Tang Xuan absorbed an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy. Spirit origin realm, 3rd level. Spirit origin realm, 5th level. Spirit origin realm, 9th level. The spirit origin swelled from a Mung bean to the size of a potato. A resounding explosion echoed. Spirit origin transformed. Qi transformation realm, achieved. Chapter 3, amplification complete. A small vendetta. Once the spirit origin reaches its limit, it will undergo another transformation. After this transformation, the spirit origin merges with the earthly qi, forming a new force. From now on, as long as one stands upon the earth, one's strength will be inexhaustible. At the Tianshan sect, the most formidable outer disciples are merely at the pinnacle of the divine power realm. Once they break through to the spirit origin realm, they can ascend to the inner disciples. Elders and core disciples barely reach the qi transformation realm. With the 10,000-fold absorption speed, Tang Xuan's breakthrough continued unabated. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, unleashing a tempestuous aura that swept forth like a raging sea. The ground trembled, and within 100 feet, all flora was ruthlessly torn asunder. Fortunately, this location was quite remote. Otherwise, it would have surely caused a great uproar. Qi transformation realm, 1st level. Qi transformation realm, 2nd level. Qi transformation realm, 3rd level. Tang Xuan voraciously consumed the earthly qi. Should anyone witness this, they would likely faint from sheer terror. Ordinary martial artists, regardless of their aptitude or the quality of their techniques, must absorb earthly qi with utmost caution. The earthly qi is murky, and an excessive intake can impose a tremendous burden on the body, potentially leading to catastrophic failure. Even spiritual bodies dare not indulge in such reckless consumption. But Tang Xuan possesses the consummate celestial sacred body. His gaze encompasses the heavens. What does a mere wisp of earthly qi signify? Even 10 times more, he could withstand. In less than half a day, he had already reached the pinnacle of the qi transformation realm. Unable to break through. Tang Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. The next realm beyond qi transformation is the sky ascension realm, which requires one to unlock the heavenly passage, connect with the celestial qi, achieve unity with the heavens, and attain the ability to soar through the skies. However, merely relying on the accumulation of spiritual energy is insufficient to unlock the mysteries of heaven and earth. The assistance of elixirs is also required. The elixir of the heavenly gate. Unfortunately, he does not possess it at the moment. Alas, let it be. Reaching the pinnacle of the qi transformation realm is sufficient for now. I shall not be greedy. I will take my time. The final shortcomings in my cultivation have been addressed. Tang Xuan's attributes underwent another transformation. Host, Tang Xuan constitution, celestial sacred body, fully awakened. Can be advanced. Innate talent, peerless genius soul power, 1,000-mile soul cultivation, pinnacle of qi transformation realm technique, Tianshan qi cultivation method, heavenly grade. Lower tier, martial skill, basic sword technique, great perfection, Tianshan sword technique, heavenly grade. Middle tier, entry level, excellent. Such attributes would allow one to dominate within the Tianshan sect. This should suffice. Tang Xuan nodded in satisfaction. According to his memory, within the Tianshan sect, only the sect master and the enigmatic supreme elder could truly suppress him. The rest were no longer his adversaries. With his power having surged, it was time to validate it. The members of the Tianshan sect seemed somewhat unfriendly towards his former self. Should he wait until the new year to settle this grudge? Tang Xuan stretched his body and proceeded towards the outer gate of the Tianshan sect. Although the Tianshan sect may not be significant across the entire continent, it certainly does not lack in size. It is divided into core areas, inner gates, and outer gates. The core area houses the Supreme Elder, Sect Master, and Vice Sect Master, among others. The inner gate is where numerous elders and elite disciples reside. The outer gate, however, is managed by a single overseer and is home to over 30,000 ordinary disciples. Ordinary disciples possess no rights and have no resources. Everything relies on their own efforts. An annual assessment is conducted, and should one be fortunate enough to break through to the spirit origin realm, they may enter the inner gate and gain access to resources. Otherwise, they are destined to remain trapped in the outer gate for life. This laissez-faire attitude has cultivated chaos within the outer gate. As long as no one dies, no one will intervene. Even in the case of death, those with connections are equally disregarded. The rules have always been a means of restraining the weak. The strong can act with impunity, enjoying the most beautiful women and the strongest wines, all while being revered by the masses. At this moment, the golden crow ascends in the east. Observing the bustling outer gate of the Tianshan sect, Tang Xuan's lips curled into a smile. What a splendid day for mayhem. He reveled in the gentle breeze as he strode forth with a disregard for kinship. Had it been the former Tang Xuan, he would have sought out secluded places, keeping his head down. Since the rumors spread, he had fallen from grace. He was no better than a dog. Kindness was hardly to be expected, while malice was surely forthcoming. Only by maintaining a low profile could one survive. However, with the 10,000 Fold Amplification System at his disposal, Tang Xuan had long forgotten what it meant to be inconspicuous. With overwhelming strength, what need was there for subtlety? Isn't that the useless Tang Xuan? Quite the audacity to venture out during the day. Once cloaked under the protection of Princess Xiao, he now resembled a drowned rat. Yet, he was undeniably handsome. Several female disciples clasped their hands over their chests, their eyes sparkling with admiration, mouths agape, and drooling in a state of infatuation. Tang Xuan was inherently handsome, and with the aura of the celestial body enhancing his presence, the visual impact was utterly captivating, particularly to women. Alas, it was overwhelming. He was simply too charming. A longing for his physique surged within them. No, tonight, whatever the cost, they must possess him. Numerous female disciples could not help but follow in Tang Xuan's wake. This, in turn, incited the ire of the male disciples. Tang Xuan was already an object of envy, and now, having attracted so many female admirers, he had become a common enemy. What good is being handsome? After 5 years, he had only reached the 5th level of divine power. A talent so lackluster it could be considered trash. Indeed, if I had such poor aptitude, I would have long since met my demise. Such waste of resources. There were those who mocked, those who scorned, and those who harbored deep resentment. With the strength of his soul power, Tang Xuan could hear every word spoken within a 1,000-mile radius. Though the voices of the outer disciples of the Tianshan sect were hushed, he perceived them with clarity. As expected, none of them are virtuous. When the time comes to strike, I shall bear no moral burden. He had intentionally exposed himself in public, curious to observe the crowd's reaction. As anticipated, no innocent snowflake survives an avalanche. At that moment, a group descended from the mountain and instantly spotted Tang Xuan. Isn't that Tang Xuan? Brother who? One disciple exclaimed, pointing at him. The imposing leader of the group was momentarily taken aback. How peculiar. He seemed to be on the brink of death, yet here he was, alive. Monkeys, old dogs, how could you mess this up? Li Hu furrowed his brow. The 2 disciples behind him wore expressions of embarrassment. Brother Hu, we clearly checked. That kid was indeed lifeless. Li Hu pondered for a moment. Perhaps he had not fully perished. Perfect. I just acquired a fine sword. This lad shall serve as my test subject. The group immediately advanced menacingly toward Tang Xuan. Hiss. It's the notorious bully Li Hu from the outer sect. This is thrilling. He has always had a feud with Tang Xuan, and now a spectacle is about to unfold. Surely he wouldn't dare to kill Tang Xuan in public. That would be a violation of sect rules. Fool, Li Hu's brother, Li Long, is an inner disciple, and his uncle is an elder. His connections are formidable. What does it matter if someone dies? Doesn't that imply Tang Xuan is doomed? The outer disciples of the Tianshan sect began to point and whisper about Tang Xuan, none willing to speak in his defense, all reveling in his misfortune. Tang Xuan had already noticed Li Hu and his cohorts, and came to a halt. So, it was these worthless fools who were responsible for my demise. Excellent. He bore no qualms about avenging the former Tang Xuan. Li Hu and his group converged upon him, surrounding him. Wretches, I didn't expect you to be so resilient. But this is where it ends. Kneel, and let me ride you around first. Chapter 4. Effortlessly Dismantling. An Invincible Presence. Wretches, did you hear? I, brother who am showing you grace. Do not be unappreciative. If you behave as usual, you won't suffer too much. But if you disobey, my fist will teach you the meaning of compliance. The sycophants nearby erupted in laughter. Li Hu stood tall, exuding arrogance as he gazed upon Tang Xuan. Kneeling down to become a steed, can Tang Xuan ever hold his head high as a man again? Not kneeling? That would be even better. What an excuse to strike. The disciples of the Tianshan sect outside joined in the uproar. Oh, to be a man turned horse. I have truly never witnessed such a sight. Lord Tiger is indeed formidable, granting us a grand spectacle. Useless wretch, kneel down and at least live as a dog. Ha ha. In the face of the crowd's laughter, Tang Xuan remained utterly composed. I recall when I first entered the sect, you all referred to me as Brother Xuan. Now a mere clown emerges, attempting to undermine me. And before anything transpires, you turn like untrained dogs barking at me. How amusing indeed. Surely, you lack the audacity to act alone. In my memory, Li Hu was also a man who judged others based on their worth. His demeanor was one of subservience turned to arrogance, undoubtedly unusual. Even in his downfall, there was no need for such hostility. No one stirs before dawn without a motive. There is nothing of value within myself to covet, unless someone intends to target me. To see my demise here, Tang Xuan's eyes narrowed. I shall not become a horse. Instead, Li Hu, I offer you a chance. Reveal who wishes to harm me, and I shall grant you a swift end. What? Li Hu was taken aback. The usually compliant Tang Xuan was now striking with force. Yet, he remained indifferent. A mere fifth tier in divine power, easily crushed. Ah, what a bold lad. It seems that a day apart has emboldened you. Do you still believe yourself to be the royal consort, flaunting your authority here? I grant you 3 breaths to kneel, otherwise, you shall perish. Tang Xuan shook his head. No need to count. If you refuse to speak, then go to your death. Very well, then I shall grant you that death. Li Hu clenched his hand, drawing his sword from his waist. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed, dazzling the eyes. What a terrifying sword, at least of superior quality. When did Li Hu acquire such a weapon? Tang Xuan is finished. The unsheathed blade shocked the entire assembly. Li Hu's face twisted with malice. A superior grade, yellow-level martial technique. 7 stars piercing the void. With one sword, 7 strikes were unleashed, and 7 points of light shot forth from the sword's tip, aimed at Tang Xuan's vital points. Steady, precise, ruthless. At least a minor mastery of martial arts. What a formidable sword technique. Li Hu, a first tier in spiritual essence, combined with his martial skill, would likely be lethal even to a 3rd tier. Tang Xuan, merely at the 5th tier of divine power, had no hope of survival. This was a deadly intent. The disciples all sighed in despair. Yet, none noticed that Tang Xuan remained remarkably calm. His eyes displayed not a flicker of emotion, but rather a profound disdain. To him, Li Hu's movements appeared as sluggish as a snail. The so-called 7 sword lights were riddled with flaws, utterly laughable. Die for me, Li Hu bellowed. With this strike, Tang Xuan would not die, but he would surely be rendered a cripple. To kill him outright would be dull. He was to be toyed with slowly. Just as Li Hu reveled in his triumph, a sudden force surged forth, propelling his body uncontrollably into the air. Before he could touch the ground, the world around him descended into complete darkness. Thud! Over 100 feet away, Li Hu's contorted body crashed to the ground. All onlookers were rendered speechless. What had just transpired? Tang Xuan had not moved at all. Suddenly, someone cried out. It was evident that Li Hu's long sword had somehow fallen into Tang Xuan's grasp. Tiger brother! A throng of sycophants screamed as they rushed to Li Hu's side. In the next moment, a frenzied wail erupted. Tiger brother is dead. This exclamation was akin to a colossal stone being cast into a tranquil lake, causing ripples of shock. What? Li Hu is dead? That worthless fool killed Li Hu. They deduced that it must have been a concealed weapon. After all, it was inconceivable for someone at the 5th level of the divine strength realm to have slain Li Hu otherwise. A lackey pointed at Tang Xuan and shouted, "You beast! How dare you ambush Tiger Master?" Tang Xuan's expression turned icy. Seeking death, a tremendous surge of soul power erupted, crashing down upon all the lackeys. The power of 1,000 miles of soul was terrifying. The lackeys fell backward, spewing blood, their bones utterly shattered, dying on the spot. Gazing at the blood-soaked ground and lifeless bodies, all the outer disciples were left in utter shock. They're all dead. The worthless fool has become a murderer. Such barbarity. After the initial shock, some stubborn individuals dared to speak out. Tang Xuan, have you lost your mind? Killing so many is utterly insane. Kneel at once, or when the elders arrive, you shall have no place to rest. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Tang Xuan's gaze sharpened. Enough. The force of his soul power surged forth like an ocean. The disciple who had spoken was sent flying through the air, his body exploding in a sanguine shower. Tang Xuan appeared as a demonic figure, exuding an aura of terror. You all looked down upon me before, did you not? His frigid gaze swept across the crowd, causing their faces to shift dramatically. Tang Xuan, what do you intend to do? There are so many of us, you cannot kill us all. Do not force us into a desperate struggle. The assembly of outer disciples numbered in the thousands. Though their strengths varied, united, they were not to be trifled with. Tang Xuan sneered. Desperate struggle? Do you even have the right to challenge me? He grew weary of idle chatter and directly summoned the 1,000-mile soul. Boom. A mountain-like pressure descended, and within 1,000 meters, there arose a chorus of wails. All the outer disciples had their knees shattered, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. No, Brother Tang, please spare us. We were wrong. Have mercy on our lives. With a single hand, Tang Xuan pressed down, causing the ground to sink 10 feet, leaving behind a gruesome scene of dismembered bodies. Ugh. The fortunate few who had managed to escape were overwhelmed by the bloody spectacle and wretched. Madman. He is a madman. So many have perished. Hurry. Summon the elders to stop this murderer. Tang Xuan slowly shook his head. Still unrepentant? Then do not blame me. He pressed down once more with his soul power. Within 10,000 feet, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood formed. All the onlooking outer disciples were crushed into a pulp. Huh. So this is the sensation of killing. Tang Xuan exhaled deeply, the last remnants of his pent-up frustration dissipating. The soul of the original body has been utterly liberated. This sword appears to be quite remarkable. It is, in fact, a low-grade, earth-tier weapon. Tang Xuan was somewhat taken aback. This sword must have been given to Li Hu by the mastermind behind the scenes. Now it has conveniently fallen into his hands. What are we waiting for? Amplify it for me. Ding. Amplification successful. As the system notification rang out, the longsword in Tang Xuan's grasp underwent a complete metamorphosis. The entire blade became transparent, emanating an intimidating cold gleam. Even Tang Xuan felt a slight sting in his eyes. A high-grade imperial weapon. Quite impressive. Weapons, like martial arts techniques, are categorized into legendary, divine, sacred, imperial, and the 5 elemental grades of heaven and earth. An imperial weapon should be able to withstand the full force of Tang Xuan's power. At this moment, figures appeared once more on the mountain path, the aura of the spirit origin realm looming in the air. Oh, it seems the earlier commotion was quite significant. Someone has arrived so swiftly. Tang Xuan chuckled. It would be futile for anyone to intervene now. People. He was determined to slay them all. Chapter 5. A complete annihilation. Not a single one left. The noise from Tang Xuan's soul force exertion had been so tremendous that it startled the inner sect disciples practicing on the mountainside. They all rushed down, only to witness an unforgettable scene. The entire outer sect had transformed into a hellish battlefield. Only Tang Xuan stood unscathed in the center. What on earth is happening? Could it be that a formidable enemy has invaded? Impossible. Where would the Tianshan sect find such an enemy? The inner sect disciples exchanged bewildered glances. They could never have dreamed that the architect of this massacre stood before them. One disciple approached Tang Xuan, speaking haughtily. Wretch? What on earth has transpired here? Tang Xuan replied nonchalantly. Nothing much. I was in a bad mood, so I killed them all. Shock and disbelief washed over the faces of the inner sect disciples. What? He slaughtered so many just because he was in a bad mood? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Does he truly believe that with his 5th-level divine power, he could have committed such an act? If he could kill so many, I would wash my hair upside down. Good heavens, has he been frightened into madness? No one believed that Tang Xuan could have slain so many. What nonsense. He is merely a waste. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. The crowd was startled, and amidst the raging aura, a massive figure strode forward, enveloped in a terrifying presence, with bloodshot eyes. The newcomer was none other than Li Long, an inner sect disciple and the elder brother of Li Hu. Wretch, where's my brother? Half of the outer sect disciples have perished. Li Hu is likely among them. Li Long cherished this younger brother above all else, and had even secretly exchanged his own contributions for a low-grade earth-tier longsword to keep him safe. He is dead. Who did this? I did, Tang Xuan declared. Li Long was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. How could you have killed him? Tang Xuan replied. Li Hu had targeted me. I assume you were the one who instigated it. Li Long's expression darkened, and his gaze began to flicker. Who else? I can spare you a complete corpse. What? You would leave me a complete corpse? Li Long stood there in shock, and the inner sect disciples were equally taken aback. Such audacity. Li Long is indeed a formidable figure within the inner sect, having attained the 6th level of the spirit origin realm. Does this fool truly believe himself to be untouchable, merely because he fancies himself a prince consort? To provoke Li Long spells nothing but doom. With a sinister glare, Li Long fixed his eyes upon Tang Xuan. No one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. It is absurd that Li Hu failed to eliminate you. Nevertheless, it matters not. I shall take your life first, and then seek the true culprit. A glint flickered in Tang Xuan's eyes. You are indeed aware. Ha ha ha. Your demise would be of immense benefit to me. Prepare to perish. With a fierce howl, Li Long clenched his right fist and unleashed a furious strike. Boom. As his fist surged forth, the void erupted with a thunderous roar. A faint silhouette of a wolf's head manifested. It was a low-grade, Xian-level martial technique, the crashing wolf fist. It is said that Li Long employed this very technique to obliterate a peak spirit origin realm beast. Humph. That brat will likely not find a single good piece of meat left. The inner sect disciples gasped in astonishment. Tang Xuan stood with his hands behind his back, allowing Li Long's powerful punch to collide with his chest. Bang! Crack! The ferocious expression on Li Long's face froze, transforming into astonishment, and then into agony. Ack! His right arm hung limply, his fist reduced to a mangled mass of flesh. You are far too weak, Tang Xuan remarked coolly. With the perfected celestial sacred body, do not presume that mere spirit origin realm attacks can breach my defenses. Even those at the Qi transformation, or even the Sky Ascendance realms would find it impossible. Such is the terror of the sacred body. You are a demon. Li Long felt his heart plunge. The Tang Xuan before him seemed like an entirely different person. Speak. Who instigated this? Tang Xuan demanded. Ha ha ha. You will never, Li Long roared in fury. But before he could finish his sentence, Tang Xuan vanished. A sound of tearing filled the air as one of Li Long's arms vanished without a trace. Ack! Li Long collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Tang Xuan placed his foot upon his chest. Speak. No. With another violent rip, Li Long's remaining arm was brutally torn away. The inner sect disciples stood in stunned silence. Is this still human? Such cruelty is unimaginable. Amidst their shock, confusion reigned. What has Tang Xuan consumed to display such ferocity? He withstood Li Long's full-force attack with utter indifference, engaging in a complete one-sided massacre. At this moment, their expressions shifted from disdain and mockery to sheer awe and reverence, an awe reserved for absolute power. This is dire. Li Long is the son of an elder, and such humiliation could provoke dire consequences. A few exchanged worried glances. Just as the words left their lips, powerful auras surged within the inner sect. You little beast. Cease this at once. A commanding voice boomed, accompanied by an overwhelming presence directed at Tang Xuan. Begone. Tang Xuan lifted his gaze, unleashing his soul force. The newcomer spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of shock. It is Elder Li Tianba. The inner sect disciples hastily bowed. Li Tianba, an elder of the Tianshan sect, possessed a third level of Qi transformation realm cultivation. His heart was filled with disbelief. How could his own aura be so easily shattered by Tang Xuan? How is this possible? At this moment, footsteps echoed as more elders appeared, their faces etched with shock at the unfolding scene. The universally recognized failure, Tang Xuan, had his foot planted firmly on the elite disciple Li Long. Poor Li Long lay bloodied, his arms gruesomely torn apart. Impudent. Tang Xuan, have you turned against us? Release Li Long at once. Li Tianba was on the verge of madness. Tang Xuan coldly chuckled. This was the oppression that strength bestowed. Even someone as formidable as Li Tianba had to relent. Had it been his former self, Li Tianba would have likely sent him flying with a single blow. Strength was everything. The powerful dictated life and death. Father, save me. Li Long cried out in desperation upon seeing Li Tianba. The elder's expression was dark as storm clouds. The earlier aura made him feel like an ant in the presence of divine wrath. Something was amiss. Tang Xuan was not the same. How had he suddenly become so powerful to easily crush Li Long? An outright attack might not suffice to subdue him. Perhaps. Li Tianba's gaze flickered, his right hand lightly brushing against the ring on his left middle finger. Upon it rested an ancient ring. Boy, no matter what trickery you employ, under this thunder talisman, you shall perish. A sinister smile crept upon Li Tianba's lips. In his right hand lay a talisman, the thunder talisman, a superior grade of the Xian level. It could obliterate anything below the Ling Kong realm. Tang Xuan, what are you doing? Is there no room for negotiation? Release Li Long first. Li Tianba spoke as he approached Tang Xuan, his face adorned with a benign smile. No matter how peculiar Tang Xuan was, he couldn't possibly withstand the thunder talisman. I am an elder of Tianshan, and I assure you, you will come to no harm. Yet, as he approached within 10 paces of Tang Xuan, his smile morphed into an expression of sheer malice. You wretched beast, injuring my son, I shall kill you. He suddenly raised his hand, blue lightning crackling from his palm. However, with a flash, a sword beam sliced through the air, and one of his arms vanished without a trace. Tang Xuan toyed with the thunder talisman in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. Your assurance? Is it truly valuable? Li Tianba froze momentarily before he let out a pained scream, clutching his severed right arm. Ah! Before he could comprehend, Tang Xuan struck again with his sword. Li Tianba's left arm was soon severed as well. The spatial ring fell into Tang Xuan's grasp. Under the influence of the soul of 1,000 miles, none of Li Tianba's movements escaped Tang Xuan's perception. Chapter 6. Villains are all the same. Ah! My hand! My hand! Li Tianba shrieked, his voice filled with terror. His body trembled, not just from the pain of his physical wounds, but from the chilling dread in his heart. He felt a disorienting wave wash over him. Could this decisive and unparalleled swordsman truly be the so-called failure? Elder Li Tianba's arm had been severed. What had just transpired? He had merely seen a flash of sword light, and Elder Li's arm was gone. When did that failure Tang Xuan become so proficient in swordsmanship? The prowess of a celestial-level sword technique was truly required to wield such power. It is inconceivable. The entire Tianshan sect lacks heavenly-level martial arts. From where did Tang Xuan acquire such prowess? The inner disciples stared blankly at him, utterly astonished. Meanwhile, the numerous elders wore grave expressions, as if facing a formidable adversary. Upon learning of this young man's distinguished lineage, could it be that he possesses a family treasure? He was not this formidable before. Perhaps he has been concealing his strength, playing the role of a fool to deceive others. I suspect he must be in possession of an extraordinary artifact that has granted him such ferocity. The elders' gazes shifted, their avarice overshadowing their fear, claiming dominion over their hearts. Tang Xuan disregarded their suspicions, instead casting a cheerful glance at Li Long. Will you not reveal who orchestrated this? He. Li Long was so petrified that words eluded him, his only response the sound of teeth clashing. At the moment when Li Tianba's arm was severed, it felt as though the heavens had collapsed around him. Ah, it matters not. Asking your father would yield the same result. With a swift kick, Tang Xuan sent Li Long hurtling away. Help! Li Long barely managed to utter those two words before his body disintegrated into fragments. Blood rained down, and dismembered limbs flew through the air. After slaying Li Long, Tang Xuan felt no tumult within. In fact, a smile crept across his face. In this world, one must eventually repay their debts. Li Long, who reveled in wielding power and bullying others, met his deserved fate. Even if he had not perished by my hand, he would have met his end at the hands of another. Alas, I am still too benevolent. I must promptly prevent him from committing further misdeeds. Tang Xuan shook his head, and then raised the heavenly thunder talisman in his hand. This artifact possesses the potential to threaten even the existence of those in the ascendant realm. Regrettably, it can only be used thrice. Amplify for me. Ding. Amplification successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a top-tier heavenly artifact, the heavenly thunder talisman. Its power can annihilate any being beneath the divine unity realm. Ha ha ha, I have struck gold. Tang Xuan's grin widened, nearly reaching the back of his head. The heavenly thunder talisman had significantly enhanced his power by 2 major realms. In the entire Tianshan sect, who could possibly stand against him? Previously, Tang Xuan had refrained from excessive arrogance, but now he felt completely unrestrained. Beneath the shadow of the divine abyss, no one could rival me. From being a mere wastrel to dominating the entire sect, it only required a 10,000-fold amplification system, nothing more. After amplifying the heavenly thunder talisman, Tang Xuan retrieved Li Tianba's spatial ring. Within it lay 5,400 low-grade spirit stones, 10 bottles of elixirs, and a mid-grade, earth-level weapon. Truly, as an elder, he is quite wealthy. Spirit stones serve as the finest auxiliary materials for martial artists' cultivation. The spiritual energy in the world is often muddied, and upon inhalation, it must be purified before it can be utilized. Retaining even a fraction of the spiritual energy is already considered impressive. The energy within spirit stones is significantly purer. Though it requires purification, it can at least preserve over 30%. Spirit stones are categorized into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme grade. The higher the grade, the greater the concentration and purity of spiritual energy. With a wave of his hand, Tang Xuan amplified them all 10,000-fold. Such is my extravagance. Longer. Upon witnessing Li Long's shattered remains, Li Tianba let out a heart-wrenching wail. Both Li Hu and Li Long had perished at Tang Xuan's hands. The Li family has now been utterly extinguished. You wretched creature, I shall slay you. I will kill you. Li Tianba howled with a heart-wrenching fury. His arms were still gushing blood, his disheveled hair giving him an appearance akin to a specter. Why is it that villains are always so resolute at such moments? Tang Xuan sighed, effortlessly sending Li Tianba flying with a single slap. Blood gushed from Li Tianba's mouth as fear flickered in his eyes. Little did he know that Tang Xuan had long since shed the submissive persona of his former self. Tell me, who sent you to deal with me? Tang Xuan's fists cracked ominously. Cease this madness. Tang Xuan, enough. An elder shouted, Li Tianba is a respected elder of our sect. How can you treat him so? This elder, Zhang Wei, was known to be on close terms with Li Tianba. What are you, to dare point fingers at me? I am an elder of the Tianshan sect, Zhang Wei declared, puffing out his chest. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of sword light swept through. Zhang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands clutching his neck as blood streamed through his fingers. With a gust of wind, his head fell to the ground, a fallen elder of the Qi transformation realm, slain in an instant. Not anymore, Tang Xuan remarked languidly, a smile that resembled that of a demon gracing his lips. The other elders, who had contemplated intervening, fell silent upon witnessing Zhang Wei's fate. Observing the hushed crowd, Tang Xuan nodded in satisfaction. At last, he relished the thrill of wielding power over others. Quite delightful. He turned his attention back to Li Tianba. Speak. Be swift. For my patience wears thin. Li Tianba trembled uncontrollably, akin to a marionette in a fit. Everyone claims to fear not death. Yet how many can truly remain unafraid when it approaches? If I tell you, will you spare me? No. Tang Xuan replied decisively. Though Li Tianba no longer posed a threat, it was wise to tread cautiously. Faced with the unpredictability of Tang Xuan, Li Tianba finally capitulated. Yes, it was Beichen Bao. He sought the sect leader's assistance, promising benefits to eliminate you. Tang Xuan stroked his chin, a knowing smile gracing his face. Even the sect leader is involved? It seems this place is a den of wolves. He was momentarily surprised to learn of the sect leader's complicity. However, upon reflection, it was not difficult to comprehend. Although Li Tianba wielded considerable power, he would never dare to act so brazenly without the leader's tacit approval. Enemies lurked at every corner. How arduous. Tang Xuan rubbed his temples. The descent into this hellish scenario was indeed exhilarating. Well, given your honesty, may you embark on your journey peacefully. Li Tianba's heart shattered, unleashing a desperate scream. Spare me. I can be your dog. Whatever you command, I shall obey. Tang Xuan's gaze turned peculiar. I implore you, do not kill me. Li Tianba prostrated himself, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud, appearing utterly sincere. Yet, as he bowed his head, a flicker of deep resentment danced in his eyes. Wait, you little beast. As long as I live, I will find an opportunity to bring about your demise. With a resounding thud, a powerful kick struck Li Tianba's chest. Li Tianba soared into the air before crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Tang Xuan nonchalantly stepped onto his chest and remarked, I imagine you're thinking of ways to kill me in the future. Li Tianba gazed at Tang Xuan as if he were a ghost. How did he know? Sighing, Tang Xuan continued, don't be so surprised. Typically, the antagonists in novels behave in this manner. Chapter 7. Keep pretending. Tang Xuan raised his hand, preparing to strike down Li Tianba. Stop. Suddenly, a fierce shout echoed. Tang Xuan frowned. What a classic setup. One adversary down, and another arrives. A figure soared into the sky, approaching with an air of authority. It was the Linkhong realm. Tang Xuan's pupils contracted slightly. In the Tianshan sect, only two individuals had attained the Linkhong realm, the reclusive elder and the current sect leader, Xiao Xuan. Master, save me. Li Tianba cried out as if he had seen a savior, but in the next instant, he was reduced to a mist of blood. Tang Xuan, you audacious fool. Xiao Xuan landed, his face a mask of fury. He had been in meditation, and the news of his disciple's demise almost made him spit blood. Tang Xuan had slaughtered thousands of outer disciples and killed elite inner disciple Li Long. Shocked, Xiao Xuan rushed to the scene, only to find a sight more horrifying than he had anticipated. Li Yuanba was dead. As a formidable Qi transformation realm expert, his fall was a significant blow to the already mediocre Tianshan sect. Tang Xuan, did I not command you to cease? As a disciple, you have slain an elder. What do you think the sect rules are? Tang Xuan scoffed. And what of their unwarranted bullying? What do you consider sect rules? Impudent. Xiao Xuan erupted in rage, unleashing his Linkhong realm aura. Are you afraid? Tang Xuan countered, similarly releasing his own force. Boom. The two immense auras collided in the void, sending shockwaves that shattered the ground like a spider's web. Elders and disciples within 100 feet retreated in alarm. The peak of the Qi transformation realm. How is this possible? Xiao Xuan's expression changed dramatically as he sensed Tang Xuan's level. The surrounding elders and disciples were equally astounded. What? That waste has reached the peak of the Qi transformation realm? This must be a joke. The sect leader would not be mistaken. It seemed he had indeed encountered some fortuitous event. No wonder he was so arrogant. If it were me, I would be even more so. Hiss. If I could obtain the treasure that transformed a waste into a peak Qi transformation realm being, I could ascend to the Linkhong realm in an instant. Unable to suppress Tang Xuan's aura, Xiao Xuan's gaze shifted, and he withdrew his pressure. Cease this at once. Tang Xuan also retracted his force, his eyes glinting with mockery. What's wrong? Can't suppress me? Feeling cowardly? Xiang Tianquan cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Regardless of the circumstances, you remain a disciple of the Tianshan sect. Shouldn't you provide an explanation to the sect leader for the slaying of an elder? What explanation is required of me? Tang Xuan chuckled in disbelief. This family has troubled me time and again. Surely, you are aware of this, esteemed leader? Were it not for my extraordinary fortune, I would have been killed by them last night. Is seeking vengeance a fault? Xiang Tianquan's face flushed with embarrassment. This matter will be investigated thoroughly by me. If it is indeed the private act of elderly, I shall not show leniency and will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. As the leader, I am often preoccupied with affairs, and there are always unseen challenges. I hope you can understand. Tang Xuan laughed heartily. Had it not been for Li Tianba's earlier mention of Xiang Tianquan's involvement, he would have surely been deceived by this rhetoric. To take a step back, even if Xiang Tianquan was unaware of Li Tianba's actions, the moment they encountered each other, Xiang Tianquan had clearly harbored murderous intent. Had it not been for Tang Xuan's tenfold enhancement of strength, he would have long since knelt. Now let us see how Xiang Tianquan feigns innocence. The leader of the Tianshan sect furrowed his brows, his expression grave and earnest. Elderma, sect leader, cease all other matters and investigate the situation regarding elderly at once. Remember, do not regard him as an elder. If what Tang Xuan claims is true, then the Li family shall be eradicated. Xiang Tianquan declared with authority. Every disciple of the Tianshan sect is beyond reproach. Do you hear me? Elder Ma bowed deeply and responded loudly, yes. Tang Xuan shook his head in disbelief. This performance is only slightly more convincing than the current crop of young talent. Any individual with an ounce of intelligence would never fall for such a ruse. Xiang Tianquan managed a faint smile and said, are you now satisfied? Satisfied, immensely so. Tang Xuan nodded. Since we are to perform, let us all partake in the act together. Perhaps oblivious to Tang Xuan's mockery, Xiang Tianquan maintained a solemn demeanor. Alas, my negligence in managing internal affairs has allowed individuals like elderly to arise. It is truly disheartening. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, I shall personally take Tang Xuan as my closed-door disciple. Anyone who dares to harm him will be opposing me. Upon this proclamation, numerous elders and disciples were taken aback. Even Tang Xuan felt a twinge of surprise. What a turn of events. Having killed so many, not only is he unscathed, but his status has also soared. What kind of scheme is this? Xiang Tianquan smiled at Tang Xuan and remarked, my disciple, your sudden surge in strength must be due to some fortuitous encounter. With many cards up his sleeve, Tang Xuan was unperturbed by any unforeseen developments and nodded affirmatively. Perhaps a little. Indeed, Xiang Tianquan's pupils contracted. He spoke nonchalantly. Many treasures can rapidly enhance one's cultivation, but such power is often superficial and may even harm the body. Disciple, allow me to examine your condition. As he spoke, Xiang Tianquan approached Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan smiled, realizing Xiang Tianquan's intentions. However, he did not expose him publicly. Instead, he willingly extended his arm. Xiang Tianquan's eyes lit up with joy as he slowly reached out and grasped Tang Xuan's right arm. In the next moment, a fierce glimmer erupted. Youngster, you are far too inexperienced to contend with the leader of our sect. Spirit locking hand. He gripped Tang Xuan's arm tightly with his right hand, while his left hand extended 2 fingers to press upon the dantian. Ha ha ha. No matter how cunning you may be, you shall ultimately fall into my grasp. Someone seize him. At his command, the elders, who had been poised for action, drew their weapons and charged forward. A splendid script indeed. Alas, the acting leaves much to be desired. Tang Xuan remained utterly unperturbed. Your spiritual energy is locked. What makes you think you can challenge me? Of course it is strength. Tang Xuan unsheathed his sword, delivering a mighty slash. The Tianshan sword technique of the mid-heaven grade radiated a dazzling brilliance. The 7 or 8 elders found themselves in a whirlwind of sword shadows, unable to discern which was real and which was illusion. With a sudden splatter of blood, a head soared through the air. One elder at the 5th level of Qi transformation fell on the spot. What? The smug expression on Xiang Tianquan's face froze. How could he still be so formidable when I have locked his spiritual energy? Little did he know, for Tang Xuan, spiritual energy was merely one of many means. The true power resided within the celestial sacred body. The fully awakened celestial sacred body far surpassed the Qi transformation realm in speed, strength, and reflexes. Such terrifying swordsmanship. Everyone, suppress him, kill him, and seize the treasures. Along with the later arrivals, a total of 17 Qi transformation elders joined the fray. 7 at the 8th level, 3 at the 7th, 5 at the 6th, and 2 at the 4th. They unleashed their collective aura. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Spiritual energy intertwined, crackling with electrical sounds. 17 elders struck simultaneously. I refuse to believe we cannot subdue Tang Xuan. Indeed, with so many elders, even those at the Void Realm would perish. Relying solely on physical strength, he is doomed. This is the Tianshan sect. There is no room for Tang Xuan's rampancy. Under immense pressure, Tang Xuan maintained a relaxed demeanor. Excellent. This is the kind of pressure I relish. Despite the external oppression of 17 Qi transformation elders and the internal locking of his spiritual energy, Tang Xuan's expression remained untroubled as the power of the celestial sacred body surged through him like a mighty tidal wave. Although there were 17 elders from the Tianshan sect, their physiques were merely spiritual bodies, paltry in comparison to the celestial sacred body. Even without a trace of spiritual energy on his sword, he was far beyond their league. Crack! Amidst the sound of shattering, one elder was cleaved in two along with his weapon. Blood gushed forth in an instant. This little beast wields a top-grade imperial weapon, one elder exclaimed. The next moment, his head was pulverized by Tang Xuan's blow, merely an ordinary punch. The terrifying force caused the remaining elders to tremble in fear. His physical strength is astonishing. No, this physique is abnormal. It is at least an imperial body, perhaps even a sacred body. Initially, when Li Tianba was slain, many elders were merely stunned, for in a one-on-one confrontation, there was always the suspicion of an ambush. Now, the 17 elders of the Qi transformation realm launched their full power. Tang Xuan remained unfazed, his formidable strength repeatedly captivating the attention of those around him. His extraordinary physique, the supreme royal weapon, and the mid-grade heavenly swordsmanship. How infuriating! He indeed harbored treasures in secret. Standing beside him, Xiang Tianquan wore a greedy expression. All of this should rightfully belong to the head of our sect. If I can absorb his essence, my power will surely surge forth. Ha ha ha. Although 2 elders had fallen, he remained unmoved. Everything unfolded as anticipated. Winning would be splendid. Failing, however, would still significantly exhaust Tang Xuan. Ultimately, the victor would be himself. Let us join forces to slay him. An elder bellowed, simultaneously unleashing all his spiritual energy. The other elders swiftly followed suit. Their energies fused into a towering mountain, intent on completely suppressing Tang Xuan. Shatter! Tang Xuan, invigorated by the battle, infused his long sword with the power of the celestial body, condensing 100-foot sword radiance. With a single strike, the spiritual mountain was cleaved in two. Poof, poof, poof. Over a dozen elders had their energies severed, all spitting blood and hurtling backward. Unable to rise. Is that all? I haven't even exerted myself yet, and you all have fallen. Come again. Tang Xuan wielded his long sword. Yet the elders dared not advance any further. They were truly on the brink of death. Even after several shouts from Tang Xuan, no one dared to approach. He then pointed his sword at Xiang Tianquan. They have all fallen. Now it is your turn. Xiang Tianquan's expression shifted, challenging the head of the sect. Such audacity. Tang Xuan chuckled. They were simply too weak. You cannot be this feeble. Xiang Tianquan's face darkened. Humph, that brat seems to have become arrogant. The head of the sect possesses the cultivation of the void realm, and merely the ability to traverse the void is enough to crush him. Moreover, the sect leader wields a royal weapon, ensuring a fair match. That young man cannot possibly triumph. This is for the best. He must not be allowed to continue his arrogance. The elders glared at Tang Xuan with venomous eyes. 17 against 1, and yet they were beaten to a pulp. Their faces utterly discredited. Since you wish to challenge the head of the sect, I shall oblige you. Everyone retreat. With a wave of his hand, Xiang Tianquan commanded. The elders, as if granted amnesty, hastily withdrew. They had long wished to refrain from fighting, but without the sect leader's order, they dared not retreat. Despite his righteous appearance, Xiang Tianquan harbored a petty mind. The last one to defy orders now lay beneath a mound of grass. Tang Xuan, I offer you one last chance. Surrender your treasures, and perhaps you may retain a breath of life. Heh, finally dropping the act? Then come. Tang Xuan showed no fear. The Void Realm? What of it? With a 10,000 fold amplification system, who could remain arrogant? It would be better to buy a block of tofu and meet my end that way. Excellent. Prepare to witness the true might of the head of the sect. Xiang Tianquan's body gradually ascended into the air. His black hair and robe began to billow without wind. A terrifying pressure slowly enveloping the surroundings. A chill crept into the hearts of all present. What an awe-inspiring aura. Since the master surpassed the Void Realm 3 years ago, he has not made a move. In these 3 years, his cultivation must have reached a terrifying level. Within the Tianshan sect, only the Grand Elder could possibly contend with the master. No matter how formidable Tang Xuan's physical strength may be, it ultimately proves futile against absolute power. With a flick of his right hand, Xiang Tianquan summoned a glimmering sword that floated before him, a royal-grade weapon, albeit inferior to Tang Xuan's sword in rank. A fine blade indeed. Tang Xuan licked his lips, contemplating the potential of a low-grade royal sword amplified 1,000-fold. Your aura is indeed formidable. Yet this master could employ at least 10,000 methods to end your life. With another flick of his right hand, the sword before him moved as if grasped by an invisible force. Sword control technique. It was indeed the sword control technique. It is said that only those who have cultivated sword intent can wield such power. The master has cultivated sword intent. This battle is secured from a position of dominance. Coupled with the sword control technique, Tang Xuan stands no chance of reaching the master. How could he possibly fight back? The elders and disciples of the Tianshan sect were all aflame with excitement. They could scarcely fathom how Tang Xuan could possibly lose. Such joy? Tang Xuan's face beamed with exhilaration. Who does not harbor a dream of mastering the sword control technique? To ride the flying sword, soaring through the void, basking in the adoration of the masses. Tianshan sword technique. Tang Xuan's body sank slightly before he surged upward. Whoosh! Ethereal sword shadows coalesced into streaks of electric light. As the sword energy erupted, it reached Tianshan in an instant. The pressure of the void realm crashed upon the sacred body of Xiao. Yet it felt merely like a gentle breeze. Such an extraordinary physique. How has it been cultivated? Tianshan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Unable to suppress a curse, with a flick of his finger, the sword clashed with Tang Xuan's in a fierce duel. Clang, clang, clang. As swords met, sparks flew. Tang Xuan unleashed dozens of strikes, yet could not breach the sword net. With merely a rise and fall of his fingers, Tianshan effortlessly parried Tang Xuan's sharp sword aura. To master the sword control technique requires comprehension of sword intent. He would serve as an excellent means of honing that skill. Tang Xuan launched another offensive. The prodigious talent of this peerless genius imbued each strike with profound insight. He even found the capacity to grasp elements of Tianshan's swordplay. This strike could hasten by half a degree. If this strike were to be drawn in a semicircle, it could amplify its power by 7-fold. A tad slow, it must be swifter for perfection. Gradually, the Tianshan sword technique evolved from minor success to great achievement, ultimately reaching perfection. A sense of profound mystery began to manifest in Tang Xuan's heart. Initially, Tianshan handled the situation with ease, yet he soon sensed something amiss. Tang Xuan's sword techniques grew increasingly intricate, hinting at a breakthrough in the sword control technique. Sword intent. Impossible. He cannot comprehend sword intent. This master labored for a decade to barely condense half of the sword intent. He cannot achieve it so swiftly. Damn it. You have forced this master's hand. Tianshan's breath became increasingly erratic. Initially, it was presumed that, with his cultivation and swordsmanship, he could effortlessly suppress Tang Xuan in an instant. However, the outcome was profoundly unexpected. Tang Xuan let out a hearty laugh. 10 years, and only half mastery? Pathetic. This is a talent-based endeavor. In the next moment, the essence of sword intent crystallized. With a resonating hum, a subtle ripple of water expanded outward. A mysterious force surged forth from Tang Xuan's being. With a crack, Tianshan's longsword was forcefully repelled by 100 zhang. Sword intent. He has comprehended the sword intent. It was inconceivable. Even with superior talent, one would require years of arduous training and great fortune to merely touch the threshold. How could he have done it? Could it be that his talent surpassed that of an extraordinary genius? No, even an extraordinary genius could not possibly grasp sword intent in an instant. Unless his talent were that of an unparalleled prodigy. Suddenly, Tang Xuan unleashed his sword intent, astonishing all the elders of the Tianshan sect. It was not merely surprise. It was sheer terror. Among the tens of thousands of martial artists within the Tianshan sect, only a scant few could comprehend the will of martial arts. The will of martial arts represents the transcendence of martial skills, the essence of martial prowess. Humans possess spirit. Martial skills possess spirit as well. It is profoundly enigmatic, invisible, intangible, yet perceptible. It is a mysterious power that enables warriors to engage in battles beyond their level without defeat. Beyond the Lingkong realm lies the Kaishan realm. To break through, one must elevate their sword intent to 50% or higher. Tianshan had spent many years in secluded cultivation, barely managing to consolidate half mastery of sword intent. Even so, within the Tianshan sect, no one was his equal. This illustrates just how challenging it is to comprehend sword intent. A dozen elders from the Tianshan sect exchanged glances, gazing at Tang Xuan's handsome visage and his graceful demeanor. They were envious. Jealousy and resentment brewed within them. How could this young man, whom they considered a waste, comprehend sword intent? It was a profound injustice. The heavens were blind. The elders lamented, clutching their chests in despair. They had toiled for countless years, exerting immense effort, only to be effortlessly surpassed by a youth. No one could endure such a blow. Particularly for Xiang Tianquan, it felt as though his heart was being fiercely gripped, leaving him breathless. I refuse to believe it. You must be pretending. Xiang Tianquan exerted all his energy, channeling his spiritual essence into his longsword. In an instant, a sword aura of 100 zhang coalesced, radiating immense power. At that moment, Xiang Tianquan had completely lost his composure. In his excitement, his spiritual energy surged to a higher realm. Reaching the third level of the Lingkong realm, the formidable spiritual energy fused with his half-formed sword intent. This strike could slay those in the fifth level of the Lingkong realm. I care not whether you have truly comprehended sword intent. You shall perish. In response to Xiang Tianquan's fury, Tang Xuan also made his retort. With a vigorous shake of his arms, he broke free from the constraints of spiritual energy. Boom. The profoundest spiritual energy erupted forth. Boundless waves of energy swept through, eliciting gasps of astonishment. What astonishing spiritual energy! How has he cultivated so powerfully? Even at the pinnacle of the Qi transformation realm, one should not possess such strength. Such horror. If this child is not eliminated, the Tianshan sect is doomed. Sectmaster, can we truly prevail? As Tang Xuan's momentum remained unyielding, even overshadowing Xiang Tianquan, the multitude of elders and disciples were engulfed in terror. Boom, boom, boom. Tang Xuan continued to unleash his power. The very ground of the Tianshan sect's outer plaza fractured and shattered. A tempest akin to a level 7 hurricane surged forth. The disciples of lesser cultivation were directly swept away. 10 zhang, 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang. A colossal whirlwind enveloped Tang Xuan, his form slowly rising into the air. It was not that he could soar freely, but rather the overwhelming spiritual energy surrounding him lifted his body. The black whirlwind roared, while white spiritual energy enveloped him entirely. A terrifying sword intent flickered ominously. This was no mere waste. He was unmistakably a divine being descended to earth, suppressing the world. How could his spiritual energy be so formidable? Xiang Tianquan's complexion paled dramatically. Tang Xuan was simply monstrous. Die. Xiang Tianquan, acutely aware that if this continued, his own momentum would be utterly crushed by Tang Xuan, swiftly pointed his finger, unleashing 100 zhang of sword energy descending from above. Excellent. Tang Xuan raised his royal-grade sword high, emanating a radiant light akin to a golden crow, and then he slashed downwards. The white sword energy soared like a dragon, carrying an indescribable pressure. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the two waves of sword energy collided fiercely. In that instant, the very heavens and earth seemed to tremble. A terrifying aura erupted from the point of contact. From a distance, the void appeared to warp slightly. Boom. Amidst the thunderous roar of the earth splitting, countless cries of agony arose. The inner disciples spewed blood from their 7 orifices, each clut with disheveled hair. He resembled a demon. A far cry from the previous elegant demeanor of the sect master. Come here. Tang Xuan beckoned with a finger. Xiang Tianquan faltered, realizing that even with all his might, he could not contend with Tang Xuan. What was the point of fighting? I am at the Void Realm. You cannot kill me. Are you serious? Tang Xuan sighed. Indeed, as long as I remain aloft, you cannot soar either. A triumphant smile spread across Xiang Tianquan's face. As long as Tang Xuan could not fly, he was invincible. Sometimes one can be foolish, but lacking self-awareness is a grave mistake. Tang Xuan slowly retrieved the Heavenly Thunder Talisman from his robe, an artifact he had acquired from Li Tianba. Originally, it possessed the power to annihilate any being below the Void Realm. However, Xiang Tianquan was at the 3rd level of the Void Realm, and the talisman might not suffice against him. But with Tang Xuan's amplification system, the power of the Heavenly Thunder Talisman had grown immensely. Let us test its might. With that, Tang Xuan activated the talisman. Crackle boom. A brilliant blue light erupted, soaring towards the heavens. In an instant, a colossal pillar of thunder descended, engulfing Xiang Tianquan entirely. Boom. The thunder struck the ground, causing the earth to quake violently. The entire Tianshan was instantly pierced, debris scattering in all directions. In one strike, half of Tianshan was obliterated. Perhaps that was a bit excessive. Tang Xuan remarked sheepishly. Chapter 10. The perfect grade heavenly mysterious opening pill. The sect master was slain. Tianshan was devastated. Help. I want to go home. He is a demon. The destruction of Tianshan shattered the composure of many elders and disciples. Some turned to flee, while others sat in shock, trembling uncontrollably. Many gazed at Tang Xuan with a reverence akin to that reserved for deities. He had even vanquished the sect master. To what extent had his strength ascended? Useless? Not at all. He had concealed his true capabilities, and his depth of strategy was terrifying. Even Princess Xiao might pale in comparison. At such a young age, and with such cultivation, he could easily ascend the ranks of potential prodigies. As long as he lived, he was destined to become an unparalleled master. The surviving elders were already gripped with fear, fully aware of Xiang Tianquan's formidable prowess, the Void Realm, half-formed sword intent, swordsmanship, and a black gold vest capable of withstanding peak Void Realm attacks. Frankly speaking, with all these factors combined, he could defend against even a God Realm expert. Yet, in the presence of Tang Xuan, he was utterly powerless, crushed from every angle. One elder, his eyes flickering, suddenly stepped forward to kneel before Tang Xuan. He removed the spatial ring from his finger and implored, "My lord, this is all my treasures. I beseech you for a chance to live." Tang Xuan was taken aback, but then smiled knowingly. He accepted the spatial ring and waved his hand dismissively. "Your attitude is commendable. I shall spare your life." The elder, as if granted a reprieve, bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Behind him, a chilling sweat had already formed. The pressure emanating from Tang Xuan was overwhelmingly formidable. The other elders, as if awakening from a dream, hastily retrieved their spatial rings and presented them. Tang Xuan, accepting without hesitation, collected all the spatial rings. One elder, with remarkable discernment, even picked up the spatial ring of Xiang Tianquan. These elders were all at least in their 70s or 80s, yet before Tang Xuan, they resembled obedient grandchildren. What could they do? After all, Tang Xuan's fists were indeed powerful. At the pinnacle of the Qi transformation realm, wielding a superior royal-grade weapon and possessing heavenly-grade martial techniques, along with an extraordinarily robust physique and nascent sword intent, who would dare to label him as worthless? If Tang Xuan were deemed useless, what would that make them? Even inferior to the term worthless? At this moment, in the eyes of the numerous elders, Tang Xuan was akin to a deity, enveloped in boundless mystery. The old man envisioned a peerless genius rising before him. He could boast to his descendants, claiming he had conversed with the esteemed one and even had close encounters. But he must remain humble, keeping such thoughts to himself and not being overly ostentatious. Indeed, it was remarkable. Yet, he recognized his own inadequacies in cultivation, unable to contain his excitement upon witnessing such a prodigious talent. As their mindset shifted, the faces of the dozen or so elders blossomed with delight, their pride rekindled. At this moment, the hatred that once resided in Tang Xuan's heart had dissipated entirely. Whether these elders lived or perished mattered little. After all, they were merely timid sycophants, posing no real threat to him. His focus had shifted entirely to the spatial rings he had amassed. Upon rifling through all the spatial rings, Tang Xuan nearly burst into laughter. Just the low-grade spirit stones alone amounted to 200,000 or 300,000, with Xiang Tianquan contributing a staggering 170,000. The mid-grade spirit stones were plentiful as well, numbering in the tens of thousands, while the high-grade spirit stones were considerably fewer, only around 3,000 to 4,000. Likely consumed in earlier endeavors. Countless medicinal pills filled the rings, akin to a constellation of stars. After all, martial artists required an extensive array of pills for their cultivation, including those specifically for training and various auxiliary pills such as detoxification, concentration, and meridian opening. Tang Xuan roughly estimated there to be over 10,000 pills, enough to sustain oneself for a long time. Beyond spirit stones and medicinal pills, there were also numerous martial techniques, skills, and weapons. The weapons used by these elders were quite varied, with long swords being the most common, followed by broadswords, spears, and even whips. The lowest grade among them was superior to earth grade, while the finest reached mid-heaven grade. However, there were no royal grade weapons to be found. Considering that even Xiang Tianquan possessed only a low royal grade long sword, this was quite reasonable. Suddenly, as Tang Xuan rummaged through the items, he spotted a small porcelain vial tucked away in a corner. The vial bore 5 words, Heaven and Earth Profound Key Pill. The key element for a Qi transformation realm practitioner to break through to the Void Realm is the opening of the Heaven and Earth Profound Key. For ordinary martial artists to achieve this through their own efforts is akin to ascending to the heavens. Hence, the Heaven and Earth Profound Key Pill was developed, significantly enhancing the chances of connecting with the Profound Key. Although it may not be absolute, any enhancement of 10% is a tremendous opportunity for a martial artist. Xiang Tianquan had acquired 2 earthly profound transformation pills. He consumed one, successfully breaking through to the Sky Ascension realm. This was the second pill. Tang Xuan retrieved the pill, which was of inferior quality, offering merely a 10% chance of improvement. Were it anyone else, disappointment would surely have ensued, for the odds were dismally low. The cost of failure, however, was substantial. Fear not, for I possess a 10,000-fold amplification system. It is time to perform. Ding. Amplification complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a perfect grade earthly profound transformation pill. guaranteeing a 100% chance of breakthrough. Tang Xuan smiled faintly. Under the influence of the 10,000-fold amplification, it would undoubtedly be of perfect quality. Just as he was about to ingest the pill and make his breakthrough, powerful auras rose from the remaining half of Tianshan. These auras were far more formidable than even Xiang Tianshuan's. It was the Supreme Elders. The Supreme Elders had emerged. Indeed, such a commotion would inevitably attract their attention. 5 streams of light descended from the sky, exuding a mountain-like aura. As the light dissipated, 5 elderly figures clad in gray robes materialized. These elders had white hair and beards, their skin sagging, and their eyes clouded, appearing to be at least a century old. In truth, each of these elders was over 400 years of age. When martial artists break through, they not only enhance their cultivation, but also their lifespan. Those in the divine force realm can live to 100 years. In the spirit origin realm, one can live at least 200 years. The Qi transformation realm allows for 300 years, while those in the sky ascension realm can enjoy a lifespan of 500 years. The divine opening realm offers 800 years, and thereafter, one's lifespan continues to accumulate. The higher the cultivation, the greater the lifespan. However, suffering severe injuries or succumbing to peculiar martial techniques can diminish one's lifespan. The Tianshan sect is not limited to a single supreme elder. When one's cultivation reaches the sky ascension realm and lifespan surpasses 200 years, these individuals relinquish all responsibilities, retreating to the back mountains for seclusion, striving to comprehend the divine opening realm. If they can timely break through to the divine opening realm, they can extend their lifespan by an additional 300 years. At this critical juncture, they were startled by a cataclysmic explosion, leaving the expressions of the 5 supreme elders grim. What has transpired at the front mountain of the Tianshan sect? Has a formidable enemy invaded? The 5 supreme elders stared in astonishment at the gaping pit where the front mountain once stood. Who can tell me what has happened? One elder demanded angrily. The very foundation has been destroyed. It is simply absurd. Where is Xiang Tianshuan? As the sect leader, why does he not emerge to address this grave matter? A stern reprimand echoed, yet no one responded. The dozen or so elders remained silent, heads bowed. After all, Tang Xuan, the ancestor, stood nearby. Who would dare speak? The elders were silent, and naturally, the disciples dared not utter a word. Tang Xuan smiled faintly. Allow me to speak then. Chapter 11. The overbearing Mou Bambuyu? The supreme elder regarded Tang Xuan with a look of skepticism. He could not comprehend why the elder remained silent, allowing a disciple to speak instead. Nevertheless, the 5 esteemed elders were eager to ascertain the unfolding events and did not dwell on the matter. Very well, you may proceed, Tang Xuan nodded. Xiang Tianshuan secretly accepted bribes and sought to harm me, so I eliminated him. As for the destruction of the front mountain, that was an unfortunate accident. It shall not occur again. The elder nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What nonsense is this? Who do you think the sect leader is? Is it within your power to kill at will? And the obliteration of half a mountain was merely an accident? From any perspective, it was evident that Tang Xuan was merely deceiving himself. The elder's expression darkened significantly. As a disciple of Tianshan, you speak such absurdities. You claim to have slain the sect leader, and you believe you can get away with it? I advise you to speak the truth, otherwise, I will not hesitate to employ my methods. Tang Xuan sighed. I am speaking the truth. Another elder stepped forward. Old Wang, this child's demeanor is suspicious. There is clearly something amiss. There is no need for further discussion. Our sect has suffered destruction, and we bear a heavy burden. We must take him to the Grand Elder for a thorough interrogation. The others present must also be questioned. Elder Wang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, let us apprehend this child first. Tang Xuan frowned. I am the victim. Why must you apprehend me? I care not who you are. Surrender yourself. Elder Wang scoffed. Tang Xuan's gaze darkened. Indeed, you are all birds of a feather. It seems your seclusion has dulled your wits. I will not accompany you willingly. Do not force my hand. Elder Wang's pupils dilated, radiating a fierce light. Such bravado for a mere child. Another elder remarked, a mere Qi transformation stage. Daring to speak so boldly before us at the pinnacle of the void stage. Let me show him. With that, he unleashed his aura. A heavy pressure enveloped the air, causing it to solidify. The surrounding elders and disciples of the Tianshan sect felt as if their breaths were stifled, as if gripped by an unseen hand, breaking into cold sweats. The pinnacle of the void stage. It is also referred to as a half step into the divine realm. Such a terrifying aura. Though Tang Xuan was strong, facing an esteemed elder, victory was not guaranteed. Indeed, while both were in the void stage, the pinnacle represents a foot already in the divine realm, a realm entirely distinct, not compensable by mere strength or spirit energy. In my opinion, it is the esteemed elder who can subdue this brat. If Tang Xuan is subdued, Then will we not be able to reclaim our spatial rings? Certainly. That is the foundation I have painstakingly accumulated over time, only to be taken by that brat without effort. It is intolerable. Although the elders spoke in hushed tones, Tang Xuan overheard them. He chuckled. I initially intended to spare your lives, but since you insist on courting death, there is no other choice. What of the esteemed elders? Tang Xuan possessed numerous trump cards, revealing but one would suffice. Kneel and accept your demise. An esteemed elder bellowed angrily, slowly raising his hand. Terrifying spirit energy began to coalesce. Tang Xuan, in turn, produced the Thunder Talisman once more. The previous strike obliterated half, and this one shall render the entire Tianshan sect extinct. At that moment, an unparalleled sword intent soared into the heavens. It was indeed sword intent. Tang Xuan was taken aback. This overwhelming aura of swordsmanship was boundless, far surpassing the sword intent of Tianshan by countless magnitudes. Even he felt a shiver run down his spine. Within the Tianshan sect, there existed such a formidable individual. A stream of azure light descended, manifesting as a veiled woman. Clad in flowing azure garments that danced with the wind, her slender waist could be encircled with but a delicate grasp. Her skin resembled the purest snow lotus atop the Tianshan peak. Long, black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Although only her eyes were visible, they could scarcely conceal her extraordinary beauty. The maturity that accompanied her age was far beyond that of a mere girl. Mo Yuzhu. Tang Xuan was momentarily stunned. From the fragmented memories of the original body, he vaguely recalled this woman's identity. It was she who had brought him to the Tianshan sect. I pay my respects to fellow Taoist Mo. The 5 supreme elders bowed in unison, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Tang Xuan was astonished. Fellow Taoist. This was a term of reverence, reserved for those of equal standing or for individuals whose cultivation surpassed one's own. Ah, this woman is rather enigmatic. In his recollections, aside from her escorting him to the Tianshan sect, he knew nothing else about her. Her identity and origins were shrouded in mystery. Even her appearance remained unknown. Could she be a biro monster? An expression of curiosity crossed Tang Xuan's face. Yet, judging by her figure, she was of exquisite caliber. Her alluring eyes were a perfect score. As for her face, well, regardless, it would look the same in the dark. With such a figure, what need was there to concern oneself with looks? If Mo Yuzhu were to discover Tang Xuan's fantasies about her, she would likely have reduced him to ashes with a mere strike. Are you planning to capture him? Mo Yuzhu inquired, her voice as frigid as ice and snow. Elder Wang replied, indeed, this individual is suspected of assassinating the sect master and devastating our Tianshan sect, likely tied to the demonic path. Thus, he must be apprehended for questioning. Mo Yuzhu cast a glance at Tang Xuan, her eyes revealing a spark of astonishment. She knew him well, aware of his talents and cultivation levels. Reaching the pinnacle of divine strength within a decade was already a remarkable feat, slaying the Ling Kong realm Xiang Tianquan, destroying half of Tianshan. What nonsense. It was impossible. You may leave now. Her words were straightforward and resolute. Tang Xuan silently admired her. Good gracious. How incredibly formidable. The 5 supreme elders exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern. Elder Wang said, fellow Taoist Mo, you are merely a guest elder. Tang Xuan is a disciple of the Tianshan sect. Your actions are overstepping your authority. Mo Yuzhu rolled her eyes. Overstep authority? As a guest elder, I naturally hold power. Enough with the nonsense. I was healing before, but now that I've emerged, none shall lay a hand on him. Should you insist on taking him, then face me in battle. If you win, take him. If you lose, depart. With those words, the atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Tang Xuan inwardly gasped. He believed he had been audacious enough, yet this woman was even more audacious. A sense of admiration began to blossom within him. Were it not for the passage of time, it seems that Tang Xuan would have already embarked on his pursuit. However, upon reflection, age does not appear to pose a significant issue in this otherworldly realm. After all, who among them does not possess centuries or even millennia of existence? Elder Wang furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the formidable nature of the woman before him. Should she choose to engage, even the combined strength of their 5 would likely prove inadequate. Choosing silence, then let it be assumed as acquiescence. Mo Yuanzhu cast aside a remark, turning her gaze towards Tang Xuan. What captivating, bewitching fox-like eyes she possessed. Their gazes locked, and Tang Xuan felt an involuntary shiver coursing through him. Her alluring eyes were narrow and elongated, with the outer corners slightly uplifted, reminiscent of a cunning fox. Ah, when did you cultivate to the Qi transformation realm? Mo Yuanzhu suddenly noticed the peculiar aura emanating from Tang Xuan. Upon closer inspection, she was left momentarily stunned. This was inconceivable, given Tang Xuan's innate talent. He could not possibly have reached the Qi transformation realm. Yet the undeniable truth was that he had indeed achieved it, and at its pinnacle, on the verge of transcending. You are amiss, greatly so. Come here, allow me to examine you. Mo Yuanzhu beckoned Tang Xuan closer. A jolt of apprehension surged through him. This woman exuded an aura of danger. Would she uncover any discrepancies? Just as he hesitated, a calm and hollow voice resonated through the air. Mo Daoyu, your arrogance knows no bounds. This is the Tianshan sect. The voice began as a whisper, gradually swelling to a thunderous crescendo, shaking the very heavens and earth. The collective heads of the crowd buzzed, as even Mo Yuanzhu's eyes flickered with apprehension. Countless shadows began to coalesce, forming the figure of an elderly man, tall, slender, and exuding an air of aloofness. His hair was white, yet his skin glowed with the vitality of youth. His aura transformed into an enigmatic presence. Salutations to the Grand Elder. The 5 elders bowed in unison. The newcomer was none other than the Tianshan sect's foremost figure, the Grand Elder, who had lived for 6 centuries. 6 centuries. At such an age, he could no longer be classified merely as a transcendent warrior. He was undoubtedly a practitioner of the divine opening realm, opening the divine sea and comprehending the will of martial arts. 10 peak transcendent warriors would stand no chance against an initiate of the divine opening realm. Such was the supremacy of an absolute realm, leaving no room for luck. Mo Daoyu, this youth has openly confessed to slaying Tianxuan and ravaging half of Tianshan. How can I, an old man, possibly let him go? The Grand Elder spoke gently. The sect has its own regulations, and I hope you can understand. Mo Daoyu. With a flick of her sleeve, Mo Yuanzhu retorted, and what if I choose not to understand? A collective gasp echoed through the assembly. How audacious. Even in the presence of a being from the divine opening realm, Mo Yuanzhu remained unyielding. The Grand Elder's brows furrowed slightly. Mo Daoyu, I am aware of your deep connection to this youth. However, should you persist in your indiscriminate protection, it will become exceedingly difficult for me to navigate this matter. If everyone were to act in such a manner, the Tianshan sect's millennia of legacy would surely be jeopardized. In such a case, how could I face our ancestors in the netherworld? Mo Yuanzhu's spirit remained undiminished. That is your concern. I am indifferent to others, but he is untouchable. I have sworn an oath. The Supreme Elder, undeterred, continued, since you so ardently defend this youth, why have you not questioned his cultivation? His cultivation. Mo Yuanzhu's heart stirred as she turned to gaze at Tang Xuan. Having been distracted earlier, she now realized the suspicion surrounding him. Do you believe I possess innate divine strength? Tang Xuan shrugged, his hands raised in a gesture of openness. Mo Yuanzhu regarded him with a mocking glint in her eyes. Innate divine strength? Can it truly defeat someone of the void realm, like Tianshuan? Such a tale is fit only for a child. The Supreme Elder interjected. Such a dramatic overnight transformation in cultivation can only stem from 2 possibilities. Either he has encountered an extraordinary opportunity, though such progress seems improbable, or he has practiced demonic arts, perhaps even consumed a demonic pill. Mo Yuanzhu's expression shifted drastically. What? A demonic pill? She hurriedly approached Tang Xuan, grasping his arm. So fragrant. The proximity allowed Tang Xuan to detect a delicate fragrance reminiscent of orchids and musk. Simultaneously, the area where she held him felt cool and slightly ticklish. Mo Yuanzhu channeled a wisp of spiritual energy along Tang Xuan's meridians. Upon sensing his robust celestial body, her beautiful eyes flickered momentarily. Yet, she remained silent, lost in contemplation. If it is not demonic energy, then it must be a fortuitous encounter. Is this not his blessing? Elder, does it concern you? The Supreme Elder's face darkened with ire. Demonic arts are insidious and adept at concealment. A thorough investigation is required. It cannot be dismissed merely by your words. Today, I am resolute, Mo Yuanzhu declared. Though your strength is commendable, I am not to be underestimated. In an instant, Mo Yuanzhu's delicate features turned frigid. Humph. When I brought him here, you eagerly promised to care for him. Now, after he has endured humiliation, what is wrong with seeking revenge? Do not presume I fear you. The Supreme Elder's fury was palpable. At that moment, Tang Xuan felt a surge of emotion. Although Mo Yuanzhu was not bound to him by blood, her fierce defense touched him deeply. Having witnessed so much cold-heartedness, warmth blossomed within him. Let me handle this, Sister Yuanzhu. What did you call me? The affectionate term caught Mo Yuanzhu off guard. In her recollection, Tang Xuan had always been timid due to his talent. Now he seemed transformed. Yet, she found no aversion to the title. Tang Xuan smiled. I am still the same, just no longer enduring. From this moment forward, I shall reclaim what I have lost. Sister Yuanzhu, please trust me. As she met his unwavering, clear gaze, Mo Yuanzhu instinctively nodded. Good. Very well. This is the spirit of a Tang family member. Regardless of how your cultivation has ascended, your words suffice. Let us go. I shall see who dares to stop us. Mo Yuzhu scanned the surroundings with regal defiance. The Supreme Elder was nearly incensed to the point of distortion. Mo Yuzhu, do you take the Tianshan sect for a mere plaything, coming and going as you please? Mo Yuzhu responded with a chilling smile. As she was about to speak, Tang Xuan interjected, asserting that the Grand Elder was indeed correct. We simply cannot proceed this way. Mo Yuanzhu was taken aback, her expression darkening. Just moments ago, Tang Xuan had been unwavering and full of courage. Yet now he seemed to capitulate under the Grand Elder's threat. What difference was there from before? It would not be too late to eliminate these old geezers and leave. Tang Xuan flashed a grin. His words stirred everyone's emotions. Mo Yuanzhu was astonished, while the Grand Elder and his companions were filled with rage. Arrogant. Do not presume that just because you have Mo Yuanzhu backing you, you can act with impunity. The Tianshan sect is not a playground for you. Mo Yuanzhu pulled him back. Tang Xuan, do not act recklessly. It is already a stretch for me to protect you in leaving. Annihilating the Tianshan sect is simply unattainable. Tang Xuan replied with a smile. Matters of men must naturally be resolved by men. Sister Yuanzhu, just watch with peace of mind. He then turned his gaze towards the Grand Elder, his eyes narrowing. I dare not speak of other matters, but destroying the Tianshan sect would be no challenge for me. The Heavenly Thunder Talisman could even obliterate those in the Divine Harmony realm. A mere entry-level cultivator would hardly be a worthy opponent. However, Tang Xuan was not in haste to reveal his trump card. Old man, come and fight. He beckoned the Grand Elder with a flick of his finger. Ha ha. The Grand Elder, infuriated, laughed in response. If you were to follow Mo Yuanzhu, it would indeed be a challenge for me to keep you here. Now that you seek your own demise, do not blame others. Elders, heed my command. Establish the Tianshan Demon Suppression Formation. At the command, the 5 elders took their respective positions and unleashed their auras. Boom. 5 auras intertwined and fused, coalescing into a grand formation of heaven and earth. This is bad. Tang Xuan, be cautious. This formation is the Tianshan sect's foundational array. Mo Yuanzhu's expression shifted dramatically. The Grand Elder spoke coolly. Indeed. This formation embodies the interplay of the 5 elements. Even someone at the peak of the Qi transformation realm, let alone someone at the Void realm, would meet their demise. Is it truly that formidable? Tang Xuan mused, stroking his chin. We must leave quickly, or it will be too late. Mo Yuanzhu displayed her concern. You are not at the Void realm. You cannot possibly win. Tang Xuan chuckled. Who told you I am not at the Void realm? With that, he produced the celestial profound opening pill and swallowed it. In the next moment, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged. Tang Xuan's black hair spiraled upward, and a terrifying aura erupted like a tsunami. Under the astonished gazes of all, Tang Xuan stepped forward, ascending to the heavens. Chapter 13. A step into a new realm. As Tang Xuan took his first step, a thunderous sound resonated within him. The celestial profound opening had been activated. Void realm. Breakthrough. With his second step, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth poured into him, coursing throughout his being. Second layer of the Void realm. Then, third layer of the Void realm. Fourth layer of the Void realm. Fifth layer of the Void realm. Pinnacle of the Void realm. 10 steps. Tang Xuan traversed 10 steps. He transitioned directly from the peak of the Qi transformation realm to the pinnacle of the Void realm. Throughout the Tianshan sect, there was a profound silence. Even the Grand Elder was left in stunned disbelief. His mouth opened to an astonishing extent, wide enough to accommodate an ostrich egg. Moments later, he boiled over with emotion. No way. How could anyone surpass this? My eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly real? Quickly, slap me. I refuse to accept this. Compared to Tang Xuan, I feel utterly insignificant. What a blow to my spirit. Mo's bamboo trembled all over, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. Indeed, it was the celestial sacred body. He has finally awakened the celestial sacred body. Oh, I have not let down my sister's expectations. Tang Xuan has finally comprehended his potential. She clenched her fists, overwhelmed with excitement. Mo's had nearly lost all hope, wishing merely for Tang Xuan to live out his days peacefully in the Heavenly Mountain sect. Who could have imagined that after 5 years, Tang Xuan would ultimately awaken? His awakening would undoubtedly attract countless foes, even if it meant my demise. I must protect him today. Though I am gravely injured and unable to unleash my full power, I am willing to fight, even at the cost of burning my own soul. Mo's expression turned icy, her eyes filled with lethal intent. At this moment, Tang Xuan stood before the 5 esteemed elders. I hear you wish to kill me. With each word he uttered, his aura intensified. The celestial sacred body, pinnacle of the Void realm, soul of 1,000 miles. The 3 forces converged, enveloping Tang Xuan in a radiant white light. his black hair billowing as if he were a deity. Despite the array's support, the 5 esteemed elders found themselves retreating under the overwhelming pressure. Impossible. Why is his aura so formidable? Cursed be it. Despite our combined efforts, we cannot withstand him. This old man refuses to accept defeat. Oh, let us burn our spiritual energy and engage him. The 5 esteemed elders erupted simultaneously, their spiritual energy igniting, their momentum surging exponentially. Stubborn fools. Tang Xuan's aura exploded as well. The two forces clashed in the void, producing a grating sound of friction. After merely half a moment, the 5 esteemed elders were already spewing blood. Their advanced age meant that merely maintaining their cultivation was an achievement, even with the array's assistance. Their dwindling lifespans and exhausted spiritual energy rendered them significantly weakened. At this moment, Tang Xuan resembled a newborn sun, radiant and resplendent. The 5 esteemed elders were but the last rays of a setting sun. One of the elders could no longer contain himself. He never imagined that even with the combined strength of the 5 esteemed elders, they could not suppress Tang Xuan. If this continues, the 5 esteemed elders will surely kneel. You little beast, how dare you? Boom. A terrifying aura, surpassing the void realm and reaching the god-opening realm, emerged. The Grand Elder seemed to transform into a demonic deity, exuding an unsettling power. I care not how you attain the void realm, but this is enough. Oh no. Upon sensing the Grand Elder's emergence into the god-opening realm, Mouz was alarmed. She instinctively prepared to burn her life force. I have awaited this moment. Tang Xuan showed no fear, laughing heartily as he produced a heavenly thunder talisman. A brilliant blue light surged towards the heavens, instantly shrouding the sky in dense clouds. The elders and disciples on the ground changed their expressions dramatically. Alas, that terrifying blow was about to strike again. The rear mountain was surely doomed. Why are you still dawdling? Run. Chaos erupted among the crowd. Unfortunately, they were still one step too late. Annihilation. With a swift gesture, Tang Xuan summoned forth a cataclysmic force. Crack. Boom. A towering column of thunderous magma descended once more. The Grand Elder of the Supreme Sect felt his heart tremble. His eyes tearing with dread. Blood streamed down his face. In the face of celestial might, individual strength was rendered insignificant. He desperately turned to flee, but alas, he could not outpace the lightning. Boom. The thunderous column first engulfed 5 supreme elders and then swallowed the Grand Elder whole. Finally descending upon the rear mountain of the Tianshan sect, thunder rumbled. The world transformed into a ghastly white. Before the gaze of many, the rear mountain of the Tianshan sect was reduced to ashes. The Tianshan, already wounded from the first strike, suffered further devastation as the second blow pierced the earth's veins. The ground fissured, and crimson magma erupted from the cracks. Help! Oh no! The unfortunate elders and disciples of the Tianshan sect had barely taken a few steps before the magma forced them back. In their most despairing moments, they were reduced to mere ash. The entire Tianshan sect vanished from the mortal realm. Oh no, it's over. Tang Xuan suddenly slapped his thigh, a look of regret washing over his face. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Let me see. Mouz was startled and hurriedly began to feel along Tang Xuan's body. Her delicate, soft hands elicited a reaction from him. Cough, cough, I'm fine. Tang Xuan chuckled awkwardly. Those old geezer's spatial rings are lost to me. He pointed towards the sea of magma below, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Struck by the thunderous column and then consumed by lava, even the spatial rings would inevitably shatter. All the spiritual stones, elixirs, martial techniques, and fine weapons contained within were lost. A significant blow to his resources. I must not be so impulsive next time. Tang Xuan resolved inwardly. Before killing, I must thoroughly loot. Mouz rolled her eyes. She initially thought Tang Xuan was injured. Turns out it was about the spiritual stones. Soon, her attention fell upon the heavenly thunder talisman in Tang Xuan's right hand. This talisman is remarkable, Tang Xuan casually remarked. It's decent, capable of slaying those below the god harmonization realm. Unfortunately, it can only be used once more. Mouz stumbled, nearly plummeting from the air. Only capable of slaying those beneath the god harmonization realm? Can you not speak plainly? We're still good friends without the need for showmanship. Have you truly awakened the celestial saint body? Mouz asked earnestly. Indeed, Tang Xuan, feeling no need to conceal the truth from those who cared for him, responded affirmatively. As expected, Mouz became invigorated. She endeavored to steady her emotions, a hint of reluctance flickering in her eyes. Since you have awakened the celestial saint body, there are certain matters you must now attend to. With that, Mouz extended her hand, offering a map to Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. The celestial ruins. Mouz uttered those 4 words. What purpose do we have for going there? Tang Xuan inquired, his face filled with curiosity. There lies the secret to transcending the celestial sacred body, though I am unaware of the specifics. As this map was given to me by another, I hope it proves beneficial for you. Mo Yuanzhu hesitated before speaking. Upon examining the map, Tang Xuan observed that at its center stood a grand mountain, adjacent to which lay a city. On the opposite side of the mountain were inscribed 4 prominent characters, Xiao Dynasty. Chapter 14, Not a Boast. My face bears the mark of invincibility. Oh, it seems to be on the way. Tang Xuan mused, stroking his chin. He had initially intended to seek Murong Yunshang in the Xiao Dynasty, and the route from the Heavenly Mountain sect to the Xiao Dynasty conveniently passed through the celestial ruins. For Tang Xuan, this meant no detours. He could explore the ruins effortlessly. Given that the celestial ruins held the secret to the celestial sacred body, the prospect was indeed enticing. Acquiring such knowledge could exponentially amplify his power. We must go, he declared. However, from Mo Yuanzhu's expression, it was evident that the celestial ruins were fraught with peril. Despite having easily overwhelmed the Heavenly Mountain sect with his current strength, exercising caution was always prudent. Sister Yuanzhu, will you not accompany me? I cannot. My injuries have yet to heal. What? You are injured? Tang Xuan's eyes widened as he immediately produced a healing elixir from his robe and offered it to her. Mo Yuanzhu was the first person he had grown close to in this otherworldly realm, and he felt compelled to treat her with utmost care. Hee. My injury is quite severe. Ordinary elixirs may prove ineffective, she replied, observing the concern etched on Tang Xuan's face, which warmed her heart. Yet, she knew her wounds were grave, and the Heavenly Mountain sect lacked any substantial healing elixirs. Would an 8th grade healing elixir not suffice? Tang Xuan scratched his head in confusion. Mo Yuanzhu smiled. Of course, 8th grade is significant. What did you just say? Her fox-like eyes widened in surprise. Had Tang Xuan mentioned an 8th grade elixir? Elixirs were classified from 1st to 9th grade, with 1st grade being the least effective and 9th grade the most potent. Above the 9th grade were the royal, sacred, divine, and legendary elixirs. Given the severity of her injuries, anything below 6th grade would be futile, but those above it could yield different results. Indeed, would an 8th grade elixir be ineffective? Tang Xuan shook the vial in his hand. These elixirs were scavenged from Tang Xuan and various elders, the majority being 2nd or 3rd grade, with only Tang Xuan possessing a 4th grade elixir. Regardless, now that they were in Tang Xuan's possession, he could amplify them 1,000-fold, resulting in a plethora of 6th, 7th, and 8th grade elixirs. He even had a bottle of 9th grade elixirs. Upon hearing Mo Yuanzhu's astonishment, Tang Xuan assumed she found the 8th grade inadequate and promptly retrieved a 9th grade elixir. What about this 9th grade one? Sister Yuanzhu, your injuries are so severe. Mo Yuanzhu was rendered speechless. 8th grade elixirs. 9th grade elixirs. Such items were beyond the reach of not only the Heavenly Mountain sect, but also the Xiao Dynasty and the Beichen Dynasty. To concoct elixirs of 8th grade or higher, one would require an alchemist of at least 8th grade proficiency. The alchemists are indeed far rarer than martial artists, and those capable of consistently concocting pills of the 8th grade or above are even more scarce. Mo Yuanzhu inhaled deeply to steady her mind. 8th grade is sufficient. Since you have addressed me as sister, I shall refer to you as Xuan brother. Your experience in the martial world is still limited, should you encounter danger. A 9th grade pill would be of great use, whereas I can manage with an 8th grade one. Tang Xuan's expression turned serious. What do you mean? Sister Yuanzhu consumes 8th grade pills while I take 9th grade ones. Are you looking down on me? I'm not boasting, but since the moment my physique awakened, the word invincible has been inscribed upon my face. Does Sister Yuanzhu not recognize the prowess of the celestial sacred body? It is remarkably enduring. Though Tang Xuan spoke with righteous fervor, it resonated differently in the ears of others. Mo Yuanzhu, though still a maiden, had witnessed much regarding matters between men and women. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she spat playfully. Such flattery is unbecoming. With a hearty laugh, Tang Xuan stuffed both 8th and 9th grade healing pills into Mo Yuanzhu's hands. Take these. I have plenty more. You need not worry, Sister Yuanzhu. Rather, it is your injuries that require swift attention. Mo Yuanzhu felt a surge of gratitude. 5 years. For 5 long years, she had endured humiliation and obscurity for the sake of a vow, a promise. Now, witnessing Tang Xuan's awakening, her long-held obsession finally lifted. Her gaze softened. Very well, I shall heed Xuan brother's advice. I will utilize these pills wisely and recover swiftly. That is splendid. Tang Xuan nodded approvingly. Mo Yuanzhu wished to offer Tang Xuan something in return, but aside from her life-bound sword, she had little to give. Alas, it is unfortunate that I have lost my original spatial ring. I have nothing of value to present to Xuan brother. Tang Xuan chuckled. There is no need for such formality between us siblings. I will be heading to the celestial ruins, and if all goes well, I may even visit the Xiao dynasty. There's a scoundrel who dares to encroach upon my territory. I shall deal with him. Is it Beichen Tianling? You must not be careless. Mo Yuanzhu advised earnestly. Although you have achieved the sky-soaring realm, Beichen Tianling is a renowned powerhouse on the potential rankings. 5 years ago, he too broke through to the sky-soaring realm, and his current strength is undoubtedly formidable. Should you encounter him, I suggest you retreat for the time being, and seek revenge only when your cultivation has matured. Tang Xuan shook his head. What nonsense is this about a gentleman avenging himself after 10 years? It is all drivel. Our motto is to settle grievances on the spot. Indeed, he is no match for Beichen Tianling at present. However, that may change upon exiting the celestial ruins. Rest assured, Sister Yuanzhu, I am well aware of my capabilities. I must take my leave. With that, Tang Xuan soared into the air, disappearing into the horizon, leaving behind a striking silhouette. That rascal. Mo Yuanzhu shook her head in exasperation as she watched him depart, half amused. She clutched the pills tightly. With these, I shall recover within 3 months at most, and when the time comes, woe betide anyone who dares to harm Xian brother. I shall annihilate their entire family. After bidding farewell to Mo Yuanzhu, Tang Xuan set his course for the celestial ruins. Initially, he believed it to be nearby. Yet after flying for half a day in the intended direction, he still saw no sign of the ruins. Good heavens! At my current pace, I must have soared thousands of miles. This cannot continue. If I do not reach the celestial ruins soon, I fear I shall exhaust my spiritual energy and perish from fatigue. I must find a place to rest. Tang Xuan closed his eyes and released his soul of 1,000 miles. Within that vast expanse, everything came into view. Before long, he spotted a city, seemingly of considerable scale. Remarkable. The soul of 1,000 miles is even more effective than satellite positioning. I can only imagine how formidable the soul of 10,000 miles must be. Tang Xuan adjusted his course and flew toward the city. With his extraordinary speed, 1,000 miles was merely a fleeting moment. Beihai City, a population of 20 million, spanning approximately 20,000 square kilometers. Viewed from above, it appeared immensely grand. Tang Xuan gently descended into the city. Surrounding him were a continuous stream of martial artists and common folk. Shops lined the streets on either side. Through the scanning capabilities of his soul of 1,000 miles, the information of the martial artists within the city was imprinted in Tang Xuan's mind. The martial artists here generally possessed modest cultivation levels. Most were at the spirit origin realm, with only a few reaching the chi transformation realm. However, the city was predominantly under the control of a dynasty, usually governed by a powerful martial artist. It would be wise to gather some information first. Tang Xuan mused to himself. Where is the best place to gather information? Of course, it is the tavern. Many overlook a particular profession, the tavern keeper. They are the true wellspring of knowledge. Tang Xuan made his way directly to the largest tavern in the city. The innkeeper stationed at the entrance's eyes sparkled with recognition. A distinguished guest. Having encountered all manner of individuals, they could instantly discern the wealth and origins of a newcomer. A stranger, wealthy, young, the perfect patron. Esteemed guest, are you here for a meal or accommodation? The innkeeper greeted with a beaming smile. We have private rooms and the finest dishes available. Tang Xuan snapped his fingers, tossing a piece of spirit stone into the innkeeper's hand. Spirit stones are a universal currency, far superior to gold and silver. Excellent, my lord. The innkeeper's grin widened. However, as he glanced down, his expression turned to one of shock. A high-grade spirit stone. Spirit stones are classified into 4 grades: top tier, superior, medium, and inferior. One top-tier spirit stone is equivalent to 100 superior spirit stones. One superior spirit stone equals 100 medium spirit stones. An inferior spirit stone would suffice for a decent meal. Typically, martial artists in the city use inferior spirit stones, and medium spirit stones are a rarity, let alone superior ones. Tang Xuan had casually offered 1,000 inferior spirit stones. The innkeeper swore he would never earn such a sum in his lifetime. His legs felt weak from the shock. Tang Xuan cast a glance at the innkeeper, somewhat dismissive. This was merely the least of his spirit stones. Originally, these spirit stones were inferior. After a 10,000-fold enhancement, they became superior. The original medium spirit stones transformed into top-tier spirit stones, while superior spirit stones became spirit crystals. Spirit crystals are a higher echelon of spirit stones, possessing pure spiritual energy, utilized by advanced martial artists. However, the production of spiritual crystals is quite limited, and their prices are exorbitantly high, making them unaffordable even for some of the most prestigious families. Merely a piece of superior spiritual stone, and with proper service, rewards are abundant. Tang Xuan waved his hand dismissively, finally savoring the sensation of wealth. Indeed, my lord, you are akin to my own father. The waiter, overwhelmed with excitement, stumbled over his words. He promptly led Tang Xuan to the uppermost level of the establishment. There were only a few tables, each occupied by a solitary individual. Exuding an air of authority, their gazes sharp and electric, seemingly awaiting something significant. My lord, your fortune is truly remarkable. Today, we happen to have a cask of century-old brew. The waiter whispered, those over there are the heads of the city's foremost families, the Chun, Li, Zhang, Huang, and He families, all of whom possess wealth rivaling nations, gathered specifically for this aged brew. Tang Xuan chuckled softly. What is it about this wine that makes it so exceptional? Hush, esteemed guest, you may not know. But this wine was painstakingly crafted by our proprietor at a considerable expense. It is said to greatly enhance one's soul power. The waiter explained. Tang Xuan's delight surged. A significant enhancement to soul power? What a remarkable treasure. The critical aspect of transcending from the Lingkong realm to the Kaishan realm lies in the opening of the soul sea, which corresponds to the establishment of the soul palace. The stronger the accumulated soul essence, the larger the soul sea one can cultivate. It is rumored that some martial artists have opened a soul sea extending 100 feet, earning them the title of extraordinary genius. With Tang Xuan's soul stretching 1,000 miles, once he opens his soul sea, it would commence at no less than 1,000 feet. However, if he could advance even further, that would be splendid indeed. Intrigued, he pondered the possibilities. If a mere enhancement could significantly amplify soul power, what might a tenfold increase achieve? Presumably, Tang Xuan's soul sea would reach an astonishing magnitude. The benefits of possessing formidable soul power are manifold: resistance and immunity to illusions, the embodiment of soul power, and even the ability to substitute for spatial rings to store items, among others. As one's cultivation deepens, the importance of soul power becomes ever more pronounced. The heads of the 5 families certainly noticed Tang Xuan, yet they paid him little heed. The essence of the nourishing wine hinges upon one's wealth. An individual cannot possibly compete with a family in such a regard. As the food and wine were served, Tang Xuan dined while he waited. After approximately the duration of an incense stick, a portly middle-aged man clad in a bronze-colored robe emerged. He was the proprietor of the establishment. Following him was a maid, carefully cradling a wine jar in her hands. The jar was modest in size, roughly the size of a human head. It has arrived, the head of the Zhang family murmured. The heads of the 5 families straightened in their seats. Their purpose for being here was solely for the nourishing wine. The stronger the soul power accumulated in the Lingkong realm, the larger the soul sea would be upon breaking through to the Kaishan realm, making the nourishing wine a coveted prize. Esteemed family heads, this is the nourishing wine brewed from 100 varieties of spiritual herbs. And only this one jar was produced in a century. It may be a bit scarce, but its efficacy is unparalleled, the proprietor declared. The starting bid is 5,000 inferior spiritual stones, with no upper limit. 5,000 inferior spiritual stones. That is no insignificant sum. A smaller family could scarcely earn 5,000 inferior spiritual stones in a year. The elders of the Tianshan sect, driven by greed alongside their meager salaries, have amassed only a paltry sum. However, to the heads of the 5 great families, 5,000 spirit stones are but trifles. 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones, exclaimed the head of the Zhang family immediately. 20,000 lower-grade spirit stones. This jar of wine shall be secured by my Qin family, declared the one-eyed Qin family head, his countenance fierce and intimidating. The other 4 family heads regarded him with a hint of trepidation, for the Qin family's origins were tainted, rumored to have emerged from brigandage. My apologies, but the Huang family also desires it. The head of the Huang family said with a smile, raising 5 fingers. 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The expression of the Chun family head darkened. If anyone among the other 4 could pose a threat to him, it was indeed the Huang family, for they had connections within the Beichen dynasty. 80,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The Huang family head continued. I have been stuck at the pinnacle of the Lingkong realm for several years. I hope you will show mercy. Haha, let us speak with money. 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones. He added. The heads of the Li, Zhang, and He families exchanged glances, falling into silence. Neither the Chun nor Huang families were ones they could afford to offend, and they truly lacked such abundant spirit stones. The 3 families were ordinary merchants, their resources limited, and they could not compete with the Chun and Huang families. 110,000, 150,000. Qin family head, do not bring humiliation upon yourself. The Qin family head's face grew dark, his fists clenched, yet he ultimately relented. Ha ha ha, splendid. With wealth, one can act as they please. The head of the Huang family stood up, brimming with self-satisfaction. 100 upper-grade spirit stones. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The 5 family heads turned simultaneously. What? 100 upper-grade spirit stones. That equates to 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. Who is this bold individual daring to snatch from the Huang family head? The newcomer was unfamiliar. A young lad unafraid of tigers, provoking trouble. The Huang family head's face darkened with palpable killing intent. 100 upper-grade spirit stones. Boy, do you even know what upper-grade spirit stones are? You're merely shouting nonsense. He had no faith that Tang Xuan could produce such a sum, as even the Huang family could not muster 1 million lower-grade spirit stones in haste. With a flick of his hand, Tang Xuan revealed his bounty. Clatter. Over 300 upper-grade spirit stones cascaded to the ground, radiating a faint white spiritual glow. The 5 family heads were left dumbfounded, their minds echoing a single phrase. What the hell? The Huang family head's face turned ashen, his wealth dwarfed in comparison to Tang Xuan's, a resounding slap to his pride. You, Tang Xuan interjected, if no one offers a higher bid, the wine is mine. Is that agreeable? The Huang family head retorted with a cold smirk. The wine may be yours, but your life belongs to me. Leave the spirit stones, and you may keep the wine. Perhaps I will spare you. Tang Xuan's eyes narrowed. Oh, such bravado. Are you contemplating a blackmail? Chapter 16, Blackmail? I can play that game too. I now suspect the origins of your spirit stones are dubious. I must investigate you. The Huang family head clapped his hands, and suddenly 4 figures appeared around Tang Xuan. For martial artists, their auras suppressed. Were all formidable powers at the Qi transformation realm. Such cultivation is sufficient to attain the rank of elder at the Heavenly Mountain sect. Yet, within the Huang family, he is merely a henchman. Alas, Tang Xuan sighed. Just as he embarked on his journey, he encountered the treachery of black eating black. Do you now feel regret? It is too late. Attack, commanded the head of the Huang family. For martial artists lunged simultaneously at Tang Xuan. Whoosh! A flash of sword light erupted, and 4 heads tumbled to the ground. The headless corpses gushed blood, stunning all present. What? Such swift swordplay. This youth possesses formidable cultivation. The leaders of the 5 great families were utterly astonished. They were seasoned martial artists, their own prowess remarkable. Yet, just moments ago, they had only glimpsed a fleeting shadow of the sword. The speed was astonishing. Tang Xuan's Heavenly Mountain sword technique is indeed of heavenly grade, perfected to the pinnacle of its form, allowing him to wield it with absolute freedom. The head of the Huang family had stated that not everything could be resolved with money. The head of the Qin family, having been thwarted, was quite displeased and seized the moment to mock. The head of the Huang family was infuriated. However, the loss of 4 henchmen was bearable for the Huang family. Such a young man, a hidden gem, yet to be truly formidable before the Huang family, he remains woefully inadequate. Suddenly, a voice resonated through the air, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. A powerful figure from the Void Realm had arrived. The leaders of the 4 families looked up in astonishment. Outside the tavern, an elder clad in yellow robes descended gracefully before the head of the Huang family. The elder's expression was grim, his nose sharp like an eagle's beak, his hands stout. The yellow robe was embroidered with numerous mountains. Could this be the Earth Spirit Taoist? Exclaimed the head of the Qin family in shock. The expressions of the other 3 family leaders shifted dramatically. The Earth Spirit Taoist, was he not a notorious figure from 3 centuries past? It was said that his Earth Spirit Palm was a top-tier Earth-grade martial technique, capable of summoning hundreds of spikes from the ground to pierce his foes. Decades ago, the Righteous Path had dispatched 10 powerful figures from the Void Realm to hunt him down, yet he had slain 8 and gravely wounded 2, subsequently vanishing without a trace. Who would have thought he was hiding within the Huang family? The 4 family leaders paled and retreated hastily, all of them struck by the fearsome reputation of the Earth Spirit Taoist. Boy, with the Earth Elder here, let us see how brazen you can be. The head of the Huang family sneered. Kneel and surrender all your spirit stones, or do not blame me for my cruelty. Tang Xuan gazed calmly at the head of the Huang family, remaining silent. Oh, it seems you are disobedient. Earth Elder, it is your turn. The head of the Huang family stepped back a few paces. The Earth Elder's fish-like eyes locked onto Tang Xuan, slowly stepping forward. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from him, causing the entire tavern to tremble violently. Such a powerful presence. Indeed, a fearsome individual. In the Void Realm, he was likely unmatched. The leaders of the 4 families gasped in shock. Boy, I do not wish to stain my hands. Behave yourself. Under my might, even a deity could not save you. The Earth Elder said coolly. Tang Xuan sighed. It would be wise for you to mind your own affairs. With that, his aura surged forth. Boom. The celestial saint body. Pinnacle of the Void Realm. A soul spanning 1,000 miles. Half-formed sword intent. Under the amalgamation of the 4 formidable forces, the momentum of the Earth Elder was utterly torn asunder. What? Impossible. The Earth Elder's countenance changed dramatically as he retreated in a frenzy, only halting at the edge of the tavern. The heads of the 5 prominent families were rendered speechless. Why was his aura so terrifying? His physique was anything but ordinary. Was it a spiritual body? No. Could it possibly be an imperial body? The strength of his soul energy was astonishing. What has he consumed to grow to such prowess? Remarkable. To possess such power at such a young age, the cultivation method he practiced must be at least of heavenly grade. Heh. The Huang family has truly kicked a metal plate this time. The gazes of the Chun, Zhang, Li, and He family heads shifted subtly. They had initially believed it to be a one-sided massacre by the Huang family. Who would have anticipated that Tang Xuan's strength was unexpectedly formidable? The Huang family might indeed struggle to contend with him. Shall we continue fighting? Tang Xuan raised a cup of wine, sipping it leisurely while casting a sidelong glance at the Earth Elder. The Earth Elder's expression fluctuated between dark and light before he abruptly turned and departed. The Huang family only provided him with a few hundred mid-grade spirit stones a month. Was this a game of life and death? In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the horizon. The Huang family head was left utterly dumbfounded. He could never have dreamt that this would be the outcome. The entire tavern fell into an eerie silence. Tang Xuan set down his cup, letting out a belch. Having feasted well, it's time to stretch a bit. The Huang family head, like a startled bird, exclaimed, "What do you intend to do? Engaging in a black-on-black scheme? Surely it cannot be that you kill me while I cannot retaliate." Tang Xuan chuckled. The Huang family head's pudgy face drained of color. "You cannot kill me. I have connections. My family includes a general of the Northstar dynasty. If you dare to slay me, the Northstar army will reduce you to dust in an instant." Poof! In a flash of sword light, a head rolled to the ground. How noisy! Tang Xuan flicked the blood from his blade and retrieved the Huang family head's spatial ring. "May I request assistance from the 4 family heads?" The heads of the Qin family and others were momentarily taken aback. "What do you need our help with?" Tang Xuan pointed to the high-grade spirit stones on the ground. "There are a total of 300 high-grade spirit stones here, 100 for the wine, and the remaining 200 for you 4. Would you assist in eradicating the Huang family?" The 4 family heads shuddered simultaneously. Goodness! Tang Xuan is not only handsome, but also ruthless in action. He intends to uproot the Huang family entirely. It was too ruthless. However, the 4 family heads had no choice but to comply. Tang Xuan's strength was too overwhelming. Should he turn against them, even the Qin family would tremble in fear. Silence was taken as agreement. "Innkeeper, prepare a private room for me. I wish to rest well. Upon awakening, I hope for good news." With that, Tang Xuan swaggered away, completely unperturbed by the somber expressions of the 4 family heads. So ruthless. The He family head inhaled sharply. "This young man seeks to frame us. The death of the Huang family head is a grave matter and will surely alarm that general of the Huang family. He intends to drag us down with him, leveraging our strength to confront the Huang family. What shall we do now?" The 4 family heads exchanged glances, utterly at a loss. After a moment, the Qin family head slowly spoke. "I have a plan, but it depends on whether you dare to act." The Zhang family head replied, "Do share." The head of the Qin family lowered his voice and said, "Following that young man's suggestion, we, the 4 families, will strike and annihilate the Huang family. Then, while that young man is off guard, we shall all attack together, dismember him, and present his head to the general of the Huang family. At that time, we will all speak in unison, claiming that it was that young man who destroyed the Huang family, absolving ourselves of any involvement. The benefits and reputation shall be ours to share. How splendid!" The heads of the Zhang, Li, and He families revealed a terrifying glint in their eyes. A twofold advantage. Let Tang Xuan bear the blame, and consume the Huang family. Those who ascend to the position of family head are seldom benevolent. The timid perish, while the bold thrive. Weighing the pros and cons, the 3 family heads silently nodded in agreement. The head of the Li family remarked, "The plan is commendable. Yet that young man's strength poses a challenge." The head of the Qin family grinned maliciously. "No matter, my Qin family possesses the rainstorm penetration needle, within 10 paces. No one can evade it. I will also rally the local elders, and everyone shall bring forth the strongest from their families. That young man is destined to die." Chapter 17. The sword technique reaches minor accomplishment. The 4 families unite. In the guest room, Tang Xuan closed the door, then sat cross-legged on the bed. At last, tranquility was restored. The daily hustle had been exhausting. He checked his inventory, determined to enhance his abilities. The 4 families would certainly not acquiesce so easily. The true measure of strength would reveal itself in the subsequent maneuvers. He had long anticipated that the 4 families would have a backup plan. However, Tang Xuan had his own as well. Having acquired the spatial rings from Tang Xuan and numerous elders, he had yet to examine them thoroughly. Now, he would break through with sheer force. Huang-level techniques were worthless. Xian-level techniques were all of inferior quality. Oh, there was even an earth-level technique. Sword control technique. Splendid. This is it. Tang Xuan couldn't help but chuckle gleefully. In his right hand appeared a thin manual, inscribed with 3 large characters, Sword Control Technique. Tang Xuan's sword control technique had left a profound impression on him. The body remains still, yet the sword moves. How magnificent! Tang Xuan had long coveted it. In addition to the sword control technique, there was another earth-level technique titled Primordial Skill. This technique was exclusive to the sect master of the Tianshan sect and could only be cultivated after inheriting the position of sect master. In truth, the sword control technique was also exclusive. The sect master must always have something unique. However, the distinction lay in the fact that the sword control technique was of mid-grade earth level, while the primordial skill was of low-grade earth level. Tang Xuan's imperial grade. Low-grade long sword was also present. Without enhancement, these two manuals and the weapon held no value. But with enhancement, they would bring delightful surprises. System. Enhance for me. Ding. Enhancement initiated. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the imperial grade, mid-grade martial skill, sword control technique. You can simultaneously manipulate 3 swords to attack foes. Each sword possesses the same strength as the host. An additional sword intent can elevate the sword control technique to imperial grade, upper tier. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the imperial grade. Low-grade technique, primordial skill. Enhancement of the manuals is complete, and Tang Xuan immediately began his cultivation. The entire night was spent in fervent practice. When dawn broke, Tang Xuan slowly opened his eyes. Excellent. Both the sword control technique and primordial skill had reached minor accomplishment. In just one night, he had cultivated the imperial grade martial skill and technique to minor achievement. Such speed is enough to leave anyone astounded. However, for Tang Xuan, it is merely routine. He possesses the innate talent of an unparalleled genius. One day of cultivation for him equates to a year of effort for an ordinary individual. Achieving minor success in just one night seems almost effortless. At this moment, his attributes have also undergone a transformation. Host, Tang Xuan physique, celestial sacred body, fully awakened. Capable of advancement. Talent, unparalleled genius soul power, 1,000-mile soul cultivation level. Pinnacle of the sky ascension realm technique. Primordial skill, lower grade imperial, martial arts. Basic sword technique, great perfection. Tianshan sword technique, great perfection. Sword control technique. Entry-level middle grade imperial, sword intent. Half-form the primordial skill has replaced the Tianshan chi cultivation method, and he has also reached the entry level in the sword control technique. Yet, his sword intent remains only half-formed. With the successful cultivation of the sword control technique, the addition of sword intent would significantly enhance his power. Even against a formidable opponent at the God-opening realm, he need not harbor any fears. With a flick of his wrist, the room was filled with auspicious energy, radiating brilliance. A long sword, shimmering with a spectrum of colors, floated in the air. It was indeed the lower-grade imperial sword from Xuan. Now it is at the sacred level. A lower-grade sacred sword, much lower than he had anticipated. He had initially hoped it could ascend to the divine level. A hint of regret crossed Tang Xuan's face. However, he understood that the system provides fixed enhancements, meaning that a sacred weapon surpasses an imperial one by a considerable margin. The disparity has widened to 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Naturally, the increase in power is visibly substantial. With his current strength, even those at the pinnacle of the God-opening realm would bow before him. With martial skills, techniques, and weaponry all in place, Tang Xuan retrieved a vial of spirit-nourishing wine. This substance can greatly enhance soul power. If amplified 10,000-fold, it might yield astonishing effects. System. Amplify for me. Ding. Amplification completed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired exquisite spirit-nourishing wine, capable of boosting soul power to the 10,000-mile realm. Though it appears to be merely a 10-fold increase from 1,000 to 10,000 miles, the actual gap has expanded to a staggering 10,000 times. This means that 10,000 warriors with a 1,000-mile soul are required to match a single warrior with a 10,000-mile soul. Everything is prepared, only the final opportunity awaits. Once his sword intent reaches fruition, he can ascend to the God-opening realm. This realm not only allows the opening of the soul sea, but also provides a chance to elevate one's martial will. Tang Xuan did not amplify his sword intent to 10,000 times. He awaited this very opportunity. He opened the wine jar and drank deeply. A surge of soul power consolidated in his mind. Tang Xuan's eyes narrowed sharply. Within his pupils, mysterious starlight flickered, as if transforming into a world filled with boundless enigmas. If anyone were to meet his gaze, their spirit would be utterly shaken, rendering them incapable of thought. His senses have been significantly heightened once again. Simultaneously, Tang Xuan experienced an ineffable sensation. The entire world appeared transformed. He saw more clearly than ever, even perceiving numerous white, yellow, green, and red points of light, elements of power. Tang Xuan recognized that these luminous points were the elemental forces contained within the spiritual energy. However, he currently lacks the mastery of attributes and martial techniques, rendering him unable to absorb elemental forces. To harness the power of elemental energies, one must possess the corresponding physique and techniques. Once one absorbs a particular elemental force, it will automatically expel others, resulting in a significant amplification of the absorbed power. Upon entering the realm of divine awakening, one must begin to engage with elemental forces. Nevertheless, Tang Xuan had long made arrangements and was not in a hurry. He gradually released his spiritual energy, enveloping the entire city of Beihai. That was the Huang family. Under the vast expanse of souls, Tang Xuan effortlessly pinpointed the Huang family. At this moment, the Huang family lay in utter devastation, their grounds littered with corpses and rivers of blood. The warriors of the Chun, Zhang, Li, and He families wielded their long blades, engaging in a frenzied slaughter, sparing none. The cruelty was unimaginable. The assets of the Huang family had all been seized by others. The mountain of corpses signified the complete eradication of the Huang family from Beihai City. Tang Xuan, like a deity, coldly observed the scene, devoid of any compassion. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, the realm of warriors was inherently brutal. Had he not traversed through time and acquired the system of exponential amplification, he would have long been tormented to death by Li Hu and his ilk. To avoid being bullied, one must become powerful. After the massacre of the Huang family, the forces of the four major families convened. Before them lay a multitude of spirit stones and precious resources, amassed over decades by the Huang family. To Tang Xuan's astonishment, he spotted the Earth Elder, whom he had previously repelled, among them, standing beside the head of the Qin family, whose face was smeared with blood and whose expression was grim. Have they all been killed? The Earth Elder inquired. Not a single one left, exclaimed the Qin family head. Excellent. I shall take the Huang family's spirit stones for now. Once we eliminate that brat, we can divide the spoils. No objections, I trust? As he spoke, the Qin family head began to store all the spirit stones and treasures into his spatial ring. Next, they would resolve the lingering threat. We shall lie in wait outside the city, and when that brat emerges, we will tear him to shreds. The family heads chuckled ominously. The Earth Elder gritted his teeth, vowing, in my entire career, I have never suffered such humiliation. This grudge shall be avenged. Moments later, the heads of the four families departed. Tang Xuan slowly retracted his spiritual presence. Clever thoughts, but alas. Chapter 18, An Opportunity Given. Yet you proved inept. Tang Xuan did not alter his course due to the Chun family's ambush. With his current strength, he had reached a level where he could disregard all schemes and tricks. He had clarified the route to the celestial ruins. There was little use in lingering. After settling the payment, Tang Xuan ascended into the air, departing from Beihai City. Under the watchful gaze of countless souls, he noticed many trailing behind him. Let us resolve this swiftly. Tang Xuan landed outside the city and leisurely remarked, You've worked hard, waiting so long. Are you not coming out? You have quite the audacity, traveling alone, such confidence. The head of the Qin family emerged amidst sinister laughter, followed by the heads of the Zhang, Li, and He families. Encircling Tang Xuan, how many of you are there? Come forth as you wish. The head of the Qin family whistled. From behind the great tree, beside the rocks, and from the earth itself, thousands of figures emerged. What a grand spectacle. Tang Xuan chuckled. The four great families have truly come out in full force. Tu Lao led the charge, his face contorted with ferocity. Behind him were 5 formidable warriors of the Ling Kong realm, alongside the heads of the 4 families. A total of 10 Ling Kong realm fighters, 1 at the 8th level, 4 at the 7th, and the rest hovering around the 3rd and 4th levels. Kid, I know you possess great strength, so I have specially prepared 10 opponents of your caliber for you. Are you satisfied? The head of the Qin family declared, his expression filled with murderous intent. Alas, is the Huang family not enough to satiate your appetite? Tang Xuan sighed. Of course not. While the Huang family is decent, they are far too troublesome. Someone must take the blame. What a pity. We could have parted amicably, but now you have chosen your own demise. Tang Xuan spread his hands. Stop wasting time with him. Kill him. Tu Lao roared, taking the first strike. The 5 Ling Kong realm fighters from the 4 families followed suit. In an instant, blades flashed, and shadows of swords and palm strikes surrounded Tang Xuan from all sides. The terrifying aura made it difficult to breathe. Tu Lao, more sinister than ever, pressed his palm to the ground, causing countless earth spikes to erupt, aiming at Tang Xuan from all directions. The multitude of attacks sealed off all of Tang Xuan's movements. The head of the Qin family proclaimed triumphantly, Do not underestimate him merely because he is in the Ling Kong realm. Even if he were at the divine opening realm, he would still perish. Suddenly, 3 beams of light shot forth from Tang Xuan's palms. Thud, thud, thud. Heads flew, and blood gushed forth. 3 Ling Kong realm warriors fell on the spot. What? What just happened? What are those 3 beams? The Chen family head and others were momentarily stunned. An even more astonishing scene unfolded. After the 3 beams shot out, they did not vanish. Instead, they circled back in the air and returned. Thud, thud, thud. Another 3 heads fell. In the blink of an eye, 6 Ling Kong realm warriors lay lifeless, their heads rolling on the ground. A palpable grimace was etched on Tu Lao's face. As one of the heads rolled directly at Tang Xuan's feet, I offered you a chance, yet you proved utterly inept. A cold wind swept through. The 4 great families and their thousands of warriors stood frozen, paralyzed by shock, astonishment, and fear. The corners of the Chun family head's mouth twitched involuntarily. Those were 6 Ling Kong realm warriors, not mere pigs. Even if they were pigs, it wouldn't be so swift a slaughter. After eliminating 6 Ling Kong realm warriors, 3 beams of white light descended before Tang Xuan, revealing 3 long swords. Each of these swords was of heavenly quality, remnants of the elders of the Tianshan sect. Against the likes of the Chen family head, there was no need to wield sacred swords. Ah, a demon. How terrifying. He is not human. Run. The warriors of the 4 great families erupted into chaos, turning to flee. None shall escape. With a flick of his soul power, Tang Xuan unleashed a devastating force. Boom. The ground trembled within a radius of 3 zhong, instantly turning the warriors of the 4 great families into mere blood and mud. The power of the soul of the 10,000 miles is indeed dozens of times greater than that of the soul of the 1,000 miles. How could these practitioners at the Qi transformation realm possibly withstand it? As they surveyed the battlefield strewn with corpses, the 4 family heads were left dumbfounded. The head of the Zhang family even soiled himself in shock. Ha ha ha, they're all dead. The head of the Li family cradled his head in his hands. His gaze wild, utterly driven to madness. Yet, before he could flee far, a beam of sword light shot forth, and his head soared into the air. Thud! Both the heads of the Zhang and He families met their demise as well. Only the head of the Qin family remained, standing alone amidst a sea of blood, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Had he known how formidable Tang Xuan truly was, he would never have entertained the notion of confrontation. Thud! Another head flew up. The head of the Qin family perished, a trace of regret still lingering in his eyes. The sword control technique is indeed a marvelous skill. Tang Xuan retracted the 3 long swords, brimming with excitement. He had only just begun his training. If he were to achieve perfection with a mere thought, a multitude of swords would rise in unison, regardless of the damage inflicted. However, the spectacle would undoubtedly be magnificent. After all, being handsome is a lifelong affair. The sword control technique is intricately connected with the sword intent. If only he could enhance his sword intent. Tang Xuan pondered for a moment, then began to collect the spatial rings scattered on the ground. With a single glance, he burst into a delighted laugh. Just the low-grade spirit stones alone amounted to over 10 million. This was the accumulation of the 5 great families, all now belonging to Tang Xuan. Besides the spirit stones, there were mountains of elixirs and various spiritual herbs, ores, and more. Tang Xuan was not modest in the slightest. With a grand wave of his hand, he multiplied his gains 1,000-fold. Now, one could say I am indeed a wealthy individual. Does a wealthy person still walk on foot? Perhaps I should emulate those in television dramas, purchase some divine beasts, and acquire a palanquin. There is no rush in cultivation. One must maintain an air of sophistication. Once the thought emerged, it spread like wildfire, impossible to contain. Tang Xuan's eyes glimmered with excitement. He wondered if living creatures could also be multiplied 1,000-fold. If he could procure a divine beast egg, his bloodline would be enhanced to its fullest. Furthermore, it's not just about having a mount. Now that he holds a position of status, he ought to have subordinates as well. Why not expand his territory and dominate the world? After all, he possesses the strength to do so. After indulging in his self-satisfaction, Tang Xuan soared into the air, according to the young attendant, to reach the celestial ruins. Only the cloud vessel of the celestial pavilion could facilitate such a journey. 17,000 miles west of Baihai City lies a celestial pavilion. Let us go see. With his current speed, 17,000 miles would be traversed in the blink of an eye. Soon, Tang Xuan beheld a towering pavilion that soared 1,000 feet into the sky. The pavilion was vast, rivaling Baihai City in size. The entrance bustled with people coming and going. Tang Xuan blended into the crowd and entered the celestial pavilion. My goodness, it's truly enormous. It appeared grand from the outside, yet inside, it was even more expansive. One could aptly describe it as a throng of people, scanning the surroundings. He saw warriors armed with blades and swords, while numerous scantily clad maidens darted about. Young master, is there anything you require assistance with? One of the maidens paused beside Tang Xuan. Oh, I wish to visit the celestial ruins. Is there a way? The celestial ruins? Indeed. There is a cloud vessel headed to the ruined city, but it is already at full capacity. The maid offered an apologetic smile. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow, about to speak, when a steady voice interjected from beside him. If it is young Master Tang who wishes to go, I, the chief steward, can make a special arrangement. As he spoke, a middle-aged man clad in a bronze-hued robe approached. Do you know me? Tang Xuan's expression darkened. The middle-aged man replied with a smile. I do not know you. But I am aware that you annihilated the Tianshan sect and destroyed the 5 great families of Beihai City. Chapter 19, Shopping Spree. The Indulgence of the Wealthy. Indeed. Tang Xuan was slightly taken aback. The knowledge of the Tianshan sect's demise was not surprising. However, the downfall of the 5 great families had occurred merely half a day prior. The intelligence of the Tiandi Pavilion is rather impressive, is it not? Young Master Tang need not doubt. I merely wish to demonstrate the prowess of the Tiandi Pavilion. The middle-aged man respectfully bowed to the ground. I am Yang Shuang, the chief steward of the sub-pavilion, and it is an honor to meet you, young Master Tang. The cloud vessel to the celestial ruins will set sail in 1 day. During this time, I invite young Master Tang to rest at the Tiandi Pavilion. Should you wish to purchase anything, allow Xiao Hong to guide you. All items will be offered at a 10% discount. The more respectful Yang Shuang's demeanor became, the more Tang Xuan felt suspicion arise. He chuckled, young Master Tang. The Tiandi Pavilion delights in forging friendships, and you are indeed a friend worth cultivating. Such modest benefits are merely a token of our first meeting. Tang Xuan nodded. To outsiders, the actions of the Tiandi Pavilion seemed peculiar, even somewhat incredulous. Offering benefits upon first meeting, were they not concerned that Tang Xuan might take advantage? Yet in reality, the strategy employed by the Tiandi Pavilion was remarkably astute. Tang Xuan possessed boundless potential. Establishing a connection with him would serve as a significant deterrent to the enemies of the Tiandi Pavilion. Even if Tang Xuan were to exploit their generosity, it would amount to little more than a drop in the bucket, hardly worth mentioning. Out of 10, if they could retain 1 or 2, it would be a guaranteed profit for the Tiandi Pavilion. They sought potential. More friends equate to more pathways. Moreover, Yang Shuang indirectly validated the strength of the Tiandi Pavilion. Cooperation leads to mutual benefit. Only a fool would refuse. Very well, then I shall not hold back. Tang Xuan smiled nonchalantly and graciously followed Xiao Hong as they departed. Once their figures vanished, a voice resonated beside Yang Shuang. Do you truly believe this approach to be worthwhile? He has already reached the threshold of divine awakening. What? Furthermore, his soul power is so formidable that even I cannot perceive it. This, from being hunted by the 4 great families to his appearance here, has transpired in merely half a day. Is that sufficient? Quite so. In just half a day, Tang Xuan had dazzled them. The treasures of the Tiandi Pavilion were abundant, spanning the heavens and the earth, diverse and multifaceted. Many of them, not only had he never seen, but he had not even heard of them. The effects were equally varied. For such items, Tang Xuan had but one word: buy. The entire expenditure would be settled with the spirit stones left behind by the 5 great families. The maid, Xiao Hong, was utterly dazed. Those who came to the Tiandi Pavilion were all tycoons. Yet, Tang Xuan was a godlike tycoon. His expenditures were in high-grade spirit stones. Many individuals do not even inquire, but instead resort to incessant purchasing. How extravagant! Xiao Hong has finally witnessed what it means to spend money like water. In merely half a day, Tang Xuan has squandered 5 million high-grade spirit stones. 5 million. When amassed, it resembles a mountain. Initially, Xiao Hong was concerned that Yang Shuang's association with Tang Xuan might lead to losses. However, her apprehensions have dissipated entirely. Even if the profit margin is merely 10%. This venture has already yielded over 500,000 high-grade spirit stones for Tiandi Pavilion. It is essential to note that the entire annual profit of Tiandi Pavilion amounts to merely several billion, albeit in low-grade spirit stones. When converted to high-grade spirit stones, that translates to merely hundreds of thousands. In half a day, Tang Xuan has contributed to the entire annual profit of Tiandi Pavilion. What a fortune! Following his shopping spree, Tang Xuan returned to his quarters, thoroughly satisfied. The maid Xiao Hong promptly relayed the news to Yang Shuang, who was left utterly astonished. He had sought Tang Xuan's potential, yet the latter had effortlessly delivered a year's worth of performance. This is akin to a paternal blessing. Yang Shuang propped himself against the windowsill, his face a portrait of disbelief. Handsome, powerful, and immensely wealthy, such individuals truly exist, like dragons and phoenixes among men. Suddenly, he turned sharply. Xiao Hong, inform Yunzhou that no flight is permitted without my command. No, it is under Tang Xiao's authority that we shall not take off. Prepare room 1 for my esteemed guest. It shall remain vacant regardless of who inquires. Do you understand? Furthermore, Dispatch additional maids to ensure Tang Xiao is well attended to. If there is any dissatisfaction, I shall annihilate your entire family. The maid Xiaohong was taken aback. She had never witnessed Yang Shuang so animated and solemn. Yes, chief. The entire Tiandi pavilion became agitated. Nearly half of the maids congregated at the entrance of Tang Xian's room. In both overt and covert manners, countless formidable warriors stood guard. As if facing a grave threat, the warriors within Tiandi pavilion were all stirred. What on earth is happening? It seems some distinguished figure has arrived, judging by the commotion. It might be a venerable elder of the highest caliber. No wonder it is so extravagant. The entire might of Tiandi pavilion has been mobilized. Such a scene is unprecedented. If I could merely catch a glimpse of this eminent personage, it would be worth my demise. If I were to shed my garments this evening and share a bed with that esteemed individual, would I not be able to marry into a prestigious family? Have you looked in the mirror? You would likely be reduced to mere pulp before you even approached. Meanwhile, within the room, Tang Xuan held 2 tomes in his hands, valued at 3 million high-grade spirit stones. One was a martial technique, a low-grade heavenly sword art, the most expensive in Tiandi Pavilion, named the Heavenly Slashing Sword Technique. As the name suggests, it resembles a technique akin to drawing a sword to strike. It cultivates sword energy within the sheath, and, when drawn, can cleave even the heavens. Of course, such feats are impossible, yet it highlights the formidable nature of this sword art. Therefore, this tome contains but a single technique, requiring immense spiritual power and sword intent to execute. Tang Xuan lacks no soul power and is indeed the most suitable candidate for mastering this sword technique. A low-grade heavenly level is somewhat inadequate. Let us elevate it 1,000-fold. Ding. Amplification complete. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the holy grade low-tier sword technique, the heaven-slaying sword art. It can even slay divine beings. Tang Xuan's pupils dilated in astonishment. My word, such formidable power. The phrase can slay divine beings, though simple, exudes an overwhelming aura of dominance. This implies that the might of this sword technique is comparable to that of the Heavenly Thunder Talisman. However, while the Heavenly Thunder Talisman is a consumable item, the heaven-slaying sword art can be utilized infinitely. Remarkable. Tang Xuan trembled with excitement, his entire being vibrating with elation. His cultivation had taken a significant leap forward. After amplifying the heaven-slaying sword art, Tang Xuan picked up another manual. This one was also of low-grade heavenly level, but it was a body refinement technique, the body dominance technique. It greatly enhances physical defense, granting an indomitable hardness. Tang Xuan selected this body refinement technique after careful consideration. Although he possessed the celestial sacred body, he lacked the method to harness its power. The body dominance technique would fully unleash the might of the celestial sacred body. The night passed in silence. By noon the next day, Tang Xuan finally opened his eyes. Phew, these 2 manuals were far more challenging than anticipated. I managed to reach minor success in the sword control technique overnight, yet the heaven-slaying sword art and the body dominance technique barely scratched the surface. The entry level lacks any real power. However, I have undoubtedly gained considerable strength. Now, with just a finger, I could obliterate the version of myself that just left the Tianshan sect. This feeling is quite exhilarating. Thankfully, Yang Shuang is not around, otherwise I might have spat out a mouthful of blood in shock. Holy grade martial skills and techniques, achieving entry level in a single night and still being unsatisfied. How many martial artists toil for years, investing a decade or more without even reaching this stage? This show of arrogance is truly unmatched. It seems the time is drawing near. I must hasten to meet with Yunzhou. The Yunzhou heading to the celestial ruins departs only once. Missing it would mean waiting indefinitely. Tang Xuan quickly set the manuals aside and opened the door. Then, 50 maids, 100 warriors, all bowed in unison. Greetings, young master. Chapter 20, Astonishment. The mysterious figure. What on earth is happening? Tang Xuan was taken aback. Anyone would be startled upon opening a door to such a multitude. Maid Xiaohong stepped forward. Young master, have you risen? Yes, the Yunzhou is about to depart. I was worried about missing it. Tang Xuan replied with a smile. Maid Xiaohong respectfully said, Young master, there is no need for concern. Please eat first and prepare at your leisure. The Yunzhou will depart whenever you are ready. With that, she clapped her hands and instructed, the young master is awake. Prepare the meals promptly. Also, fetch water and assist the young master with his ablutions. No, let us go straight to a bath. The 50 maids sprang into action. Tang Xuan was bewildered. What is going on? This is far too extravagant. Manager Yang is being exceedingly courteous. He assumed it was all arranged by Yang Shuang, and thus paid little mind to it. The feast spread before him was lavish, comprising 8 dishes and a soup. Tang Xuan, having indulged in a hearty meal and a refreshing bath, was further pampered by his maid, Xiaohong. who had even prepared a new set of garments for him. Cleansed of all dust and fatigue, Tang Xuan felt invigorated and at ease. However, time had slipped away. An afternoon had arrived. It was time to embark on the cloud vessel. Xiaohong's expression turned to one of alarm. Quickly, the young master is about to depart. Clear a path at once. All bystanders, vacate immediately. Those who obstruct shall be blacklisted. 100 warriors at the Qi transformation realm swiftly drew their weapons, forming 2 lines along the staircase, leading all the way to the entrance, creating a human corridor. The formidable aura emanating from them caused the warriors within the Tiandi pavilion to pale in astonishment. Indeed, it was a figure of great stature, such a display and presence. The caution exhibited by the Tiandi pavilion hinted at an extraordinary identity. Alas, it was regrettable that they could not forge an acquaintance with him. How unfortunate it was to miss such an opportunity. The warriors within the Tiandi pavilion exchanged whispers and gestures towards the staircase, their eyes reflecting admiration and longing. With his hands clasped behind his back, Tang Xuan descended the staircase with an air of pride. "Wow, he is so handsome," exclaimed the female warriors, while the male warriors gasped in awe. Such a terrifying presence. He could very well be a prince of a dynasty or perhaps a prodigious talent from a sacred place traveling abroad. Look at him walk with such grace, embodying the profound mysteries of the universe. He is undoubtedly a peerless genius. From this day forth, he shall be my idol. One declared. Nonsense. You think you can claim him as your idol? He is mine. As one's status ascends to a certain height. The gazes directed at Tang Xuan transformed from envy to profound respect and admiration. Tang Xuan, unwavering and focused, followed Xiaohong to the plaza of the Tiandi pavilion, which was also filled with warriors. In the center of the plaza rested a colossal cloud vessel, stretching 100 feet in length, surrounded by numerous martial artists. Manager Yang, was it not agreed that we would set sail in the morning? It is already noon. One complained. Indeed. I am anxious to reach the ruined city to seek my kin. The Tiandi pavilion was known for its punctuality. The vessel's delay warranted an explanation. Yang Shuang stood with his hands behind his back, his countenance icy. Today, a person of great importance has arrived. The departure of the cloud vessel hinges on his arrival. Anyone unwilling to wait may leave now, and their fare will be refunded at double the amount. This cloud vessel belongs to the Tiandi pavilion. Remember the rules. The overwhelming aura emanating from the Lingkong realm instilled fear in many warriors, compelling them to bow their heads. Yet, curiosity lingered. What kind of eminent individual warranted such a display from the Tiandi pavilion? Suddenly, Yang Shuang's expression brightened. He has arrived. With a wave of his hand, over 100 warriors formed a circle. The outer warriors could only see a throng approaching, entering the cloud vessel. But the identity of the figure at the center remained obscured. Did you see that distinguished individual? One inquired. I did not. Another replied. I saw him. He had silver hair yet appeared youthful, exuding an ethereal aura, like a celestial being. Is that true? One can surmise from such grandeur and demeanor that he must be one of those long-hidden venerable figures. Indeed, that makes sense. Cloud vessel. In front of room 1. Yang Shuang's body was slightly bent, a fawning smile gracing his face. Young Master Tang, this is room number 1, where specialized maidservants attend to your dining needs. And any other desires can also be catered to. Upon finishing, Yang Shuang winked. The journey to Ruined City would take 7 days, with one stop along the way. At which point someone would come to notify you. Tang Xuan nodded. He refrained from further conversation and stepped directly into the room. How spacious. The entire chamber resembled a basketball court. The surrounding walls were etched with various defensive formations, some designed to reduce impact, others to enhance protection, and a few to withstand foreign assaults. On the ground lay a small gathering spirit array, alongside a massive circular bed for resting. This place was not only suitable for cultivating martial skills, but also for refining techniques. He continued to comprehend the celestial slashing sword technique and the dominant body art, as well as the nuances of sword intent. 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, as Tang Xuan was immersed in his training. Low growls escaped his lips. His body swelled as if inflated by air. Dominant body art. Minor completion. A fierce aura erupted from him, causing the space behind him to distort slightly, revealing a towering phantom that flickered in and out of view. The only sensation this phantom evoked was one of immense strength, powerful, formidable, overwhelmingly mighty. In that moment, Tang Xuan felt his blood and energy boiling within, as if a single punch could shatter the heavens. Is this the true power of the celestial saint body? A smile curved his lips. With a swift punch, he struck out. Bang! A sound akin to thunder reverberated through the air. Fine arcs of electricity crackled from his fist's surface. Both his strength and speed had reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. After achieving minor completion with the dominant body art, his power had at least tripled when facing someone like the head of the Qin family. He would need no sword technique. One punch would suffice. Though both were of the celestial realm, Tang Xuan could obliterate the head of the Qin family with a single blow, illustrating the sheer terror of his strength. Gradually, he relaxed his body, and the phantom behind him faded away. The dominant body art had reached minor completion. Now, he turned his attention to the celestial slashing sword technique. Glancing at the interface, he noticed some changes. Host, Tang Xuan physique, celestial saint body, fully awakened. Can be advanced. Talent, peerless genius soul power, 10,000 miles of soul cultivation, peak of the sky soaring realm techniques. Hunyuan art, royal grade low rank. Dominant body art, saint grade low rank minor completion. Martial skills, sword control technique, royal grade mid rank entry. Celestial slashing sword technique, saint grade low rank entry. Sword intent, half completion with the enhancement of the 10,000 fold amplification system. Tang Xuan's strength surged with each passing moment. Now, he awaited the increase in sword intent before he could amplify his abilities once more to 10,000 times. The higher his foundation, the more substantial his growth would be. In any case, with Tang Xuan's current prowess, he was more than capable of defeating martial artists of the divine realm. However, sword intent presented a challenge. Tang Xuan frowned slightly. Unlike martial skills and techniques that had complete manuals for reference, sword intent was far more elusive, as it could neither be seen nor touched, relying entirely on comprehension. The current half-formed sword intent is still derived from the comprehension of the sword intent of Tang Xuan. To transcend this sword intent, one must seek a point of reference. At this moment, outside the cloud vessel, dark clouds roil and lightning flashes. Chapter 21. Encountering the Beast Tide. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King. Crack. Boom. The sky is overcast, and fierce winds rage, while blue lightning churns within the clouds. The warriors aboard the cloud vessel are roused, all lifting their heads to observe. Under the might of the heavens, humanity appears insignificantly small. What a dreadful weather. One warrior muttered, his face pale and his legs trembling. Count your blessings. What is the weather compared to the danger of being discovered by the demonic beasts? Another replied, the dense forest is a paradise for these beasts. Without the cloud vessel as a means of transport, even a formidable warrior in the divine realm would find it impossible to traverse alone. Comparatively, I would prefer to encounter stormy weather. The crowd nodded in agreement. Within the dense forest, not only are there demonic beasts, but also venomous insects. Once entangled, there is no hope of survival. Suddenly, someone remarked, surely we are not so unfortunate as to be discovered by the beasts. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a violent gust of wind swept through. The cloud vessel began to sway. Oh, what a strong stench. Look, is that a dark cloud approaching us? You foul omen. That is no cloud, but a demonic beast. A warrior at the Qi transformation stage screamed. The crowd turned to look, their faces paling in terror. Countless flying demonic beasts had gathered. Man-eating eagles, drunken immortal bees, two-winged serpents. My heavens. These beasts are all capable of tearing apart the realm of the sky. Oddly, do these beasts not usually attack each other on sight? Why are they gathering together? Fool. Do you still have time to ponder such questions? The beasts are clearly coming for us. Help. As the demonic beasts charged forward, chaos erupted among the warriors on the cloud vessel. Some screamed, some collapsed, and children cried out in fear. The flying demonic beasts, each exuding a fierce aura, fixed their cruel green eyes on the warriors aboard the cloud vessel. All passengers, retreat into the cabin at once. In a flash, Yang Shuang appeared with the warriors of the Tiandi Pavilion. His expression was grim. Damn it, we have encountered a beast tide that occurs once in a century. How infuriating. At a certain time, many demonic beasts become agitated, gathering together and advancing in unison, tearing apart everything in their path. Yet Yang Shuang never anticipated encountering such a phenomenon. The odds of this happening are akin to stumbling upon a sacred treasure while walking. As the beast tide surged closer, Yang Shuang had little time to contemplate. If he were alone, he could easily take to the skies and escape without fear. But there are still the passengers aboard the cloud vessel. The principle of the Tiandi Pavilion is to sacrifice oneself rather than allow harm to come to the guests. So be it. Yang Shuang gritted his teeth. Everyone, follow orders. Activate the defensive formations. The beast tide must have a king driving it. As long as we slay it, the tide will disperse. The warriors of the Tiandi Pavilion bowed in readiness. Buzz. The cloud ship swayed gently, illuminating the surroundings with a kaleidoscope of colors. Each cloud ship of the heavenly pavilion was inscribed with defensive formations crafted by masters, capable of withstanding the full force assaults of those at the divine opening realm. Despite the multitude of beasts, breaching the cloud ship proved to be a formidable challenge. Yang Shuang bellowed, unleashing a powerful aura that soared into the sky. Boom. The shockwave radiated outward, tearing through the very winds. How formidable! Who would have thought that Manager Yang was a peak practitioner of the Skyward Realm? With his intervention, the beast tide would undoubtedly be repelled. I knew it. With the strength of the heavenly pavilion present, nothing could go awry. Look, Manager Yang has made his move. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Yang Xuan grasped a black spear, approximately a yard in length, with a single hand. A domineering aura emanated from the spear. With a powerful leap, he ascended into the air, confronting the beast tide head-on. A strike of unparalleled might. Yang Xuan wielded the spear with both hands, delivering a powerful slash. His muscular arms bulged with incredible strength. When the spear descended, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. Boom! A visible shockwave spread outward. Within a span of 10 yards before the spear, the space instantly transformed into a vacuum. The first dozen or so aerial beasts were forcefully repelled, blood gushing forth. Some were obliterated, bursting into clouds of crimson mist. How astonishing! The power of Manager Yang is utterly terrifying. The essence of the spear. He has comprehended the essence of the spear. Indeed, he now stands at the threshold of the divine opening, merely awaiting the perfection of his spear intent to break through. One man against 1,000 beasts. He is akin to a war god descended from the heavens. Yang Xuan, exuding an imposing presence, unleashed several more strikes. No beast could approach him. A solitary warrior could hold back the tide. Empowered by his spear intent, Yang Xuan swept through the beast tide. A lone figure battling against the onslaught. He resembled a sharp blade slicing through wind and waves, cleaving the beast tide asunder. The cloud ship behind him surged forward, swiftly traversing half the distance. Splendid. We are nearly through. The beast tide is nothing extraordinary. Manager Yang is truly remarkable. After all, the human race possesses martial techniques and martial will, far surpassing the strength of ordinary beasts. The warriors aboard the cloud ship once again gathered on the deck, gazing up at this rare and extraordinary battle. Suddenly, a ferocious lion's roar erupted. Roar. The sound surged like waves, causing even the void to distort. Then, a purple lightning bolt struck fiercely upon Yang Xuan. Boom. Dust and debris flew, and Yang Xuan was sent hurtling back like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the cloud ship. Even as the force subsided, he slid across the ground for 30 yards before finally coming to a halt. Cough. Yang Xuan stirred slightly, blood gushing forth from his mouth. The Earth-grade superior spear was now reduced to mere fragments. His chest was a mess of blood, visibly caved in. It seemed that his bones were shattered. A profound silence enveloped the cloud ship. After a brief moment of stillness, panic ensued. Yang Xuan had actually been defeated. How could this happen? What was that lion's roar just now? As the crowd was engulfed in confusion, a bolt of purple lightning cascaded from the heavens, descending before the cloud vessel. An immensely terrifying figure gradually emerged, a lion adorned with dual wings, its entire body enveloped in glimmering purple crystals. Its aura resonated with the power of the divine opening realm. Behold, the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Such a creature belongs to the realm of divine opening. These beasts possess innate divine abilities, rendering even warriors of the same tier powerless against them. Why would such a formidable beast appear here? The expressions of all present shifted drastically. The purple crystal-winged Lion King loomed before the cloud vessel like an insurmountable mountain. With a crackling sound, it slowly opened its maw, gathering a tempest of purple lightning. With a swift motion, it hurled a sphere of purple lightning upon the cloud vessel. Boom! The vessel shook violently, and its protective array was utterly obliterated. The crowd was thrown off balance, many sent flying, suffering grievous injuries. It was over. Yang Xuan sat dazed upon the deck, his expression vacant. He understood that everyone aboard the cloud vessel was doomed. With the array shattered, only one fate awaited them: consumption by the beast. The purple crystal-winged Lion King let out a low roar, and a tide of beasts surged forth from behind it. In that moment, despair enveloped them all. Just as the slaughter was imminent, a clear whistle resonated from within the cabin. I can't even have a moment to cultivate. All of you shall perish. As the words echoed, several beams of light shot forth from the cabin. In an instant, the advancing aerial beasts were obliterated. Chapter 22. A sword to slay 100 beasts. Sword of Heaven's pull. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The radiance coalesced, transforming into a multitude of sharp swords suspended in the air. This was the sword control technique. Furthermore, it commanded 10 swords at once. It was the hand of that esteemed individual. Heavens, could it be the legendary sword immortal? The warriors on the cloud vessel gazed in disbelief at the 10 long swords. It was him. Yet the most astonished of all was Yang Xuan, who felt entirely numb. Initially, he believed Tang Xuan to be merely a young prodigy with boundless potential, capable of annihilating the Heavenly Mountain sect and the 5 great families. It sounded impressive, but there was still a significant degree of exaggeration, given that these factions lacked formidable experts. However, Yang Shuang understood all too well the ferocity of the beast tide. Each beast possessed the ability to engage and battle with warriors of the aerial realm. With his half-step into the divine opening strength, he had managed to slay only 2 or 3 dozen. Yet, Tang Xuan, without even stepping forth, had already dispatched 10 beasts. How dare mere beasts challenge our human race? Withdraw, or face death. The voice, light yet commanding, resonated with an extraordinary grace, as a figure resembling an ethereal immortal stepped forth from the cabin. Tang Xuan surveyed the surroundings with calm indifference. Though he released no discernible aura, not a single beast dared to approach. The beasts trembled in fear. Someone screamed. The crowd looked up to witness countless beasts shivering, lowering their heads, and emitting deep, thunderous growls. All beasts lay dormant. The presence of an immortal. It was terrifying beyond measure. So youthful, so handsome, I yearned to bear his offspring. In an instant, the warriors aboard the cloud vessel cast aside their fears and pains, replaced by profound respect and admiration. The rumored emperor was no less than this. My lord, please save us. Yes, my lord. Only you possess the power to subdue these demonic beasts. We shall offer any price if only you would come to our aid. Among the crowd on the cloud vessel were numerous merchants, acutely aware that some human warriors preferred to remain uninvolved. Although Tang Xuan effortlessly dispatched ordinary demonic beasts, the formidable purple crystal-winged Lion King loomed as a threat. Should Tang Xuan choose to turn away, what hope would remain for those aboard the vessel? Chief Yang, you are injured, Tang Xuan remarked. His voice, though calm, resonated with the overwhelming authority of a superior. A minor injury, nothing to worry about. Yang Shuang struggled to rise. I implore you, Chief Yang, to utilize your privileges for me. This is but a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. With a flick of his wrist, a crimson pill materialized in Tang Xuan's hand. A 9th-grade elixir. Yang Shuang gasped in astonishment. The pill, enveloped in a radiant aura, was clearly a symbol of imminent ascension to sainthood. Not only was it a 9th-grade elixir, but it was also a pinnacle one. In the heavenly pavilion, such a pill would be valued at no less than 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones, and even then, it would be rare and hard to procure. To liken it to the flesh of the living or the bones of the dead would be an insult to a 9th-grade elixir. Yet, Tang Xuan bestowed it without hesitation. Such extravagance. Yang Shuang quickly declined. Master Tang, this elixir is too precious. I cannot accept it. It is merely a 9th-grade elixir. There is no need for such reservations. Leave the demonic beasts to me, and I shall trouble you no further aboard the vessel. Tang Xuan tossed the elixir to Yang Shuang and ascended into the air step by step. Yang Shuang gazed at Tang Xuan's retreating figure, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He vowed that forging a connection with Tang Xuan, regardless of the cost, was the wisest decision he had ever made. Master Tang, be cautious. The purple crystal-winged Lion King is a being of the divine realm. Yang Shuang called out. Tang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. No worries. Yang Shuang sighed. Alas, I have encountered many who proclaim themselves unparalleled geniuses, but combined, they do not measure up to even a single finger of Master Tang. Before the cloud vessel, Tang Xuan stood before the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Man and beast, they faced each other defiantly amidst the raging winds. The Lion King lowered its body, emitting furious roars. It sensed the terrifying power contained within this human before it, rivaling its own. The crowd aboard the cloud vessel watched Tang Xuan with bated breath. Do you think that esteemed individual can withstand the purple crystal-winged Lion King? It's hard to say. Once a demonic beast breaks through to the divine realm, it awakens numerous innate abilities far surpassing those of warriors of the same level. Unless there is a suppression of realms, the odds are slim. I believe that esteemed individual will not falter. Let us hope so. If he too is defeated, we shall be swiftly consumed by the beast tide. In the void above, Tang Xuan clenched his fist. Mysterious patterns began to emerge on his skin. The mark of dominance, a sign of the minor success of the dominance body technique. When the martial artist reaches the pinnacle of perfection, their entire being is adorned with dominant patterns, and their strength surges to at least tenfold. Come. Tang Xuan beckoned with a finger. Provoked, the amethyst-winged Lion King surged forth. Tang Xuan did not employ sword control techniques. Instead, he unleashed a single punch. Boom. The void erupted, and visible ripples slowly expanded outward. Everyone aboard the cloud vessel felt as if they were adrift in a tumultuous sea. What terrifying power! Yang Shuang was drenched in cold sweat. The physical form of a beast surpasses that of a human. With the strength of the amethyst-winged Lion King, even a divine realm warrior would find it impossible to contend with its raw might. Although Tang Xuan was powerful, his physical strength was not necessarily formidable. He was pitted against the beast's strengths with his own weaknesses. It was perilous. Yet, As the dust settled, Tang Xuan remained resolute. The amethyst-winged Lion King, however, was already 100 feet away, its forepaws trembling incessantly. The strength of a divine realm beast was merely this. A flicker of disappointment crossed Tang Xuan's eyes. He fought the amethyst-winged Lion King barehanded. Boom, boom, boom. The once dominating amethyst-winged Lion King now resembled a sandbag, receiving a relentless beating from Tang Xuan. With the celestial body and the perfected dominant body technique, Tang Xuan appeared as an unstoppable humanoid behemoth. The onlookers were left in astonishment. Goodness! That master effortlessly subdued the amethyst-winged Lion King with bare hands. In comparison to the master, it seems we have lived like mere dogs. Why choose to compare yourself to the master? It is a futile endeavor. Indeed, a genius like the master is rare to find across the land. I believe even those on the dragon ranking would find themselves overshadowed by the master. Yang Xuan could not help but exclaim repeatedly. Roar! The amethyst-winged Lion King was battered and bloodied, howling in agony. Its claws could not even pierce Tang Xuan's skin. Yet, Tang Xuan's heavy punches shattered its bones countless times. Were it not for the beast's resilient physique, it would have long been incapacitated. In the midst of the assault, the amethyst-winged Lion King unleashed its ferocity, its entire body emanating a mysterious purple light. Yang Xuan's expression changed drastically. Master, retreat. That creature is about to unleash its innate divine powers. At these words, the crowd's faces turned pale. Ancient bloodlines lie dormant within beasts, and once activated, they can manifest innate divine abilities. Such powers are formidable. Even a divine realm warrior might struggle to contend with them. It is dangerous, master. Retreat, and do not take it head-on. Amidst the cries of alarm, Tang Xuan remained unmoving. He gently clenched his right hand. The holy sword materialized. In an instant, the world fell silent, the winds and clouds stilled. Whoosh! No words could adequately describe the brilliance of that sword light. It was as if, at that moment, heaven and earth were cleaved asunder. Crack! The glow of the amethyst-winged Lion King vanished, its body cleaved in two. Behind it, over 100 soaring beasts met the same fate, similarly bisected. One sword vanquished 100 beasts. The Sword of Heaven's Cleaving Technique. Chapter 23. Seeking the Sword's Intent. Swordfall Mountain. The amethyst-winged Lion King has been slain. The beast tide instantly descended into chaos. Leave no survivors. With a single hand, Tang Xuan pressed forth. The souls of 10,000 miles erupted. Boom. On the cloud vessel, the martial artist felt a sudden dimness before his eyes. The heavens and earth underwent a transformation, as if he were transported to an alternate dimension. Yet, this peculiar phenomenon lasted but a fleeting moment. Before the world regained its clarity, upon gazing at the beast tide, he was met with a scene of utter annihilation. The souls of the demonic beasts, torn asunder, fell to the ground like raindrops. A profound silence enveloped everyone. They found themselves at a loss for words to articulate their current emotions. From the initial shock to the terror of a single sword slaying 100 beasts, culminating in the obliteration of the beast tide, this was a feat beyond human capability. Thud. One martial artist knelt down. Have I witnessed the divine? Thud. Thud. All the warriors on the cloud vessel fell to their knees, including Yang Xuan. Tang Xuan sheathed his sword and turned, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. Yang Xuan and the others remained on their knees for an extended period before managing to rise. Phew. Having witnessed such a divine miracle today, I fear I shall boast about it for a long time. A long time? This is an event worth boasting about for a lifetime. Alas, it seems our ancestors must be smiling down upon us for us to behold such power from that esteemed being. Indeed, it is regrettable that we do not know the revered name, so that we might erect a longevity tablet to honor him for generations. Such an immortal must surely be indifferent to fame and fortune. He is our idol. The martial artists aboard the cloud vessel exchanged praises and admiration. At this moment, Tang Xuan had become a celestial being in their eyes. Yang Xuan pondered for a moment. Quick, collect all the carcasses of the demonic beasts, especially the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Deliver them to Lord Tang. Yes, the warriors of the heavenly pavilion sprang into action. Inside room number 1, Tang Xuan was in the midst of recovery. What an extraordinary sacred-level martial technique. With just a single sword strike, it drained all my sword intent and spiritual energy. It seems I must hasten my efforts to break through my current realm. If I cannot comprehend the sword intent, I may have to abandon it. It was evident that his current cultivation could no longer keep pace with his martial arts and techniques. Lord Tang, this is Yang Xuan seeking an audience. Outside, Yang Xuan's voice rang out, soft and cautious, as if wary of disturbing Tang Xuan's meditation. Come in. Tang Xuan concluded his practice. Yang Xuan entered, carefully closing the door behind him, and then knelt down with a thud. What is the meaning of this, Chief Steward Yang? Tang Xuan inquired with a smile. Once again, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving grace, Lord Tang. Had it not been for your intervention, this entire vessel's crew would likely have perished. I, Yang Shuang, would have become a sinner of the heavenly pavilion. Yang Shuang bowed repeatedly in reverence. The mere thought of such a calamity filled him with dread. If everyone aboard had died, the heavenly pavilion would suffer significant financial loss, not to mention a tarnished reputation. Who would come to do business if they could not protect their guests? Yang Shuang respectfully presented a golden card. Lord Tang, this is a VIP card from the heavenly pavilion. At any branch of the heavenly pavilion, a special passage will be opened for you, allowing you to purchase any item at a mere 30% discount. Tang Xuan accepted it. Cultivating a good relationship with the heavenly pavilion would yield countless benefits. With treasures from the heavenly pavilion and his own system, it was a perfect match. Seeing Tang Xuan accept the VIP card, Yang Shuang was filled with delight. To be able to attract such an extraordinary genius, his status will undoubtedly rise correspondingly. The remarkable aspect of Tang Xuan is that he does not possess the typical arrogance often seen in other prodigies. Many gifted individuals tend to gaze skyward, looking down upon the merchants of the Tiandi Pavilion. Yet, despite Tang Xuan's astonishing prowess, he remains approachable. Yang Shuang was even overwhelmed with emotion, nearly moved to tears. It is likely that the ancestral graves of 18 generations must be exuding smoke to amass such merit and fortune. Master Tang, here lies the carcasses of the purple crystal-winged Lion King and several other beastly creatures. We have indeed been fortunate to unearth an inner core, Yang Shuang exclaimed, retrieving a space ring containing a fist-sized purple sphere, the inner core of a beast. Tang Xuan's face lit up with delight. This is indeed a treasure. It contains a wealth of vital energy, significantly enhancing one's physique. This is merely one of the many effects of a beast's inner core. With a stroke of luck, one might even comprehend the divine abilities of the beast. Most importantly, this item can amplify one's power 1,000-fold. I have no use for the carcasses. If you require them, you may liquidate them. I shall keep the inner core. Tang Xuan pushed back the space ring containing the beast's remains. Thank you, Master Tang. Yang Shuang exclaimed, nearly grinning from ear to ear. The carcasses of these beasts are treasures in their own right. Their blood can be refined into medicine. Bones can be boiled for broth, and flesh can be consumed. For the Tiandi Pavilion, these resources translate into wealth, especially the meat of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. The flesh of a beast at the divine realm provides immense benefits to warriors and can fetch an exorbitant price if processed well. By the way, your Tiandi Pavilion is well informed. I need you to inquire about something. Tang Xuan stated. Yang Shuang was taken aback and bowed respectfully. Master Tang, please command me. I shall divulge all I know without reservation. Tang Xuan pondered for a moment. Is there a place where one can comprehend the essence of sword intent? Comprehend sword intent. Yang Shuang was startled, then quickly understood. Given Tang Xuan's celestial stature, he must have already grasped the concept of sword intent. Since it was a request from Tang Xuan, Yang Shuang would comply without hesitation. Moreover, with Tang Xuan's strength, he would undoubtedly disdain ordinary locales. Yang Shuang swiftly began to think deeply. After a brief pause, his eyes brightened. There is indeed a location where one can contemplate sword intent, though it is quite distant and somewhat perilous. Tang Xuan's spirit sword. Danger was the least of his concerns. With his current strength, there were hardly any places that could pose a threat to him. If such a place existed, others would undoubtedly be unable to enter. Quickly, tell me where it is. Fallen Sword Mountain. Yang Shuang replied. It is said that during the ancient wars, a broken sword fell atop Fallen Sword Mountain. Since then, the summit has been suffused with sword intent, and no one can approach. Excellent. That is precisely the place. Tang Xuan rejoiced. With his innate talent, if he could comprehend the sword intent of Fallen Sword Mountain, it would be akin to soaring to new heights. After acquiring the map to Fallen Sword Mountain from Yang Shuang, he departed from the cloud vessel. Following the map, Tang Xuan soon entered the vicinity of Fallen Sword Mountain. Before him stood a solitary peak, soaring into the clouds, devoid of any flora or trees upon its summit. Only barren gravel lay before him, merely by gazing upon it. Tang Xuan felt an excruciating sting, as if a sharp blade were piercing him. The essence of the sword. Indeed, it was the essence of the sword. Even from 100 miles away, the sword's essence roared with fervor. How much grander would it be atop the mountain? Ha ha ha, if I could comprehend this sword essence, I could directly transcend into the divine realm. He soared forward, and as he ascended, the sword essence intensified, exceeding his capacity to endure. Yet, upon the ground, he felt no constraint from the sword essence. Tang Xuan descended and strode ahead. Upon reaching a distance of 50 miles, he beheld a colossal stone tablet inscribed with 3 grand characters, Sword Fall Mountain. At last, he had arrived. A surge of excitement welled within him as he stepped forward. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed, "Halt! This is a forbidden area. Trespassers must stop." With a rush, dozens of soldiers wielding sharp swords surrounded Tang Xuan. A captain, sword at his waist, extended his right hand. "From here begins the territory of the Northstar dynasty. State your name, and pay 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones to enter." Tang Xuan chuckled. What a scheme, charging for land. The Northstar dynasty is indeed overbearing. What if I refuse? Chapter 24. Not stimulating enough. Let's ascend the peak. Refuse? The captain of the Northstar dynasty sneered coldly. With a swift motion, his long blade was drawn, radiating a murderous aura. All the soldiers unleashed their cultivation in the Qi transformation realm. The captain himself exuded the might of the void realm. Various auras intertwined, sweeping the area within 100 feet, rendering the surroundings barren. Oh, not bad at all. Tang Xuan was somewhat taken aback. A mere captain of the Northstar dynasty possessed the cultivation of a Tianshan sect elder. Indeed, a formidable presence. Alas, it was of no use against Tang Xuan. He had never held a favorable view of the Northstar dynasty, especially the Northstar crown prince, who had brazenly undermined him. Could he endure such an affront? Not a chance. Once his cultivation flourished, he would annihilate him in an instant. For now, he would collect some interest. With a flick of his hand, 8 beams of light shot forth. Sword control technique. Who are you? Ah. Blood sprayed forth, and cries of agony rang out. Under the sword control technique, none could withstand him. In the blink of an eye, dozens of soldiers from the Northstar dynasty had perished. Damn it! The captain, witnessing the demise of his men, was consumed by fury and lunged forward with his sword. Whoosh! A cold gleam flashed, and the sword essence erupted like a torrential flood, sweeping toward him. The sharp sword energy surged outward, instantly covering the ground in a web of cracks. Interesting sword essence. Tang Xuan expressed mild surprise. The captain's sword essence had reached about 1.5 levels, even surpassing his own. After all, he had been long immersed in the essence of Sword Fall Mountain. Achieving 1.5 levels of sword essence was not surprising. However, conversely, if even a mere captain could attain such proficiency, how far could Tang Xuan elevate his own sword essence? His heart ignited with fervor, and his eyes brimmed with anticipation. Once he emerged from Sword Fall Mountain, his strength would undoubtedly reach a terrifying zenith. Under the influence of the sword intent, Captain Beichen's sword aura was truly formidable. Unfortunately, it was insufficient before Tang Xuan. Sword technique. 8 swords united, illuminating the void with flashes of lightning. A severed head soared high into the air. With a flick of his sleeve, Tang Xuan advanced forward. With his cultivation, slaying those in the void realm was akin to slaughtering livestock. Upon truly entering the domain of the fallen sword mountain, the overwhelming sword intent became even more terrifying. With every step he took, he felt a resistance emanating from the sword intent, as if his skin were being pricked by mosquitoes, causing a slight itch. Such powerful sword intent. Tang Xuan marveled. His physique was that of the celestial body, 100-fold that of an ordinary person. If even the celestial body felt an itch, one could only imagine the pressure faced by ordinary warriors. According to Tang Xuan, at the summit of the fallen sword mountain lies a half-broken sword left by an extraordinary swordsman. Soon, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. So many people. At the base of the fallen sword mountain, a dense crowd of individuals gathered. Tang Xuan roughly estimated there were at least 30 or 40,000. Among the myriad of weapons, swords were undoubtedly the most common. Practitioners of swordsmanship constituted about 1/5 to 1/3 of the total number, making the crowd size unsurprising. Most of these individuals were at the early stages of the void realm or beginners, indicating that this was the limit of what they could endure. Tang Xuan slightly raised his head. He noticed many warriors seated along the mountain path, their auras significantly stronger than those at the foot of the mountain, having reached the minor completion of the void realm. Indeed, those of higher cultivation were closer to the summit. This was easily understandable. After all, the closer one was, the greater the stimulation from the sword intent, thus increasing the likelihood of comprehension. With his resolve set, Tang Xuan stepped onto the mountain path. Another individual was ascending. A youth. What an impressive aura. Who might this young man serve? Hiss, another unparalleled genius. Quickly close your eyes. Observing such a person will only undermine our confidence in the path of enlightenment. So handsome and so capable, why does fate favor him so unjustly? As Tang Xuan made his way up the mountain path, he attracted the attention of many, who murmured among themselves. However, soon they returned to their own pursuits. For those who had come to comprehend the sword intent had little time to concern themselves with others' affairs. Upon stepping onto the mountain path, the impact of the sword intent surged several-fold. Tang Xuan's pupils constricted, graceful as a startled swan, resembling a soaring dragon, elegant yet not ostentatious, light yet undeniably refined. Is this the true essence of sword intent? Compared to this, the sword intent of Tang Xuan appeared utterly crude, dreamlike and ethereal, unseen and untouchable, yet palpably real. With each step, Tang Xuan deepened his understanding of the sword intent. He possessed the innate talent of an unparalleled genius, capable of instantaneously grasping the profound truths of martial arts. The same applied to sword intent. This mysterious power profoundly tested one's comprehension. Many swordsmen begin their journey in obscurity, but upon a moment of enlightenment regarding sword intent, they soar to fame overnight. By the time Tang Xuan reached the halfway point of the mountain, his understanding of the sword intent had surpassed 10%. The number of warriors here had dwindled significantly, yet their cultivation had grown substantially. The vast majority have reached the late stage or even the pinnacle of the skyward realm. Some gaze thoughtfully at the mountain's summit, while others close their eyes in contemplation, savoring the moment's brilliance. Each individual maintains a distance of over 100 meters, ensuring mutual tranquility. Yet, it remains insufficient. Tang Xuan murmured, his hands clasped behind his back. The sword intent at this mid-mountain elevation is already exceedingly fearsome. Even a practitioner at the pinnacle of the skyward realm would struggle to endure it for long. However, for the physically formidable Tang Xuan, whose soul power is as vast as the ocean, it still falls short. It appears that only by reaching the summit can I find satisfaction. With that, Tang Xuan stepped forward. Ah, young friend. Halt. A voice interjected nearby. Tang Xuan turned to see a middle-aged swordsman, his square face and prominent ears framed by a benevolent smile. I see you also possess the cultivation of the skyward realm. Truly a prodigious youth. The man began with praise, but then shifted his tone. However, the sword intent at the peak is far too terrifying. It exceeds what one in the skyward realm can bear. It would be wiser to remain here and comprehend it. Here, you can grasp about 30% of the sword intent. Tang Xuan chuckled lightly. 30% is insufficient. The middle-aged swordsman faltered, taken aback by such audacity. Young friend, while ambition is commendable, do cherish your life. Though the sword intent may lack a master, proximity can easily trigger a backlash. Tang Xuan smiled gently. No worries. I seek to truly experience the full force of the sword intent's eruption. With that, he continued his ascent, leaving the middle-aged swordsman in stunned silence. Are today's youths all so brimming with vigor? He shook his head, a wry smile crossing his face. Alas, I still have time to concern myself with others. After half a year of stagnant meditation, my comprehension of sword intent has barely increased by half a degree. What a challenge. At this rate, when will I ever break through to the divine realm? Meanwhile, Tang Xuan had already arrived at the mountain's summit. The sword intent here surged like mountains and seas, howling fiercely at every moment. Even someone as formidable as Tang Xuan felt as if he were a small boat amidst raging waves, on the brink of annihilation. This is it. This is the place. At the peak, the number of practitioners had significantly dwindled, with perhaps only a dozen present. To Tang Xuan's astonishment, all the warriors here were in the divine realm, presumably here to refine their sword intent. 30% of sword intent transitions into the divine realm. 70% coalesces into the spirit realm, and complete sword intent transforms into the ethereal realm. One cannot break through to the spirit realm without at least 70% sword intent. Just as Tang Xuan was surveying his surroundings, a thunderous shout pierced the air. At last, I found you. For the Huang family, you shall pay with your life. Chapter 25. Enemies on a narrow path. I will kill you. With this furious cry, a figure clad in armor rose. His eyes blazed with a vengeful fire, as if he sought to incinerate Tang Xuan. Heaven has delivered you to me for revenge. Are you prepared to meet your demise? As the words fell, an overwhelming pressure erupted from the man, instantly alarming those who were deep in their sword comprehension. Isn't that General Huang Shang of the Bachin dynasty? What is happening? Don't you know? The news has long spread. The Huang family in Bihai City has been utterly annihilated. What? The Huang family has been exterminated? Who possesses such audacity? Are they unaware that Huang Shang is a general of the Bachin dynasty and a formidable presence in the realm of divine enlightenment? I have heard it was a young man responsible for this. It seems this lad is indeed the culprit. Ah, the phrase fate brings enemies together holds true. It appears a spectacle is about to unfold. Surrounding experts in the realm of divine enlightenment have abandoned their contemplation of sword intent, their eyes gleaming with interest as they observe the confrontation between the two. Sitting in meditation can be dreadfully dull. A bit of excitement is indeed refreshing. Oh, so you are of the Huang family, Tang Xuan exclaimed, a look of realization dawning upon his face. Indeed, you have slaughtered my entire family. I shall see to it that your remains are shattered into pieces. Huang Shang was enveloped in an overwhelming aura, his murderous intent solidifying into something tangible. Can you accomplish that? Tang Xuan raised an eyebrow. His brazen words caused the expressions of those present to shift. Oh, this young man speaks so boldly. The ignorant often display no fear. Huangshang has already breached the realm of divine enlightenment at a tender age, having comprehended sword intent for quite some time. Yet, in contrast, this lad merely exudes the aura of the Lingkong realm. What audacity does he possess to challenge Huangshang? What do you think? If we capture that young man and present him to Huangshang, would that not be a tremendous favor? Amidst the murmurs, a martial artist stepped forward. General Huang, why wield a butcher's knife to slaughter a chicken? Allow me to take charge and seize this young man for you. Huangshang nodded slowly. Ah, it is you. The fierce sword Li Mu. The speaker was a wandering cultivator known as Li Mu, infamous for his ruthless technique. He made a living through assassination and plunder, having forcefully cultivated his way to the realm of divine enlightenment by appropriating resources. Yet, due to his innate talent, his sword intent was lacking, prompting him to seek training at the Swordfall Mountain. As a solitary cultivator, acquiring resources is exceedingly difficult. If he could attach himself to Huangshang, he would be able to effortlessly cleanse his reputation and obtain what he needs. Hee, how cunning. Excellent. Capture that lad, and you shall become my deputy, Huangshang declared. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Li Mu rejoiced. He abruptly turned, pointing a finger at Tang Xuan. Young man, I advise you to kneel down promptly, otherwise, should I take action, you will suffer greatly. Tang Xuan sighed. Are you courting death? Oh, when I roamed the rivers and lakes, you were still suckling at your mother's breast. Since you refused to heed my warning, then perish. Li Mu gripped his sword with one hand, preparing to strike. He was swift. Tang Xuan was even swifter. The body dominance technique erupted, propelling his speed to its zenith. The onlookers felt a blur pass before their eyes, and Li Mu was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth. Before he could even touch the ground, Tang Xuan had seized him by the throat. You, how is this possible? Li Mu's eyes widened in terror. Surrounding experts in the realm of divine enlightenment were equally astounded. Such incredible speed. Li Mu, despite being an expert in divine enlightenment, was utterly powerless to retaliate. The attack was clean and decisive, executed with remarkable agility, a true formidable opponent. Li Mu had encountered his match. Huangshang's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Tang Xuan's strength to be so formidable. Yet, he also possessed his own cards to play. After a moment of surprise, he relaxed. His prowess is impressive. No wonder he is so arrogant. Release Li Mu. I shall grant you a complete corpse. Tang Xuan rolled his eyes. Are you an imbecile? You think you can simply command me to release him? How amusing. Huangshang replied coldly. Ah, if words fail to move you, then let might speak. He thundered. A tremendous wave of energy erupted from within him. Within 100 paces, the sands flew and the stones danced, obscuring the sun and moon. Simultaneously, amidst the white tempest, a hint of earthy yellow emerged. He is a spirit body. The yellow aura must signify earth elemental energy. No wonder Huangshang has attained the rank of general. So he is indeed a spirit body. His strength has reached the 4th level of the god opening realm, and with the aid of his spirit body, he could easily battle those at the 6th or 7th level. Huangshang's body gradually ascended into the air, not through his own volition, but because the overwhelming energy lifted him. Is this sufficient? He mused with a chuckle. Let me witness the extent of your power. Tang Xuan smiled faintly, exerting force with his right hand. Crack! Li Mu's neck twisted at a 90-degree angle, his eyes wide open in death. The crowd gasped in shock at the brazen act of murder before Huangshang. This was a blatant provocation. You seek death. Huangshang's fury erupted. Since his debut, no one had dared to be so audacious in his presence. Die! He stomped down, causing the earth to quake 3 feet deep, and in an instant, he lunged toward Tang Xuan, delivering a powerful punch. Tang Xuan stood his ground, returning the blow with equal force. Boom! The sound resonated heavily, and Huangshang's expression shifted dramatically as he was sent reeling backward, his right arm trembling uncontrollably. Is that all? Tang Xuan shook his fist. A mere spirit body dares to contend with a sacred body in strength? What a foolish notion. Huangshang's face turned crimson with astonishment, quickly morphing into a deep-seated rage. He grasped a long sword with one hand. Buzz! A faint earthy glow radiated from it. It was unmistakably a royal-grade longsword. Huangshang's demeanor shifted from ferocity to profound determination. That young man's physical strength is remarkable. Even Huangshang is no match for him. His physique must be at least above the spirit body, possibly a royal body. However, even if he possesses a royal body, it would be futile, as Huangshang was now unleashing his sword intent. Such a terrifying sword intent, reaching at least 40%. Faced with the humiliation of being slapped in the face and driven by the vendetta of annihilation, Huangshang revealed his true prowess. With his spirit body and 40% sword intent, He had no rivals within the god-opening realm. Huangshang unleashed his full strength, and the onlookers atop the mountain were filled with horror, retreating in fright. The sheer force of his energy was enough to tear apart those at the Qi transformation stage. None wished to be caught in the collateral damage. 40% sword intent. Let me see the mysteries it holds. Tang Xuan nodded, drawing forth a royal-grade longsword himself, a blade he had obtained from Li Hu. Against Huangshang, he need not resort to his sacred-grade weapon. Oh, this lad also possesses a royal-grade longsword. Although Tang Xuan brandished his royal-grade sword, the crowd merely raised their eyebrows in mild surprise, still doubting his ability to match Huangshang. Is this your reliance? Laughable. Kill. Huangshang scoffed, then thrust his sword forward. Buzz. As the sword was unleashed, the sword energy coalesced, transforming into dozens of sword shadows. A terrifying wave of force seeped through the shadows, bursting forth like a dazzling display of fireworks. In an instant, Tang Xuan seemed to witness the very earth fracture beneath him. Empowered by the essence of sword intent, this strike possessed the capability to cleave through the pinnacle of divinity. Remarkably, its might had increased by more than fourfold, quite impressive indeed. Tang Xuan felt a tinge of astonishment. The enhancement brought forth by sword intent was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Tianshan sword technique. Clang. The resonant clash of metal echoed as two imperial-grade long swords collided, sending sparks flying. Huangshang's pupils constricted sharply, and he slid backward, his feet scrambling for purchase. With a resounding pop, his palm burst forth in agony. What impossible? Chapter 26. Still making a move? The Huang family would face extinction. Huangshang was utterly flabbergasted, a wave of dread surging within him. Despite unleashing the fourth level of the divine opening realm, combined with 40% of sword intent and the earth spirit body, he believed he could contend even with the peak of the divine opening realm. Yet, Tang Xuan, wielding the sword with but one hand, had sent him flying. He hadn't even employed his sword techniques. The vast disparity left everyone in stunned silence. Heavenly realms. What manner of physique is this? A nagging suspicion arose that this lad might have transformed from a beast. His strength was simply overwhelming. Hiss, he was a veritable monster. Gasps of astonishment erupted around them. The gazes of the divine opening realm warriors shifted entirely, from initial disdain and skepticism to shock and reverence. Tang Xuan's physical prowess was astonishingly unparalleled. What if his cultivation was low? What mattered was strength. As long as one possessed sufficient power, nothing else mattered. You are far too weak. Tang Xuan's expression bore a hint of regret. An entry-level spirit body, coupled with an inferior technique, had squandered 40% of sword intent. What nonsense are you spouting? Huangshang was nearly overwhelmed with rage, almost spewing a mouthful of blood. The technique he practiced was of mid-grade earth level. In Tang Xuan's eyes, it was deemed inferior. How could this be tolerated? Tang Xuan feigned innocence. Was a mid-grade earth-level technique truly formidable? Was a minor accomplishment in spirit body cultivation something to boast about? He possessed the perfected celestial sacred body and practiced a low-grade imperial technique. Even with slightly inferior sword intent, he was more than capable of overwhelming Huangshang. You are not my match. I advise you to refrain from further confrontation, lest your family faces true annihilation. I will kill you. Huangshang's mind buzzed, completely losing his rationality. He summoned every ounce of spiritual energy, channeling it into his long sword, condensing a Tianzhong sword radiance. Die! With a thunderous crash, Huangshang leapt high, delivering a downward strike. This blow transcended his limits and posed a threat even to the harmonization realm. Alas, he was destined to cross paths with Tang Xuan. Why bother? Heaven-slaying sword technique. Crack. The onlookers felt a flash before their eyes, as the relentless sword energy seemingly obliterated the very heavens and earth. 100 Zhong's sword radiance tore through the void, leaving a wound that would not mend. Huangshang's condensed sword radiance met its demise first, shattering in an instant. Following that, with a sickening squelch, his body was cleaved in twain. As far as Tang Xuan was concerned, such a spirit body was not. Thud! The severed corpse fell to the ground. A vibrant life extinguished in an instant. The summit of Yujian Mountain fell into an eerie silence. All the warriors at the divine opening realm felt a chilling sensation coursing through their bodies. How terrifying! How ruthless! With a single stroke, a warrior of the fourth level of the divine opening realm was felled. That flash of sword light revealed to me the annihilation of heaven and earth. Never before have I encountered such extraordinary swordsmanship. It is truly fearsome, so much so that even from this distance, it feels as if I could perish. Alas, the Huang family has been utterly extinguished. Sighs echoed through the crowd. Though they were shaken, Huangshang's demise bore no consequence for them, and none would dare to intervene. This young man possesses such alarming strength now. Once his sword intent reaches its zenith, his power will be incalculable. Word will spread, remember his face. For we must never offend him in any regard. We can only strive to be on good terms. To provoke him would spell disaster for our sect. The gazes of the divine opening realm experts met, and their expressions towards Tang Xuan transformed. Tang Xuan slowly sheathed his sword, exhaling a breath of turbid air. At that moment, a figure hurtled through the air with lightning speed. As he landed, the ground fractured, and the entire falling sword mountain trembled. It was a peak expert of the divine opening realm. Someone gasped. The newcomer, clad in official robes, was tall and imposing, exuding an overwhelming aura. Upon seeing Huang Shang's lifeless body, his expression shifted dramatically. Who killed Huang Shang? Tang Xuan smiled and replied, Why, it was I? The man bellowed once more. The one who killed the mountain guard was also you. What boldness! Do you think the Northstar dynasty is easy to bully? If I were to say yes, would you be angry? The crowd fell silent. Was this truly a conversation? The Northstar dynasty spans countless miles, with experts aplenty. There are at least 400 to 500 sects under its jurisdiction alone. Such a colossal entity, one would instinctively steer clear of. Yet, in Tang Xuan's words, it seemed easy to provoke, an outright slap to the face. It appears you are intentionally seeking conflict with our Northstar dynasty. Very well. Since fate has brought us together, I shall not allow you to leave. With a single gesture, the official summoned a golden longsword that hovered in the air. The Golden Dawn Sword. He was Jinshi of the Three Sword Saints of the Northstar. It is said that although Jinshi ranks last among the Three Sword Saints, he possesses profound sword intent and a cultivation level just shy of divinity. With Jinshi's arrival, no matter how strong this lad is, he cannot possibly contend. They belong to entirely different realms. What a shame, he is destined to fall here. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, and the Northstar dynasty is akin to a divine dragon. Expressions of regret and helplessness appeared on the faces of the onlookers. Tang Xuan is powerful, but his foundations are too shallow. In comparison to seasoned warriors, he ultimately cannot prevail. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Xuan showed no fear. Instead, he smiled. I harbor no fondness for the people of the Northstar dynasty. Since you seek death, I shall not hesitate to escort you on your journey. The moment those words left his mouth, a tempestuous uproar ensued. Heavens, has he lost his mind? That is one of the Three Sword Saints of the Northstar. Although that last strike was formidable, it could hardly have any effect on Jinshi. It's over. Jinshi will surely be enraged. Indeed, Jinshi's expression darkened. It has been many years since I have heard such audacious words. Do you truly believe that the death of a mere merchant could pose a threat to me? As the words left his lips, an overwhelming aura surged from within Beichen Jinshu. Boom. The formidable presence of a half-step divine unity emanated forth. In an instant, the heavens darkened, and the entire falling sword mountain trembled uncontrollably. All eyes were fixated on the mountaintop, where ominous clouds gathered, heralding the approach of a tempest. Under such oppressive pressure, every warrior at the divine realm peak found their breath stifled, struggling to remain standing. Truly, this is the legendary sword saint of Beichen. A force to be reckoned with. Retreat swiftly to avoid disaster. Flee. Amidst the earth-shattering might, numerous divine realm warriors soared into the sky, escaping to a distance of 1,000 zhang. Only Tang Xuan and Beichen Jinshu remained above falling sword mountain. Are you prepared to embrace death? Beichen Jinshu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze cold and indifferent. In his eyes, Tang Xuan was but a mere insignificant insect, easily extinguishable with a mere wave of his hand. Haha, my demise is still centuries away. It is you who shall perish first. Tang Xuan chuckled, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Fortunately, you are merely at half-step divine unity. Do you truly think you can bring about my end? What audacity! Beichen Jinshu drew his sword, a formidable sword intent rising, warping the very fabric of space. Visible ripples expanded outward in layers. At that moment, a small talisman appeared in Tang Xuan's palm. This last strike is reserved for you. It shall be of no use against the foes to come. Channeling spiritual energy. The heavenly thunder talisman trembled gently, disintegrating into ash. The next instant, the clouds thickened, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. What is that? Thunder? No. How could there be thunder now? As the crowd gaped in astonishment, the ground quaked, and bolts of thunder descended from the heavens. The smile on Beichen Jinshu's face froze instantly. No. In the next moment, his figure vanished within the beam of light, reduced to dust. Chapter 27. No need to panic. Just a small accomplishment. The Sword Saint of Beichen was annihilated in an instant. My heavens. The Divine Realm warriors were utterly shocked. What just transpired? Tang Xuan had summoned the thunder and obliterated Beichen Jinshu. Beneath that thunderous power, everyone felt like insignificant ants. The might of the heavens is invincible. After the initial shock, all gazes converged upon Tang Xuan. This young man possesses such strength. Once he comprehends the sword intent, what will become of us? We are fortunate to witness the rise of an extraordinary talent. If the Beichen dynasty knows what is good for them, they should minimize the situation, lest they invite catastrophic ruin. With this understanding, do not remain stagnant, clear a path. Indeed, the divine realm warriors atop Falling Sword Mountain took steps forward, parting to create a passage, as if to welcome a new emperor. Whether elders of sects or solitary cultivators, whether enigmatic old men or graceful middle-aged women, all wore smiles of flattery upon their faces at this moment. It is essential to recognize that they are all renowned powerhouses, each a formidable figure in their own right. Yet, before Tang Xuan, they all displayed a sense of trepidation. No one among them is a fool, having witnessed Tang Xuan's astounding prowess. It would be folly for anyone to step forth and seek their own demise. The remnants of Bei Chenjin, she still exude warmth. In response to the deference shown by the crowd, Tang Xuan remained gracious. Even if it was a deliberate attempt at modesty, his strength was undeniably terrifying. To speak frankly, even if he were to stride confidently through the gathering, no one would dare utter a word of dissent. Given his immense strength, why should he still feign humility? When such genuine warmth is extended, I shall graciously accept it. With hands clasped behind his back, Tang Xuan stated calmly. Each individual present was several times his age, and naturally, the term senior would be expected. Yet, Tang Xuan refrained from uttering it. The numerous powerhouses at the God-opening realm pretended not to hear. Young friend, your words are excessively courteous. The strong ought to be respected, is that not the case? They chuckled, assuring him that while he delved into the essence of swordsmanship, none would dare to disturb him. All the formidable figures nodded in agreement, bowing in deference. Tang Xuan ceased his chatter and proceeded directly to the mountain's summit. The God-opening realm strongmen exchanged glances and subsequently seated themselves. After all, the conflict at hand was between Tang Xuan and the Beichen dynasty. What concern was it of theirs? It was far more pressing to seize the opportunity to comprehend the sword intent. Upon reaching the mountain's peak, Tang Xuan understood that his ability to instill awe in others stemmed from his strength. The martial artists of the Beichen dynasty were growing increasingly formidable, boasting two even stronger swordsmen above the threshold of half-step divine union. He must swiftly grasp the sword intent to enhance his power and continue his audacity. In the realm of martial arts, one must either possess a powerful background or exceptional strength. Currently, his sword intent had reached approximately 1.5 tenths. Achieving around 3 tenths would enable him to break through to the God-opening realm. However, such a splendid opportunity to elevate his sword intent to its zenith would be a waste if squandered. Tang Xuan lifted his gaze and beheld the summit of the fallen sword mountain, where a half-broken sword was prominently embedded. The fractured blade was riddled with cracks, emanating a formidable sword intent. The closer he approached the broken sword, the more potent the sword intent became. Nodding in acknowledgement, Tang Xuan stepped forward. Young friend, you must not proceed further. A voice called from behind. Turning to look, he saw a middle-aged man. I am Chu Ting, an elder of the Xianyu sect. The closer you get to the broken sword, the stronger the sword intent, but it has become masterless. Should you venture within a Tinzhong radius, it will automatically launch an attack. Chu Ting warned. Tang Xuan smiled and replied, thank you for the warning. Yet, as he spoke, his feet continued to move, and he advanced directly to within Tinzhong. He was determined to enter that sacred space. Young and unafraid, he had underestimated the sword intent. Indeed, the 3 great sword saints of Beichun had previously attempted to challenge this very sword, with only the top-ranked Beichun sword madman managing to approach the broken sword. While the second-ranked Beichun by sure barely reached 5 zhong, and Bei Chenjin, she was repelled after just 1 zhong. Though the young friend possesses formidable strength, his foundation pales in comparison to the 3 great sword saints of Beichen, and he is likely to suffer injury. Many martial artists in the divine opening realm shook their heads in lamentation, convinced that Tang Xuan would be unable to withstand the sword intent. Amidst countless gazes, Tang Xuan came to a halt. A faint crackling sound reached his ears, and visible ripples in the void began to expand around him, encompassing a radius of 10 zhong. The sword intent melded with the heavens and earth, creating a unique force. Tang Xuan extended a finger to touch it. It felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Wisps of smoke emanated from his fingertip. Upon closer inspection, a faint black mark was discernible. Though it vanished with a mere swipe, its terror was undeniable. Such formidable sword intent could indeed create a forbidden zone. Had it reached the level of force? Sword intent is not the endpoint. Rather, it is merely the beginning. Sword intent, sword force, sword domain, ultimately leading to the rules of the sword, transmuting into the sword itself. embodying the principles of the sword path. Upon reaching this stage, one could even achieve the ability to manifest a sword with a mere thought or to establish a forbidden sword. Within a certain range, one who comprehends the rules of the sword will become the absolute sovereign, wielding dominion over life and death. The sword intent here is overwhelmingly potent. It seems I must cultivate to a minor success to even step foot within. Tang Xuan nodded and sat cross-legged. The onlookers collectively sighed in relief, grateful that the young friend had not advanced. Indeed, despite his astonishing talent, his foundation remains too shallow. Very well, let us delve into comprehension. Soon, the summit of the falling sword mountain fell into silence as everyone began to ponder the sword intent. 1 day passed, then 2, then 3. On the 4th day, as the golden crow pierced the sky, a mysterious wave emanated from within Tang Xuan. The ripple spread across the mountaintop, startling the martial artists deep in contemplation. This signifies minor success in sword intent. My heavens, has he truly grasped minor success in sword intent? How outrageous. I have pondered for 2 years and have only achieved 2.5 successes. The disparity between extraordinary talent and the ordinary is painfully evident. The martial artists in the divine opening realm were left in awe, their eyes reflecting envy and resentment. Some had also reached minor success in sword intent, but the vast majority had not even begun to scratch the surface. Witnessing Tang Xuan elevate his sword intent to 30% in just 3 days stirred a pang of bitterness within their hearts. It is not ignorance that frightens, but the comparison. Minor success in sword intent. Tang Xuan was in high spirits. He threw his head back and howled, shaking the heavens. Congratulations echoed from behind him. Congratulations, young friend, for achieving minor success in sword intent. Chu Ting clasped his hands in salute, bowing slightly. The other martial artists in the divine opening realm rushed to offer their praises. Tang Xuan, however, remained humble and composed. No need for concern. It's merely minor success. Had he been newly arrived, Chu Ting and the others might have been quick to chastise him. Can you not be so ostentatious? Minor success? Just that? In the entire falling sword mountain, how many had truly attained minor success in sword intent? The shortest time spent here by any of the martial artists was several months. Yet, he had accomplished this in just 3 days. Should one not consider the value of another's life? How can one dismiss it as merely trivial? Chu Ting and the others were incensed. My young friend, you are far too modest. This attitude is not conducive. Your humility and calm demeanor truly mark you as a paragon among men. In my extensive life, I have never encountered such an impeccably gifted youth. Alas, your words render us all feeling inadequate. Chapter 28, The Mastery of Sword Intent, the Creator of Miracles. Observing the profound envy etched on the faces of numerous god-openers, Tang Xuan merely smiled faintly. Is it truly so difficult to achieve a minor success? He possesses unparalleled talent. With such innate gifts, comprehending in a single day equates to what others might grasp in 10 days. Those with superior talents require 100 days, while those of average talent may need 1,000. 3 days. That is a conservative estimate. In truth, he barely needed 2 days to transcend to minor success. The remaining day was devoted to honing his sword control art and the sky-slicing sword technique, both of which heavily depend on sword intent. At this moment, having achieved minor success in sword intent, the potency of both techniques had significantly amplified. Now, even without employing the Thunder Talisman, he could dispatch Bei Chunjianxi with a single strike. His minor success in sword intent permitted him to extend his reach to nearly 10 zhang. Tang Xuan gradually summoned his sword intent to envelop his entire being, then stepped within the 10 zhang range. With each step, the world seemed to spin. Boom. An indescribable, terrifying pressure descended upon Tang Xuan. The sand on the ground and the dust in the air transformed into countless piercing swords, attempting to penetrate him. Is this the essence of perfected sword intent? Truly formidable. Tang Xuan's face revealed astonishment, yet his expression was one of delight. When compared, minor success in sword intent pales in significance. Under the gaze of the onlookers, he advanced step by step. 10 zhang, 9 zhang, 8 zhang. Before long, Tang Xuan had traversed to a distance of 5 zhang. 5 zhang. What an incredible willpower, what an astounding physique. Although my young friend is merely at the pinnacle of the sky-lifting realm, he is not at all inferior to some seasoned god-openers. God-openers? Whom do you look down upon? I shall state this plainly. Bei Chun Baishir, at the god harmonization realm, who has comprehended perfected sword intent, could only manage to reach this distance. Hiss, does this imply that, relying solely on his physique and sword intent, my young friend is already on par with those of the god harmonization stage? Astonishment. All the god openers were filled with various emotions reflected in their eyes: fear, reverence, jealousy, yet predominantly envy. Some individuals are born to be revered. It is indeed a rarity. At this moment, the sword intent surrounding Tang Xuan had reached a truly terrifying level. Were it an ordinary person, they would have shattered under such sword intent. Yet, the celestial body was remarkably resilient. Under the enhancement of minor sword intent, it remained unscathed. With an indomitable physique, Tang Xuan forcefully advanced to the foot of the broken sword. Atop the Swordfall mountain, silence reigned. If earlier the crowd could still accept the events unfolding, they now found themselves at a loss for words. Chu Ting spoke with trembling voice. Today, we are fortunate to witness the birth of a miracle. The many god openers nodded slowly in agreement. Not a single dissenting voice could be heard. Tang Xuan, the master of miracles, found himself under immense pressure, yet remained steadfast, refraining from breaking through to the divine realm. He resolved to wait until the full realization of his sword intent before making that leap. The more solid his foundation, the greater the benefits of his eventual breakthrough. Suddenly, he paused, struck by a revelation. Even in the presence of the broken sword, the pervasive sword intent around him was still at a significant level of achievement. Alas, the sword's intent had reached its limit. It seemed that after enduring the passage of time, much of its essence had dissipated. According to my deductions, the sword's previous master had concentrated sword momentum, which, after degradation, had transformed into mere sword intent. What a pity! Such a lamentable fate. Disappointment flickered across Tang Xuan's face. Had the sword intent been of complete mastery, he could have amplified it to the realm of sword domain, the very essence of swords. However, that now seemed unattainable. The 10,000-fold amplification system provided a fixed enhancement. The stronger the original ability, the greater the resultant boost. Well, the peak of mastery would have to suffice for now. He would take his time to comprehend it further, without haste. Nodding resolutely, Tang Xuan settled before the broken sword. With his innate talent, reaching the pinnacle of sword intent would not prove overly challenging. Stimulated and inspired by the external sword intent, he practiced with remarkable speed. In a mere fortnight, he found himself on the brink of achieving complete sword intent, a realm that many swordsmen spend their entire lives striving to attain. During this period, news of Tang Xuan spread like wildfire across the Northstar dynasty. His true identity was soon unearthed, a discarded disciple of the Tianshan sect, who, as if aided by divine forces, experienced a meteoric rise in power, annihilating his sect with 2 thunderous strikes. Subsequently, he decimated the 5 great families of Bihai City, leaving no survivors, his methods brutal and merciless. Now, having appeared at the Mountain of Fallen Swords, he had effortlessly dispatched one of the 3 great sword saints of Northstar, Beichen Jinxiu. As for Huang Shang's affairs, they garnered little attention. Even though he was a genius possessing 40% sword intent, rumors began to swirl. Some claimed Tang Xuan had received teachings from an unparalleled master, while others suggested he had inherited ancient legacies. Conspiracy theorists speculated that he had been possessed by an ancient demon. Such tales spiraled further from reality. Meanwhile, within the secret realm of the Northstar dynasty, a profound silence enveloped the area. Hundreds of soldiers at the Qi transformation stage stood quietly, their long swords sheathed at their sides, their eyes gleaming like precious gems. Each soldier emanated subtle waves of sword intent. Suddenly, a hum reverberated through the air. All the soldiers' swords began to tremble, as if heralding an impending event. In the next instant, hundreds of long swords flew from their sheaths, unsheathing themselves without a breath of wind, quivering as they settled before the secret realm. Simultaneously, an unparalleled, terrifying sword intent erupted from within the Northstar's secret realm. The soldiers at the Qi transformation stage were horrified to find themselves utterly immobilized. The surrounding spiritual energy swelled, transforming into a roaring ocean that swept past them. With a series of explosive sounds, hundreds of soldiers met their demise, their blood splattering in the air. Strangely, the droplets of blood did not fall to the ground. Instead, they transformed into ethereal blood swords, standing resolutely in the void. A maniacal laughter echoed through the emptiness, imbued with a chilling intent to kill. As all the blood swords pointed towards a specific location, there, an enigmatic figure cloaked in crimson emerged. Baisher, rein in your sword intent. A steady voice resonated from within the secret realm. The blood-soaked figure stirred, and the swords suspended in the air seamlessly merged into his being. Oh, the taste of blood is eternally exquisite. The figure gradually became clearer, revealing a sinister visage. It was Beichen Baisher, one of the 3 legendary sword saints of the Beichen dynasty, second only to the infamous Beichen sword madman. His expression was somewhat deranged, and the aura surrounding him fluctuated erratically. Not enough, not enough. This blood is insufficient. I crave more blood, the blood of the strong. More, ha ha ha. His chilling and distorted laughter reverberated, creating an eerie atmosphere. Once again, a voice emanated from the secret realm. Jinxia has been slain by a youth named Tang Xuan. who is currently at the Mount of Fallen Swords. Go forth and eliminate him, and your sword shall attain completeness. Bachan Baishir's body ceased its trembling, and the crimson light in his pupils flickered incessantly. Tang Xuan, is it? Excellent. Boom. The earth fractured, a scarlet beam pierced the sky, vanishing into the clouds. At the peak of Mount Fallen Swords, Tang Xuan's sword intent had reached its zenith. At this moment, the broken sword's intent posed no threat to him. Instead, it felt as harmonious as merging water and milk. Almost there. Chapter 29. The condensation of sword intent. In the center of the universe, for an entire month, Tang Xuan diligently honed his foundation, comprehending sword intent. The repressed cultivation within him could no longer be contained. System. Amplify my sword intent. 10,000 times. Ding. The familiar electronic sound echoed. Suddenly, within Tang Xuan, the sound of a raging torrent erupted. Boom. The earth trembled, and Mount Fallen Swords was stirred. Many martial artists, engrossed in their contemplation of sword intent, were jolted from their focus. What is happening? An earthquake? Nonsense. How could it be an earthquake? Look over there. They turned towards the source of the sound, their eyes widening in shock, rendered motionless. There stood Tang Xuan, who had been seated before the broken sword, slowly rising to his feet. His long black hair billowed upwards, and the light in his eyes blazed like thunder, radiating brilliance. He resembled a colossal mountain, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying presence. In that instant, he embodied a sword, sharp and resplendent. Zzz. A whirlwind swirled around Tang Xuan, creating a piercing sound as it scraped against the ground. Sparks flew, casting him in the light of a celestial being descending from the heavens. The perfected sword intent surged wildly, reaching 100-fold peak. 1,000-fold transformation of sword momentum. 10,000-fold. At the moment the sword momentum coalesced, the overwhelming sword intent abruptly vanished. The tremors of Mount Fallen Swords ceased as well. Yet, within the hearts of the onlookers, it felt as though a heavy stone had been placed upon them, causing immense discomfort. The sword intent within him has contracted to its utmost. The force. It transcends the realm of intention, representing a more formidable state. On the summit of the Sword Descent Mountain, the strongest comprehension of sword intent is a mere 50%, leaving them utterly incapable of grasping the terrifying essence of force. They mistakenly believe it to be an illusion, reminiscing about that fleeting moment of sword intent. How extraordinary! Is this the consummation of sword intent? In a mere month, he has progressed from the initial stages to such a magnificent level. This young friend possesses boundless potential. How narrow-minded. With such innate talent, he can undoubtedly ascend to the legendary realm of the Holy Ones, overlooking all existence. It is said that this young friend suffered greatly at the hands of the Heavenly Mountain sect before unleashing his true power. What foolishness! Thus, the Heavenly Mountain sect has perished, has it not? Numerous experts from the divine opening realm pointed and whispered about Tang Xuan. Alas, the sword intent existed only for a fleeting moment. It seems this young friend sought to attain the pinnacle of sword intent, but ultimately faltered. Achieving the pinnacle of sword intent is no trivial feat within the entire Northstar dynasty. Only the foremost of the three sword saints, the Northstar Sword Madman, has attained such a level. However, the Northstar Sword Madman has dedicated a century to cultivating sword intent, his accumulation and foundation vastly surpassing that of this young friend. I firmly believe that with such talent, reaching the pinnacle of sword intent before the age of 50 will not pose a challenge. High above in the void, Tang Xuan closed his eyes slightly, deeply contemplating the mysteries of sword force. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying sword intent swiftly approaching. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a blood-red cloud emerging upon the horizon. The blood cloud moved with remarkable speed, accompanied by an incomprehensibly terrifying pressure, descending like a mountain. The martial artists atop Sword Descent Mountain suddenly felt a constricting sensation in their chests, their blood surging restlessly, overwhelmed by discomfort. How agonizing. It feels as if my body is being torn apart. What on earth is happening? The pressure grew increasingly dreadful, and the martial artists at the foot of the mountain were the first to succumb, spewing blood and collapsing to the ground. Those in the divine opening realm fared slightly better, yet they too struggled to breathe, barely holding on. After several breaths, the entirety of Sword Descent Mountain was engulfed in the blood cloud. It was as if the whole world had been stained crimson. The pressure intensified, causing many martial artists in the Chi transformation realm to roll their eyes and faint. Those in the divine opening realm knelt on one knee, unable to rise. Only Tang Xuan stood resolutely. Ah, to withstand my bloody sword intent, you must be Tang Xuan. From the chilling, ominous voice, the blood cloud parted, revealing a shadow that descended slowly. Who are you? Tang Xuan inquired. I am the last name you will ever hear. Bachan Baishir. As the blood-colored figure touched the ground, The entire sword descent mountain split asunder. Stones fell like rain, and many martial artists in the Qi transformation realm were crushed to death in their unconsciousness. The mountain echoed with wails, blood flowing like a spring. Corpses littered the area, victims of the falling boulders. The expression of the divine opening realm martial artists atop the mountain changed dramatically. Beichen Baishur, one of the three-sword saints of the Northstar dynasty. It is said that his sword intent is inherited from an ancient evil sword sect, nourished by blood, and is utterly fearsome. Why has he come here? Moreover, his sword intent has attained a state of consummation. How terrifying. It is said that Beichen Baishur previously secluded himself for a decade to comprehend the profound sword intent of perfection, and it appears he has succeeded. In comparison, Beichen Jinxia seems utterly infantile. Alas, my young friend is in grave danger. The majority of the divine opening realm warriors have already been overwhelmed. Only a handful, whose sword intent has reached around 50%, can barely speak. The consummate sword intent, a deity in unison. Tang Xuan remained composed. His sword momentum had been established. Even if Beichen Baishur's sword intent were to multiply in terror by dozens of times, it would not waver him in the slightest. Moreover, he possesses the soul of 10,000 miles, let alone the divine unison realm. Even the souls of warriors in the divine ethereal realm would find it impossible to contend with Tang Xuan. Only those who have similarly grasped the power of momentum in the myriad laws realm could possibly be deemed his equal. Thus, Beichen Baishur's words resembled the rantings of a petulant child, an impotent fury. Oh, your strength is not to be underestimated. Amidst my bloodthirsty sword intent, you have not been obliterated. No wonder even the worthless Beichen Jinxia fell to your hands. Beichen Baishur scrutinized Tang Xuan, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Several warriors of the divine opening realm were equally aghast. It is known that thousands have trained their sword intent on the Swordfall Mountain, all of whom have knelt beneath Beichen Baishur's sword intent. Yet, Tang Xuan, standing so close, displayed not a shred of reaction. He is simply not human. However, the crowd was not overly shocked. They all understood that Tang Xuan had just comprehended the consummate sword intent, which should account for his remarkable composure. Only those like Chu Ting, with profound cultivation, sensed something amiss. Even the consummate sword intent could not maintain such calmness. Beichen Baishur's bloodthirsty and frenzied sword intent far exceeds that of ordinary sword intents. Not to mention merely the consummate sword intent. Even the perfected sword intent would struggle to withstand it. Unless, this is impossible, how could anyone cultivate to the level of sword momentum? At least not within the Beichen dynasty. Do not be astonished, for you are about to die. Tang Xuan spoke with an indifferent tone. Beichen Baishur's eyes widened in shock, then narrowed like a serpent. He chuckled. Such arrogance. On what grounds do you think you can kill me? By your meager void realm cultivation? Or perhaps your feeble sword intent? Tang Xuan chuckled softly. Void realm? Open your eyes and behold. The fusion of sword momentum and soul power surged skyward, tearing through the blood clouds, revealing a radiant cosmos once more. Boom. At this moment, Tang Xuan's inner energy erupted like molten lava, waves of white energy expanding ceaselessly. The overwhelming pressure caused even Beichen Baishur to change countenance. Charge. The suppressed cultivation erupted at that moment. Buzz. The brilliance of heaven and earth vanished. The ground succumbed to darkness. Only within a Tinjong radius of Tang Xuan's body was there light. At this instant, he was the very center of the universe. Even someone as formidable as Beichen Baishur could not bear to look directly. He felt his body trembling. A sudden breakthrough? The divine opening realm? No. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 30. Consecutive breakthroughs. The first layer of the divine unison realm. One step. The divine opening realm. Tang Xuan operated the mixed yuan technique, and the spiritual energy within him surged forth like an unstoppable flood. This exhilarating release, long suppressed, was a sensation every man could comprehend. Wave after wave, endlessly relentless. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Xuan's cultivation ascended dramatically, rising in leaps and bounds. Moments later, a thunderous explosion resonated. Second level of the opening spirit realm. Immediately following, the third level. Then, the fourth level. In a single breath, Tang Xuan broke through 4 realms consecutively. At last, his momentum gradually subsided. Chu Ting and the others gasped in astonishment. What an extraordinary talent to forcefully break through 4 levels in one go. It seemed the young friend had truly exhausted every ounce of his strength to confront Beichen Baishur. Yet, it was somewhat regrettable. Despite this remarkable breakthrough, the gap between the two remained insurmountably vast. The crowd felt a mix of surprise, pity, and helplessness. Tang Xuan was simply too young. In contrast, Beichen Baishur was a renowned and peerless swordsman. Such disparity could not be bridged by mere talent. Overestimating oneself. Forcing a breakthrough could leave one's body riddled with wounds. It was an utterly foolish endeavor. Bei Chun Bai Shi wore a disdainful expression. Tang Xuan smiled. Is it truly that way? Then how about this? As his words fell, his aura surged once more. Was he attempting another breakthrough? How reckless. Human potential is ultimately finite. Drinking poison to quench thirst is a path to destruction. The surroundings erupted in chaos. No one believed in Tang Xuan's chances. Yet, boom. In the midst of the explosive sound, Tang Xuan advanced beyond the 4th level of the opening spirit realm. And he did not stop there. 5th level of the opening spirit realm. 6th level. 7th level. 8th level. Pinnacle of the opening spirit realm. In the blink of an eye, Tang Xuan ascended to the peak of the opening spirit realm. The summit of Fallen Sword Mountain fell into a profound silence. People even forgot the terrifying pressure imposed by Bei Chun Bai Shi. They could only stare, dumbfounded, at Tang Xuan, enveloped in radiant white spiritual light. My heavens! Is this a human? Clearly, he is a monster. Our perspectives are ultimately too limited. Such unparalleled genius cannot be measured by ordinary standards. To leap from the pinnacle of the sky-soaring realm to the peak of the opening spirit realm, crossing a substantial boundary. Could this truly be an achievement of mere mortals? Help! For us to break through minor realms, do we not accumulate for long years, sometimes even decades, before daring to attempt? This is a travesty. How shall I cultivate henceforth? My heart for cultivation has shattered. Hope is lost. A group of powerful figures in the opening spirit realm gazed blankly, their minds unraveling in despair. In comparison to Tang Xuan, they felt as if they were no different from livestock. A breakthrough of this magnitude was unprecedented. This was a record without precedent, and perhaps one that would never be surpassed. However, what no one anticipated was that the breakthrough was still not complete. Oh, break for me. The sword intent was already sufficient, and the soul force was boundless. Buzz. A ripple of water erupted from within Tang Xuan. In an instant, the heavens and earth fell silent, and all things became mute. Every sound vanished into the void. Within 1,000 miles, all the demonic beasts bowed their heads, trembling in fear, as if a terrifying primordial beast were awakening. In pursuit of refining his sword intent, Tang Xuan had refrained from making a breakthrough. Although his realm remained stagnant, spiritual energy continued to accumulate. The Hunyuan Gong is a low-grade imperial cultivation method, and across the entire Beichen dynasty, few can be found. Moreover, Tang Xuan possessed the celestial sacred body, which automatically absorbs spiritual energy. This physique resembles a vast reservoir, storing the energy within. Now, as it erupted all at once, it resulted in such astonishing outcomes. Divine union, the unification of body, soul, and sword intent, stepping into the realm of divine union. Finally, it has come to an end. After breaking through to the 1st level of divine union, Tang Xuan felt the fatigue of exhaustion. The cultivation method seemed somewhat inadequate. It was evident that a change was necessary. He murmured to himself. However, everyone present, including Bei Chun Bai Shi, found their emotions intricately complex. What does it mean that one person can outshine another? Is this not the very embodiment of that notion? The gazes of all the divine opening experts shifted dramatically as they looked upon Tang Xuan. Greetings, my lord. Chu Ting was the first to bow, just moments before. When Tang Xuan made his breakthrough, he had shattered Bei Chun Bai Shi's imposing aura. These divine opening martial artists regained their freedom. Greetings, my lord. Subsequently, numerous divine opening experts also bowed in unison. Indeed, their address for Tang Xuan had transformed from young friend to my lord. Who would dare regard Tang Xuan as a junior now? Were they worthy? In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Might is the ultimate truth. Age is but a jest. With the talent Tang Xuan has displayed, it will not be long before he steps into the realm of divine shadow. And even higher realms such as the realm of 10,000 laws, the realm of command, and the realm of transformation, as well as the rumored Tao realm. At that time, not only would they be unable to point fingers at him, but even from a distance of 100,000 miles. These individuals would scarcely be qualified to behold his presence. He is destined to become a being of divine and demonic proportions. In that moment, the crowd atop the Sword Mountain even felt that the potential rankings were trivial. Can so-called geniuses achieve what Tang Xuan has accomplished? Clearly, it is not that they cannot, but rather that it is impossible. Celestial beings. My lord must indeed be a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, which is why he is so extraordinary. Today, encountering my lord is a matter worthy of family legacy, to be celebrated for generations. Previously, I thought the Xiao Saintess marrying down was a slight. But now it seems she has climbed too high. Alas, I regret not acting sooner. I have a few granddaughters of pleasing appearance, if my lord desires. They would suffice as handmaidens. Nonsense. My lord's handmaidens must be of unparalleled beauty. Your granddaughters should rest easy. Hey, Is our focus not on the Beichun dynasty? With my lord's cultivation, it seems Beichun Baisher may no longer be able to kill him. If my lord departs, it will not be long before the Beichun dynasty meets its end. At this moment, the pressure shifted to Beichun Baisher's side. If Tang Xuan does not perish today, it will spell the demise of the Beichun dynasty in the future. I never expected you could achieve this level. Beichun Baisher's voice was somewhat somber. He had entirely come to regard Tang Xuan as a mortal enemy. Not bad. Tang Xuan shrugged nonchalantly. The onlookers thought, this pretentious display is severely lacking in camaraderie. To break through 2 major realms and over a dozen minor realms in a single breath is an unprecedented feat, and yet he merely remarks it as not bad. Beichun Baisher's body quivered slightly, nearly causing him to spout a mouthful of blood. Can you not speak properly? This individual must not be allowed to remain. A layer of bloodlust descended upon Beichun Baisher's eyes. Alas, even if you have ascended to the same divine unity realm as I, you still fall short by several minor realms. I am a 5th level of divine unity. With that, Beichun Baisher unleashed his full might. Boom. Blood clouds gathered, darkening the heavens, obscuring the sun and moon, as a tempest raged. Let me show you the extent of my power. Blood sword of the lost soul. With a single hand, Beichun Baisher grasped a terrifying blood sword that seemed to possess a life of its own, emitting wails akin to the cries of the damned. Atop the Swordfall Mountain, a cacophony of lamentations erupted. Oh, the pain. My head aches terribly. What is this sound? It was as if the anguished cries of a myriad of souls from the depths of hell were tearing at their very essence. This is bad. Retreat quickly. The myriad of warriors at the opening divine realm exhibited alarmed expressions, hastily retreating. Yet Tang Xuan's expression was peculiar. Soul force attack? Are you serious? Just a half-step sword intent. Is that truly formidable? Wailing and howling, Beichun Baisher held the blood sword aloft, his gaze fierce. Crimson blood energy enveloped him, rendering him akin to a demon emerging from the abyss. The haunting cries resonated through the void, causing ripples of fear among the opening divine realm warriors, who had long since fled 1,000 feet away. Every face bore the mark of profound terror. It was terrifying. Had anyone lagged even slightly, their souls would have been rent asunder. How fearsome Beichun Baisher was to initiate a soul force attack. Alas, while my lord's spiritual energy has surged, his soul force has not kept pace. This is perilous. The hearts of the crowd collectively tightened. A mere display of skill. Tang Xuan stood with arms crossed, allowing the wailing to batter against his corporeal form. When he first traversed into this realm, his soul force was unparalleled. With the merging of 2 souls, he was already above the average, not to mention the amplification by a myriad times. Now, Tang Xuan's soul force could be described as epic-making. Even those at the pinnacle of martial will in the divine spectre realm were unworthy of comparing their soul force to his. Tang Xuan had yet to discover the limits of his boundless soul. At the very least, Beichun Baisher's wailing had no effect on him. It merely struck him as a bothersome noise. Hiss. Beneath the ghostly wails, none could withstand the assault, yet his lord remained as steadfast as a mountain. How curious. An elevation in cultivation does not equate to an enhancement in soul force. Surely, his soul force cannot be that formidable. Is it possible that his lord's soul force is indeed immense? Have a little confidence, is it not evident? 1,000 feet away, those warriors of the opening divine realm found themselves speechless. Time and again, Tang Xuan's performance left them in utter astonishment. He is a man of boundless potential. When the masses believed they had witnessed all that Tang Xuan had to offer, they soon realized it was merely the tip of the iceberg. His cultivation is formidable, and his soul power is astonishing, a true hexagonal warrior. Beichun Baisher's expression shifted dramatically. He could scarcely believe the monstrous nature of Tang Xuan's soul power. How infuriating. Beichun Baisher, rarely given to such outbursts, cursed aloud, his face flushed with indignation. Before Tang Xuan, he felt like nothing more than a jester. Then I shall employ true martial skills to vanquish you. Blood sword of 1,000 souls. Beichun Baisher inhaled deeply as the blood sword shimmered with an eerie, demonic light. After a brief silence, a thunderous sound erupted as hundreds of souls were unleashed from the blood sword. These souls were the remnants of those who had perished at Beichun Baisher's hand, their spirits ensnared by the sword, enduring eternal torment. The intense hatred emanating from these souls significantly amplified the sword's power. Each soul, tainted by the essence of the blood sword, possessed the strength of a divine unity realm expert, effectively summoning hundreds of such warriors to assail the enemy. The specters of the Forsaken, wandering the realms, struggle amidst the throes of existence. How agonizing it must be. Tang Xuan sighed softly. With a subtle movement, a radiant white golden crow appeared behind him, ascending gracefully. To the astonishment of all, it manifested into a multitude of long swords, not of physical form, but rather composed of condensed spiritual energy. Having reached the divine unity realm, Tang Xuan found himself less reliant on tangible weapons. Sword mastery. With a resounding explosion, the golden crow shattered, giving rise to a tempest of sword energy in the void. Thousands of sword strikes blazed across the sky like shooting stars, tearing a galaxy into the heavens. The sword energy mercilessly shredded the ghostly souls of the blood sword. Within mere moments, not a single specter remained in the void. As the sword energy returned, it reformed into the golden crow, gradually dissipating. Throughout the encounter, Tang Xuan remained poised, his hands clasped behind his back, his attire billowing elegantly, a vision of unparalleled grace, as though a celestial being had descended. The onlookers were entranced by his extraordinary demeanor. So magnificent, the foremost genius of our age, a figure of divine elegance. Another wave of adulation washed over the crowd, rendering any attempt to describe Tang Xuan as an understatement. You cannot defeat me. Tang Xuan observed Bei Chun Bai Shi calmly, shaking his head slowly. Bei Chun Bai Shi's face flushed crimson, whether from the exertion of his technique or his rising fury, it was unclear. You've only trained for a few years, and yet you dare to boast. You cannot fathom the depths of my abilities. Tang Xuan lifted his chin slightly, exuding an air of authority, akin to a revered deity, impervious to scrutiny. Oh, then show me what you can do. The dialogue between the two left the observing divine unity realm warriors momentarily dazed. Such bravado. It felt as though Tang Xuan were the seasoned swordsman, while Bei Chun Bai Shi appeared as the inexperienced challenger. I will kill you. Bei Chun Bai Shi roared, raising his left arm to slash with the sword. The blood sword was exceedingly sharp, and in an instant, the left arm of Bei Chun Bai Shi was torn apart. A collective astonishment swept through the crowd. Did he sever his own arm? Was this an act of surrender? It was rumored that Bei Chun Bai Shi practiced the ancient blood sword art, drawing sustenance from living souls and feeding on blood. Aware of his inability to contend with this formidable figure, he resorted to the sacrifice of his own flesh. This was a desperate gamble. As he sacrificed his left arm, Bei Chun Bai Shi's face contorted in agony, and he let out continuous howls of pain. Tang Xuan could only shake his head in disbelief. What was the purpose of this? With a frenzied expression, Bei Chun Bai Shi looked up, his face a mask of madness. You have forced my hand. He could not accept the reality that Tang Xuan had surpassed him. After decades of arduous cultivation, he found himself eclipsed in less than a quarter of an hour. Who could bear such a humiliation? Tang Xuan sighed, feeling helpless. Why engage in such a futile struggle? He possessed the backing of a 10,000-fold amplification system. Even if Bei Chun Bai Shi were to sacrifice all his limbs, he could not hope to shake him in the slightest. Suddenly, the void within a 1,000-foot radius of Bei Chun Bai Shi quaked violently. A surging tide of spiritual energy transformed into a tumultuous wave of blood. The blood surged and roared, resembling a primordial beast intent on devouring its opponent whole. With a thunderous crash, the sea of blood erupted into towering waves, which, upon crashing down, morphed into a colossal sword of crimson hue, 100 feet long. A terrifying sword intent radiated from the blood sword. This was the essence of perfection in swordsmanship. No, it could even be described as a half-step into the realm of force. What? Are you suggesting that Bei Chun Bai Shi has touched upon the domain of force? The expressions of numerous powerful figures in the divine opening realm shifted dramatically, their eyes reflecting a profound terror. If sword intent is ethereal, then force is tangible. It can be seen and felt. How terrifying. Under the augmentation of half-step force, anyone ensnared within the sea of blood would be mercilessly ground to dust. Truly, he was one of the three sword saints of the Bei Chun dynasty, having achieved such a level of power. It was over. The realms of force and intent were entirely distinct, and this was beyond what mere cultivation and soul power could bridge. The martial artists present might have been familiar with sword intent, yet were utterly ignorant of the concept of force. Humanity, when confronted with the unknown, is often consumed by fear, loss, and horror. Kid, I care not whether you are human or ghost. To challenge me, Bei Chun Bai Shi, in terms of foundation, is beyond your capability. Bei Chun Bai Shi's body slowly levitated, standing above the sea of blood, locking onto the vast expanse of the void. His countenance was filled with arrogance and indifference, tinged with a potent sense of vengeful exhilaration. Tang Xuan chuckled softly. Compete in foundation? Do you believe you are worthy? A mere half-step into force, impressive? Do you truly think you can kill me? Soul interrogation. Chapter 32. Please, stay. Oh great sage. Ha ha. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Die. Bei Chun Bai Shi laughed maniacally, pointing a finger. The sea of blood opened its gaping maw, intent on swallowing Tang Xuan whole. Simultaneously, the 100-foot blood sword soared into the sky, akin to a meteor descending from the heavens. Two attacks were unleashed concurrently, He was convinced that under such onslaught, Tang Xuan would surely perish. Let me show you what true force is. At last, Tang Xuan made his move. He extended his hand to grasp the sword. A dragon's roar resonated through the heavens, the void pulsating with energy. The blood sea, the blood sword, and even Baichen Baishur all experienced a deceleration in their advance, ultimately coming to a standstill. Strangely, the blood sea continued to churn, and the blood sword emanated a terrifying aura of sword intent. Baichen Baishur, too, was able to open and close his eyes, his face awash with terror, his pupils darting nervously. Though his mouth moved, no sound escaped. The observing warriors were left dumbfounded, their comprehension utterly shattered by the scene before them. Suddenly, Chu Ting trembled, letting out a piercing scream. Sword intent. It is true sword intent. His voice shattered the stillness like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, exploding with significance. Sword intent. How is this possible? Just moments ago, he was unleashing sword will, and now it has transformed into sword intent. What has transpired? All the warriors widened their eyes in disbelief, their bodies trembling. They were still struggling to comprehend sword will, while Tang Xuan had already solidified his sword intent. To be able to bind Baichen Baishur, his sword intent must have reached at least the pinnacle of mastery, something only accessible in the realm of myriad laws. Throughout the course of history, countless formidable practitioners of myriad laws have devoted their lives to understanding and cultivating this force, yet many perished without ever grasping its true essence. The crowd was in shock. Baichen Baishur's pupils dilated to their utmost, his eyes tearing at the corners as blood streamed down his cheeks. What had he witnessed? Sword intent was his lifelong dream. He had toiled for 4 to 5 decades, ruthlessly tormenting himself, only to barely touch the surface of it. He had climbed the arduous peak, only to find others had already reached the summit. Baichen Baishur's resolve shattered. In that moment, he felt an urge to laugh, a bitter irony. His previous arrogance, his boasts, even his physical confrontations, all served to slap him in the face. In Tang Xuan's eyes, he was little more than a fool. How ludicrous! What did half-step sword intent matter? What significance did the realm of divine harmony hold? Before the might of sword intent, they were but ants. Moreover, Tang Xuan had achieved the ultimate perfection of sword intent. Had he acted from the outset, Baichen Baishur would have had no opportunity to speak. How tragic! Baichen Baishur's gaze shifted from confusion to emptiness. What was there left to fight for? Perhaps it was better to close his eyes and await his demise. The blood sea vanished silently, the blood sword cracking with a finality that signified its destruction. With a series of explosive sounds, Baichen Baishur's body expanded, flesh bursting apart, not from Tang Xuan's hand, but due to the collapse of his resolve, the malevolent energy rebelling against its master. With a thunderous roar, Baichen Baishur's form disintegrated into nothingness, leaving behind only a spatial ring that floated down, captured by Tang Xuan's hand. The spatial ring of a sword saint must surely contain many valuable treasures. We pay homage to the saint. At this moment, Chu Ting and the others spoke once more, kneeling in midair to express their reverence for the saint. Tang Xuan must surely be the reincarnation of an ancient sage. Otherwise, how could one explain the events that had just unfolded? A sage indeed. Tang Xuan understood that this was a misunderstanding. Although it was somewhat peculiar to be hailed as a sage by a group of elderly men, he found it acceptable. In the realm of martial artists, power is always paramount. After all, his advancement had been remarkably exaggerated, far exceeding the expectations of others. Rise. Tang Xuan extended his hand in an inviting gesture. The crowd tensed, an invisible pressure compelling them to stand. This was a subtle yet profound exertion of authority, not deliberately projected. Indeed, the depth of Tang Xuan's cultivation was unfathomable. Such might is rare. Few possess the qualifications to stand alongside Tang Xuan. It is a rare blessing that Tang Xuan's character remains so amiable. Tang Xuan nodded. With matters here resolved, he bid farewell. Having comprehended the essence of the sword, it was time to journey to the celestial ruins. After departing the celestial ruins, he still needed to seek his fiancée in the Xiao dynasty. Quite busy indeed. Just as he was about to take his leave, Chu Ting unexpectedly called out, "Your Excellency, the sage, please wait." Tang Xuan turned back in astonishment. "Is there something you need?" There is a small matter." Chu Ting appeared visibly anxious. He understood that his request might be somewhat excessive, but this was a singular opportunity. "Speak," Tang Xuan replied with a smile, still harboring a modicum of fondness for Chu Ting. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Ting finally gathered his courage and spoke. "Your Excellency, I wish to request that you leave behind a trace of your sword intent. Even the completion of the great perfection sword intent would suffice. We long to revere and comprehend it." Tang Xuan paused in surprise. Chu Ting quickly added, "We can exchange treasures for it. We merely hope that your Excellency might grant us this opportunity." Upon hearing this, The crowd suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. The Swordfall Mountain had been devastated in the recent battle, and the remnants of the broken sword were nowhere to be found, likely shattered. After all, that broken sword had endured countless years of weathering and had long reached its limit. Without the broken sword, there was no place for the crowd to contemplate the sword intent. If Tang Xuan could leave behind a trace of sword might, it would resolve this issue. In an instant, excitement surged among the onlookers. Your Excellency, we implore you to show us mercy and leave behind your precious sword intent for our contemplation. Our Qing Tian Academy is willing to honor you as the Supreme Elder. Yes, our Baisha gang feels the same. Just a word from you, and we'll pluck the stars from the heavens for you. Countless eager eyes were fixed upon Tang Xuan. Very well, Tang Xuan hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. He certainly would not leave behind sword intent for no reason. However, with treasures offered in exchange, the situation was different. With hundreds of sects and tens of thousands of martial artists present, even if each contributed a single spirit stone, the cumulative wealth would be substantial, multiplied manyfold. Moreover, it was unlikely to be so meager. Hundreds of powerful beings, each with their own faction, meant that having numerous allies could pave many paths. Should he ever wish to establish his own influence or undertake any endeavors in the future, these sects would serve as excellent subordinates. Ultimately, it boiled down to power. In truth, Tang Xuan had underestimated the awe he inspired. Chu Ting and the others had never even contemplated treachery. To embrace the thigh of a sage is indeed a rare opportunity, an extraordinary fortune, and a significant destiny. Betrayal? What nonsense. Splendid. Your Excellency, we shall gather treasures immediately. Chu Ting, filled with joy, promptly produced his spatial ring. Subsequently, all the warriors presented their treasures to him, willingly emptying their pockets. It seemed that the more they contributed, the closer their relationship with Tang Xuan would become. Chu Ting cautiously handed the spatial ring to Tang Xuan. Upon opening it, even with prior mental preparation, Tang Xuan could not help but gasp in astonishment. Within the spatial ring lay a mountain of elixirs, techniques, spiritual herbs, and various rare treasures, all of remarkable quality, including several 7th and 8th grade spiritual medicines. After all, those who had reached the divine realm would not carry inferior items. As for spirit stones, there were even more, including some top-grade spirit stones. With a 10-fold amplification, Tang Xuan could be considered an overnight millionaire. Chapter 33, Farewell to the Sage. Entering the Celestial Ruins. Your Excellency, we are aware that these treasures may not suffice, but they are all that we can gather at present, Chu Ting said with a worried expression, speaking cautiously. The others also nodded in agreement, their faces filled with trepidation, as if fearing to displease the sage. Tang Xuan couldn't help but reflect on the benefits that strength brings. Resources, spirit stones, elixirs, people willingly offered them, even expressing concern that it might not be enough. It is sufficient. He smiled gently, his tone exceedingly warm. Instantly, everyone exhaled in relief, their faces breaking into smiles. As they relaxed, a profound sense of gratitude surged within them. With Tang Xuan's current cultivation level, he need not be so amiable. Some reclusive masters possess eccentric tempers. It is commonplace for them to resort to violence over the slightest disagreement. Who could compare to Tang Xuan in this regard? Previously, Beichun Jinsi and Beichun Baisher were each oblivious to their surroundings when they acted, indifferent to the presence of others. Surviving was merely a matter of luck. Failing to do so was merely misfortune. Without comparison, one cannot appreciate the pain. Thus, Tang Xuan's demeanor appeared even more refined and approachable. After placing the spatial ring securely, Tang Xuan retrieved an imperial-grade longsword. At this time, the sword mountain had been destroyed during the recent confrontation, leaving only a small mound of earth. Tang Xuan soared into the air, channeling the sword's might, and struck down with a single blow. Swish, swish, swish. For consecutive strikes cleaved the earth, revealing a vast abyss. The ground where everyone stood transformed into an isolated island amidst the chasm. From his elevated position, Tang Xuan declared, "This sword has been infused with 30% of my sword intent. Only those who have attained mastery may ascend the island to comprehend it. Those beneath the level of sword mastery shall meditate on the periphery of the abyss." He then placed the imperial-grade longsword at the center of the island. Chu Ting and the others immediately felt an overwhelming, oceanic power emanating from the sword. The sword intent left by the sage was indeed formidable. The sword intent of His Excellency the Sage is infinitely more profound than that of the previously broken sword. However, its impact is not as formidable, making it far easier to comprehend. Indeed, His Excellency possesses a heart of compassion, considering our well-being. Were the sword intent excessively fierce, our soul power would surely struggle to endure it. If the former sword intent resembled a modest stream, Then the sword intent of His Excellency is akin to the vast Milky Way, incomparable and unparalleled. Chu Ting and the others bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, His Excellency the Sage, for bestowing upon us this sword intent. Subsequently, all knelt in reverence. Thank you, His Excellency. In this moment, the multitude bowed their heads in sincere submission. At this juncture, Tang Xuan had become the most revered figure in their hearts. With matters concluded, he declared, "Until we meet again by fate." With a graceful wave of his sleeve, Tang Xuan ascended into the sky. We bid farewell to His Excellency the Sage. The crowd knelt once more. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Tang Xuan vanished into the horizon. Now, my friends, we must not squander the earnest efforts of His Excellency. Let us diligently comprehend the sword intent. Chu Ting gestured for everyone to rise. Following Tang Xuan's directive, all began to joyfully delve into the sword intent. Meanwhile, the news of the demise of the two sword saints of the Northern Star dynasty was bound to stir considerable upheaval. Chu Ting and the others believed that as long as the emperor of the Northern Star dynasty was not foolish, he would not recklessly provoke Tang Xuan, who, in their right mind, would bear a grudge against a formidable opponent who had grasped the sword intent. After breaking through to the Divine Union realm, Tang Xuan's speed surged once more. Soon, he arrived at the outskirts of the celestial ruins. At last, he had arrived. According to Mou Zhu, secrets of the celestial sacred body lay hidden within. Let me utilize the 10,000 Li soul to investigate. Tang Xuan closed his eyes and unleashed the 10,000 Li soul. Terrifying soul power surged forth like a tidal wave. Subsequently, Tang Xuan beheld countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, along with the roars and battles of ferocious beasts. Each of these beasts possessed terrifying strength. The outermost beasts were comparable to those in the skyward realm. As the soul power extended to 5,000 miles, the aura of the divine opening realm emerged. At 8,000 miles, beasts of the divine union realm appeared. What a fearsome celestial ruins. Even the outer beasts are so formidable. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Tang Xuan's eyes. This celestial ruins was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. No wonder Mou Zhu inquired if he had completely awakened the celestial sacred body. If he had not awakened it and recklessly approached the celestial ruins, it would be tantamount to offering a feast to those beasts. As the 10,000 Li soul reached its limit, Tang Xuan still failed to uncover the entirety of the celestial ruins. This ruin is immense. It appears I must personally enter to explore. Thus, I shall train while I investigate, for there is ample time. Before entering, I must adequately prepare. Tang Xuan did not rush into the celestial ruins, but instead retrieved the spatial rings belonging to Chu Ting and the others. Spirit stones, elixirs, weapons, and heavenly materials were all magnified 1,000-fold. To his delight, many elixirs had reached the royal grade. Regrettably, there were no saint-grade elixirs. It seems that even with 1,000-fold enhancement, ordinary grade elixirs cannot attain the quality of saint grade. It is undoubtedly related to the materials. The essence is too inferior, making transformation impossible. What a pity. The potency of sacred grade elixirs is vastly superior to that of ordinary ones, often possessing unique effects. However, even in the absence of sacred grade elixirs, the potions before me are sufficient to propel me to the pinnacle of the divine union realm. There is even a possibility of breaking through to the divine shadow realm. The treasures bestowed upon me by Chu Ting and others are indeed abundant, including an array of peculiar items. Among them are several pieces of earth-grade protective armor, which, after enhancement, have reached the status of high-level celestial grade. Some even peaking at the lower tier of imperial grade. They are capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a powerful adversary in the divine union realm without sustaining any damage. Cursed be this system for lacking a bulk enhancement feature. It has exhausted me. Tang Xuan spent over an hour enhancing the treasures in his hands, uttering a phrase of enhancement for each item. Even if merely whispered, he repeated the incantation hundreds of times. Once he completed the enhancement of all his treasures, Tang Xuan felt a surge of confidence. If even his strength could not breach the celestial ruins, then few in the world would possess the capability to do so. With his hands clasped behind him, Tang Xuan stepped into the celestial ruins. Ahead lay a dense forest, inhabited by several formidable beasts. Yet, Tang Xuan did not take a detour. He could not afford to lose face. Soon, he arrived before a thicket. Roar! A tremendous, beastly roar echoed. A stench filled the air, and with the crashing of foliage, an azure lion leapt forth. Its fur billowed as it emitted a faint azure glow, a symbol of a developed wind affinity. Its piercing eyes radiated a terrifying killing intent, with droplets of blood staining its sharp teeth. Who dares to intrude upon this Lion King's territory? Begone! The azure lion bellowed, its voice resonating like thunder. The ability to articulate human speech requires cultivation at least to the void realm. Just like humans, beasts delineate their territories, and any trespasser is deemed an enemy. However, Tang Xuan did not trespass, he merely advanced in a straight line. The void realm was no longer a challenge for him. Just as he was about to unleash a commanding strike, a thought crossed his mind. Given the multitude of beasts within the celestial ruins, there must be some ancient varieties among them. Why not capture one as a pet? It could serve as both a companion and a means of transport during idle moments. How delightful that would be. Chapter 34. The weakling Azure Lion, easily defeated. Once this thought took root, it spread like wildfire. Azure Lion. Do you know what the mightiest beast in your domain is? Tang Xuan inquired with a smile. This presented an opportunity for the Azure Lion. However, the Azure Lion merely laughed boisterously, scoffing at him. You insignificant human dare to question me? Who granted you the audacity? I happen to be rather famished. Consider yourself my dessert. The lion's arrogant words amused Tang Xuan. This Azure Lion was at best a second or third tier in the void realm, hardly a formidable opponent. Your bravado is commendable, but your strength is woefully inadequate to intimidate anyone. Tang Xuan shook his head. Presumptuous. The Azure Lion bellowed in fury. It is a noble beast, imbued with a trace of primordial blood, far surpassing the frail human beings. In its simplistic mind, humans are merely lambs awaiting slaughter, ripe for the taking. Now, this lamb dares to rebel and mocks its strength. The Qing lion, having reigned here for decades, has never endured such humiliation. This human must perish. You have provoked the Lion King. With a shudder, the Qing lion's fur bristled, and a tempest of azure winds materialized around it. It opened its mouth, gathering the fierce winds into a colossal orb of light, towering over a human. The orb crackled ominously, emitting a terrifying sound. A minor manifestation of the wind's essence. A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Xuan's eyes. Ha ha ha, your perception is commendable, human, but alas, it is too late. The price of incurring the wrath of the Lion King is a burden you cannot bear. Die. The Qing lion proudly lifted its head and unleashed the orb. It's over. A gleam of triumph shimmered in the Qing lion's eyes. However, in the next moment, that triumph morphed into astonishment and then into dread. Tang Xuan, with his left hand resting behind him, effortlessly grasped the azure orb with his right. That orb embodied the entirety of the Qing lion's wind essence, having easily shattered several peak beings of the void realm. This individual before it. No, something is profoundly amiss. The instinct of the beast kicked in, sensing peril. It turned to flee without a moment's hesitation. You think to escape? Have I granted you permission? Tang Xuan's soul force surged forth, like a mountain descending upon it. A howl escaped the Qing lion as it felt an immense weight crash down upon it, rendering it incapacitated. Terrifying soul power. Spare me. The Qing lion trembled in fear. Completely cowed. Oh, did you not boast of your prowess earlier? I have yet to witness the cost of provoking the Lion King. Tang Xuan chuckled. The Qing lion lay prostrate, a visage of desperation. My lord, I was merely jesting. Had I known of your formidable strength, I would not have dared to act so disrespectfully. Look at my frail form. I possess little flesh and am hardly a meal. Just let me go. Tang Xuan erupted into laughter. This Qing lion is amusing, yet regrettably too weak. Accompanying such a creature would tarnish my reputation. With a flicker of his soul power, the brilliance in the Qing lion's eyes extinguished, its essence utterly torn asunder. With a snap of his fingers, the Qing lion's head split open, revealing a tiny azure orb. The orb, no larger than a thumb, was surrounded by a gentle breeze. This is the inner core of wind's essence. A remarkable treasure. Essences come in various forms. There are martial essences and natural essences. Martial essences are those created by humans, such as sword intent, blade intent, spear intent, and fist intent. In contrast, natural essences stem from the forces of the cosmos, such as wind and fire essences. Martial essences and natural essences can be amalgamated, especially upon reaching the realm of boundless laws. To truly comprehend nature is essential for continued breakthroughs. One must at least grasp a singular path of natural understanding to ascend to the pinnacle of mastery. However, Tang Xuan does not intend to limit himself to merely one. With a system that amplifies his abilities 1,000-fold and his extraordinary talent, to confine himself to a single understanding would be akin to slapping his own face. Who does he look down upon? Unfortunately, the essence of wind contained within this inner alchemical core is too tenuous, merely scratching the surface of comprehension. Disappointment fills him as he toys with the wind-type beast's inner core. This core offers only a superficial glimpse into the realm of wind comprehension, hardly qualifying as a true entry point. The essence condensed within the beast's inner core differs significantly from what a martial artist perceives, making it quite challenging to grasp. This is quite normal. If one could simply consume a beast's inner core to understand the ways of nature, then formidable beings would have long since decimated these creatures. Conversely, beasts cannot fathom the insights gained by humans. Although they stem from different roots, they share the same source. Perhaps accumulating more might yield results. A thoughtful glimmer sparkles in Tang Xuan's eyes. If ordinary individuals cannot comprehend this, might I not be able to? It is not mere boastfulness. He possesses great confidence in his innate gifts. With a sweep of his spiritual energy, the dense forest reveals no formidable beasts remaining. It seems the azure lion reigns supreme in this domain. In any given territory, there can only be one beast king. This is one of the laws of the jungle. Naturally, the corpse of the azure lion cannot be overlooked. Tang Xuan extends his hand, extracting all of its vital blood, which coalesces into a blood pearl. The blood pearl is translucent, within which a phantom of the azure lion churns incessantly. As for the carcass, he sets it aside. Although he regards the void realm beasts with disdain, they are highly sought after by countless martial artists in the outside world. Once he exits the Zhanxiong ruins, he can dispose of it at the Tiandi pavilion for a considerable fortune. Flesh, sinew, and hide are all valuable commodities. Though Tang Xuan is currently quite affluent, who would ever disdain an excess of wealth? Moreover, once he establishes his own power, expenses will flow like water. Continuing onward, Tang Xuan soon discovers a 5th-grade spiritual herb, which he promptly collects into his pouch. He did not actively seek it out. He merely followed the main path. Along the way, he encounters numerous beasts. A peak void realm python. I've heard that python meat is highly nourishing. Captured. A 5th-tier void realm gorilla. How has it survived this long, without comprehending even the essence of nature? Perish. TSK, a fox of the divine realm. What a pity it cannot yet take on human form. Otherwise, it would be delightful to toy with the Daji. To the abyss with you. This elephant appears to harbor the blood of an ancient and rare species, but alas, it is too faint to awaken. You must be sent to rest. As Tang Xuan journeys onward, he traverses 10,000 miles without encountering a satisfactory beast. Either the vital blood is too sparse, or their comprehension is too shallow, rendering them utterly useless. He swiftly dispatches them, awaiting the opportunity to sell them. Just as he furrows his brow in contemplation, suddenly, a tempest erupts, and a pungent scent fills the air. Where the wind roars like a tiger and the clouds swirl like a dragon, it seems a formidable beast approaches. A sparkle ignites in Tang Xuan's eyes. In the next moment, roar? A tremendous roar of the tiger echoed, akin to the furious crashing of waves, cascading relentlessly. The earth trembled and fractured, stones flying in disarray, as thunderous winds arose from the ground. Such a terrifying presence, imbued with a potent aura of sharp metal, was indeed a formidable creature. It is you. Tang Xuan's figure flickered and vanished from sight. At this moment, 1,000 miles away, a magnificent white tiger adorned with golden patterns stood atop a hillside, coldly surveying the humans before it. Chapter 35, The Golden Patterned White Tiger, Pinnacle of Divine Convergence. A pinnacle beast of the Divine Convergence realm. Why is there a pinnacle beast of the Divine Convergence realm here? It's over. At the foot of the hill, a group of warriors trembled in fear. Clad in identical attire, they were clearly from the same faction. Their eyes were filled with panic, their bodies quaking uncontrollably. Do not panic. A warrior from the Divine Opening Realm stepped forward. With a square face and large ears, his expression was resolute. Keep your voices down. As long as we do not provoke this beast, it should refrain from attacking. A trembling voice spoke from the crowd. Elder Ma, what if it does attack? Elder Ma replied solemnly. Then we fight to the death. Even if it means burning our souls, we must protect Miss Maruyu. Do you understand? If anything happens to her, you will all perish. And so will your wives, children, mothers, and even your families. If we can rescue the miss, even if you all perish, your families will receive a substantial fortune to live on. Do you hear me? The faces of all the warriors turned an ashen hue. Many bowed their heads, displaying despair. Just then, a haughty voice broke through. Leave? Why would we leave? I have come to capture a pet. This magnificent tiger shall make a splendid gift for my 18th birthday. Quickly, seize it for me. As she spoke, a striking girl clad in red, wielding a whip, emerged. She was breathtakingly beautiful, though her lips were slightly thin, and her gaze bore a hint of ferocity. Tall and well-endowed, her walk was slightly unsteady. Miss. That tiger is a beast of the Divine Convergence realm. We cannot possibly capture it. A warrior lamented, attempting to reason with her. Yet, his response was met with a resounding crack of the whip. Crack. A pained scream escaped the warrior as a large gash was torn into his chest. The whip of Maruyu was adorned with sharp barbs. Useless, utterly useless. Even if you cannot capture it, you must try. What I desire must be obtained. She placed her hands on her hips, exuding an air of arrogance. The warriors were plunged into deeper despair. They were Ma Ruyu's personal guards, fully aware of the temperamental nature of the young lady from the Ma family. The Ma family was a prestigious lineage within the Bachan dynasty, powerful and deeply rooted. Even looking down upon the royal family, as the eldest daughter of the Ma family, Ma Ruyu was treated like a precious gem, fostering an excessively spoiled disposition. If you do not comply, you shall face death. Uncle, it's up to you. Anyone who refuses, kill them on the spot. Ma Ruyu raised her whip once more. Elder Ma, her uncle, smiled darkly. Did you not understand the young lady's words? It seems you have enjoyed your lives a tad too much. Elder Ma unleashed a powerful strike. Amidst the agonizing cries, a warrior was obliterated, his blood and dismembered limbs splattering across the ground. Elder Ma, you are utterly ruthless. The assembled warriors were incredulous at the scene before them. Ruthless? You consume the resources of the Ma family, utilize what they provide. Yet you remain mere lapdogs of the Ma clan. Now, the young lady merely desires a pet, and you do not exert yourselves. What use are you to us? Elder Ma spoke with a menacing aura. To ascend is to die. To remain is also to perish. The warriors were engulfed in despair. Brothers, there is still a glimmer of hope. Charge forth. In desperation, the warriors surged ahead. On the hillside, the golden-patterned white tiger regarded them with disdain. Such worthless creatures. Do they dare to capture the Tiger Lord? A mere fantasy. It raised its right paw and waved it lightly. In the void, golden rays flickered. With a series of sickening sounds, the three warriors charging forward were abruptly severed, their upper and lower halves sent flying in opposite directions. The might of a pinnacle divine union beast was beyond their capacity to withstand. Knowing full well their fate, the remaining warriors pressed on. After sacrificing over a dozen lives, they finally confronted the golden-patterned white tiger. Seize it. Two warriors grasped the tiger with all their might. However, with a mere shake of its body, both warriors coughed blood and collapsed, rendered immobile. Worthless indeed. Hurry, capture it. And do ensure not to mar its exquisite fur. Such a fine hide, if damaged, would be imperfect. This young lady has no fondness for flawed things. Ma Ryu stamped her feet in frustration. The Ma family warriors were filled with rage and despair. They had lost so many, yet Ma Ruyu's only concern was for the tiger's pelt. Flawed. You are the true embodiment of flaw, and your entire family is too. The golden-patterned white tiger swung its claws, and several more warriors met their demise. I shall first rid myself of this loathsome woman. It turned and lunged at Ma Ryu. An overwhelming aura of primal ferocity enveloping the air, draining the color from her delicate face. Though her talent and cultivation were commendable, her lack of combat experience rendered her paralyzed with fear. Quickly, stop it. Several Ma family warriors attempted to intervene, but were torn asunder. One suffered the worst. Half of his skull bitten off by the tiger, convulsing on the ground. Damn it, we cannot hold it back. Elder Ma's forehead glistened with sweat. The pinnacle divine union beast was far too powerful, beyond their reach. As the golden-patterned white tiger drew nearer to Ma Ryu, he made a decisive call. Quickly, use self-detonation to halt it, and escort the young lady away. Boom, boom, boom. Several Ma family warriors ignited their souls, exploding in a blaze of fury. Within a Tenjong radius, dust and smoke billowed forth, and the ground cracked under the strain. Cursed humans, how bothersome, creating such a cloud of dust. It sullies the Tiger Lord's form. Roared the golden-patterned white tiger in fury, gathering a golden orb of light in its mouth and unleashing it upon the crowd. A small mushroom cloud erupted. The Ma family warriors fell like puppets with severed strings. My heavens, it has comprehended the essence of gold. Elder Ma exclaimed in shock. Miss, flee quickly. Ma Ryu gritted her teeth and declared, I shall not retreat. Second uncle, you must advance. What? Elder Ma's eyes widened in shock. Though he was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the divine realm, he felt utterly insignificant before the golden-striped white tiger. Ryu, I am your second uncle. You would have me perish. Ma Ryu's expression twisted into one of fierce determination as she retrieved an object from her bosom and brandished it. Second uncle, if you can restrain the white tiger, I possess the soul-binding needle. It will surely allow us to control it. Elder Ma screamed in disbelief. You have lost your senses. How could I possibly capture it? Useless. You are truly worthless. If you do not act, I shall end your life. Ma Ryu raised her hand, aiming the soul-binding needle directly at Elder Ma. Despair flickered across his face. The slayer shall always be slain. The heavens maintain unwavering justice, and retribution is inevitable. With no other choice, Elder Ma lunged forward, only to be met with a second golden orb. Boom. The void erupted in a brilliant display of crimson light. Now, Ma Ryu forcefully launched the soul-binding needle. The golden-striped white tiger displayed a disdainful glint in its eyes and swatted it away effortlessly. Boom. A tempest arose, sending the soul-binding needle flying. Ma Ryu was struck by the residual force, blood gushing from her mouth as she fell to the ground. Help! Someone come to my aid. She lay on the ground, disheveled and terror-stricken, and in that moment, fear truly gripped her heart, leading her to sob uncontrollably. The golden-striped white tiger shook its head and lunged forward, mouth agape. Just then, a gentle voice resonated. I have found it. Boom. Amidst the explosion, the golden-striped white tiger was sent hurtling backwards, crashing through 7 or 8 large trees. A figure, elegant and carefree, descended to the ground. Chapter 36. The Clown. Call me Tiger Brother. Who dares to ambush the Tiger Lord? That hurts, damn it. The golden-striped white tiger, having taken a heavy punch, stood up and scathed, shaking its head in irritation. Ah, quite resilient, Tang Xuan remarked in astonishment. Although he had not employed his full strength, that punch was still formidable enough to penetrate even the most powerful beasts of the divine realm. Yet, this golden-striped white tiger seemed entirely unharmed. When they had made contact, Tang Xuan distinctly felt as though his strength had sunk into a quagmire, vanishing without a trace. As he observed the golden-striped white tiger, he was taken aback to discover that it was, in fact, a peak-level beast of the divine harmony realm. Impressive cultivation, quite durable, it could barely suffice as my pet. The golden-striped white tiger's eyes widened, radiating a terrifying light. How dare such a wretch suggest that I, the Tiger Lord, be made a mere pet? I shall ruin you. With a ferocious roar, the golden-striped white tiger opened its mouth and unleashed a golden orb. Ah, it even possesses the power of the natural realm. Tang Xuan sensed the pure essence of gold within the orb, and his surprise turned to exhilaration. He immediately extended his hand, unleashing his sword intent. Boom. The orb, imbued with the essence of gold, was obliterated by the sword intent. What formidable sword intent! The golden-striped white tiger's eyes reflected a glimmer of fear. It could feel the terror emanating from Tang Xuan's sword intent, realizing that its own mastery of the gold essence had reached 50%. Even among the myriad of demon beasts, it stands as a singular existence, let alone among humans. Moreover, the essence of nature transcends the martial realm by a slight margin. To counteract the quintessence of the golden realm, one must possess at least 5.5, if not 6, degrees of sword intent. This still remains a tenuous 50-50 chance. Yet, the human before him effortlessly shattered its golden essence with a mere gesture. It was abundantly clear that Tang Xuan's sword intent far surpassed 50%. He was a master, unable to match in physical strength or in essence. The golden-striped white tiger began to panic. Human, your prowess is commendable, yet it pales in comparison to that of Lord Tiger. However, I find myself unwell today. Let us postpone our confrontation until another time. With that, the golden-striped white tiger swiftly turned and fled. Tang Xuan couldn't help but chuckle, finding the creature rather astute for recognizing its defeat and choosing to escape. But could it truly elude him? 1,000-mile soul pressed down upon it. Boom. The golden-striped white tiger was engulfed in darkness, as if the entire world had been reduced to its solitary existence. That profound sense of isolation and terror enveloped its being. To move would be to invite death. It swallowed hard. What an overwhelming soul force. This human soul potency was even more formidable than his physical sword intent. The golden-striped white tiger lamented inwardly, realizing that it must have overlooked the auspicious signs before venturing out today, encountering such an extraordinary human. This was a calamity. A complete disaster. I present you with 2 choices, Tang Xuan proclaimed, hands clasped behind his back, stepping before the golden-striped white tiger. The first is death. Before he could finish, the golden-striped white tiger cried out, I choose the second option. Tang Xuan was taken aback by the creature's lack of dignity. At the very least, it should have put up a fight. The golden-striped white tiger seemed to sense Tang Xuan's thoughts and shook its head, saying, Your strength surpasses mine. I cannot escape. The notion of dying unyieldingly is mere folly. Better to live on, even if it means yielding, wouldn't you agree? Tang Xuan chuckled softly and nodded, acknowledging the creature's reasoning. The golden-striped white tiger continued with a sly grin. Moreover, you are so young and possess such remarkable cultivation. You must either be extraordinarily gifted or backed by a powerful force. If the former, you will soar to great heights. And I shall bask in your glory, a pet of a certain deity. What a splendid title. If the latter, I could become a guardian beast of a sect, revered by all, living a life free of worries, no longer wandering the forests. It grinned mischievously. So, in any scenario, I stand to gain. What reason do I have to resist? Do not assume that Lord Tiger is as foolish as those imbecilic demon beasts. Tang Xuan was thoroughly amused. Initially, he believed he had encountered a fierce beast, only to discover it was a jester. With the golden-striped white tiger by his side, solitude would no longer plague him. Very well, I accept you. Tang Xuan nodded. The golden-striped white tiger was taken aback. Is that all? Tang Xuan laughed. What else do you desire? The golden-striped white tiger raised its paws in a gesture. Do not humans possess incantations to control demon beasts? At the very least. You should bind me with a chain or something. Are you not afraid of my rebellion? Tang Xuan replied confidently with a smile. Can you? It is said that there exists a kind of incantation capable of controlling demon beasts, but Tang Xuan did not possess such knowledge. Even if he could, he would not necessarily employ it. With his prowess, even a tenfold increase in the strength of the golden-striped white tiger would pose no threat to him. The celestial sacred body, the pinnacle sword intent, and the soul of 10,000 miles. Any one of these could effortlessly subdue it. Moreover, the control incantation would tear apart the beast's intelligence, rendering it a mere puppet. This golden-striped white tiger is far too intriguing. Turning it into a fool would be rather dull. Furthermore, with Tang Xuan possessing a 10,000-fold amplification system, his strength was ever increasing, leaving him unperturbed by any potential rebellion from the golden-striped white tiger. I shall not employ any incantations nor bind you with chains. You are granted complete freedom. Should you possess the confidence that your strength surpasses mine, you may challenge me. Should you prevail, you are free to depart. Tang Xuan stated matter-of-factly. The golden-striped white tiger inhaled sharply, a flicker of excitement dancing in its eyes. Really? Even though following Tang Xuan may be advantageous, nothing compares to one's own freedom. Of course, but I must caution you. While your strength remains inferior to mine, it would be wise to behave. Otherwise, should my temper flare, you should be well aware of the consequences. Tang Xuan's gaze darkened. Understood. Whatever my leader commands, I shall obey. I, the tiger brother, will heed your words. The golden-striped white tiger responded with a flattering grin. Very well, since you have chosen to accompany me, I shall not neglect you. Allow me to present you with a token of our acquaintance. With a flourish of his hand, Tang Xuan produced a beast core. The core shimmered with a golden hue, emanating an aura of formidable power. Simultaneously, a potent oppressive force enveloped the surroundings. Within the core, a small eagle was soaring gracefully. This is the golden beast core from the divine abyss realm. The golden-striped white tiger's eyes widened in astonishment, an unmistakable hunger surfacing upon its visage. As it practiced the gold element, this core was the perfect match, promising to elevate its mastery by at least 10 to 20%, significantly enhancing its strength. Are you truly giving this to me? Tang Xuan, without further ado, tossed it before the golden-striped white tiger. Consume it, and once you have fully digested it, I have more in store. What more could there be? The golden-striped white tiger was utterly astonished. This was a beast core from the divine abyss realm. Its leader possessed the strength to slay beings from the divine abyss. How extraordinary. One single core had completely won over the golden-striped white tiger. Leader, you are akin to my own father. There is no debate. From now on, whoever you instruct me to bite, I shall comply. It is known that the beasts of the divine abyss realm are those that have achieved a consummate understanding of their natural intent, far beyond the reach of the golden-striped white tiger's current mastery. Furthermore, such beasts are elusive. Exterminating one and extracting its core is a challenge beyond imagination. Yet Tang Xuan had not only slain one, but several. Initially, the golden-striped white tiger had entertained some peculiar thoughts, but those have now vanished entirely, for it realized it was simply not worthy. Tang Xuan could easily dispatch it in an instant, yet he refrained, offering it a chance instead. This opportunity must be seized. Following him, the golden-striped white tiger was certain to ascend to greatness. Only a fool would consider rebellion. Chapter 37. This man is different. The golden-striped white tiger approached Tang Xuan. Its head held high. The paths available to beast-kind are few. Otherwise, one must endure arduous training to rise above the rest. However, pursuing self-cultivation not only presents the challenge of scarce resources, but also requires constant vigilance against formidable beasts. Devouring weaker creatures serves as a swift means to enhance one's strength. The alternative path is to seek a powerful ally to elevate oneself. Yet, humans and beasts have always been at odds. Humans regard beasts as pets or prey, while beasts perceive humans as adversaries. Finding a worthy ally who can also uplift one's status proves to be a daunting task. Fortunately, the golden-striped white tiger has discovered such a companion. Tang Xuan is that most formidable ally, perhaps blessed by ancestral protection. No wonder the magpies were chirping joyfully today. How delightful. The corners of the golden-striped white tiger's mouth quivered with exhilaration. Tang Xuan couldn't help but chuckle at the amusing tiger. Pondering another question, could this golden-striped white tiger amplify its power 1,000-fold? Currently, it is a peak beast of the divine harmony realm. Should it amplify into a creature of the myriad laws realm, or even higher, it might become difficult to control. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until his own strength had grown before attempting to amplify this creature. After all, There is no rush. With that thought, Tang Xuan patted the tiger. Let us go. Hey, master, how could I let you walk? Come, mount me, and let my brother the tiger carry you. The golden-striped white tiger said with flattery. How perceptive. Tang Xuan laughed heartily, leaping onto the back of the tiger. Just as they were about to depart, a shrill voice pierced the air from behind. Stop. Tang Xuan paused and turned to look. Ma Ruyu stood with her hands on her hips, her gaze fixed greedily on the golden-striped white tiger. You there, come here and give this white tiger to me. I want it. Tang Xuan thought to himself. Is this woman a fool? Noticing his lack of movement, Ma Ruyu frowned. Did you not hear me? Hurry and hand over the tiger. This is an opportunity I'm granting you. Don't be ungrateful. Let me tell you, I am the esteemed young lady of the Baichen Ma family. Demanding a mere white tiger from you is already a sign of my favor. Tang Xuan shook his head, initially believing such foolish women existed only in his previous life. To his surprise, he found the same type in this otherworldly realm. Indeed, regardless of the place, women remain fundamentally the same. The tiger is mine, if you desire it. Go capture one for yourself, and do not bother me. Tang Xuan replied coldly. Impudent. How dare you speak to me this way? Although you are quite handsome, you are nothing before the Ma family. Ma Ruyu proclaimed confidently. I shall allow you to pursue me, but the condition is that white tiger. Hurry. Do not keep me waiting. Waiting is what I despise most. With a haughty tilt of her beautiful face, she declared her expectations. Men are merely sycophants, after all. No matter the time, all it takes is a simple gesture from me, and they will go to great lengths to please me. Tang Xuan should be no different. Yet, after waiting in vain for any sign of action from him, Ma Ruyu's anger boiled over. Do not think that just because you possess some talent, you can act arrogantly before me. Do you believe that with a mere word from me, countless individuals would come to end your life? No, killing you would not suffice. I would annihilate your entire family, your entire lineage. Tang Xuan's expression darkened abruptly. Regardless of who you are courting death. Ma Ruyu declared with pride. Her chest thrust forward. What? Do you still wish to strike me? Are you even a man? Is this all the prowess you possess, to strike a woman? Tang Xuan was incensed to the point of amusement. This woman had become so enamored with herself, believing the entire world revolved around her. If she were breathtakingly beautiful, perhaps it could be excused. Yet her looks were merely average, though her figure was commendable. However, for a martial artist, physique was of little consequence. Such a woman was utterly incomprehensible. Still laughing. Die. Ma Ruyu brandished a barbed whip, lashing it violently towards Tang Xuan. Whoosh. The whip sliced through the air like a serpent, vicious and unforgiving. Courting death. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Tang Xuan's eyes as sword energy erupted instantaneously. Bang. The whip recoiled, striking Ma Ruyu across the face. A sickening sound echoed as a chunk of flesh was torn away. My face. My face. You worthless scum, beast, garbage. Ma Ruyu clutched her face, wailing incessantly. Blood oozed through her fingers, resembling a scene from a nightmare. In the next moment, a surge of sword intent pierced through her chest. Ugh! Ma Ruyu staggered, collapsing before Tang Xuan, her expression one of utter disbelief. He truly killed her. Why was this man different from others? Wasn't he supposed to obey her commands? This situation was amiss. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. She was on the brink of death. Haha, you are finished, and your entire family shall perish. Ma Ruyu, with her last breath, retrieved a token from her bosom and crushed it, her eyes filled with malice and madness. Ha ha ha, await the Ma family's vengeance. Tang Xuan replied nonchalantly, the Ma family? Should they dare to come, I would not hesitate to obliterate their entire lineage. What? You dare? Panic flickered in Ma Ruyu's eyes as she realized the truth. Tang Xuan could effortlessly subdue a peak divine unity realm beast. With his strength, he could indeed annihilate the Ma family. A wave of dread enveloped her. She had unwittingly provoked a terrifying being. But the command token was already shattered, and the Ma family would undoubtedly mobilize for revenge. It's over, utterly over. Ma Ruyu uttered the last 6 words of her life. Her head drooped, and she fell lifelessly to the ground. The golden-striped white tiger charged forth, striking Ma Ruyu into oblivion with a single paw. Boss, look! Tang Xuan was taken aback as he beheld a finely crafted spatial ring resting upon the tiger's paw. Hee. I know humans possess these spatial rings filled with numerous treasures. We cannot let them go to waste. The golden-striped white tiger chuckled. This creature was surprisingly thrifty. Well done. Tang Xuan then tossed a golden beast core to the tiger. Thank you for your generosity, boss. The golden-striped white tiger swallowed the beast core in one gulp and then carried Tang Xuan, disappearing into the dense forest. The Northstar Ma family. Boom. A lavish chamber was utterly shattered, a terrifying aura spilling forth. The entire Ma family trembled in fear. The precious life token of Ruyu had shattered. Who could it be? Who dares to kill Ruyu? I shall annihilate his entire lineage, ensuring he can neither live nor die. Come forth. Gather all the forces of the Ma family, and follow me to the Tsangtian ruins. Regardless of who it is, I demand retribution for Ruyu's demise. Also, go to the Longhu Dao Academy and inform Ruffing to join us. Commands flowed from the lips of the head of the Ma family, igniting a fervor throughout the household. The gates swung open, and countless martial artists wielding swords and blades surged forth, exuding a menacing aura. The citizens and warriors of the city were left in shock. What on earth has transpired? Such overwhelming hostility from the Ma family? No one knows. But one thing is certain. Whoever has offended the Ma family has already inscribed their name on the register of the underworld. This is dire. This is indeed grave. Chapter 38. Competing in Cultivation? The Superlative Blood Bodhi. Big brother, this is where I, your humble tiger brother, usually cultivate. The golden-striped white tiger said with obsequiousness within the mysterious cave. Ah, this is quite an extraordinary place. Tang Xuan remarked as he surveyed the cavern in awe. This cave was vast, perfectly aligned with the natural flow of spiritual energy. The density and velocity of the spiritual essence here surpassed that of the outside world by several folds. On the cave walls, crimson fruits thrived. If Tang Xuan was not mistaken, these fruits were the legendary blood bodhi. This was one of the celestial herbs, capable of being consumed directly. Those who partake could potentially increase their cultivation by several years, or even decades, depending on their innate talent. The more gifted the individual, the greater the effect. Unfortunately, the potency of the blood bodhi diminishes with each subsequent use. The second consumption yields only half of the first benefit, and the third only half of the second, rendering it nearly mundane after 3 to 5 uses. This tiger appears to be quite fortunate. Tang Xuan realized. Why does this golden-striped white tiger possess such formidable strength? Typically, the beasts within this vicinity are mostly at the 3rd tier of the divine opening realm, with none exceeding the 5th tier. Yet, here stands a peak being of the divine unity realm. Truly peculiar. It seems this creature has stumbled upon a hidden paradise. Ah, a gathering of spiritual energy. Blood bodhi, perfect for a breakthrough in cultivation. A smile spread across Tang Xuan's face. Are you planning to cultivate, big brother? The golden-striped white tiger, keenly perceptive, deduced Tang Xuan's intent. Tang Xuan did not conceal his thoughts and nodded affirmatively. With a wave of his hand, he produced dozens of beast inner cores and tossed them to the golden-striped white tiger. Well, I do have that in mind. Take these inner cores to prevent your cultivation from lagging behind. What? The golden-striped white tiger was incensed. Big brother, do you look down on me? It inhaled deeply, adopting a serious expression. Big brother, I admit you are somewhat handsome. Your physique is robust, your soul power is incredibly explosive, and your sword intent is formidable. But when it comes to cultivation, humph. The golden-striped white tiger proudly raised its head. I dare not speak of other matters, but I, the tiger brother, possess unparalleled talent. Cultivating at an astonishing pace, soaring to great heights. Even among the beasts, I stand as a paragon. Humans, my dear leader, I do not mean to target you. You know this. Your innate abilities, even when summoned to their utmost, might scarcely compare to a fraction of my prowess. In just 2 years, I have ascended from the first level of the divine harmony realm to its pinnacle. Tell me, can you match that? Tang Xuan gazed at the self-satisfied golden-striped white tiger and smiled. 2 years indeed. The proud tiger retorted, indeed. I have heard that your most formidable human took 5 years to achieve the same. Tang Xuan did not argue against this. Under normal circumstances, it was true. One cannot deny that despite possessing blood bodhi and a gathering spirit array, the talent of this golden-striped white tiger was indeed remarkable. Yet, it was merely remarkable before Tang Xuan. It was insufficient to boast. Guard the entrance with the inner core. I shall cultivate for a few days. All right. The golden-striped white tiger, not overthinking, gleefully embraced the inner core of the beast and squatted at the cave's entrance. The surrounding beasts, sensing the terrifying aura of the pinnacle of the divine harmony realm, had long fled, too fearful to approach. After dismissing the comical tiger, Tang Xuan plucked the blood bodhi. The peculiar shape of the blood bodhi and its dark red hue suggested a pool of blood surging within. Its quality was not particularly high, but one cannot blame it. For being wild, it was already quite rare. Tang Xuan shook his head. True blood bodhi should be perfectly rounded, resembling a translucent ruby. Consuming inferior blood bodhi would only elevate even a prodigy like Tang Xuan by a level or 2 at most. System, bestow upon me a 10,000-fold amplification. Ding. Amplification complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an extraordinary blood bodhi. Tang Xuan looked at the blood bodhi in his hand, each one gleaming red, surpassing even the finest quality. It was extraordinary. He took one and placed it in his mouth. The blood bodhi melted instantly, its rich juice flowing into his belly. Boom. Tang Xuan suddenly tilted his head back, his long black hair swirling towards the heavens. A crimson wave of vitality surged forth, instantly startling the golden-striped white tiger, who was licking the inner core at the cave's entrance. Its eyes widened to their utmost limits. This explosive vitality was truly terrifying. My leader is simply a monster. No. Can this fellow truly be of the human race? Even the formidable beings within the celestial ruins could not match such terrifying vitality. The raging essence thrashed within him, and Tang Xuan hurriedly activated his cultivation technique, guiding the flow through the great circulation. Buzz. The natural spirit gathering array emitted a soft glow. The spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius surged forth like a tide. Not enough. Amplify it for me. Ding. Amplification complete. The golden-striped white tiger had already acknowledged Tang Xuan as its leader, and this cave had been tacitly designated as his private domain by the system. The terror of a 10,000-fold amplified spirit gathering array was apparent. Suddenly, amidst the cloudless sky, an invisible vortex appeared, drawing spiritual energy from 100,000 miles around. Oh my goodness. The golden-striped white tiger's fur bristled with tension. Is this what they call cultivation? What a farce. Even with 100,000 miles of spiritual energy, it would be utterly overwhelmed in an instant. Gradually, the surrounding void began to warp, undulating like rippling water. This is madness. What on earth is the master doing? The golden-striped white tiger transitioned from shock to fear, standing frozen in place, unable to believe its own eyes. This was beyond terrifying. Little did the golden-striped white tiger know that Tang Xuan intended to propel his cultivation to the limits achievable by his technique in a single breath. Should there be any surplus spiritual energy, refining his physical form would also be beneficial. With each breath, blood and spiritual energy surged violently. A formidable pressure, capable of shaking the heavens and earth, slowly emanated from Tang Xuan's body. Was this the sword intent of great perfection? The golden-striped white tiger was already in tears. While it was still reveling in the notion of reaching 50% of the golden realm's essence, Tang Xuan had long since attained the level of sword intent. No. From the distorted void, one could faintly perceive the embryonic form of a half-step sword domain. Gradually, the pressure intensified. The golden-striped white tiger found itself retreating step by step. At that moment, the pressure abruptly vanished. Oh no. Instead of feeling relieved, the tiger's skin prickled with dread. The next instant, boom, the heavens shattered, and the entire cave was reduced to ashes. An overwhelming wave of energy surged forth, cascading like a mountain tsunami, unstoppable. Even though the golden-striped white tiger was at the pinnacle of the god harmonization realm, it could not withstand it, being flung thousands of feet away. Act! The tiger's cries echoed as it rolled helplessly in the aftermath of the energy wave, unable to regain its footing. Tang Xuan was enveloped in a radiant dual-colored glow, his aura continuously surging. Second heaven of the god harmonization realm. Third heaven of the god harmonization realm. Fourth heaven of the god harmonization realm. Pinnacle of the god harmonization realm. Thousands of feet away, the golden-striped tiger cowered behind a large rock, trembling in fear. A monster. Chapter 39, Continuous Breakthroughs. A path to the ethereal. The golden-striped white tiger was utterly terrified, genuinely frightened. It even believed it had encountered a demon. But this was no demon. How could a human ascend from the first to the pinnacle of the god harmonization realm in one breath? The golden-striped white tiger felt utterly despondent. It finally comprehended why Tang Xuan had bestowed upon it a plethora of beast cores. Brother Tiger was mistaken. My understanding was limited to the foot of the mountain, while the master has already ascended to its peak. A completely different level, a different vision. Smallness is, after all, smallness. The master is destined to be a celestial being above the 9 heavens, a lament of this era. Those so-called prodigies and unparalleled geniuses would pale in comparison before the master. As for me, the white tiger, I merely possess a trace of ancestral blood and am fortunate to encounter the master. Surely my ancestors are rejoicing in their graves. No, I cannot hinder the master's progress. I must cultivate diligently. After all, with the master's talents, many extraordinary beasts will vie for his favor, and I cannot allow my position to be usurped. The golden-striped white tiger's gaze gradually grew resolute. Initially, he frolicked with a light-hearted spirit amidst the ruins of the firmament. Now, however, he has finally acquired a clear objective, the depths of the abyss. Tang Xuan sat quietly, enveloped in a halo of milky white light. This protective shield materialized as a result of an abundance of spiritual energy. Should there be an external assault at this moment, this barrier would effortlessly repel the attack. At least beneath the realm of divine shadows, it could not be breached. My sword intent has transcended into sword momentum. Bolstered by the blood bodhi and the spirit-gathering array, I am eager to see how far I can break through. Once more, Tang Xuan fervently channeled his energy, resuming the absorption of spiritual essence. Boom. The protective shield of spiritual energy around him twisted violently, transforming into a pillar of light that soared into the heavens. In an instant, the clouds churned, and the sun and moon were obscured. All martial artists within the ruins of the firmament felt a profound resonance. What an awe-inspiring pressure. Is a treasure emerging? Or perhaps a beast king evolving? My heavens, what a spectacle! Who among the fellow practitioners is undergoing tribulation here? In the deepest part of the firmament's ruins, the sky was shrouded in darkness, while the ground lay blanketed in pristine white. Snowflakes silently descended, creating an atmosphere of absolute stillness. The biting cold could freeze even a warrior of the divine realm to death. This was a forbidden zone, one that even demon beasts of the divine union realm dared not approach. Strangely, in the center of the snowfield stood a colossal white crystal, towering over 5 men and requiring 3 to embrace it fully. From within, the crystal emanated a faint, enigmatic glow. Even more peculiarly, above the crystal hovered a blood-red sphere of light, ravenously consuming the radiance of the crystal like a parasite. Beside the crystal stood several fearsome demon beasts, leopards, eagles, snow wolves, centipedes, and a massive bear. Their auras far surpassed that of the golden-striped white tiger, indicating that these 5 beasts had attained the divine shadow realm, or even the realm of myriad laws. Suddenly, the white crystal trembled, radiating brilliant light. The 5 demon beasts displayed expressions of terror, as if confronted with an unspeakable horror, and they retreated in a frenzy. Yet the blood-red sphere remained steadfast. Moments later, the white crystal returned to tranquility, and a deep, hoarse voice emerged from the blood-red sphere. Members of that clan have arrived at the ruins of the firmament. How splendid! How splendid! In the cave of the golden-striped white tiger, the structure had completely collapsed. The natural spirit-gathering array was obliterated in the ensuing chaos. Tang Xuan sat cross-legged in the void, his aura expanding in layers. The will of martial arts merged with his soul power, reaching the divine union realm. He sought to further elevate his martial will, to penetrate the mysteries of the divine, and to break through. With a commanding shout, a shadowy, ethereal sword materialized behind Tang Xuan. In that moment, within a radius of 10,000 zhang, the world itself was confined. The golden-striped white tiger suddenly shrieked in agony. It was in excruciating pain and fear, retreating wildly. Only after fleeing for 10,000 zhang did it halt, lowering its gaze to find its pelt stained with fresh blood. The essence of the leader's sword is not merely formidable, it is an overwhelming force. Centered around the leader, a pressure of sword intent radiates within a myriad of miles. A force so potent that even my toughened exterior cannot withstand it. It is settled, the leader is not human. Absolutely not. Surely, he is a ferocious beast from the primordial wilderness in disguise. The golden-striped white tiger pales in fear, trembling uncontrollably, despite being at the pinnacle of the divine harmony realm. With a mastery of 50% of the golden intent, it could easily traverse even the most perilous places such as the celestial ruins. Yet, before Tang Xuan, it is stripped of even the right to breathe. Merely the residual waves of sword intent pierce through its tiger hide. It is worth noting that previously, when the golden-striped white tiger was mercilessly beaten by Tang Xuan, it emerged unscathed. Yet now, under the weight of the sword intent, it crumbles so easily. This implies that with a mere thought, Tang Xuan could have turned the golden-striped white tiger into a lifeless corpse. As the golden-striped white tiger spiraled into futile thoughts, Tang Xuan's aura surged once more. Boom. The air trembles infinitely. The divine mystery realm. Achieved. Then, the second layer of the divine mystery realm. The third layer. The fourth layer. The fifth layer. The pinnacle of the divine mystery realm. In mere moments, Tang Xuan's cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the divine mystery realm, even hinting at the threshold of the realm of myriad laws. The golden-striped white tiger gaped in disbelief. It found itself utterly incapable of articulating the abnormality of Tang Xuan. No, it is even more than abnormal. It is a supercharged abnormality. Could it be that the leader is on the verge of breaking into the realm of myriad laws? Will it leave no chance for the tiger to survive? What is the point of cultivating when one cannot even compare to the leader's little toe? The golden-striped white tiger was engulfed by a sense of defeat. In just a few days, it had been thoroughly overwhelmed by Tang Xuan. If previously the golden-striped white tiger felt it was merely at a slight disadvantage, now it could not even see the tail lights. The gap is insurmountable. Tang Xuan had not broken through to the realm of myriad laws. Instead, he stabilized his aura. It is not that he could not break through. With the support of the celestial sacred body, his foundation remains unshaken. However, Ascending to the realm of myriad laws is not a simple task. The realm of myriad laws encompasses the mastery of all natural laws. The more natural intents one grasps, the stronger one becomes after breaking through the realm of myriad laws. In the world, there are countless natural intents, such as the foundational 5 elements, the lightning intent known for its ability to dispel evil, and the mysterious yin-yang intent. Among others, there are even many obscure intents, such as the shadow intent, reputed to encompass 3,000 intents. Tang Xuan pondered deeply, contemplating the direction of his next stage of cultivation. Regardless of the intent, it ultimately cannot escape the principles of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. These 7 forces are the most fundamental powers. Once mastered, breaking through to the realm of myriad laws will pose no issue. At this moment, his panel underwent another transformation. Host, Tang Xuan physique, celestial sacred body, fully awakened. Can be advanced. Qualifications, unparalleled genius soul power, 10,000 miles of soul cultivation level, pinnacle of divine profound realm techniques, primordial skill, royal grade, low tier. Body dominance technique, holy grade, low tier, minor completion, martial arts, sword mastery, royal grade, mid-tier, major completion, celestial/technique, holy grade, low tier. Major completion, intent, perfected sword intent. At this moment, on the periphery of the celestial ruins, a beam of sword light suddenly descended. Boom. The sword intent swept across the surroundings, causing dozens of void realm beasts to explode into nothingness. As the sword light gradually dissipated, it transformed into a long sword inscribed with 2 characters, Sword Frenzy. Chapter 40, Unintentional Enhancement. Sacred Beast White Tiger. Merely a single sword striking the ground had torn apart dozens of void realm beasts. The terror of its sword intent was indeed formidable. Footsteps echoed as an elderly man appeared. He gazed thoughtfully into the depths of the celestial ruins. The sword intent he had just sensed was indeed profound. Could it be that young man? Impossible. I have spent a century in seclusion, barely touching the edge of sword intent. That youth could not possibly achieve it. Entering for a closer look, the elder stepped forward. The sword frenzy moved without wind, carrying the elder's form into the air. Alas, have my techniques reached their limit? It seems I must seek higher level skills. As for martial arts, the only viable ones I possess are sword mastery and celestial/technique. Too few indeed. Regardless, since time is on my side, I shall diligently refine these 2 martial arts. After breaking through to the divine profound realm, Tang Xuan's strength surged several times over. He immediately focused on his martial arts, starting with sword mastery. In less than 2 hours, he advanced from major completion to perfected completion. After all, this sword technique is merely of royal grade, and with a 10,000-fold enhancement, it was not particularly strong, making it relatively easy to cultivate. Now, Tang Xuan possesses the 10,000 miles of soul, the unmatched talent of a genius, and a perfected sword intent. His comprehension of the sword has become unparalleled. Next, he cultivated the celestial/technique to perfected completion, taking a full 5 hours. After all, as a holy grade martial art, it posed some challenges. Yet, it was merely a challenge. Once both martial arts were perfected, Tang Xuan was astonished to find he had nothing left to practice. Techniques and martial arts had reached their limits. How embarrassing. I wonder if that woman has anything useful. Tang Xuan directly retrieved Ma Ruyu's spatial ring and forcefully opened it. Aside from heaps of spirit stones and elixirs, there were more of the woman's trinkets, undergarments, cosmetics, and powders, making Tang Xuan's eyes twitch. Oh, what is this? As he rummaged through Ma Ruyu's spatial ring, he indeed discovered a martial arts manual, a heaven-grade upper-tier technique, the Heavenly Wave Fury Melody. This woman is quite affluent. A heaven-grade upper-tier martial art is invaluable, even surpassing the rank of celestial/technique. If placed within the heavenly pavilion, it would be worth at least 10 million upper-tier spirit stones. Though it is somewhat peculiar for a man to play the lute, its might is great enough to impress. I shall decisively enhance it by 10,000-fold. The Tianbo Rage Tide Melody, once a supreme technique, has now ascended to the realm of the sacred. Its potency has magnified 1,000-fold, yet the complexity of its mastery has correspondingly intensified. Nevertheless, Tang Xuan possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to comprehend it. Thus, he delved into the ancient tome of the Tianbo Rage Tide Melody to begin his study. Soon, however, his brow furrowed in contemplation. This martial art requires the essence of water to be distilled through the resonance of musical notes, transforming into the fierce momentum of roaring tides for offensive maneuvers. It appears that to cultivate this melody, one must first grasp the essence of water. But where might I discover a place akin to the fallen sword mountain? Perhaps I can employ the 10,000 miles of soul to ascertain this. With soul energy surging like a tide, it rapidly extended over 2,000 miles. Surpassing the divine ethereal realm allowed Tang Xuan's soul energy to double. It reached its limit at 25,000 miles, granting him a panoramic view of the surroundings of the celestial ruins. Yet, after a prolonged search, he found no locale suitable for understanding the essence of water, forcing him to concede defeat. Since no suitable place could be found, he would have to take an alternative approach. If he could acquire a sufficient number of water-type demon beast cores, he could achieve a similar effect. Even a mere 10 to 20% of the essence of water could become vast under a thousand-fold amplification. However, the water-type demon beasts were exceedingly dispersed, and seeking them one by one would be a tremendous waste of time. Turning his gaze, Tang Xuan spotted the golden-striped white tiger, hidden behind a rock, licking its core. How fortuitous. This simpleton was the perfect candidate. He beckoned to the golden-striped white tiger. Little tiger. In a flash, the tiger leaped over. Boss, what's the matter? Tang Xuan replied. Help me gather water-type demon beast cores. The more, the better. The higher the quality, the more advantageous. Boss. What do you need water-type demon beast cores for? I don't recall humans being able to consume demon beast cores. The golden-striped white tiger looked puzzled. Of course it's useful. Just go and do it. Tang Xuan chided with a smile. However, the golden-striped white tiger appeared troubled. Boss, it's not that I'm cowardly, but there are quite a few formidable beings within the celestial ruins. Although I am at the pinnacle of the divine harmonization realm, I fear. What difficulty could there be? I will elevate you to the realm of 10,000 laws. Do you think we cannot prevail? What? The realm of 10,000 laws. Boss, are you serious? The golden-striped white tiger's expression turned blank. Is it truly as simple as breaking through? If it were that effortless, would I need to toil away every day in training? Under normal cultivation speeds, reaching the realm of 10,000 laws would take at least 100 or 80 years. The primary issue lies in the insufficient density of bloodlines. Demon beasts differ from humans. Their ascension relies heavily on their bloodline. Those who can awaken more ancient bloodlines can break through swiftly. Thus, many times, demon beasts advance rapidly, but eventually stagnate. Only through further awakening of their bloodlines can they continue to progress. Wait, the golden-striped white tiger's pupils suddenly widened. It had clearly witnessed Tang Xuan's extraordinary prowess. Could he truly possess the means to enhance his bloodline density? If so, that would be utterly terrifying. To effortlessly elevate the bloodline density of demon beasts. If this news were to spread, the entire beast realm would undoubtedly be thrown into chaos. Enough of the idle chatter. Remain still. With that, Tang Xuan placed his hand upon the brow of the golden-striped white tiger. He was uncertain if the system could amplify the bloodline concentration of the golden-striped white tiger. But there was no harm in trying. After all, it wouldn't lead to any unforeseen consequences. System. Amplify the bloodline concentration of the golden-striped white tiger. Ding. System in detection. Ding. System amplification in progress. Ding. Amplification complete. Congratulations, host. You have successfully elevated the bloodline concentration of the golden-striped white tiger to that of a holy beast. First grade. Tang Xuan's pupils contracted slightly. He had not anticipated that he would produce a holy beast-level white tiger. Incredible. In the next moment, a terrifying light emanated from the golden-striped white tiger's eyes. Its holy blood surged within, causing its fur to bristle. The golden patterns radiated an extraordinary brilliance. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of a holy beast swept forth. 5,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 20,000 miles. Howl! The golden-striped white tiger let out a thunderous roar. All the beasts within the celestial ruins prostrated themselves, trembling in fear. The king has descended. All beasts lay dormant. Boundless spiritual energy surged wildly into the golden-striped white tiger. Its cultivation began to skyrocket, directly breaking through to the divine shadow realm. 3rd level of the divine shadow realm. 6th level of the divine shadow realm. 9th level of the divine shadow realm. Pinnacle. Boom. Another explosive sound resonated. The myriad laws realm. Breakthrough. Subsequently, a golden tiger apparition materialized above the golden-striped white tiger. This golden tiger apparition was the spiritual embodiment of the essence of gold. The golden-striped white tiger inhaled deeply, devouring the inner cores of all the golden element beasts. The essence of gold began to coalesce, soon reaching perfection. Buzz. Subtle ripples of water shimmered. Crack. The earth suddenly fractured, and a powerful aura of sharp gold surged outward. The force of gold. Achieved. Tang Xuan rejoiced. Excellent. It's time to comprehend. Chapter 41. Dare to challenge the master. Only death awaits. The White Tiger clan governs the holy beasts of gold. Its progenitor can even reach the level of divine beasts, inherently possessing an exceedingly pure essence of gold. After a 10,000-fold amplification, The bloodline concentration of the golden-striped white tiger was elevated to that of a first-grade holy beast. The essence of gold directly broke through to its force. The surrounding space felt like countless sharp spikes. Rocks, ancient trees, flowers, and grass were all punctured with marks. Tang Xuan, possessing the perfected celestial sacred body, remained unscathed. This moment was the most opportune time to comprehend the force of gold. He hastily activated his extraordinary talent, beginning to absorb the pervasive force of gold around him. Gold, among the 5 elements, rules over slaughter, possessing properties of subjugation, ruthlessness, and convergence. All metals belong to the domain of gold. It perfectly harmonizes with my sword's force. The sharp golden force unleashed by the golden-striped white tiger would not last long. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xuan directly summoned his sword's force. As the sword's force emerged, the surrounding golden force was drawn in like a tidal wave, preparing for a gradual comprehension. Roar! Empowered by the essence of the sharp gold, the golden-striped white tiger underwent a remarkable transformation. Its fur became more pointed, resembling the blades of long swords, each strand standing erect. Upon its forehead, the character for king emanated an aura of boundless authority. Its physique also grew larger, now measuring over 2 zhang in length, exuding an imposing majesty. Boss, you are indeed my true father. The golden-striped white tiger knelt before Tang Xuan, its immense eyes brimming with tears. Tang Xuan's eyelid twitched. Get lost. Don't be so sentimental. With a chuckle, the golden-striped white tiger quickly wiped away its tears, displaying a remarkable talent for theatrics. Although its expression was feigned, the gratitude it felt was genuine. The demon beast placed great emphasis on bonds, and Tang Xuan had elevated it from a mere demon beast to a sacred beast, a transformation of profound significance that even Tang Xuan himself could scarcely comprehend. In the realm of beasts, the hierarchy is far more severe than one might imagine. Ordinary wild beasts hold no rights against the common populace of humanity, destined only for consumption. Demon beasts, akin to human warriors, are distinctly categorized, with territories delineated by their cultivation levels. The weak are inevitably devoured by the strong, forming a natural cycle. Should a demon beast fortuitously awaken its bloodline, it has the potential to evolve into a sacred beast, much like the current golden-striped white tiger. Once achieving the status of a sacred beast, its mere presence is enough to instill fear in all other demon beasts, a natural suppression unrelated to cultivation. However, for a demon beast to transcend to the level of a sacred beast is a task infinitely more arduous than for a human to break through the realms of mastery. With even a slight increase in bloodline density akin to scaling a mountain, the complete awakening of a bloodline is an even more formidable challenge. This golden-striped white tiger might be considered fortunate, having benefited from the blood bodhi and the spirit gathering array, managing to awaken merely 10% of its bloodline, a remarkable achievement in itself. Without Tang Xuan's intervention, it would have remained in this state for its entire life. The earlier claims of breaking through being as easy as drinking water were mere boasts. Now, having advanced to the level of a sacred beast, it can acknowledge its ancestry and return to its lineage to further enhance its bloodline. Yet, the golden-striped white tiger has no intention of returning to the white tiger clan. Currently, as a mere first-grade sacred beast, it holds no power within its ancestral tribe, preferring instead to stay by the side of its formidable ally, Tang Xuan. Boss, truth be told, from now on, as long as you speak, I, your brother the tiger, will plunge into fire and water without hesitation. If you command me to go east, I shall not dare venture west. Such is my loyalty. Tang Xuan nodded in satisfaction. His formidable soul power enabled him to perceive that the golden-striped white tiger sincerely regarded him as its master. Go and fulfill your duties. I wish to meditate on some matters. Tang Xuan waved his hand. Understood. You focus on your cultivation, and I shall go hunt. With a swift motion, the golden-striped white tiger vanished from sight. Observing its grand silhouette, Tang Xuan wore a pensive expression. He had not anticipated that the system could enhance even demon beasts. Hastily, he opened the interface, and indeed, changes had occurred. Host, Tang Xuan physique, celestial sacred body, fully awakened, capable of advancement. Qualification, extraordinary genius soul power, 10,000 miles of spirit cultivation level, pinnacle of divine shadow realm technique, primordial skill, royal grade, low tier. Dominance body technique, sacred grade, low tier, perfection, martial arts, sword control technique, royal grade, mid tier, perfection, heaven slaying sword technique, sacred grade, low tier, perfection. Heavenly Wave Fury Tune, sacred grade, upper tier, entry level, insight, sword intent perfection companion, golden striped white tiger, first class sacred beast, at the bottom of the interface. An additional pet section appeared, prominently displaying the name of the golden striped white tiger. The pet feature activated without any notification, a testament to the system's enigmatic nature. Nevertheless, this implies that anyone who belongs to me or submits to me can similarly enjoy a tenfold amplification effect. This is quite intriguing and warrants further exploration. Tang Xuan's gaze flickered, and countless possibilities flitted through his mind. Never mind, these matters can wait. I shall first comprehend the might of gold. Ha ha ha, that bear Neil. Tell me, are you of the water element? No? How dare you show your face? Go back and reflect for 100 days. Pondering why you aren't of the water element. Brothers of the water element, rise. I, the Tiger Lord, treat my captives well, come forth. Within the celestial ruins, a great white tiger emitted a strange laugh as it dashed about, surrounding beasts, whether at the soaring realm or the divine opening realm. Even those of the divine integration realm trembled in fear, lying prostrate on the ground, too terrified to move. The pressure of a sacred beast is indeed formidable. The golden-striped white tiger merely released a hint of its aura, and all the beasts knelt in submission. Unexpectedly, there is a remnant of a sacred beast here. Suddenly, a voice filled with suspicion echoed from the sky. The golden-striped white tiger looked up to see an elder standing on a long sword. I did not expect my luck to be so good, discovering a remnant of a sacred beast that could fetch a handsome price. The elder descended slowly, a joyful smile gracing his lips. First, I shall capture this sacred beast, then I will take care of Tang Xuan. It won't require much effort. What? This fellow intends to harm the boss. The golden-striped white tiger halted abruptly, its claws scraping the ground, creating sparks. Its eyes radiated a fierce, killing intent. Dare to threaten the boss? It is a death sentence. Oh, such hostility, truly wild at heart. Although Beichin Sword Mad was somewhat surprised by the golden-striped white tiger's murderous intent, he paid little heed to it. A sacred beast. It is only natural for it to be fierce. Just as he opened his mouth, a violent wind surged, and a massive tiger paw came crashing down. Beichin Sword Mad was caught off guard and was directly slapped away. Thud! The force of the blow was immense, breaking several of Beichin Sword Mad's bones. And he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bold! As the foremost sword saint of the Beichin dynasty and a peak expert of the divine integration realm, to be ambushed by a remnant of a sacred beast is unforgivable. Beichin Sword Mad straightened his waist and soared into the air, unleashing a surge of sword intent. What a beast! Before the word die could escape his lips, he saw the golden-striped white tiger open its mouth wide, streams of golden energy converging. In the next moment, boom! A golden beam of light erupted forth. Beichin Sword Mad turned pale with fear and hurriedly retreated. The golden beam struck the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The earth was torn asunder, creating a chasm 100 miles deep. The grass. Has this sacred beast gone mad? Such ferocity in its strike. Beichin Jianquang gazed at the abyss, the hairs on his back standing on end. Had he been struck by that golden beam of light moments ago, he would have been reduced to mere fragments of bone. Very well, you are ruthless. I shall settle the score with you later. Though Beichin Jianquang yearned to eliminate Tang Xuan, he lacked the time and energy to contend with the golden-striped white tiger and thus turned to flee. However, did the tiger permit your escape? Chapter 42, Seeking Revenge? Are you even qualified? The golden-striped white tiger soared into the air, swiping a paw with ferocity. Beichin Jianquang felt his heart shatter, raising his sword in defense. Clang! Amidst the clash of metal, his royal-grade sword bent like a bow under the force of the impact. Spurt! Under the divine power of the golden-striped white tiger, Beichin Jianquang spat blood once more. He was on the verge of madness. This tiger was merciless, attacking as if it were fighting for its life. Had he desecrated its ancestors' graves or harmed its kin? Was such brutality necessary? This was perilous. Continued combat might endanger his life. He must flee. Beichin Jianquang retrieved a life-saving talisman, a precious item he had acquired by chance, capable of withstanding a full strike from a warrior of the divine shadow realm. Embodying formidable defensive power, he had always hesitated to use it. Yet now, there was no time for hesitation. After all, life is but a singular journey. Without a moment's pause, he crushed the talisman. Buzz! A faint ripple of water formed, manifesting as a barrier before the golden-striped white tiger. Phew, that should suffice. Beichin Jianquang breathed a sigh of relief and turned to escape. Alas, could this feeble talisman truly withstand the tiger's wrath? Shatter! The golden-striped white tiger extended its claw, tearing through the barrier formed by the talisman with ease. Heavens! Beichin Jianquang was utterly terrified, fleeing in panic. As he ran, he called out for help, hoping that the warriors within the celestial ruins would hear him and come to his aid. Yet the golden-striped white tiger exuded the aura of a being from the realm of all laws. Who would dare approach? Oh, is that not Beichin Jianquang, the sword saint of the Beichin dynasty? How did he, Good heavens, a beast of the realm of all laws. We must hide. What misfortune is this? That such a terrifying entity resides here. Quickly, spread the news that a sacred beast is guarding this place. It is perilous to approach. The news spread like wildfire throughout the celestial ruins. All warriors became aware of the sacred beast's presence and fled to safety. In less than half a day, the word reached Celestial City, a grand metropolis located 100 miles from the outskirts of the celestial ruins, established as a haven for treasure-seeking warriors. At the entrance of a grand estate, an elderly man and a young boy, both clad as Taoist priests, ascended the steps. Greetings, young Master Rufeng. The gatekeeping warriors immediately knelt in deference upon seeing their arrival. Rufeng was here, splendid, with a booming voice. The head of the Ma family emerged along with numerous warriors. The young Taoist was none other than the second young master of the Ma family, endowed with exceptional talent and possessing an awakened spiritual body. Having been recognized early on by the Longhu Dao Institute, Ma Rufeng wore an excited smile. Father, this is my master, the centipede Taoist. He gestured towards the elderly Taoist beside him. The Taoist bore an aloof demeanor, his face resembling orange peel, and exuded an intimidating presence. Furthermore, his aura had reached the realm of divine harmony. The head of the Ma family did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed in greeting. Greetings, Taoist. The centipede Taoist nodded. I have heard about the situation. Rufeng is my disciple, and I have great fondness for Ryu as well. I even bestowed upon her a martial technique. It is utterly deplorable that she was harmed by treacherous individuals, showing blatant disregard for my authority. He declared, rest assured, whoever they are, they shall meet their demise. The head of the Ma family was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, with the Taoist's assistance, that scoundrel is surely doomed. Ryu had shattered her life token before her demise, and her essence had already attached itself to that man. According to my investigations, he is hiding at the periphery of the Tang ruins. The centipede Taoist waved his whisk. What are we waiting for? Let us strike. The head of the Ma family hesitated for a moment. I've heard that a formidable sacred beast has recently appeared near the Tang ruins. We must proceed with caution. A sacred beast. The centipede Taoist's eyes flickered with surprise. How could there possibly be a sacred beast here? It is inconceivable. The head of the Ma family forced a smile. Many have witnessed it. Even the sword saint of the Beichen dynasty, Beichen Jingquang, was torn apart by that beast. Beichen Jingquang, a pinnacle expert in the realm of divine harmony. The centipede Taoist was slightly taken aback. In terms of sheer strength, Beichen Jingquang surpassed him. If he could not defeat it, then the sacred beast must indeed be terrifying. In that case, we shall tread carefully and avoid alarming the sacred beast. The head of the Ma family bowed. Indeed, a glint of lethal intent flashed in his eyes. Let us depart. Before the ruins of the White Tiger Cave, Tang Xuan sat with his eyes closed, quietly comprehending the essence of gold. Almost there. I have completely grasped the golden aura emitted by that tiger. Unfortunately, it is merely at the entry level of the golden essence, not particularly formidable, even with a 10,000-fold enhancement. The increase may still be negligible. Prior to this, it seemed someone was seeking him out, although he was in the midst of cultivation. Tang Xuan's soul energy enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles, allowing him to perceive any disturbances immediately. At that moment, a large group of individuals was rushing towards him. They did not pause at all, evidently heading directly for him. Tang Xuan remained unperturbed, his emotions showing no signs of fluctuation. Having reached the pinnacle of the divine shadow realm, his mindset had undergone a transformation, becoming more transcendent and composed, as if he were an observer detached from the world. 100 miles away, the Ma family slowed their pace. Second brother, third brother, surround this area completely. Not even a mosquito shall escape. Yes, head of the family. The second elder of the Ma family led 100 aerial experts from the left and right. The head of the Ma family, accompanied by the centipede Taoist, Ma Rufeng, and others, continued forward. Scouts were continuously reporting back. 100 miles away, the target has been located. It seems they are in the midst of cultivation and have not detected our presence. The target has been honing his skills, yet remains motionless. The head of the Ma family exhibits a fierce expression. Very well, today, even the celestial beings cannot save that young man. In the blink of an eye, a distance of 100 paces is traversed. Among the ruins sits a remarkably handsome young man, exuding an overwhelming aura as he meditates in the void. It must be him. Although the head of the Ma family is taken aback by Tang Xuan's youth, he charges forward with his entourage. Boy, confess honestly. Did you kill Ryu? There is no hint of subtlety, straight to the point. Tang Xuan slowly opens his eyes, a playful glint flickering in his pupils. The people of the Ma family? Here to avenge that woman? Indeed. Who gave you the audacity to harm my daughter? No matter who you are, or what your origins. You shall die today, the head of the Ma family declares in a harsh tone. In terms of unreasonable behavior, like father, like daughter. Tang Xuan gently shakes his head. With a wave of his hand, the head of the Ma family summons thousands of warriors, encircling Tang Xuan inescapably. State your name, and then perish with resentment. Most of the Ma family's warriors are at the Lingkong realm, with over 100 at the Kaishan realm. The head of the Ma family and the 10 elders have even reached the Shunhe realm. Tang Xuan softly states, I am Tang Xuan. What? You are Tang Xuan? The head of the Ma family displays a shocked expression. He cannot help but be astonished, for this name is indeed illustrious. On Swordfall Mountain, he fiercely defeated the 2 sword saints of Beichin, mastering the essence of the sword, and gained renown across the land. Do you think you are qualified to seek revenge? As his voice falls, Tang Xuan's aura erupts. Boom. The might of the Shun Yu shakes heaven and earth. The surrounding warriors of the Ma family are struck as if by lightning, flying backward like kites severed from their strings, spewing blood. No one stands near Tang Xuan. How can it be the Shun Yu realm? The head of the Ma family's eyes widen in disbelief, and he cries out. Chapter 43, Boss. I have upset you. Tang Xuan unleashes the power of the Shun Yu realm. The head of the Ma family feels as though his heart has been struck violently by a heavy hammer, leaving him breathless. Shock, awe, and terror surge within him. He retreats step by step, his gaze filled with panic. Previously, on Swordfall Mountain, Tang Xuan was merely at the first level of the Shunhe realm. He and the 10 elders are all top-tier experts at the 7th or 8th level of the Shunhe realm, supported by hundreds at the Kaishan realm and thousands at the Lingkong realm. From any perspective, Tang Xuan was undoubtedly doomed. But what is this situation now? The Shun Yu realm looms like a mountain, suffocating all present. Taoist Centipede. The only way forward now is to summon Taoist Centipede, who might rival Tang Xuan. Taoist Centipede steps forward, his expression cold. Boy, your strength is impressive. At your age, you must have encountered a great opportunity. As he utters the word opportunity, a deep greed flashes in his eyes. Opportunity, you say? Tang Xuan chuckles lightly, generously acknowledging, of course, a rather substantial one. The opportunity he refers to is, of course, the tenfold amplification system. Nothing could rival its power. Not even the exchange for a divine artifact would tempt him. Huh. Indeed, a great opportunity has presented itself. How splendid. Hand it over. The centipede Taoist extended a hand. Huh. Tang Xuan chuckled softly. Your strength pales in comparison to mine. What audacity propels you to demand an opportunity from me? The centipede Taoist replied indifferently. Indeed, my power is inferior to yours. Yet my trump card is formidable enough to slay you. As he stretched his right hand, a faint green mist materialized. Within this mist lay a conical treasure, unmistakably ominous. Tang Xuan shook his head. You cannot possibly believe that your trinket can vanquish me. The centipede Taoist retorted, it is not merely capable of killing. The moment the Thousand Souls spike is unveiled, your name will inscribe itself upon the ledger of Yama. This spike is forged from the souls of 1,000 venomous centipedes of the divine realm, extracted and refined. When immersed in lethal poison, even a warrior of the divine unity realm would be reduced to mere pus upon a mere scratch. Tang Xuan asserted, I am of the divine spectre realm. The centipede Taoist nodded. This is merely the spike's standard state. With a sacrifice of sufficient blood essence, its potency can be magnified. And even a divine spectre would meet their demise. At its peak, it could obliterate all laws. Young man, no matter how powerful you are, you remain but a divine spectre, far from the realm of universal laws. Thus, your death is assured. As he spoke, the centipede Taoist's face gleamed with arrogance. Kneel, and perhaps your death will be less painful. Tang Xuan chuckled with disdain. Is that all you have? I must confess, I am somewhat disappointed. The Thousand Souls spike is indeed fearsome, yet I possess 1,000 means to prevent you from striking. Moreover, the spike could never penetrate the great perfection of the celestial body. One does not shed tears until faced with a coffin. The centipede Taoist flicked his hand, launching the Thousand Souls spike, but its target was not Tang Xuan. Instead, it aimed at the warriors of the Ma clan. In the blink of an eye, the Thousand Souls spike pierced through the bodies of over 100 Ma clan warriors. Those struck were engulfed in darkness, their life essence drained, resembling wretched phantoms. Having absorbed the essence of so many warriors, the Thousand Souls spike grew increasingly agitated, with countless spectral centipedes writhing around it. Your path to survival has been severed. Perish. The centipede Taoist pointed his finger, channeling his soul energy to propel the spike. Tang Xuan's pupils flickered as his soul energy erupted. Boom. His soul energy had reached approximately 30,000 miles. How terrifying. The Thousand Souls spike emitted a mournful cry, crashing to the ground. With a mere gesture, Tang Xuan grasped the spike in his hand. This cannot be. The centipede Taoist's lips quivered incessantly, disbelief etched across his face. The Thousand Souls spike was powered by soul energy, and his own had reached 100 miles, placing him among the elite of his level. Once unleashed, unless the opponent's soul energy surpassed his tenfold, it would be impossible to withstand. And this was merely to resist. To truly suppress, it would require at least 100 times his soul energy, an unfathomable feat. The centipede deist's eyes grew dazed, his thoughts spiraling into chaos. As he gazed upon Tang Xuan, he felt as if the latter were expanding, transforming into a deity that towered above. With one foot on the heavens and the other on the earth. Unbearable to behold. Could he be an enigmatic master of ageless beauty? Or perhaps the reincarnation of an ancient sage? What manner of being are you, human or ghost? The centipede Taoist shrieked, utterly panicked. Witnessing the centipede Taoist's failure left the Ma family members in a state of shock. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. It was the sacred beast. The white tiger. The Ma family head turned pale, trembling in fear. With Tang Xuan in front and the sacred beast behind. Was this to be the end of the Ma family? Suddenly, a colossal white tiger descended from the heavens, heading straight for Tang Xuan. The Ma family head rejoiced, exclaiming, "Huh, Tang Xuan, your doom is at hand. Can the sacred beast not vanquish you?" Yet, in the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. The sacred beast, upon reaching Tang Xuan, wore a fierce countenance that morphed into a sycophantic grin. "Boss, I'm back. I'm sorry for making you unhappy." With that, the white tiger turned, exuding a violent killing intent, as immense as mountains and seas. "You worthless scum, who dares to provoke my boss? Do you really think the Tiger Lord is merely a decoration?" The beast was enraged, having wasted considerable time chasing the Northstar sword maniac. Upon returning to find Tang Xuan besieged, its fury ignited. What did this signify? The Tiger Brother had failed in his duty. If he could not protect the boss, how could he safeguard the entire world? All these people must perish. What in the world is happening? The Ma family head was reduced to tears of terror. After all this time, this fearsome sacred beast, the white tiger, was merely Tang Xuan's pet. He stared at Tang Xuan in a daze, filled with regret for having offended such a being. Even if Ma Ruyu were to perish, whether 1, 10, or even 1,000, there would be no thoughts of revenge in the Ma family head's mind. Yet now it was over. The Ma family was utterly doomed. They had wronged someone they should not have. The white tiger transformed into a beam of white light, shooting forth. Wherever it passed, Ma family warriors exploded, leaving no survivors. Even the centipede Taoist was not spared, unable to utter a cry before bursting apart. Though he was a peak expert in the realm of divinity, he was no different from an ordinary person before the sacred beast of the myriad laws. In less than 10 breaths, the area within 1,000 feet was devoid of life. "Huh, scum." After slaying everyone, the golden-striped white tiger was still unsatisfied and spat vehemently. "Come back." Tang Xuan beckoned with a smile, his demeanor unfazed. A mere Ma family was insignificant, easily extinguished with a wave of his hand. The golden-striped white tiger scampered back to Tang Xuan's side. "Boss, look." It had collected all the spatial rings from the slain Ma family warriors during the massacre. Among the most valuable were the rings belonging to the Northstar sword maniac and the centipede Taoist. The Northstar sword maniac's ring contained not only martial arts techniques and spiritual stones, but also the water element demon beast core hunted by the golden-striped white tiger. "Well done." Tang Xuan nodded in satisfaction. "The stench of blood is overwhelming here. Let us find another place." With that, the figures of man and tiger vanished from their spot. Soon, the sounds of numerous beast roars filled the air. The remnants of the Ma family were utterly devoured by the demonic beasts. Chapter 44, Sacred Grade Supreme. Ta Ching Heavenly Art. 3 Absolute, Sword Chi. Royal Grade Inferior Martial Technique. Ta Ching Heavenly Art. Royal Grade Superior Method. Ah, splendid. A bountiful harvest. Within the cave, Tang Xuan examined numerous space rings, a smile illuminating his face. The 3 Absolute Sword Chi was a contribution from the Northstar Sword Madman. Its uniqueness lies in its ability to divide the sword chi into 3, simultaneously attacking the enemy. This equates to 3 formidable warriors striking at once. Although slightly diminished from his peak combat prowess, the tripartite assault more than compensates for this shortcoming. Mastering this sword technique has allowed the Northstar Sword Madman to maintain his position as the foremost sword saint of the Northstar for decades, unassailable by any rival. Alas, he encountered the recently ascended golden-patterned white tiger, which crushed him utterly, even before he could unleash the 3 Absolute Sword Chi, leaving him torn apart. The Ta Ching Heavenly Art, on the other hand, was a technique bequeathed by the centipede Taoist. He hailed from the authentic Longhu Dao Academy, practicing a superior method of the Taoist teachings. Taoist techniques emphasize balance and gradual progress, although not as resolute as the Buddhist methods. They excel in the unity of yin and yang, embodying the comprehension of the heavenly principles. They are neither ostentatious nor possess any discernible weaknesses. Tang Xuan's primordial skill was nearing its limits, making the Ta Ching heavenly art a perfect replacement. Apart from the 3 absolute sword chi and the Ta Ching heavenly art, the other techniques held little value. What a pity. The Northstar sword madman and the centipede Taoist left behind numerous techniques, but their grades were too low, rendering them insignificant even with a 10,000-fold enhancement. Nevertheless, Tang Xuan opted for the enhancement. If he could not use them, others might benefit. Besides the space rings of the Northstar sword madman and the centipede Taoist, the space rings of the Ma family patriarch and the elders also brought him considerable surprises: spiritual stones, elixirs, and weapons piled up like small mountains. Alas, how troublesome! Tang Xuan lamented, rubbing his brow. Enhancing all these items was even more exhausting than comprehending the realms. System, initiate enhancement. Ding. Enhancement complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the sacred grade intermediate martial technique, 3 absolute, sword chi. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the sacred grade supreme method, Ta Ching heavenly art. Congratulations, host. You have received 100,000 inferior spiritual crystals. Tang Xuan spent a full half-day in the enhancement process. After the last item underwent a 10,000-fold enhancement, he let out a long breath, expelling the fatigue. Exhausted, yet the enhancement was finally complete. Outside the cave, the golden-patterned white tiger displayed an expression of astonishment. Hiss. The boss actually showed signs of fatigue. Could he be cultivating some unparalleled technique? Terrifying. Even the boss, so powerful, continues to strive. What reason do I have not to put in the effort? Details, it's all in the details. After 3 more days, Tang Xuan successfully completed the cultivation of the Ta Ching heavenly art. The 3 absolute sword chi also reached the stage of great accomplishment. Upon checking his status panel, some changes had occurred. Host, Tang Xuan. Constitution, celestial sacred body, fully awakened. Can evolve. Qualifications, a peerless genius soul power, 30,000 miles of soul cultivation level, pinnacle of the divine shadow realm techniques, Tai Ching heavenly scripture, supreme holy level. Overbearing body technique, lower holy level, major completion, martial skills, sword control technique, medium royal level, great perfection, heaven slaying, sword technique, lower holy level, major completion. 3 absolute, sword chi, medium holy level, major completion, heavenly wave, fury melody, upper holy level, entry level, understanding, sword intent, great perfection. Golden force entry level. As Tang Xuan gazed at the ever-changing panel, a profound sense of satisfaction welled within him. The feeling of his power consistently ascending was exhilarating. I cannot remain humble any longer with such formidable strength, he mused. To transcend the myriad laws, I must comprehend the essence of nature. Having grasped the golden force, I shall now master the water force, thus enabling the cultivation of another martial skill. Once again, Tang Xuan devoted 7 days to fully comprehend the inner cores of the water-based beasts procured by the golden-striped white tiger. At long last, his water intent reached the entry level. Yet, he still needed to tackle the fire, earth, and wood elements. There was no longer a necessity to linger here. It was time to delve deeper and uncover the mysteries of the celestial body. Having meticulously planned his cultivation path, Tang Xuan summoned the golden-striped white tiger. Have you ventured into the depths of the celestial ruins? I have been there once, the tiger replied, scratching its head, but the aura within was terrifying. I was frightened away just by getting close. Many beasts have strayed into that place, and none have returned. The tiger continued, its voice tinged with trepidation. You know your brother tiger, cherish my life and avoid danger. Are you truly preparing to enter the depths of the celestial ruins? Tang Xuan nodded. Indeed. There are secrets within the ruins that pertain to me, and I must enter. The golden-striped white tiger thumped its chest vigorously. No doubt about it. Brother tiger is nurtured by you. I will face any peril without flinching. Tang Xuan cast a disdainful glance at the golden-striped white tiger. It was only now that this coward, bolstered by newfound strength, spoke so boldly. In the past, it would have never dared to enter. Nevertheless, Tang Xuan chose not to expose it. He promptly mounted the tiger's back. With a whoosh, the pair soared into the air, heading toward the depths of the celestial ruins. A vast expanse lay before them. Radiant light shone. Within it stood a colossal Tao academy spanning hundreds of thousands of square miles. The academy was replete with buildings, exuding an extraordinary aura. Suddenly, the sound of a bell resonated. It tolled 7 times. Countless practitioners, immersed in their cultivation, were startled, their faces filled with astonishment. The 7 tolls signified a lament. A person of high status had fallen. Rumor had it that the life token of the vice president, centipede Taoist, had shattered. What? He is a peak expert of the divine unity realm. Who in the entire Northstar dynasty could possibly slay him? Moreover, To strike its centipede Taoist is tantamount to attacking our Dragon and Tiger Tao Academy. Is one courting death? As the discourse continued, the main hall of the Dragon and Tiger Tao Academy swung open, revealing a group of ethereal Taoists. At the forefront stood a figure with white hair and youthful features, adorned with a lotus crown, holding a whisk, exuding an otherworldly aura. Yet, within their gaze lay a profound and fierce intent. Greetings, Second Vice President. The gathered Taoists bowed in unison. The individual in question is the esteemed Second Dean of the Longhu Tao Academy, known as Xiao. Fellow Taoists, I bear grim news. Within our 5 major branches, the Vice Dean of the 3rd branch, the Centipede Taoist, has met a brutal end, his life tablet shattered. The demise of a dean is an unprecedented calamity for the Longhu Tao Academy, a profound disgrace. Prior to his departure from the academy, he received a report from his disciple, Ma Rufeng, indicating that the Ma family harbors formidable enemies. This is likely related to the incident at hand. A Taoist respectfully inquired, "Might I ask, Dean, do we have any leads on the perpetrator?" Xiao nodded. "Just moments ago, I summoned the 3rd Dean, a master of divination, to consult the sacred artifact, and we have discerned the identity of the assailant. This individual is named Tang Xuan, of obscure origins, hailing from the Tianshan sect, with unremarkable prowess. Yet, in a single day, his cultivation surged dramatically, obliterating an entire sect, and at Yujian Mountain, he comprehended the sword's momentum, attaining the divine union realm. It is speculated that this youth possesses significant fortune. He may even be a reincarnation of a great being." At this juncture, Xiao paused, his voice laced with intense murderous intent. Regardless of this youth's true nature, the one who has slain members of the Longhu Tao Academy must pay with his life. 8 deans. One Taoist stepped forward. "I shall select 3,000 elite disciples to proceed first. I will follow shortly with the sacred artifact. Remember, we must employ every means necessary to capture that Tang Xuan." Chapter 45. How to Converse with My Leader. Deep within the celestial ruins, Tang Xuan soared just above the ground on his golden-striped white tiger. After traversing nearly a few hundred miles, he encountered no fewer than 7 or 8 packs of ferocious beasts. These creatures emanated formidable auras, rivaling that of the golden-striped white tiger prior to its metamorphosis. This indicates that their strength has reached the pinnacle of the divine union realm. Upon reaching a distance of 1,000 miles, beasts of the divine specter realm began to emerge. Oh, it seems the divine union is less than impressive, while the divine specter roams freely, Tang Xuan remarked with a smile. The golden-striped white tiger responded with a flattering tone. Indeed. Otherwise, how could I have dared to approach in the past? In this realm, the divine union holds no dominion over beasts. Look, master. A pinnacle divine union beast lay asleep when suddenly a beast of the 3rd or 4th level of the divine specter realm sprang forth. In an instant, it devoured the divine union beast whole. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. The divine specter beast was then consumed by an even more formidable creature. In this realm, the strong devour the weak, leaving no space for the latter to survive. Oh, a water-type beast. Tang Xuan's eyes glimmered. The earlier beast radiated a soft blue glow, indicating its mastery of the water element was nearing perfection. 3 absolute sword chi. Tang Xuan gestured, splitting the sword energy into 3, obliterating the water beast into mere fragments. He seized its inner core. The golden-striped white tiger shivered in horror. The ability to effortlessly annihilate a divine specter beast reflects an astonishing level of cultivation. What astonished the golden-striped white tiger even more was that as Tang Xuan clutched the water beast's core, a sound akin to crashing waves enveloped him. This was a sure sign of his water element achieving remarkable mastery. Unbelievable. This is utterly extraordinary. Within such a brief time since entering, my leader has comprehended the water element to such an advanced degree. The golden-patterned white tiger, feeling a sense of frustration, lamented, "Despite my arduous efforts over the years, I have barely attained half mastery of the realm of gold. Alas, when compared to the leader's cultivation, I am merely inviting humiliation upon myself." As the solitary tiger delved deeper, Tang Xuan, spotting a suitable demon beast, swiftly dispatched it with a single strike of his triple absolute sword chi, subsequently grasping its inner core for comprehension. Although the insights within these inner cores were somewhat disordered, after 1,000-fold amplification, he barely managed to reach a level of influence. At that moment, a thunderous voice resonated. "Halt. This is a forbidden zone. Trespassing is prohibited." A group of demon beasts from the divine shadow realm emerged, led by a giant wolf that spoke in human tongue. "Forbidden zone? Do not hinder our path. Begone." The golden-patterned white tiger unleashed its sacred beast aura, sending the demon beasts scurrying in terror. "Huh, cowards. With such pitiful strength, You dare obstruct the leader's path? Have you lost your senses? The golden-patterned white tiger laughed with pride. A forbidden zone, indeed. How intriguing. Tang Xuan's lips curled into a smirk. Demon beasts possess an innate instinct for danger. Being referred to as a forbidden zone by a group of divine Shadow Realm beasts surely hinted at hidden secrets within. Given its connection to his celestial sacred body, Tang Xuan was determined to enter, regardless of the risks involved. Deep within the celestial ruins, 5 formidable demon beasts stood silently. Suddenly, the snow wolf's nostrils flared. A foreign scent. The eagle soared, its piercing gaze cutting through the expanse. It was the outer white tiger, bearing a human upon its back. The leopard furrowed its brow. A human? Such an insignificant existence dares to enter the forbidden zone, seeking death. The centipede cautioned, do not underestimate. The fact that the human rides the white tiger implies that the fool has been subdued. Only a being of the divine shadow realm could achieve this. The eagle nodded. Based on my assessment, the human's aura is indeed that of the divine shadow realm. Humph, what does being in the divine shadow realm matter? Before us, they will surely tremble in fear. The giant bear uttered, its voice rumbling. With a sweeping paw, it shattered a boulder towering 5 men high. I find myself rather bored. Let us stretch our limbs and slaughter that human. The giant bear exuded a terrifying aura, while the leopard sneered, and that foolish white tiger cannot be spared. As a noble beast with a sacred bloodline, it has lost its right to be called a beast, bowing before a feeble ant. Let us proceed together. The snow wolf's eyes glimmered with contemplation. The 3 powerful demon beasts turned to leave, while the eagle and centipede remained still. You 3 shall suffice. We will stay here to ensure the master is not disturbed. Suddenly, the blood-red orb trembled, emitting an eerie glow. The pupils of the 5 formidable demon beasts glimmered with the same crimson light as they knelt in unison. Master, a raspy, unpleasant voice echoed from the blood-red orb. The human must not be killed. Bring him forth. I have great use for him. As long as I devour his soul and seize his body, I shall be fully resurrected. At that time, I shall reign supreme over the world, and you shall all be my founding heroes. The 5 great beasts of the myriad laws were visibly stirred with excitement. Founding heroes. The mere thought exhilarates. Indulging in delicacies, living freely, no longer suffering in this bitter, cold forbidden land. Let us go. Capture the human. He is our stepping stone to ascendancy. Charge. The 5 great beasts of the myriad laws vanished from sight. The crimson orb's radiance gradually faded. The celestial sacred body. Ha ha ha. I shall finally obtain the celestial sacred body. With the consumption of the divine essence, I can unlock that sacred form. At that time, none in this world shall be my adversary, not even the emperor. Ha! The piercing laughter reverberated through the heavens and earth, tearing apart the swirling snowflakes. Cursed be it, it is growing colder, achoo, muttered the golden-striped white tiger. Since half an hour ago, they had entered this flurry of snow. Strangely, upon entering here, no other beast could be seen, and all sounds had vanished, leaving only the chilling howl of the wind. It was spine-chilling. The golden-striped white tiger gazed at the darkened sky, murmuring to itself, this cursed place. Could it truly be haunted? Tang Xuan delivered a playful flick to its ear. You are the sacred beast of slaughter. What spirit would dare approach? The golden-striped white tiger shook off its earlier trepidation and became puffed up with pride. Indeed, I am a sacred beast. If a ghost dares to come, I shall swallow it whole. Ah, boss, a powerful aura is rapidly approaching. It is coming. With the exclamation, a piercing cry of an eagle owl echoed through the sky. Simultaneously, the winds howled fiercely, and the snowflakes were torn asunder. For shadowy figures descended, surrounding Tang Xuan and the golden-striped white tiger. Humans, surrender. The giant bear roared. The sound waves crashed like waves, sweeping away the snowflakes within a Tinjong radius, revealing the dark earth beneath. Tang Xuan's eyes swept across. The other 3 beasts were a centipede, a snow wolf, and a leopard, all at the myriad laws level. It appears these 5 beasts are indeed the strongest here. Tang Xuan's gaze flickered momentarily as he spoke. Inform me, what lies within the forbidden zone? The leopard grinned savagely. Why should we tell you? The golden-striped white tiger fumed. How dare you speak to my master like that? Do you believe that I, the tiger brother, shall crush your eggs if you continue? Chapter 46. Let us leave just one question. The golden-striped white tiger's words incited fury among the 5 myriad law beasts. The giant bear thumped its chest and roared. A mere large cat dares to speak so boldly. Do you not remember the time you soiled your pants from fear? Enough with your nonsense. I shall devour you. The golden-striped white tiger let out a fierce roar, its sacred beast aura instantly activated. How dare they expose their own scars? These 5 beasts must die today. Be careful. This large cat has activated its sacred beast bloodline. The centipede shrieked. Although they were all at the myriad laws level, Their bloodlines still belonged to the beast realm. Confronted by the oppressive presence of the sacred beast, a sense of tension enveloped my body, accompanied by a creeping fear. The master desires this human. The fate of the great cat is of no consequence. The colossal bear roared in fury, devour it, and perhaps I can awaken the sacred bloodline within me. Kill? With a commanding cry of kill, it crouched low to the ground and charged forward. A visible shockwave emanated outward. Damn it, are you afraid? Kill. The golden-striped white tiger, undaunted, surged ahead as well. Boom. A face-to-face confrontation. The clash of power. It was a battle that could shatter the heavens and split the earth. Human, your support has vanished. Will you not kneel obediently? The leopard lazily licked its claws and remarked. Tang Xuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura as solid as a mountain, resembling a god of war. I offer you one final opportunity. What lies within the forbidden zone? Huh. If you wish to know, then speak from your knees. The snow wolf suddenly leaped, its claws aiming for Tang Xuan's chest. Whoosh. Tang Xuan vanished from his position. My patience is wearing thin. Since you wish to strike, do not regret it. Ha! It is you who will regret it. The pack of mountain wolves strikes. The snow wolf's body shuddered, suddenly splitting into two, then four, then a multitude. All around Tang Xuan, countless shadows of snow wolves emerged, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Oh, the force of water. Tang Xuan smiled faintly. The essence of these demon beasts is unexpectedly formidable. No wonder they do not fear the sacred might of the golden-striped white tiger. The colossal bear, engaged in battle, stood as firm as steel, its paws glowing with a faint golden light, clearly emanating the wave of gold's might. Now the snow wolf unleashed the power of water. Howl! Amidst the furious howls, hundreds of snow wolves lunged at Tang Xuan. Sword mastery. Tang Xuan remained motionless, his feet firmly planted, as the sword energy surged forth. His cultivation no longer relied on physical weaponry. With a flicker of his mind, spiritual energy transformed into swords, sweeping across all directions. In an instant, sword shadows danced like meteors across the celestial dome, unstoppable. The illusory snow wolves were pierced through, dissolving into puddles of water. Ah, the sword's might. No wonder they dared to venture into the forbidden zone. Witnessing the destruction of its clones, the snow wolf displayed a look of astonishment. Although this individual's cultivation is not high, their sword force is formidable. We must not be careless. Should we fail to subdue him, the master's wrath would be unbearable. The centipede exclaimed. Master. Tang Xuan noted the significance of these words. These demon beasts had mentioned it before, and now they repeated it. Coupled with the precision with which the 5 beasts targeted him, it was evident they were being manipulated. To command demon beasts of the myriad laws is no simple feat. Yet, Tang Xuan remained unfazed. He possessed too many trump cards. Perhaps their master comprehends the true secrets of the celestial ruins. Tang Xuan's thoughts raced. This wolf does not believe it cannot slay you. The snow wolf opened its mouth, gathering the force of water, poised to unleash its deadly strike. Enough. I shall leave one for questioning. In a voice devoid of emotion, Tang Xuan's figure vanished once more. Where did he go? The target disappeared, and the snow wolf froze in shock. In the next moment, every hair on its body stood on end. This was the instinct of a demon beast sensing impending danger. Danger. Very dangerous. The snow wolf, in an act of desperation, forsook its gathering of power and retreated frantically, just as its limbs left the ground. 3 swift and tumultuous sword energies struck fiercely upon it. Boom, boom, boom. Even its formidable body, strong as it was in the realm of myriad laws, was pierced as if it were mere tofu beneath the onslaught of the sword energies. Blood gushed from the wolf's mouth as it was sent hurtling backward. Before it could even touch the ground, its neck was seized. Such incredible speed, such terrifying sword energy, such a fearsome individual. The observing centipede, leopard, and eagle were rendered utterly dumbfounded. The snow wolf had not withstood even a single strike. How exaggerated. Tang Xuan, despite being merely in the realm of divine obscurity, displayed such overwhelming strength. A bunch of fools. Did you think our leader was someone easy to handle? How delightful it is to witness your plight. The golden-striped white tiger laughed heartily. The more these beasts suffered, the more it reveled, recalling its own past underestimations of Tang Xuan, who had proven to be anything but a soft target. Release the snow wolf. Let us all attack together. Defeat him. The leopard, centipede, and eagle simultaneously summoned their powers. Their strengths were closely matched. Given the snow wolf's devastating defeat, they realized that only by joining forces could they grasp a sliver of hope. Indeed, at that moment, the 3 beastly entities no longer entertained thoughts of cruelty. Survival became their sole focus. Their priority was to live. The leopard was engulfed in flames. The eagle radiated a brilliant azure light, and the centipede coiled and stirred the earth, creating a tumult of mud and sand. Ah, truly, they were beings of the 5 elements. Tang Xuan's spirit stirred. The snow wolf trembled, feeling as if its head was being violently torn apart by unseen hands. The tearing of its very soul. A swift demise. With a mere pinch, Tang Xuan reduced the snow wolf to shattered remnants, its blue demon core falling into his grasp. At this moment, the 3 formidable beasts of the myriad laws had already arrived. You are but a feeble effort against a mighty force. Begone. Tang Xuan's soul energy surged. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 beasts were struck as if by divine thunder, blood erupting from their mouths as they were sent flying. How could he be this powerful? Infuriating. Was he truly just pretending to be weak, with strength far beyond the realm of divine obscurity? Human, you are far too cunning. The 3 beasts shrieked and roared, their eyes and hearts filled with dread. Tang Xuan offered a faint smile. I am in the realm of divine obscurity merely for the sake of merging with the myriad laws. The centipede was the first to falter. Unable to prevail, it sought escape. It raised its body, tearing through the earth in an attempt to burrow away. Did I grant you permission? Tang Xuan flashed forward, seizing the centipede's tail and forcibly dragging it back. Do you not enjoy tunneling through the ground? Allow me to assist you. Tang Xuan sneered, channeling his power downward. Boom. The earth was split open, creating a chasm 10 zhang deep. The centipede, dazed and bloodied, found its body shattered into several pieces. Such a scene sent shivers down the spine of the distant giant bear. The snow wolf had been obliterated. The 3 beasts could not even approach together. The centipede had been crushed. Was he truly human? The giant bear trembled uncontrollably, its heart gripped by terror. In that moment of distraction, a golden beam pierced through its chest. PFF. Blood splattered as the massive bear fell to its knees. The golden-striped white tiger placed its paw atop the bear's head, exuding an air of triumph. Behold with your feeble eyes. My master is a celestial being descended from the heavens. Do you truly believe that anyone capable of subjugating the Lord Tiger exists? My master is destined to be the divine dragon soaring above the 9 heavens, a force that will dominate an era. To follow him is to embrace true ascension. Now, tell me, who is the fool? Ha ha. Amidst the cacophony of triumphant laughter, the bear's head was crushed. The golden-striped white tiger extracted the golden demon core, spitting disdainfully. Trash. 3 demonic beasts had fallen in succession. The last remaining leopard and eagle were utterly terrified. The eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Sky-slaying sword technique. A flash of sword light severed the eagle's body in 2, showering the ground in blood. Thud. The leopard knelt, realizing that its life and death were no longer in its own hands. Tang Xuan turned to them and demanded, Speak. Who is your master? Chapter 47. Do you think you can subdue me? With cold, piercing eyes and overwhelming pressure, the leopard trembled on the ground, whispering, I cannot say, lest I die. Will silence ensure your survival? Tang Xuan replied coolly. The leopard's eyes flickered, clearly deep in thought. Then perhaps you should remain silent. Tang Xuan reached out and pressed his hand against the leopard's head. A terrifying surge of soul power erupted like a torrential flood, forcefully invading the leopard's sea of souls. The invasion was akin to the loss of innocence, causing the leopardess' eyes to roll back as blood gushed forth from its mouth. Its breath waning as it approached death. Soul-searching. This was a terrifying and malevolent method, yet highly effective. Within the leopard's memories, Tang Xuan beheld a colossal white crystal, radiating a light reminiscent of his own celestial body. However, what captured his attention was the blood-red orb atop the crystal. Suddenly, the blood-red orb stirred, turning an even deeper crimson. Tang Xuan felt an overwhelming surge of soul power erupt. The leopard's sea of souls shattered in an instant. To kill from a distance using soul power. What a remarkable tactic. Tang Xuan released the lifeless leopard, a cold smirk gracing his lips. If his intuition served him right. The blood-red orb represented the master spoken of by these demonic beasts, the most formidable adversary within the celestial ruins. To dare to plot against me is to court death. Tang Xuan shattered the leopard's corpse and retrieved the demon core. The ability to command beasts of such caliber suggested that this opponent's strength had likely reached the realm of law mastery. Though their soul power was formidable, it still paled in comparison to his own. Now that he possessed the demon cores of the 5 elemental beasts, he was prepared for the final showdown. Tang Xuan chuckled softly. Golden-striped white tiger, guard me while I cultivate. Rest assured, boss. The golden-striped white tiger dutifully executed every command. Tang Xuan opened his palm, revealing 5 demon cores, each having attained a formidable potency. System. Amplify my power. Ding. Amplification complete. Congratulations, host, on achieving the pinnacle of the 5 elements demon beast core. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow slightly. Under the 10,000 fold amplification, These 5 demon beast cores had yet to ascend to the realm of the 5 elements. How peculiar that they had not reached the level of domain. It appears that the disparity between the force and the domain is far greater than one might envision. Nevertheless, the consummate 5 elements force will suffice. At that moment, with a flick of his hand, the 5 demon beast cores levitated above his head, rotating gracefully in accordance with the order of the 5 elements. Multicolored radiance continually merged into Tang Xuan's soul sea, bolstered by the unparalleled talent of a genius. He soon comprehended their essence. The 5 elements symbolize the foundation of the world. Metal signifies convergence, wood represents growth, water symbolizes nourishment, fire denotes destruction, and earth embodies integration. Between the 5 elements, there exists both conflict and synergy. I understand now. In an instant, the world fell silent. The 5 demon beast cores suspended above Tang Xuan's head erupted with a thunderous crack. The 5 luminous orbs ultimately coalesced into a single black sphere of light, which gradually penetrated Tang Xuan's brow. In the next moment, his aura surged as if the primordial chaos had begun anew, heralding the birth of the universe. Boom! Radiance soared into the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds. The myriad laws realm. Accomplished. Under such celestial might, the golden-striped white tiger cowered on the ground, trembling. Good heavens! Is this what one calls cultivation? A single session of training has catapulted him to a whole new realm. With such rapid advancement, I, the golden-striped white tiger, cannot even keep pace with my superior's heels. The golden-striped white tiger understood that once Tang Xuan's aura surpassed him, the possibility of catching up was utterly lost. The gap, it would only widen further. It wasn't that the golden-striped white tiger lacked strength. Rather, Tang Xuan was simply extraordinary. With the enhancement of the Tai Ching heavenly scripture, his cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket, experiencing a frenzied surge. Boom, boom, boom. Myriad laws realm, 2nd heaven. Myriad laws realm, 3rd heaven. Myriad laws realm, 4th heaven. In the blink of an eye, he reached the pinnacle of the myriad laws realm. Almost there. Tang Xuan opened his eyes, retracting his aura. The golden-striped white tiger nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He had directly ascended an entire realm. To Tang Xuan, this was merely a step towards further enhancement. What of the others? The golden-striped white tiger could not help but marvel. Thankfully, his resolve was steadfast. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they would have long been left dumbfounded by Tang Xuan's prowess. It was time to seek the mastermind behind the scenes. Thus, Tang Xuan, accompanied by the golden-striped white tiger, ventured to the mysterious location, guided by the leopard's memory. White crystal, blood-red sphere. You have finally arrived. The blood-red sphere seemed unsurprised by Tang Xuan's presence. Initially, I thought those 5 worthless beings brought you here, but it appears that the celestial body is even more formidable than I had anticipated. How splendid. The blood-red sphere suddenly blazed with light. Within it, a mysterious figure seemed to emerge. A terrifying aura descended like a mountain. Even the mighty holy beast, the golden-striped white tiger, prostrated itself, growling incessantly. Tang Xuan narrowed his eyes. This enigmatic blood-red sphere indeed possessed knowledge of the celestial body, and it seemed to know far more than he did. Who exactly are you? If you wish to know who I am, then accept this avatar of mine and become my vessel. The response from the blood-red orb surprised Tang Xuan. The figure within the orb turned out to be merely an avatar. Yet this very avatar possessed the power to subdue the 5 great demon beasts of the myriad realms. How terrifying must the true form be? I am not accustomed to conversing with avatars. Summon your true self. Tang Xuan said indifferently. No one in this world is worthy to meet my true form. The blood-red orb laughed heartily. However, due to certain constraints, my true self cannot manifest and must operate through this avatar. Though this avatar can only wield a minuscule fraction of my true power, it suffices to dominate this realm without expending excessive effort. Tang Xuan's pupils narrowed sharply. Goodness, even a fraction of a billionth of power is so formidable? Is that not an exaggeration? What boastfulness! Nonetheless, upon hearing that the true form could not appear, Tang Xuan felt somewhat relieved. Although powerful, he was not invincible in the mortal realm. Should a formidable foe arise, he would undoubtedly retreat and return when stronger. But with only an avatar present, he felt no fear. Shifting his gaze, he directed the conversation towards the white crystal. What is this crystal? Is it related to the celestial body? The blood-red orb appeared relaxed, confident in its ability to manipulate Tang Xuan, and thus took its time to elaborate. This is the divine source, the essence of divinity. It is also the key to the 3 realms' divine body. The 3 realms' divine body is the foremost among the 3,000 divine bodies, representing the past, present, and future. Even the primordial divine body and the celestial dominator are but mere ants in comparison. Unfortunately, The three realms' divine body no longer exists. Only the inheritors of the celestial body might have a chance to awaken it. If I could obtain the three realms' divine body, there would be no limits. All rules would be trampled beneath my feet. Huh? Tang Xuan suddenly understood. So that is the case. Thank you for your revelation. It has dispelled the doubts in my heart. The blood-red orb replied. Do you know why I answered you so candidly? Because you believe you can dominate me. Tang Xuan smiled faintly. Be a bit more confident. It's not just a belief. I have indeed secured you. The blood-red orb sneered. Tang Xuan shook his head. Do you understand the concept of joy turning to sorrow? Chapter 48. The blood-red figure. The great demonic art of the five emperors. Ha! The blood-red orb laughed maniacally. Joy turning to sorrow? That is a problem only the weak encounter. Though you have awakened the celestial body, in my eyes, you remain an ant. I will crush all. With each word spoken, the orb's momentum intensified. By the time the final word was uttered, its aura was akin to the dawn of creation. An unstoppable force descending from the divine. Such a powerful presence, my lord, be careful. The golden-striped white tiger, though a sacred beast, found it impossible even to raise its head under this overwhelming pressure. Tang Xuan nodded. This golden-striped white tiger, though a bit simple-minded, was indeed quite loyal. Faced with a formidable adversary, it did not flee. Stand down. I shall handle this foe. Tang Xuan gradually unleashed his aura, countering the pressure emanating from the golden-patterned white tiger. Be cautious. If danger arises, call for me, and I shall take you away. The golden-patterned white tiger exclaimed before swiftly fleeing. In the presence of such a formidable being, it could only await its demise. You wish to engage with me? The crimson orb sneered. Tang Xuan nodded. If you covet what belongs to me, your death is inevitable. Huh. Absurd human. Allow me to demonstrate my might. The crimson orb suddenly soared into the sky, transforming into a figure that descended from above. As its feet touched the ground, silence enveloped the world. Then, an earth-shattering explosion ensued. The ground fractured like a spider's web, and the snowflakes within a myriad of miles were utterly swept away. For me to personally confront you, your demise is well-deserved. The crimson figure's aura surged, instantly reaching the realm of myriad laws. Your words are excessive. Tang Xuan equally intensified his aura. Boom. The two forces clashed, resulting in a stalemate. The realm of myriad laws. How is this possible? The crimson figure exclaimed in astonishment. He had previously sensed that Tang Xuan was merely at the harmony realm. How could he have ascended two great realms in the blink of an eye? Concealing his strength? Such tricks are futile before me. The crimson figure's surprise was short-lived. He believed Tang Xuan had merely hidden his abilities, a common occurrence. Buzz. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth coalesced into a blood-red longsword. At the moment the sword was unleashed, an indescribable force permeated the air. The might of the perfected sword intent. Tang Xuan squinted slightly. Transitioning from intent to force is immensely challenging. In the past, countless warriors atop the fallen sword mountain sat in meditation for years, only managing to elevate their sword intent to 50%. This crimson figure, upon making a move, wielded sword force. Quite formidable. Die. The crimson figure struck with his sword, as if intending to cleave the very heavens apart. The suffocating intensity bore down like a mountain. Come forth. Tang Xuan, undeterred, drew forth a long sword and struck in response, simultaneously infusing it with sword intent. With a single thrust, the winds and clouds parted. The heavens and earth fell to naught. Clang. The clash of metal reverberated through the void, lingering in the air. The ground beneath them could no longer withstand the force and crumbled once more. The earth's limit was 100 feet. The surrounding sand and mud were torn apart before they could even approach. Sword force. You have actually comprehended sword force. The crimson figure expressed astonishment again. Due to being a mere avatar, he could only wield perfected sword force. Yet, even that was unparalleled across the Northstar dynasty. None could withstand it. The first sword saint, Bei Chunjian Kuang, had merely scratched the surface. He had assumed a single strike would subdue Tang Xuan. To his surprise, the opponent not only manifested sword force, but it surpassed his own. Sword force. Great perfection, were it not for the crimson figure's profound foundation. This single strike would have sufficed to obliterate him. Tang Xuan smiled faintly. You shall never fathom my true strength. The crimson figure fell silent, realizing the situation had taken a turn for the worse. This individual proves to be far more formidable than anticipated. Humph, what of the great perfection sword intent? Ultimately, you shall meet your demise. Slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. The crimson figure, consumed by rage, wielded his blade with fierce abandon. Crack, crack, crack. An overwhelming wave of blade light swept across the surroundings. The earth was carved with countless deep ravines, a testament to the terrifying might unleashed. Tang Xuan remained unfazed, effortlessly wielding his sword intent. His assaults were breathtakingly fearsome, while his defenses were impenetrable. The foundational sword techniques of great perfection left him devoid of any vulnerabilities. Regardless of how frenzied the Crimson Figure's attacks were, they could not breach his sword aura. Heavens! The leader could actually contend evenly with such a being. 100 miles away, the golden-patterned demon tiger peered anxiously, its expression reflecting the horror of the clash between the two. The Crimson Figure was indeed terrifying. A creature of ancient and formidable caliber. Any other would have long since capitulated. Yet, Tang Xuan not only held his ground, but even gained a slight upper hand, proving himself to be more monstrous than the monster itself. Despite relentless assaults, the Crimson Figure found itself struck multiple times by Tang Xuan. Enraged, the Crimson Figure exclaimed, "Is your strength truly limited to this?" A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Tang Xuan's eyes. "What did you say?" For the Crimson Figure, such words were an affront beyond measure. How could he endure such humiliation? "You seek death," he bellowed. Initially, the figure had no desire to unleash his true power, fearing the dissolution of this avatar. However, "Your demise is imperative." As the words left his lips, the Crimson Figure's aura surged dramatically. In an instant, he transcended from the realm of myriad laws to the realm of commanding laws. The Crimson Figure levitated slowly, 5 mysterious orbs of light manifesting behind him, adorned in hues of gold, blue, green, red, and brown. The power of the 5 elements. Tang Xuan's pupils constricted slightly. No, it was misleading. Within lay a terrifying demonic force. "Your end is nigh." The Crimson Figure cackled maniacally. Prepare to experience the might of the great demon god technique. He cast aside his long blade, raising both hands, summoning the magical power of the 5 elements. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the area within 1,000 zhong was enveloped in darkness. Tang Xuan felt his body constrict, movement becoming nearly impossible, even his breath turned laborious. This is the power of the domain. A flash of horror appeared in his eyes. "Insignificant human, tremble beneath my divine might." 100 miles away, the golden-patterned white tiger quaked in terror, rendered immobile. This presence was utterly terrifying, akin to that of a demon god. No, the leader shall not fall. He is invincible. Let us hope so. Despite the overwhelming might, Tang Xuan maintained an air of indifference. The strength of the Crimson Figure was indeed formidable, yet not insurmountable. Alas, the magical power of the 5 elements stemmed from his true form, not a mere artifact. Otherwise, a mere reversal could amplify my own elemental power to the domain level. However, I might borrow his method of wielding this elemental power. A glimmer of determination flickered in Tang Xuan's gaze as he meticulously observed the operation of the magical 5 elements. Zzz. Zzz. Within the realm of the 5 elements of darkness, black lightning surged incessantly. A terrifying pressure akin to a mountain's roar or a tsunami's fury relentlessly compressing Tang Xuan's corporeal form. The fusion of the 5 elements of darkness was no trifling matter. Although constrained by the power of his avatar, it was impossible to resist beneath the realm of the Law Master. This young man is doomed. I shall utterly obliterate his soul. The blood-red figure moved its hands. The power of the 5 elements of darkness violently struck the sea of Tang Xuan's soul. Haha. It is over. Even if your strength is formidable, your soul power must be quite fragile. This strike is sufficient to annihilate a powerful Law Master. Finally, your body shall be mine. Amidst the maniacal laughter, Tang Xuan raised his head, a hint of disdain gracing his lips. Are you serious? Chapter 49. Your limit is not my limit. You wish to destroy my soul. In the face of the overwhelming might of the 5 Emperor's dark magic, Tang Xuan remained unperturbed. As steadfast as a mountain, how could a mere hill ever fill the ocean? Open your eyes. With a thunderous roar, Tang Xuan's soul power erupted like the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering, stirring the tumultuous sea and shaking the vast sky. What? Your soul power has reached 10,000 miles. The blood-red figure exclaimed in astonishment, only to quickly dismiss it. So what if it's 10,000 miles? My 5 Emperor's dark magic can suppress souls of at least 50,000 miles. Tang Xuan laughed heartily. Just 50,000 miles. Amidst his laughter, his soul power surged. 20,000 miles. 30,000 miles. 40,000 miles. 50,000 miles. In the blink of an eye, his soul power reached the astonishing realm of 50,000 miles. The might of the 5 Emperor's dark magic was completely suppressed, rendered immobile. How is this possible? The blood-red figure nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. 50,000 miles of soul power. How outrageous. For ordinary cultivators at the myriad realms, possessing 3,000 to 5,000 miles of soul power is already remarkable. Tang Xuan is 10 times that. You are indeed formidable, yet you cannot contend with me. The blood-red figure faltered. From initial disdain to profound shock. Its attitude shifted to one of humility. Despite any reluctance, it had to acknowledge that Tang Xuan had now attained a status equal to its own. Who would have guessed that Tang Xuan would chuckle again? I forgot to mention, 50,000 miles is your limit, not mine. A furious roar. Soul power ascended once more. It soared directly to 100,000 miles. The blood-red figure was utterly dumbfounded. 50,000 miles was already astonishing. How could Tang Xuan have reached 100,000 miles? Is he even human? You are also a reincarnated demon. The blood-red figure, in a surge of excitement, nearly revealed a secret. How could anyone possess such terrifying soul power without being a reincarnated great demon? No, wait. Even if he were a reincarnated great demon, like the blood-red figure, it would be impossible to possess such exaggerated soul power. Who? What on earth are you? The blood-red figure instinctively inquired. Tang Xuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his body levitating gracefully. His flowing black hair resembled an immortal descending from the heavens. His aura too overwhelming to behold. So magnificent. So splendid. My lord is truly majestic. The golden-patterned white tiger raised its paw, its eyes sparkling with admiration. An idol. Undoubtedly an idol. You are not all-powerful. Are you not certain of my identity? Tang Xuan spoke calmly as he approached the blood-red figure. In truth, while in the divine abyss, his soul power was merely over 30,000 miles. However, upon advancing to the realm of 10,000 laws, he experienced a tremendous surge, elevating his soul power to an astounding 100,000 miles. This formidable essence became one of his trump cards. At that moment, the impact was indeed staggering. Even for the blood-red figure, silence ensued. An eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings as the 5 Emperor Demon God technique gradually faded, and the realm of 5 elements dissipated. The blood-red figure sighed deeply. I have schemed for millennia, only to find it all in vain. Such is fate. Alas, remaining here is futile. Young one, though you have vanquished my avatar, you have now become my target for vengeance. Prepare for my retribution. With a maniacal laugh, the blood-red figure slowly faded, dissipating into the void. The imprisoned snowflakes once again began to fall, restoring tranquility to the scene. We have won. Our leader has triumphed. The golden-striped white tiger dashed over, its face a mixture of shock and admiration. Such a terrifying blood-red figure had been defeated by Tang Xuan. In this realm, who could possibly halt Tang Xuan's advance? With the divine source in hand, could he elevate the celestial saint body to the 3-world divine body? Tang Xuan's gaze fell upon the divine source, igniting a fervent spark within him. Just as he approached the divine source, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A blood-red blade, imbued with earth-shattering might, descended upon him without warning. The strike was silent, elusive. By the time Tang Xuan perceived it, it was too late to evade. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed as the blood blade struck Tang Xuan's back. He slightly turned his head. Behind him, the blood-red figure bore a fierce visage, exuding murderous intent. Your retribution arrived rather swiftly. Tang Xuan chuckled lightly. How are you not shattered? The blood-red figure's face was a mask of disbelief. It grasped the blood blade, which had been unleashed with full force. The resilience of this flesh was astonishing. The celestial saint body was indeed perfected. But wait. Even a perfected celestial saint body could not possibly remain unscathed. Could it be? The blood-red figure trembled. Tang Xuan nodded. I am not merely a perfected celestial saint body. I have also cultivated body refining techniques. With a vigorous motion, he tore his shirt asunder. Boom. His muscles appeared as though forged from steel, exuding a masculine allure. Mysterious patterns adorned his skin, a manifestation of the perfected dominating body technique. This could render the flesh extraordinarily resilient. To avoid detection by Tang Xuan's soul perception, the blood-red figure refrained from utilizing blade intent, opting for a straightforward strike. How could it breach his defenses? The blood-red figure silently sheathed its blade, feeling utterly helpless. Every aspect, force, soul power, cultivation, even physicality, was impeccable in Tang Xuan. He was a veritable hexagonal warrior, leaving the blood-red figure at a complete loss for vulnerabilities. It was indeed a perplexing predicament. Can you fathom the terror of a tiger clad in armor? Originally, you had long anticipated my ambush. The crimson figure spoke, its tone imbued with profound resignation. After all your efforts to attain the celestial sacred body, how could you possibly concede so easily? Tang Xuan smiled faintly. What a jest. He had witnessed this trope countless times before. At such a tender age, with such thoughts, I am inclined to regard you as my most formidable adversary. The crimson figure raised its blood-red blade. However, you shall still meet your demise. Tang Xuan chuckled softly. What other means do you possess? Of course. The crimson figure replied indifferently. It then extended its left hand, revealing a radiant sphere of white light within its palm. This orb emanated a sacred and grand aura. subtly reminiscent of the birth of the universe. Do not presume that I have remained idle all these years. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the divine source. To be candid, I do not wish to employ this power, for once unleashed, even if I obliterate your soul, I would still be unable to seize your body. You have forced my hand. The voice of the crimson figure escalated, culminating in a furious roar. Do not speak as if you are the victim. Tang Xuan expressed his exasperation. Regardless of how formidable your soul power or sturdy your physical form may be, they cannot withstand the might of the divine source. Be annihilated. The crimson figure elevated the divine source, causing the surrounding void to tremble anew. Block. Why would I block? Tang Xuan remained composed and unperturbed. Is it only you who holds a trump card? He extended his hand, and a cone appeared within it. Go. With a swift motion, the cone transformed into a streak of green light, deeply embedding itself into the crimson figure's body. What is this? The crimson figure was taken aback. This object is known as the Thousand Souls Cone. It was crafted from the souls of 1,000 venomous centipedes of the divine realm. Humph. How could such a lowly item possibly shake me? What if, by chance, the power of this Thousand Souls Cone were to increase 1,000-fold? Tang Xuan smiled gently. The original Thousand Souls Cone was already capable of exterminating peak practitioners of the 10,000 Laws realm, and even those in the initial stages of the Lawmaster realm. This illustrates the terrifying nature of its toxicity. Just how fearsome would it be if this horrific toxicity were to amplify 1,000-fold? Even Tang Xuan himself dared not contemplate it. Regardless, it would suffice to poison the crimson figure. Aya, human. The crimson figure suddenly emitted a wretched cry. From the spot struck by the Thousand Souls Cone, countless illusory centipedes emerged, ravenously gnawing at the essence of the crimson figure. The excruciating agony was enough to send shivers down Tang Xuan's spine. How tragic. The golden-striped white tiger trembled in fear. Is the boss too merciless? Tang Xuan's expression grew peculiar. You think this is merciless? The golden-striped white tiger quickly shook its head in denial. No, this is merely the beginning. It is not enough. Far from it. It could be even harsher. Tang Xuan chuckled and shook his head. This foolish creature. Human, I shall not let you escape. I have memorized your essence. Within a century at most, my true form shall personally annihilate you. The crimson figure howled. Tang Xuan remained utterly indifferent. A century is far too long. In no more than 5 years, I shall sever you. Have the audacity to divulge your hiding place. The crimson figure felt an overwhelming surge of ferocious beasts roaring within. What kind of perverse human is this? Completely disregarding all reason, he dares to turn the tables and seek to slay his own true form. Were it anyone else, the crimson figure would have laughed heartily, dismissing the notion entirely. Yet, having deeply experienced Tang Xuan's abnormality, he found himself unable to retort. He even hesitated to reveal his sanctuary. What if Tang Xuan truly came for him? This fellow's methods are even more elusive than his own. It would be disastrous to miscalculate. Amidst the chilling screams, the crimson figure was utterly consumed by the Thousand Souls spike. Bang! The Thousand Souls spike reached its limit. Shattering into dust. Carried away by the wind, it vanished into the unknown. Humph, is that all? Tang Xuan chuckled coldly. Had the crimson figure shown a bit more bravado, he would have felt a measure of seriousness. But now, even his hiding place was kept secret. Clearly, he has lost his nerve. Indeed, he is not my match in his true form. However, with Tang Xuan's capability multiplied 1,000-fold, even 5 years seems excessive. Divine source. At last, I can advance to the celestial sacred body. Tang Xuan's gaze ignited with fervor. White tiger, go play, and ensure that no one disturbs me. As you command, boss. The golden-striped white tiger scampered away. Tang Xuan inhaled deeply, commencing his cultivation, devouring the divine source. His body radiated with 5-colored divine light. Various phantoms continually emerged above him as his aura surged wildly. Once the illustrious Tianshan sect, now reduced to an abyss. In the dense forest, a tremendous aura erupted. Shaking the earth. Boom. A figure soared into the sky. A powerful presence quelled numerous beasts, causing them to tremble. Clad in black, with an exquisite visage, a slender frame, and perfect legs, it was Mo Yuzhu. At this moment, her aura had reached the opening divine realm. Her injuries had nearly healed. I wonder how Xian's cultivation is progressing. Has he successfully entered the celestial ruins? Even with his astonishing talent, it is unlikely to be easy to access the celestial ruins. One must use the cloud boat from the heavenly pavilion. With her thoughts settled, Mo Yuzhu soared towards the heavenly pavilion by the shores of the Azure Sea. After paying her fare, she inquired about Tang Xuan's whereabouts. Initially, it was merely a casual remark. However, the moment she uttered his name, chaos erupted in the heavenly pavilion. A steward named Yang Shuang rushed over. Startled, Mo Yuzhu feared something was amiss and prepared to flee. Are you related to Lord Tang? Lord Tang. Mo Zhu was momentarily taken aback by the title. He calls me sister. Hiss. Yang Xuan gasped in astonishment. Bring forth the finest delicacies and the best tea. Everything must be of the utmost quality. Mo Zhu was left utterly dumbfounded. In a rather exaggerated turn of events, Yang Xuan was aware of her intention to seek out Tang Xuan at the celestial ruins, promptly ejecting all guests from the cloud vessel. A private charter. What? That young man caused a ruckus at the fallen sword mountain, directly comprehending the sword intent, and even managed to slay 2 sword saints of the Bachan dynasty? Mous Bamboo stared blankly at the intelligence in her hands, her mind echoing only 2 words. Prodigy. How long had she been in seclusion? A month? 2 months? No more than 3 at most. Tang Xuan had soared to the pinnacle of the divine opening realm and grasped the sword intent. It was utterly fitting to describe him as a prodigy. What genius! What talent! In comparison to Tang Xuan, they all paled in insignificance. Who could have imagined that mere months ago, that fellow was nothing but a weakling? In an instant of enlightenment, his physique had grown excessively powerful. How peculiar. He had not been this formidable before. Perhaps it was true that the student could surpass the master. With a physique ranking among the top 3,000, he must possess extraordinary qualities. Or perhaps, the synergy between Xian's brother and that physique had led to a remarkable transformation. The corners of Mous Bamboo's mouth involuntarily turned upward, forming a breathtaking arc, a beauty that could enchant the soul. However, with Xian having killed the 2 sword saints of the Bachan dynasty, it was certain that the dynasty would not let this matter rest. Humph. Let us see who dares to lay a finger on Xian. Otherwise, I shall storm the imperial palace and annihilate them all. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Mous Bamboo's eyes. Suddenly, the cloud vessel came to an abrupt halt with a thunderous sound. Simultaneously, a vast and terrifying oppressive force, as immense as the ocean, surged toward Mous Bamboo. An ambush. Startled, she shattered the cloud vessel and soared into the sky. Once outside, her gaze immediately fell upon 3 figures clad in Taoist robes. Even in their stillness, she could feel the overwhelming pressure they exuded. Experts of the divine ghost realm. Mous Bamboo's heart sank. Who are you? The leader raised his indifferent gaze. You are Mous Bamboo, Tang Xuan's sister, are you not? You have come for Tang Xuan. Mous Bamboo's heart grew heavy. We are from the Longhu Dao Academy. Tang Xuan has killed the vice president of the 3rd Division, the centipede Taoist. We are here to apprehend him, and as his sister, you must accompany us. The leader's expression remained stoic as he reached out his hand. A massive hand of spiritual energy lunged toward Mous Bamboo. Humph, in your dreams. Mous Bamboo's brows furrowed, and the sword energy surged forth. The piercing sword energy ruthlessly pierced through the massive hand of spiritual energy. Oh, sword intent. You are not at the divine opening realm. The leader's face revealed astonishment. Humph, that is of no concern to you. Mous Bamboo's voice was frigid, her mind already set on fleeing. My injuries have not yet healed. I cannot hold on for long. Retreat. The sword intent solidified once more. The golden sword radiance descended like a rift in the heavens, slashing downward. The 3 Taoists displayed fear. Evading swiftly. Flee. Seizing the fleeting moment, Mous Bamboo turned to escape. However, a luminous sphere descended silently from above, crashing harshly upon her back. PFF. Mous Bamboo immediately spat out blood. Before she could react, a rope descended from the heavens, ensnaring her. Did you think you could escape before the Longhu Dao Academy? Another Taoist appeared. To the celestial ruins. In the depths of the celestial ruins, amidst swirling snow and a silver-white earth, a figure stood proudly, both divine and demonic in nature. His flowing black hair danced in the wind, and his resolute visage, akin to polished jade, radiated strength. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted, piercing the heavens and dispelling the storm. The golden-striped white tiger, who had been in a deep slumber, leaped to his feet, astonished. Within his feline eyes, a look of sheer terror emerged. Once again, my master has transcended yet again. How many times must this happen? Will I ever be allowed to live in peace? It is utterly terrifying. The golden-striped white tiger found himself at a loss to articulate the depths of his astonishment. Over the past few days, Tang Xuan had repeatedly broken through barriers, each time with new insights and techniques. What could this latest breakthrough entail? Curiosity filled the tiger's gaze as he observed Tang Xuan seated in midair, a cataclysmic aura coalescing around him. Suddenly, spectral images of countless beings appeared behind his head, depicting the cycle of life, from birth to adulthood, and ultimately to death. Time flowed. The sun and moon cycled, culminating in the formation of an unparalleled divine body. I have completely absorbed the divine essence. Now is the moment for my ascension. 3-world divine body, manifest. In an instant, the world fell silent, and the forces of the universe converged into a single entity, embodying the past, present, and future. The divine might was awe-inspiring, while the demonic presence was formidable. An immense wave of energy surged forth, devastating everything within 1,000 miles. Even the powerful golden-striped white tiger found himself breathless and immobile. Heavens! What kind of terrifying cultivation technique is my master practicing? Despite being a sacred beast, I lack the courage to even stand before him. It seems my master reigns supreme, and I, the humble tiger, must accept my place as second in the world. As the golden-striped white tiger pondered in disbelief, Tang Xuan's aura erupted once more. The force unleashed a whirlwind, lifting the tiger off his feet and drawing him into the vortex. Howl! The hapless creature flailed helplessly, attempting to regain his footing. Yet, under the oppressive pressure of Tang Xuan's divine might, he found himself unable to harness even a fraction of spiritual energy. Domain. The realm of the divine body. Above the realm of intent lies the might of the cosmos. The evolution of cosmic might gives rise to the domain of the Tao. A domain unbroken renders the warrior undefeated. Merely the aura emanating from the three-world divine body formed the nascent shape of a domain. Even the formidable golden-striped white tiger had no means to retaliate, becoming akin to a ragged cloth, swept away by the relentless winds. A terrifying presence pierced through the clouds, shattering the cold winter night, revealing the bright blue sky. All warriors training within the celestial ruins sensed this shift. Why is it suddenly bright? Shouldn't it still be night? There seems to be a powerful disturbance within the ruins. Could a treasure be emerging? No, this aura is far too fearsome. As if an unparalleled deity or demon has descended upon us. I lack even the courage to take a step forward. Divine beings must not be insulted, nor should demons be mocked. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Countless warriors retreated, their astonished gazes fixed upon the heavens. The three-world divine body had been formed. System. Amplify at 100-fold. Ding. Amplification in progress. Tang Xuan embarked on an unprecedentedly audacious endeavor. He sought to enhance the three-world divine body, which was already the pinnacle among the 3,000 divine bodies. With 100-fold amplification, the ensuing power would be unimaginably immense. However, the duration of the amplification far exceeded Tang Xuan's expectations, a circumstance that was understandable given the elevation to the realm of the three-world divine body. Such enhancement was bound to encounter difficulties. Day after day passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. By the dawn of the 4th day, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. Boom! From within Tang Xuan's body, a resounding roar erupted. Visible waves of energy radiated outward. This energy wave was peculiar. Its initial velocity was slow but grew increasingly rapid, expanding its circumference. Boom! Amidst the sonic boom, the energy wave swept across the sky. Then, all spiritual energy was obliterated. In that moment, every trace of spiritual essence vanished. Warriors soaring through the skies screamed as they plummeted to the ground. Those in the midst of breakthroughs found themselves thwarted. Even cloud vessels propelled by spiritual essence nearly faced catastrophe. Countless sect's protective formations flickered and dimmed, fading into obscurity. In an instant, the surrounding expanse of 1 billion miles transformed into a primordial world. The complete disappearance of spiritual energy raised a grave question. What had transpired? Was the apocalypse upon them? Help! I want to go home. Panic-stricken expressions emerged on the faces of all warriors. The cessation of spiritual energy had never occurred before. Such anomalies surely heralded great events. Yet, bereft of spiritual essence, warriors and mortals were indistinguishable. They were rendered powerless. All beings stood in utter disbelief. Hidden sects and ancient sacred grounds descended into chaos, mistakenly believing an external invasion was underway, frantically activating their treasures. Alas, all efforts were in vain. No one had ever encountered such an extraordinary situation. Some with weak convictions collapsed on the spot, weeping uncontrollably. The earth itself echoed with lamentations. Fortunately, the cessation of spiritual energy was brief. In mere moments, the celestial and earthly energies returned. The crowd regained their strength, and their frayed nerves gradually settled. Amidst the turmoil, no one noticed that the force which had completely obliterated spiritual energy emanated from within the celestial ruins. Ding! Amplification completed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the origin body of the super divine body. Origin body, a representation of existence from the dawn of creation, capable of crushing the heavens, intimidating the ages. Inviolable and unmatched. Tang Xuan gazed in astonishment at the 16 characters representing the origin body. Collectively, they could be distilled into 2 words, invincible. He inhaled deeply, as various powers of intent surged into his mouth, which were swiftly assimilated by his body. Tang Xuan's eyes widened. He was no longer drawing in spiritual energy. but rather the very essence of intent. While other martial artists toil away at honing their foundations and absorbing spiritual energy, he has already begun to exhale and inhale the power of the profound realm. Beyond the fundamental 5 elements, he has also grasped the essences of thunder, wind, electricity, poison, and more. There is no need for deliberate comprehension or arduous cultivation. A mere few breaths suffice for growth. Although the pace may not be exceedingly rapid, it is nonetheless astonishing. It is important to note that an average martial artist must labor for years on end to increase their realm power by even a fraction, often resorting to perilous locations for breakthroughs. Yet, for Tang Xuan, merely a few breaths are all that is required. What a vast disparity. Now that the cultivation of the profound realm is no longer a concern, he need not restrain his progress. With his current capabilities, breaking through is a limit of martial arts, not of himself. Boom. The realm of command. In the blink of an eye, he has already made the breakthrough, commanding all laws of heaven and earth. To advance beyond the realm of command, one must master at least 2 forms of complete mastery. However, Tang Xuan has long surpassed that threshold. Freed from the constraints of the profound realm, his cultivation skyrockets once more. Realm of command, 3rd layer. Realm of command, 6th layer. Realm of command, pinnacle of the 9th layer. Boom, boom, boom. Illusions of earth, fire, wind, water, thunder, light, and electricity manifest above Tang Xuan's head. Suddenly, he points one finger to the sky. Ha! Breakthrough of the command. Re-entering the realm of creation. All natural essences converge within him. Tang Xuan enters a state of unfathomable profundity. Upon opening his eyes again, he has ascended to the realm of creation. Chapter 52. The realm of creation. Tang Xuan's dilemma. The realm of creation. It comes after the realm of command. Following it are the 5 realms of the Taoist. Realm of command. Realm of creation. Beginning of the Tao. Seeking the Tao. Proving the Tao. Mastering the Tao. Understanding the Tao. Among them, the beginning of the Tao, seeking the Tao, proving the Tao, mastering the Tao, and understanding the Tao are collectively referred to as the 5 realms of the Taoist. This process involves the condensation of domain power into the Tao. Though domains are powerful, they ultimately represent a one-dimensional force. If the opponent's domain or spiritual power exceeds one's own, the domain may become a burden, utterly useless. However, the Tao is different. A single thought can manifest the Tao, transforming into heaven and earth. Yet, to comprehend the Tao is exceedingly difficult, at least in Tang Xuan's memory. He has neither seen nor heard of the existence of the 5 realms of the Taoist, not even the realm of creation. Cultivation. Once again, he has reached a limit. After breaking through to the realm of creation, he did not ascend to the pinnacle as before. He has merely advanced to the 4th layer of the realm of creation. The increase in strength has become exceedingly slow. According to Tang Xuan's estimates, it will take at least 3 months to break through to the 5th layer. It is not that his body cannot bear it. Rather, the heavenly clarity technique is of too low a rank. Indeed, the rank of the supreme holy level technique is too low. If the centipede Taoist were to be resurrected, he would likely be infuriated once more. That technique is the pinnacle of the Longhu Tao Academy. Moreover, it has undergone a 10,000-fold enhancement. Yet, in Tang Xuan's eyes, it is still deemed too low a rank. This is an unavoidable circumstance. After all, Tang Xuan's cultivation has soared too swiftly. In the vast world, how many can achieve a breakthrough through several realms as effortlessly as one consumes food and drink? Let us observe the alterations upon the panel. Tang Xuan pondered for a moment before revealing the panel for scrutiny. Host, Tang Xuan Physique. Origin of the super divine body, sealed state. Qualification? Soul power. 1,000,000 miles of soul cultivation. 4th stage of creation realm technique. Ta Ching heavenly art, sacred grade supreme. Dominant body technique, sacred grade inferior. Perfected, martial skills, sword control technique, imperial grade medium, perfected, heaven-slaying sword technique, sacred grade inferior, perfected. 3 absolute sword chi, sacred grade medium, perfected. Tide of heavenly fury, sacred grade superior, perfected. Comprehension, sword intent perfected. Prototype of origin domain companion. Sacred beast white tiger, level 1. Indeed, after the breakthrough, Tang Xuan's attributes underwent a staggering and terrifying transformation. Most astonishingly, his origin body was found to be in a sealed state. This signified that there was still potential for enhancement. Just the act of condensation had rendered the spiritual energy across millions of miles inaccessible, and the thought of further ascendance was unfathomable. An unimaginable realm awaited. In a voice filled with lamentation, the golden-striped white tiger collapsed at Tang Xuan's feet, its eyes brimming with tears. Master, I am aware that I no longer deserve your companionship. You may forsake me, or even devour me. Yet I wish to convey this one sentiment. My heart shall forever belong to you. The heartfelt emotions stirred within were truly moving. However, Tang Xuan remained impassive, a hint of disdain flickering at the corner of his eye. Utter another word, and be gone. The golden-striped white tiger promptly covered its mouth with its paws, silenced. Your flesh is sour. I have no appetite for it. Tang Xuan stifled a laugh, recognizing the foolish creature's performance, evident in its clumsy act, akin to the inexperienced youth of his past life. All right, focus on your duties. I shall not treat you unjustly. I am in need of someone to support my endeavors. The golden-striped white tiger sighed in relief. Tang Xuan's might had already placed him upon a pedestal above it. With his current strength, acquiring a divine beast as a pet was not a challenging feat, which explained the tiger's theatrics. However, your strength is indeed rather lacking. Tang Xuan mused, stroking his chin. Even his pet should not be too feeble. With a mere thought, he enveloped the entirety of the sky ruins, causing all golden elemental beasts to perish instantaneously. The inner cores of the beasts erupted forth, soaring to Tang Xuan's presence. The power of 1,000,000 miles of soul was beyond the capacity of beasts at the realms of divine harmony or divine shade. After a 10,000-fold amplification, Tang Xuan cast all the beast cores towards the white tiger. Here, consume them thoroughly, even if we must stack them. I shall elevate you to the status of a divine beast. Master, the golden-striped white tiger felt deeply moved. Throughout its existence, Tang Xuan had been the kindest individual to it. Loyalty and sacrifice were mere trifles in comparison. There is nothing more to be found here. Let us depart. Tang Xuan mounted the back of the golden-striped white tiger. With a roar, they ascended into the skies. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the sky ruins, numerous martial artists were engaged in hushed conversations. Did you see that? The spiritual energy is entirely depleted. Nonsense, who could fail to notice? Just look at the large bump on my head. It's a result of a fall from the heavens. Ha ha ha, fortune smiles upon me. I was once being pursued by a ferocious beast, certain of my demise, when unexpectedly, the beast met its end in a sudden explosion, granting me a new lease on life. In an instant, radiant colors illuminated the sky. 3,000 individuals clad in the robes of the Dragon and Tiger Academy descended gracefully. Oh, those are the disciples of the Dragon and Tiger Academy. Such a multitude. Could they have come for the extraordinary phenomenon of the celestial ruins? It seems likely. For such an anomaly must be a treasure of immense value. The Dragon and Tiger Academy would certainly be intrigued. As the crowd murmured, an elderly white-haired sage stepped forward, his cold gaze sweeping the surroundings. You worthless scum. You do not deserve to stand here. Begone. With a single command, a wave of force swept through the air. Boom. Boom boom. The onlookers, caught unprepared, were sent flying for thousands of feet. Some cried out in agony, blood gushing forth, while others fell lifeless, their eyes rolling back. The remaining warriors gazed at the disciples of the Dragon and Tiger Academy with terror in their eyes. In the span of 10 breaths, life within a myriad of feet was extinguished. The leading elder spoke again, devoid of any emotion, reflecting a sheer disregard for life. In the eyes of the powerful, the lives of the weak are but trifles. Many warriors turned pale, hastily retreating until they were a safe distance away, their expressions betraying their relief at having survived. What a tyrannical display by the Dragon and Tiger Academy, claiming lives so readily. Someone voiced their discontent, while another sighed in resignation. Yet, what power they wield. With their numbers and might, who would dare to confront them? The earlier speaker fell silent, realizing that with the Dragon and Tiger Academy asserting their dominance, we might not even be able to savor the remnants. Who could argue otherwise? Let us depart and not dwell on it. The celestial ruins shall henceforth bear a new name. But wait, look. The disciples of the Dragon and Tiger Academy have not yet entered. And who is that woman suspended above? The crowd focused their gaze, observing 3,000 disciples arranged in a mysterious formation. In the center stood a wooden pole, from which hung a stunningly beautiful woman, her head bowed and consciousness adrift. The world is not devoid of those with good intentions. Through whispers and tales, the truth soon emerged. It was said that Tang Xuan had slain the centipede Taoist of the Dragon and Tiger Academy. It appears they have come seeking vengeance. That woman is an esteemed elder from the Tianshan sect, closely associated with Tang Xuan. Oh, could this Tang Xuan be the one who, with a single strike atop the Swordfall Mountain, vanquished 2 saints? Who else possesses such prowess? It is rumored he possesses ancient treasures, achieving several major breakthroughs in a single night. Yet, even if he is truly formidable, facing the colossal Dragon and Tiger Academy would spell certain doom. Who knows? Judging by the current scenario, it appears this conflict will not end without bloodshed. News spread like wildfire, reaching every corner within 1,000 miles. Countless warriors, driven by curiosity, flocked to the celestial ruins, and gradually, the crowd swelled. Chapter 53. Who has harmed Sister Yuzhu? To death. Time passed, and once more, strange phenomena manifested in the heavens. A golden dragon soared, while a fierce tiger roared, their boundless might shaking the very foundations of the earth. At last, the ethereal forms of the dragon and tiger converged into a singular entity, manifesting as three formidable silhouettes. Each bore an awe-inspiring and terrifying presence that rendered the warriors of the celestial ruins utterly motionless, compelling them to bow their heads in submission. The formidable ones have descended once more. It is the second Academy head who has arrived. The eighth Academy head slightly inclined his body, a glimmer of joy illuminating his eyes. Has that young man yet to appear? Zhai Yunzi inquired, brimming with a palpable sense of menace. Not yet. The eighth Academy head replied, shaking his head. Zhai Yunzi scoffed. There is but one entrance to the celestial ruins. He will surely emerge. He then proceeded to introduce the individual beside him. This is Tang Xuan, one of the three dust disciples of the infinite sacred land. The eighth Academy head gasped in astonishment. The infinite sacred land, a sacred realm in the eyes of all Taoist academies, the source of the Tao. The Dragon and Tiger Academy is but one of its affiliates. Within the infinite sacred land, the divine is as common as dust, myriad laws abound, and masters are plentiful, with profound depth. Before them stood Tang Xuan, his visage akin to a jade crown, lips resembling polished vermilion, his form tall and imposing, exuding an extraordinary aura. Particularly striking were his eyes, imbued with the power to discern the hearts of men. I pay my respects to the disciple, the eighth Academy head, alongside the 3,000 disciples of the Dragon and Tiger Academy, knelt in reverence. Rise. Tang Xuan gestured lightly, exuding an air of grace and confidence. All present were captivated by his unparalleled demeanor. Indeed, he is a disciple of the sacred land, possessing such poise and cultivation, a true dragon amongst men. Standing there, he seemed to embody the very center of the world. What was even more alarming was the inscrutability of his cultivation level. At that moment, the inked bamboo atop the wooden staff, Mo Yuzhu, began to awaken, her eyes clouded with concern. This is troubling. I did not anticipate the Dragon and Tiger Academy to mobilize with such force, even with the celestial sacred body to shield him. Xiandi may not withstand so many powerful adversaries. Am I compelled to draw that fateful sword? In my current state, wielding it would mean my own demise. Yet, for Xiandi, for the promise made, I must act if the situation demands it. Just as Mo Yuzhu resolved her thoughts, Tang Xuan abruptly raised his gaze towards her. It is futile, why struggle? Mo Yuzhu was taken aback. She had never imagined that Tang Xuan possessed the ability to perceive the hearts of others. Hell, what is this? Do you still wish to resist? The second Academy head sneered. You underestimate Tang Xuan gravely. Before him, you are all but insects. Mo Yuzhu fell silent. She was acutely aware of the might of the sacred land, perhaps even more so than others, for she had suffered injuries at the hands of its denizens. Just a single strike. She had no capacity for retaliation. Were it not for her mastery of secret methods, she might have already perished. Yet even so, she had endured 5 years of torment from her wounds, which remained unhealed to this day. That assailant was merely an ordinary elder of the sacred land, far inferior to the level of a disciple. Typically, attaining the status of a disciple signifies identity, status, and strength, an existence against which Mo Yuzhu could not contend, even at the cost of her own life. Even if she were to draw the same sword now, it could scarcely save Tang Xuan. A flicker of despair clouded her pupils. Is it truly the case that Tang Xuan, having just awakened, is destined to fall? A disciple of the sacred land of unknown strength. 2 Academy heads at the pinnacle of myriad laws. There are still 3,000 elite disciples of the Divine Spirit sect. With such a formidable display, they could sweep across the entire Northstar dynasty with a mere gesture. Yet, the Longhu Dao Academy is solely intended to confront one individual. It is over. Completely finished. The name of Tang Xuan has already been inscribed on the book of life and death of Yama. Even if he were a true deity descended from the heavens, he would likely fall. Be confident, he is undoubtedly doomed. Amidst the whispers, an earth-shattering tiger roar suddenly erupted within the celestial ruins. The heavens and earth trembled, and the winds shifted. Even Tang Xuan Daozi was moved. A sacred beast. Everyone looked up in astonishment to see a colossal white tiger soaring through the air. Oh, is that not the sacred beast that suddenly appeared in the celestial ruins? What brings it here? Wait, someone is riding it. It's Tang Xuan. With a thunderous boom, the entrance of the celestial ruins erupted in chaos. Even the people from the Longhu Dao Academy turned pale with shock. It turns out that Tang Xuan is the master of the sacred beast white tiger. A faint smile appeared on Tang Xuan Daozi's lips. Ah, I could indeed use a guardian pet, a sacred beast. How fitting. As the crowd gasped in awe, Tang Xuan also caught sight of the Longhu Dao Academy members. His pupils constricted sharply. The golden-patterned white tiger beneath him suddenly tensed, its fur standing on end. Tang Xuan was furious, and he was immensely enraged. Those foolish humans were truly courting death by provoking his master. What truly ignited Tang Xuan's wrath was the sight of Mo Yuezhu, suspended and injured. Seeing the bloodstains on her, an unquenchable fury ignited within him. No matter who it is, they shall die today. Mo Yuezhu was the first person he recognized as an elder sister upon arriving in this foreign realm. Although there was a considerable age gap, her protective demeanor gave him a sense of familial closeness. It can be said that Mo Yuezhu is now Tang Xuan's Achilles heel. The Achilles heel. To touch it is to court death. There is no chance of survival. At the moment Tang Xuan raised his voice, Mo Yuezhu also sensed his presence. Trembling, she summoned all her remaining strength to shout, "Xuan brother, run." Now, she had only the strength to issue a warning. After finally seeing you. You think you can leave? How naive. The second academy head, Zhai Yunzi, wore a sinister smile. With a wave of his hand, the 3,000 elite disciples of the Longhu Dao Academy descended upon Tang Xuan, encircling him. The 8th academy head, Yu Yunzi, wore a proud expression, blocking his path. Those who dare to harm members of the Longhu Dao Academy shall find no salvation. Yet, Tang Xuan remained unfazed, coldly declaring, "Who injured Sister Yuezhu? Step forward." Zhai Yunzi furrowed his brow. To remain so composed in the face of the Longhu Dao Academy's encirclement is quite impressive. What a pity. Such extraordinary talent is destined to perish here. Tang Xuan's voice grew more insistent. "Who injured Sister Yuezhu? Step forward." At that moment, 3 members of the Divine Spirit sect stepped forward. "It was us. Go to hell." Tang Xuan pointed a finger, and the sword art was instantly unleashed. Boundless spiritual energy transformed into a tempest of sword chi, mercilessly engulfing the 3 members of the Divine Spirit sect. They did not even have time to scream. The 3 divine ethereal realm practitioners have been utterly annihilated, leaving no trace of their existence. What audacity! How outrageous! Zhai Yunzi and the others were taken aback by Tang Xuan's sudden decision to strike, astonished by his explosive temperament. However, a crystalline tear welled up in Mo Yuezhu's eyes. She had lived her life for others, and now, finally, someone was willing to face danger for her sake. Even if death awaited her in this moment, she would accept it willingly. This was merely the interest. Tang Xuan retracted his sword, exuding a fierce aura as he declared, "To face them is to eliminate them in an instant." The explosive scene sent shivers down the spines of the martial artists observing from the Zhanqiang ruins. My goodness, how imposing, truly magnificent. This spirit is unparalleled, so handsome and capable, it leaves me breathless. Since he is destined for death, perhaps I should negotiate with the Longhu Academy to leave a legacy behind. To confront the Longhu Academy in such a manner is a testament to his stature as the foremost of the younger generation. Did you not notice? He dispatched 3 formidable practitioners of the divine ethereal realm with a single strike. Someone stammered. In the next moment, all present awakened to the reality. Indeed, a powerful being of the divine ethereal realm was slain in an instant. What then of Tang Xuan's prowess? Has it ascended to the realm of the 10,000 laws? Zhai Yunzi, consumed by rage, laughed bitterly. What of the 10,000 laws? Those who slay members of the Longhu Academy shall pay with their lives. Prepare the Longhu Great Formation. Chapter 54, Suppressing the World. 3,000 practitioners perish. In an instant, 3,000 formidable practitioners of the Longhu Academy unleashed their might. Dragon form. Tiger form. The 2 deans each commanded the essence of the dragon and tiger, emanating a terrifying aura. The dragon form soared high, brimming with murderous intent, akin to a meteor descending from the heavens. The tiger form was fierce and ferocious, as menacing as a hurricane tearing through the earth. The immense pressure bore down like a meat grinder, threatening to crush Tang Xuan into oblivion. A sinister smile played on Zhai Yunzi's lips. Tang Xuan, surrender, otherwise. Under the weight of the Longhu Great Formation, you shall be reduced to dust in an instant. Under the control of the 2 deans, the power of the Longhu Great Formation shook the heavens and the earth. For miles around, darkness enveloped the sky, the ground quaked and split asunder, rolling upwards towards the firmament. Witnessing such power, the distant martial artists couldn't help but feel a wave of concern for Tang Xuan. How terrifying! Is this the true strength of the Longhu Academy? An individual's power pales in comparison to the might of the Longhu Great Formation. Tang Xuan indeed possessed extraordinary talent. Yet alas, he was on the verge of falling before truly realizing his potential. In the face of the Longhu Great Formation's oppressive force, the golden-striped white tiger bared its teeth. Boss, let me break the formation. Tang Xuan shook his head. No, I shall take action myself. The golden-striped white tiger regarded the self-satisfied Zhai Yunzi with disdain. What a fool. Offending anyone but the boss, you deserve death. It had personally witnessed Tang Xuan's meteoric rise in strength. The Longhu Academy's formation was indeed formidable. Even the golden-striped white tiger, wielding the pinnacle of the 10,000 laws, had no hope of breaching it. Yet Tang Xuan had already ascended to the realm of creation. Before the realm of creation, numbers had lost their significance. As Tang Xuan gathered the essence of the profound sound, he declared, bullying the weak and behaving despicably. Is this the way of the Longhu Academy? Zhai Yunzi scoffed, indeed. I have always acted in this manner at the Longhu Dao Academy. Tang Xuan nodded in acknowledgement and then uttered a statement of astonishing boldness. If that is the case, then the Longhu Dao Academy no longer needs to exist. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding martial artists erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. Did you hear what he just said? Tang Xuan actually intends to destroy the Longhu Dao Academy. Where does he find such audacity? Relying solely on a sacred beast. The white tiger? This is nothing short of a jest. Even the white tiger, in the face of the Longhu Grand Array, is but a speck of dust. Zhai Yunzi's eyes widened in fury, radiating with divine light. Such arrogance. Allow me to demonstrate the true might of the Longhu Grand Array. Words had lost their significance. Zhai Yunzi gestured with his hand, issuing commands. In an instant, the full power of the Longhu Grand Array was unleashed. The void twisted, and the might of the Longhu surged, shaking the heavens and earth as it pressed down forcefully. Humph. Such power even the masters of the law realm cannot hope to withstand. Tang Xuan, your end is nigh. Zhai Yunzi roared. Tang Xuan slightly raised his head, his long black hair billowing. A look of disdain adorned his face. Is this truly your limit? I can only say you have given it your all. To attempt to shake me, you are still 2 eons too early. As the echoes of his words faded, a terrifying aura, capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, surged forth from his eyes. The martial artists observing from the periphery felt as though the very sky above had been torn asunder, crashing down upon them. All were seized with tension, their vision darkening, rendered immobile. In that instant, silence enveloped the world. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, not a sound could be heard. Even the movements of everyone came to an abrupt halt, as if ensnared by a binding spell. The form of the dragon and tiger in the air remained, and the expressions of the Longhu Dao Academy's martial artists were frozen in grotesque surprise, fear, panic, and confusion. At that moment, only one voice resonated in the expanse. The voice from the divine realm. With hands clasped behind his back, Tang Xuan stood high above, his gaze condescending. In this moment, he was akin to a deity of the 9 heavens, surveying the mortal realm. Zhai Yunzi's face was awash with terror. He screamed madly, yet no sound escaped his lips. Even at the pinnacle of the myriad laws, he had lost all control over himself. Tang Xuan's gaze fell upon Mo Yuezhu. Sister Yuezhu, I shall come to your rescue. He took measured steps towards her. At that moment, Mo Yuezhu's delicate face was already streaked with tears, resembling a flower touched by dew. With each step Tang Xuan took, ripples of water appeared beneath his feet. The faint waves struck the martial artists of the Longhu Dao Academy, producing a soft splashing sound. Sister Yuezhu, I have arrived too late. Tang Xuan extended his hand, shattering the wooden rod, and Mo Yuezhu's slender form flew into his embrace. She nestled against him, finding an overwhelming sense of safety in his broad chest. Xiandi, your cultivation. Mo Yuezhu's face was a canvas of worry. Tang Xuan's rapid ascension in power was alarming. The last time she saw him, he was merely at the floating realm. In just a few short months, he had grown to an unfathomable level. Such meteoric progress could potentially lead to dire consequences, overextending his life force, exhausting his potential. Mo Yuezhu had no desire for Tang Xuan to be this way. Tang Xuan embraced her slender waist and smiled faintly. Rest assured, Sister Yuezhu, my foundation is remarkably solid. There is nothing to worry about. As Mo Yuezhu gazed upon Tang Xuan's chiseled profile, her heart fluttered unexpectedly. He had grown. He had become more handsome. No longer was he the timid boy of yore, but rather a man of great stature. Well, as long as everything is fine, let us depart. We need not concern ourselves with these despicable individuals. Mo Yuezhu cast a disdainful glance at the suppressed figures of Zhai Yunzi and others from the Longhu Dao Academy. Depart? Tang Xuan laughed heartily. I have declared, should anyone harm Sister Yuezhu, the Longhu Dao Academy shall no longer exist. Ah, Brother Xianyu. Mo Yuezhu's lips parted slightly, her face a portrait of astonishment. Could it be that Tang Xuan was serious? Did he truly intend to obliterate the Longhu Dao Academy for her sake? The Longhu Dao Academy was a colossal entity, brimming with masters and profound heritage. A subsidiary sect of the Infinite Holy Land. Should any calamity befall it, the Infinite Holy Land would certainly not remain indifferent. Tang Xuan, holding Mo Yuezhu's soft form, declared with formidable authority, what of the Longhu Dao Academy? What of the Infinite Holy Land? Those who dare to confront me, Tang Xuan, shall meet their end. With a swift motion of his hand, an overwhelming pressure dissipated instantaneously. Suddenly, it was as if everyone had emerged from beneath the water, gasping for breath in frantic disbelief. How terrifying! In the presence of Tang Xuan, even one's own life felt precarious. Why you? Xiao Yunzi trembled. His face a mask of terror as he pointed at Tang Xuan, his lips quivering incessantly. Before he could finish, a thunderous explosion erupted beside him. Turning to look, Xiao Yunzi witnessed the 3,000 cultivators of the Longhu Dao Academy exploding one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Under the vast heavens, countless blossoms of blood erupted. Even the 8 academy masters were not spared. They perished without uttering a single cry, their forms bursting apart. The crimson mist stained the entire sky. Xiao Yunzi let out a frantic scream, his heart shattered. 3,000 cultivators. Fallen in an instant. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? All the onlooking warriors were drenched in cold sweat. Merely witnessing this spectacle instilled profound fear within them. If one were to encapsulate Tang Xuan in a single phrase, it would be, in heaven and earth, I stand alone, unrivaled. In the midst of the horrendous wails, Xiao Yunzi's body swelled like a balloon before erupting violently, scattering countless severed limbs. Silence. Absolute stillness. The entire entrance to the celestial ruins fell into a profound quietude. This time, there was no soul power to suppress. Only a deep, resonant shock remained. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally managed to utter, "The Longhu Dao Academy is finished." Chapter 55. Did I permit you to leave? The shocking scene rendered the entrance of the celestial ruins mute. Who was it that had proclaimed Tang Xuan's demise just moments ago? A voice broke the silence. The crowd remained unresponsive. Logically speaking, Tang Xuan should not have been a match for the Longhu Dao Academy. Even after his epiphany at the fallen Sword Mountain, advancing to the realm of sword intent, he still appeared as an insignificant insect before the academy. Who could have anticipated that despite Tang Xuan's lack of sword momentum, he would crush the Longhu Dao Academy with mere soul force? He may indeed be the reincarnation of the Emperor. Be confident, he is undoubtedly the Emperor reincarnated. Having transcended the 5 realms of the Dao, he has sealed the heavens and earth, becoming immortal and indestructible. The Longhu Dao Academy has truly kicked a hardboard this time. Hardboard? Did you not hear that esteemed individual declare the intent to annihilate the Longhu Dao Academy? The Longhu Dao Academy has long been tyrannical, losing the hearts of the people. This time, the esteemed One's destruction of the Longhu Dao Academy is a just act, restoring righteousness to the world. Indeed, the esteemed one cannot be mistaken. A strong individual must not be insulted. The Longhu Dao Academy has brought this upon itself. To the delight of the masses. With the fall of the 3,000 Taoists of the Longhu Dao Academy, the tide has abruptly turned in favor of Tang Xuan. At this moment, the observing warriors finally comprehend the terror and magnificence of Tang Xuan. A strong individual must not be insulted. The Longhu Dao Academy has instantaneously become the target of everyone's ire. In the void above, Tang Xuan's gaze, cold and indifferent, fell upon the last individual, Tianqian Daozi. The once composed saintly Daozi was now drenched in cold sweat, his eyes filled with panic, far from his previous tranquility. "Dao friend," Mo Yuzhu disdainfully remarked. "Just a moment ago, you were a madman and a sinner, and now you are a Dao friend? How swiftly the countenance of the saintly Daozi has changed." Tianqian Daozi's face flushed crimson, a flicker of resentment crossing his eyes. He had initially believed the Longhu Dao Academy could easily subdue Tang Xuan. Who could have foreseen such an outcome? An insurmountable strength. In the face of absolute, even though his prowess is remarkable, the infinite Holy Land is unlikely to tremble in fear. What do you know? If I were an adult, my tone would be even more audacious. Indeed, if I cannot defeat them, I can simply flee, yet the Holy Land cannot escape. You dare to bite me? In truth, they have underestimated Tang Xuan. Perhaps at this moment, Tang Xuan cannot annihilate the infinite Holy Land, but with his rate of cultivation, it will not be long before he ascends to an unfathomable level. When that time comes, obliterating the infinite Holy Land will be but a mere flick of the fingers. My friend, your appetite is rather insatiable. Tianqian Daozi's expression darkened. I have already lowered myself considerably. Do not push your luck. I cannot afford it. So why do you still babble on? Tang Xuan retorted mercilessly. You accuse me of being greedy? Yet you mobilize forces and even capture Sister Yuzhu, displaying such an aggressive demeanor. What is that? Are the officials allowed to set fire while the commoners may not even light a lamp? Truly, the infinite Holy Land is tyrannical. His resounding words echoed the sentiments of countless warriors. Their gazes began to shimmer with admiration. Countless wandering cultivators have suffered at the hands of powerful factions. For instance, During treasure hunts, when treasures are discovered simultaneously, the powerful factions invariably seek to seize them. Hence, many wandering cultivators harbor no fondness for these dominant forces. In this moment, Tang Xuan has avenged their grievances. How splendid, that esteemed individual. Ha ha ha, from now on, I, Lin Dong, shall recognize only that esteemed one. This is the figure we ought to follow. Numerous warriors flushed with excitement, their hearts racing. In stark contrast, Tianqian Daozi was seething with rage. Tang Xuan, do not presume that your overwhelming strength grants you the right to dictate terms to the infinite Holy Land. The compensation I mentioned earlier is hereby nullified. This matter ends here. Should you act again, the infinite Holy Land will not spare you. Tang Xuan laughed maniacally. Ha ha. Whether I am spared or not is not for you to decide. What of the infinite Holy Land? If they dare to come, I shall dare to kill. He lifted his gaze to the heavens. Now, I shall teach you a lesson. With his words, spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal hand, pressing down upon Tianqian Daozi. Humph. Tianqian Daozi showed no fear, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, attempting to pierce through Tang Xuan's palm. Boom, boom, boom. The sword energy shattered, yet the hand remained unscathed. How infuriating. Tianqian Daozi's expression soured. His sword energy was potent enough to obliterate peak cultivators in the UFA realm, yet before Tang Xuan, it proved utterly futile. Celestial Talisman. Tianqian Daozi summoned his ultimate move. Within the infinite Holy Land, every Daozi possesses a protective talisman, capable of warding off calamities. The Celestial Talisman transformed into 36 star radiances, forming a mysterious array to shield Tianqian Daozi. Boom. As the colossal hand descended, it could not shake the Celestial Talisman. Humph. Did you see that? You cannot kill me. However, forcing out my Celestial Talisman is no small feat. This talisman can withstand a full strike from a peak cultivator in the creation realm. You are powerless against it. Enough commotion. I shall take my leave. Under the protection of the Celestial Talisman, Tianqian Daozi turned to depart. Tang Xuan chuckled coldly. Did I permit you to leave? Skyslaying sword technique. In an instant, it was unleashed. Buzz. The heavens and earth were cleaved asunder. A piercing sword aura swept across the heavens. Empowered by the great perfection sword intent, the Tiangang talisman shattered in an instant. What a sight. The sword energy struck forth. Tianqian Daozi let out a blood-curdling scream as blood erupted from his chest. Simultaneously, a colossal hand of spiritual energy descended. Boom. Amidst the echoes of his anguished cries, a generation's holy land Daozi fell on the spot. This scene left everyone in stunned disbelief. They gazed at the falling remnants of severed limbs, struggling to accept the reality before them. The combined forces of the Holy Land's Tianqian Daozi, the two esteemed heads of the Longhu Academy, and 3,000 Taoists had come to hunt down Tang Xuan. Yet, the result was utter annihilation. The audacity with which they arrived was matched only by the tragedy of their demise. Tang Xuan, how dreadfully terrifying he truly is. Chapter 56. Treating others with sincerity. The Longhu Academy must be eradicated. Sister Yuzhu, are you satisfied now? Having effortlessly obliterated Tianqian Daozi, Tang Xuan appeared to regard it as a trivial matter. Observing his warm smile, Mo Yuzhu found herself momentarily entranced, her heart racing. Now, this is what a true man looks like. Brother Xian, you have grown. You have become formidable. Mo Yuzhu gently caressed Tang Xuan's face with her delicate hand. However, the boundless Holy Land is steeped in profound heritage, teeming with experts. Now that you have killed Tianqian Daozi, you must exercise caution. Tang Xuan dismissed her concern with a scoff. Just a mere Daozi. If the boundless Holy Land does not come, then so be it. If they do, I shall slay them all. With his current strength, he possessed the capability to contend with the Holy Land, not to mention the potential for further enhancement ahead. I understand that you are formidable now, but still, be careful. Mo Yuzhu spoke softly. Tang Xuan, initially wishing to respond, refrained, unwilling to contradict her good intentions. I understand, Sister Yuzhu. Indeed. Mo Yuzhu blushed, gently extricating herself from Tang Xuan's embrace. Let us depart. Not so fast. There is still one matter left to attend to. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Tang Xuan's lips. What matter? I shall accompany you. Mo Yuzhu chuckled. As long as she was by Tang Xuan's side, she could go anywhere. Tang Xuan led Mo Yuzhu to the warriors observing the battle. Esteemed friends, could you kindly inform me where the Longhu Academy is located? What? Brother Xian, you wish to go to the Longhu Academy? Mo Yuzhu was taken aback. Indeed. One must honor their word. A cold smile graced Tang Xuan's lips. One must treat others with sincerity. If I declare the Longhu Academy's destruction, it must be done. Otherwise, others may believe I lack credibility. His words sent a chill through the hearts of those present. How ruthless. Yet, Tang Xuan's demeanor towards them was remarkably genial, evoking a sense of refreshing warmth. The crucial point was that Tang Xuan was currently bestowing a favor upon them. Anyone who could reveal the location of the Longhu Academy would effectively place Tang Xuan in their debt, a debt that, given his status and cultivation, could unleash tremendous repercussions. After all, Tang Xuan was so young yet so terrifying. Who could fathom how extraordinary he would become in the future? At that time, merely encountering him would likely require one to be a leader of a great power. Yet now, everyone stood so close to him. It is undoubtedly a matter to be spoken of for a lifetime. Esteemed friends, the Longhu Dao Academy lies 100,000 miles to the east. Indeed, there stand two mountains, one resembling a dragon and the other a tiger, collectively known as Longhu Mountain. Upon sighting Longhu Mountain, one would find the Longhu Dao Academy at its foot. The crowd began to chatter excitedly. Tang Xuan slightly bowed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, dear companions. The crowd hastily returned the gesture, their faces filled with astonishment. Companions, to be addressed as such by such a formidable figure is indeed a great honor. Sister Mo, after we have vanquished the Longhu Dao Academy, I wish to visit the Xiao Imperial City, Tang Xuan remarked as he turned back. Ah, it is for Yunshang. Is it not? Mo nodded. She is a good girl. You must treat her well. We shall see her attitude when the time comes. Tang Xuan replied with a calm smile. As the princess of the Xiao dynasty and the possessor of the Xiao sacred body, her standards must be exceedingly high. In the past, Tang Xuan was deemed a waste. Merely not being dismissed with a letter of divorce was considered fortunate. In truth, Tang Xuan did not particularly seek out Morong Yunshang. After this battle, his reputation would swiftly reach its zenith. What sort of woman could he not find? Why sacrifice the entire forest for a single tree? Aside from her slightly advanced age, Mo Yuju's appearance, figure, and character are beyond reproach. Warriors possess long lifespans. Being a decade or two older is hardly an issue. Let us go. Tang Xuan beckoned. The golden-striped white tiger soared over, carrying them both, vanishing from sight. The warriors at the entrance of the sky ruins observed Tang Xuan's departing figure and began to murmur among themselves. Oh, that esteemed figure is headed to the Xiao dynasty? Fool, do you not know? The Xiao princess is that esteemed figure's fiancée. Goodness, is that so? Shouldn't we return to prepare gifts to congratulate the Xiao dynasty? Indeed, the arrival of that esteemed figure in the Xiao dynasty will surely herald a grand era. We must go to extend our congratulations. Many warriors exchanged glances and promptly turned away. Soon, various forces and families caught wind of the news and set their sights on the Xiao dynasty, their sole aim being the Xiao princess, Morong Yunshang. The speed of the golden-striped white tiger was remarkable. In less than a moment, it covered the 100,000-mile journey. Tang Xuan gazed upon the majestic Longhu Mountain before him, nodding slightly. What a splendid paradise this is. The Canglong Mountain towers into the clouds, exuding a commanding presence, while the Shuntiger Mountain sprawls across the world, suppressing malevolence. Within the valley, the Grand Longhu Dao Academy stood quietly. Inside the academy, people came and went, enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility, blissfully unaware of the impending calamity. Beside him, Mo smiled brightly. It is said that the Longhu Dao Academy was founded by a great celestial master during his travels, and it has flourished for over 10 millennia, thus possessing profound heritage. Tang Xuan's consciousness swept across, absorbing the state of the Longhu Dao Academy into his soul sea. Several locations were protected by formations, likely safeguarding extremely important areas. A great power that has endured for 10,000 years must possess an abundance of martial arts and techniques. Indeed, it is a formidable force. They even cultivate spiritual fields dedicated to growing medicinal herbs. Several auras have already reached the realm of law control, and one more stands at the threshold of transformation. I shall not hold back. The soul of 1,000,000 miles instantaneously activated, overwhelming and suppressive. Boom. The protective mountain formation sensed the impending threat and instantly activated. A kaleidoscope of brilliance soared into the heavens, forming a colossal array. The martial artists within the Dragon and Tiger Academy were startled, each gazing up in bewilderment. What is this? Why has the protective formation been activated? Could it be that someone dares to attack the Dragon and Tiger Academy? What folly! Who would dare to challenge the Academy, risking their life? This protective formation, created by the founding ancestor, can withstand the might of 100,000 miles of soul power. Whoever seeks trouble will only bring shame upon themselves. As the myriad cultivators engaged in fervent discussion, suddenly the sky shattered and the earth trembled. Boom! The entire Dragon and Tiger Academy quaked violently. The brilliance of the protective formation flickered ominously, emitting sounds of cracking. All the martial artists were rendered speechless. The formidable formation capable of withstanding 100,000 miles of soul power was crumbling. In the next moment, an immense soul pressure descended from the heavens. Many cultivators trembled, spewing blood, and knelt upon the ground. A single thought dominated. The mighty protective formation was as fragile as paper before Tang Xuan's million-mile soul power. How audacious! Who dares to wreak havoc within the Dragon and Tiger Academy? Amidst the furious roar, several figures soared into the air, each exuding the powerful aura of law control. With a flick of Tang Xuan's finger, the three supreme sword energies howled forth. Splatter. Blood blossomed. Those few cultivators at the realm of law control uttered not but a single sentence before they were transformed into a mist of blood. Before Tang Xuan, they possessed no means of resistance. Those who wish to live, depart immediately. Henceforth, none may claim to be of the Dragon and Tiger Academy. Otherwise, they shall face execution without exception. Tang Xuan spoke coolly. The myriad cultivators exchanged fearful glances. At this moment, a calm voice resonated. Such bold words. Allow this academy head to see who you truly are. Chapter 57. The Final Resort. The 5 Thunder Techniques. As the voice faded, a figure clad in white descended gracefully. The newcomer wore a Taoist crown, exuding elegance, resembling a flawless jade, with eyes that shone with an unparalleled sharpness. Adorned in a robe embroidered with the image of a dragon and tiger, the moment he appeared, the previously panicked cultivators within the Dragon and Tiger Academy displayed expressions of excitement, cheering in place. The academy head has arrived. Excellent. He is a formidable presence at the threshold of transformation and will surely defeat our enemies. As long as the academy head is present, our Dragon and Tiger Academy shall not perish. The academy head wore a warm smile, yet internally he lamented, for he had already sensed the terrifying might of Tang Xuan. Those who were just obliterated were all of vice head level strength. Tang Xuan had dispatched 3 in a mere second. His power far exceeded his own. When did the Dragon and Tiger Academy offend such a being? I am the academy head of the Dragon and Tiger Academy. Have we wronged you in any way? Esteemed guest, that you come to stir trouble without cause? The academy head spoke calmly, yet Tang Xuan's aura pressed down upon him like a mountain, as vast as the heavens themselves. The mere act of speaking required an immense effort. Tang Xuan nodded. It is evident that you have offended. The principal of the Longhu Academy furrowed his brow. You are Tang Xuan, the executioner of the centipede Taoist. The Longhu Academy principal was taken aback. He had presumed that Tang Xuan possessed merely the cultivation of the divine ethereal realm. Who could have anticipated that he was in the realm of creation? That foolish centipede Taoist has brought ruin upon the Longhu Academy. At that moment, the principal wished he could exhume the centipede Taoist to beat his corpse anew. To have attracted such a terrifying presence to the Longhu Academy was a grave mistake. Tang Xuan scoffed. Criminal? Who has the authority to condemn me? You? With a glare. His soul power surged like a tidal wave. The principal's complexion changed drastically as he hastily summoned his own soul power to defend himself. Boom. Unfortunately, his soul power barely reached a mere 10,000 miles, in stark contrast to Tang Xuan's million-mile soul, rendering it as inconsequential as dust. Amid the explosive sound, he was sent flying 1,000 feet, spitting blood. The disciples of the Longhu Academy stood in shock. Their esteemed principal, akin to a divine deity in their eyes, could not withstand the mere gaze of his adversary. Many disciples weakened at the knees, collapsing to the ground, their eyes glazed over, having lost all faith. What do you truly desire? The principal understood that the second principal Zhai Yunzi and the others were likely doomed. Tang Xuan was far too terrifying. Had he known the extent of his power, he would never have dared to seek vengeance. After all, what was a mere vice principal compared to the entirety of the Longhu Academy? What do I desire? Quite simply, after today, the Longhu Academy shall cease to exist. Tang Xuan waved his sleeve, his expression indifferent. Had he been an ordinary person, the principal would have already mocked and attacked. But now he dared not. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. The principal could only resort to a softer approach. Please, pardon the offenses of the Longhu Academy. I am willing to offer treasures to appease your wrath. Mous Bamboo sneered. Just moments ago, you referred to him as a criminal. Now he is your excellency. The principal of the Longhu Academy is truly fickle. Tang Xuan chuckled. Sister Yuez, the world is rife with those who switch from arrogance to deference. One must simply grow accustomed to it. Mous cast a disdainful glance at the Longhu principal, regarding him with utter contempt. The principal, feeling outmatched, could only swallow his pride. Your excellency, 20 royal-grade treasures and 1 million premium spirit stones. I beseech you to spare the Longhu Academy. Tang Xuan laughed heartily. The offer was indeed enticing, yet his expression suddenly darkened. You should never have harmed Sister Yuez. If I were to spare you today, how could I, Tang Xuan, continue to navigate this world? Moreover, should I eliminate you, the treasures and spirit stones would still belong to me, would they not? The principal's expression grew increasingly sinister. Do you truly wish to be at odds with the Longhu Academy? TSK, your tone suggests you consider yourselves the victims. You have two choices, leave or die. Make it quick. Tang Xuan curled his lip. The principal, in desperation, produced a token from his robe. You leave me no choice. He crushed the token with great force. A dark light erupted from it, piercing the void. In the next moment, ominous clouds gathered, and a wave of destructive energy descended from the heavens. As Tang Xuan furrowed his brow, he sensed the fluctuations of a domain emanating from the ominous clouds. The headmaster knows your strength is formidable. But beneath the realm of the five thunder rites, your demise is assured. The headmaster of Longhu formed hand seals and recited incantations. Jade purity's true origin, heavenly symbols unite. Transmute the dual energies, manifest the five thunder. As the incantation resonated, thunderous roars erupted from the darkened sky. In an instant, a tempest arose, and blue lightning cascaded from the heavens, deafening and reminiscent of divine retribution. Such overwhelming power rendered Mo Yuju's delicate countenance pale, her hands gripping Tang Xuan's arm tightly. Xuan, this is the Taoist Heavenly Gang's five thunder rites, the most potent force in existence, utterly impossible to withstand head-on. We should retreat. The headmaster of Longhu gasped. His smile sinister. Retreat? It's too late. My Longhu Dao Academy has stood for millennia. Its foundation is beyond your comprehension. Alas, this Heavenly Gang's five thunder rites can only be employed once, a gift from the upper academy, and today it is bestowed upon you, as a favor. This formation can sever peak transformation experts. You stand no chance. Amidst his fierce declarations, a black hole materialized above Tang Xuan and Mo Yuju. The blue lightning surged menacingly, its terrifying aura reminiscent of a world fracturing, utterly unstoppable. Under such divine might, a mere human is but an ant. Its power is commendable, yet futile against me. Tang Xuan regarded the headmaster of Longhu with calmness, even a hint of mockery in his gaze. Do not feign resilience. The Heavenly Gang's five thunder rites can shatter all worldly laws. No matter your cultivation or martial prowess, beneath divine authority, you shall be reduced to dust. The headmaster poured all his spiritual energy into the five thunder rites. Die, he bellowed, pressing his hands down fiercely. A massive bolt of lightning, exceeding 100 feet in diameter, descended from the sky, swallowing Tang Xuan and Mo Yuju in the blink of an eye. Ha, it is over for you. The headmaster of Longhu laughed triumphantly. Is it? A calm voice emerged from within the lightning. The surge of lightning parted, revealing Tang Xuan embracing Mo Yuju. His expression remarkably serene. The annihilating lightning, capable of obliterating peak transformation realms, had inflicted no harm upon him. Around Tang Xuan, the very fabric of space subtly warped, with flashes of water, fire, earth, and wind illuminating the surroundings. The lightning from the Heavenly Gang's five thunder rites dissipated into the void as if countless rivers merged into the sea, vanishing without a trace. What is this? Impossible, impossible. The headmaster of Longhu shrieked in horror, his face a mask of panic. You have actually cultivated a domain. Tang Xuan replied coolly, indeed. What you have inscribed is merely the surface of a domain. How could it possibly shake me? The origin domain. It is the essence of all things. Any natural force entering the origin domain will be deconstructed and absorbed, thereby augmenting my strength. In a fleeting moment, Tang Xuan grasped the profound mysteries of the Heavenly Gang's five thunder rites. Truly, its power was magnificent, but without the incantation to drive the five thunder rites, its might would surely pale in comparison to the three absolutes, Sword Qi. The head of the Longhu Academy exerted tremendous effort, yet instead of vanquishing Tang Xuan, he inadvertently bestowed upon him a grand gift, which incited a surge of blood from his mouth in sheer rage. The techniques were seized, and the Longhu Academy was to be annihilated. Tang Xuan pressed his hand down. Boom. The heavens and earth shattered. The head of the Longhu Academy bore the brunt, meeting a catastrophic demise. Subsequently, the ground tore asunder. The once prosperous Longhu Academy was reduced to ashes. Chapter 58. The Crisis of Xiao. The Threat of Beichen Tianlang. After obliterating the Longhu Academy, Tang Xuan vanished into the void with Mo Yuju. After a considerable interval, countless martial artists congregated upon the ruins of the Longhu Academy. Each individual was a top-tier powerhouse, with the weakest among them at the Ascendant Realm and the strongest having attained the Divine Union Realm. These were the former lords of the factions that had once relied on the Longhu Academy. Now, a profound silence enveloped them. After a long while, someone finally spoke. The Longhu Academy is utterly finished. What are your thoughts? Tang Xuan, or rather, that formidable figure, is truly terrifying. Even the celestial five thunder technique could not shake him. It is rumored that this person is the reincarnation of an emperor. Initially, I dismissed it as mere rumor, but now it seems confirmed. Do we all understand the choices before us? Of course. The Xiao dynasty. The imperial city. Silence fell, a deathly stillness. The faces of the citizens were etched with exhaustion and despair. The soldiers guarding the city appeared drained, devoid of spirit. The detestable Bachin Tianlang has gone too far, employing despicable methods to seize our Xiao dynasty's mines and medicinal fields. The Emperor of Xiao expressed his fury, demanding, "What solutions do we have? If this continues, our Xiao dynasty will collapse without a fight." Below the steps, the ministers exchanged glances, bowing their heads in silence. Over a year ago, Bachin Tianlang had already launched an attack on the Xiao dynasty. His methods were ruthlessly cunning, employing threats and inducements to compel the lords of 17 major cities to surrender. Now, the Xiao dynasty was but an empty shell, devoid of external aid and resources. You all used to boast endlessly, claiming Bachin Tianlang was young and naive, unwilling to act against our Xiao dynasty. What now? Speak up. Have you all turned mute? As the crisis loomed, they all shrank back like turtles. What purpose do you serve? The emperor's fury erupted, his voice a thunderous roar. The ministers, however, bore varied expressions, their eyes flickering, yet they remained silent. Father. A gentle voice broke the tension. In the dimly lit palace, light suddenly burst forth. A stunning young woman clad in purple stepped forth, resembling a garden in full bloom. Radiant and breathtaking. Her beauty, figure, stature, and aura were all flawless. Particularly, her phoenix-like eyes radiated an innate majesty. In her glances, there was a blend of cold nobility and a hint of allure. She was the most beautiful woman of the Xiao dynasty, perhaps even the most beautiful in the world, and also the bearer of the Xiao sacred body, Princess Murong Yunshang. Daughter, why have you come out? The Emperor of Xiao felt a wave of warmth upon seeing Murong Yunshang. Murong Yunshang possesses a tenacious character and formidable talents, which are her greatest pride. I have come to address the threats posed by Bachin Tianlang. Murong Yunshang stated with a calm demeanor. Her phoenix-like eyes scanned the silent courtiers, a hint of derision gracing her lips. You may all withdraw. The courtiers bowed and retreated. The Emperor of Xiao furrowed his brow. Yunshang, why send away the courtiers? Their hearts have already strayed from Xiao. What purpose do they serve? Murong Yunshang replied. Father, do not worry. I have already issued a challenge to Bachin Tianlang. At this time tomorrow, we shall engage in battle before the palace gates. What? The Emperor of Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. As he opened his mouth to protest, Murong Yunshang interrupted. Some matters must be resolved decisively. The Emperor fell silent, fully aware of Murong Yunshang's gentle yet resolute nature. Once she had made up her mind, her conviction was unyielding. Yunshang, I have heard that your fiancé, Tang Xuan, has suddenly risen to prominence. Perhaps we should summon him. He may provide a solution to our current predicament. The Emperor suddenly recalled something, speaking with excitement. That young man slayed 2 of the 3 sword saints of Beichun at the Sword Fall Mountain and has comprehended the essence of the sword. Murong Yunshang shook her head. Most rumors are distorted and should not be wholly trusted. Moreover, even if he has grasped the essence of the sword, it is of no consequence. Bachin Tianlang has also mastered it and has reached the pinnacle of the divine shadow realm. Tang Xuan could never be his match. The Emperor of Xiao opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately wore an expression of helplessness. Indeed, how could Tang Xuan possibly compare to the extraordinary talent and profound heritage of Bachin Tianlang? On the following day, the gates of the Xiao imperial city swung wide open. In the distance, clouds of dust billowed. A squadron of iron-blooded wolf riders charged forth. At the forefront rode a figure atop a magnificent white celestial wolf, wielding a long blade, his skin dark, muscles rippling, and his gaze electrifying. Today, the Xiao dynasty shall be mine, Bachin Tianlang proclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He sought not only the vast territories of the Xiao dynasty, but also the enchanting Murong Yunshang, aiming to ascend to the pinnacle of his life. With his heart ablaze, Bachin Tianlang led his wolf cavalry to the palace. At that moment, the Emperor of Xiao, accompanied by Murong Yunshang and numerous ministers, awaited silently. The atmosphere became unbearably tense at the sight of Bachin Tianlang's arrival. Ha ha ha, Yunshang, you are even more beautiful than the rumors suggest. I, the crown prince, eagerly await the moment you don the red attire. Bachin Tianlang laughed uproariously. Amidst his laughter, a chorus of wolf howls erupted, shaking the very heavens. The overwhelming aura was fearsome. Indeed, Bachin Tianlang was the foremost genius of the Bachin dynasty. He ranked 8th on the potential rankings, while Princess Yunshang held the 10th position. His strength and potential surpassing hers, today would likely be a grim day for her. There was no choice. The Beichen dynasty had reached their doorstep, and only a battle might alleviate the crisis. Alas, is it truly the end for the Xiao dynasty? Fools! Even if the Xiao dynasty falls, we shall endure. It would be wise to ally with Beichen Tianlang and become loyal subjects under his reign. The courtiers of the Xiao dynasty whispered among themselves. In their hearts, they had already resigned themselves to the certainty of the Xiao dynasty's demise, contemplating alternative plans. Morong Yunshang coldly declared, "Stop dreaming. I, Morong Yunshang, am already promised to another. Is it that useless Tang Xuan?" Beichen Tianlang scoffed. "Where is he? I shall crush him with my own hands. The woman I cherish shall not be touched by others." Morong Yunshang replied, "Enough of this nonsense. Let us settle this with a battle. If I win, you will relinquish the lands you have taken. If I lose, my life will be yours." "How refreshing!" Beichen Tianlang exclaimed, clearly enamored by her defiance. "I hope you can maintain that spirit when we are together in bed." He beckoned to her with a crooked finger. "Come, let me have some more amusement." The situation had left no room for negotiation. With a swift motion, Morong Yunshang unleashed a flash of purple light. The Purple Radiance Royal Sword. Indeed, it was the most formidable sword of the Purple Radiance dynasty, of imperial quality. Beichen Tianlang's expression was one of arrogance as he grasped with one hand, drawing forth a large crimson wolf-headed blade from behind him. "Alas, before my imperial-grade heavenly wolf blade, it is but scrap metal." Morong Yunshang bit her silver teeth, her peak aura erupting in a magnificent display. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword rays surged towards Beichen Tianlang. "Haha!" Beichen Tianlang patted his pure, white heavenly wolf steed. The wolf's claws swirled, shattering the sword energy effortlessly. What a powerful beast! It has awakened its bloodline, and possesses a hint of the aura of a sacred beast. My goodness, is even Beichen Tianlang's mount this formidable? A wave of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Beichen Tianlang stated nonchalantly, "This heavenly wolf is the result of a millennium of breeding by the Beichen dynasty. A half-saint beast. Morong Yunshang, you wouldn't dare to say you cannot even defeat my steed, would you?" Chapter 59, A Forceful Arrival. More than a pet. The heavenly wolf let out a furious howl, its voice akin to a mountain's roar and its tsunami's crash. Within 100 feet, devastation ensued. Countless observing warriors spat blood, clutching their heads in agony. "Ah, it hurts. My head. This is bad." The howl carries the might of a sacred beast, beyond the capacity of ordinary bodies to withstand. "Retreat quickly. Help." The terrifying power of the heavenly wolf threw the Purple Radiance dynasty into chaos. Even Morong Yunshang felt her blood boil, her expression changing drastically. This half-saint beast had reached the level of a myriad laws expert. Beichen Tianlang languidly stated, "Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. Choose wisely." With that declaration, the ministers who had harbored treasonous thoughts began to shout, "Your Highness, we wish to surrender." Crown Prince Beichen, invincible across the realm. For millennia, unifying the world. Those ministers knelt before Beichen Tianlang, their faces filled with sycophancy as they bowed repeatedly. In an instant, only a handful of ministers remained by the side of the Purple Radiance Emperor. "Ha ha ha, Morong Yunshang, kneel and become my woman." Beichen Tianlang laughed triumphantly. "You traitors." The Purple Radiance Emperor roared in indignation. He had never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Even the Grand Chancellor had betrayed him. The Emperor is mistaken. Beichen Tianlang, the sage recognizes the times. A wise bird chooses its tree. The fate of the Purple Radiance dynasty has run its course. Why not kneel before Crown Prince Beichen to exchange your lives for mercy? The Grand Chancellor proclaimed with unbridled confidence. "Impossible. I would rather my head be severed and my blood spilled than surrender." The Emperor of Xiao declared with unwavering conviction. The dozen or so ministers surrounding him bore resolute expressions. "We are the children of the Xiao dynasty in life, and we shall remain its spirits in death." Beichen Tianlang sneered menacingly. "Very well. Remember your defiance and savor the taste of despair. Come, submit." Morong Yunshang suddenly bellowed with rage, her body radiating a purple light that pierced the heavens, signifying the awakening of the sacred body. The once clear sky was adorned with a multitude of stars, among which shone a magnificent purple star, akin to a revered emperor worshipped by the masses. As star power surged, Morong Yunshang's aura escalated, inching closer to the threshold of the half-step Wanfeijing. Ah, the sacred body of Xiao. It is said to possess the essence of a myriad of emperors. Beichen Tianlang's eyes flickered momentarily. Alas, in the presence of this prince's Tianlang sacred body, it was futile. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air, a howling moon wolf materializing above him. A woo. The wolf's roar resonated, folding the void. A terrifying aura emanated forth. "You are merely at the half-step Wanfeijing, whereas I am the true Wanfeijing." Beichen Tianlang raised his long blade, revealing his formidable prowess. Wanfaging, 5th level. What? Morong Yunshang's mouth turned bitter. She had already greatly underestimated Beichen Tianlang, yet he proved to be far more formidable than she had imagined. I shall give it my all. Sword intent. Purple Qi Tianluo. The Imperial-grade national treasure sword combined with a national technique, Morong Yunshang unleashed a powerful strike. 1,000 zhong sword light pierced the sky, infused with an unparalleled, awe-inspiring force. It descended fiercely, merely a trifling skill, overestimating your abilities. Beichen Tianlang scoffed. He too unleashed his sword intent, surpassing Morong Yunshang's power, reaching an astonishing 4/10. An earth-shattering clash ensued. The outcome was imminent. Be shattered before this prince. With a swift motion, Beichen Tianlang slashed down. A deafening explosion echoed. The sword shattered. The person was grievously injured. Ha ha ha. You have been defeated, my lady. Submit beneath this prince. Beichen Tianlang laughed maniacally, extending his hand towards Morong Yunshang. The princess's defeat rendered the Xiao crowd pale and despondent, while those who had allied with Beichen Tianlang rejoiced, their cheers echoing like a tidal wave. The prince is mighty. How could a mere Xiao princess withstand his divine might? All is concluded. Beichen Tianlang's face was alight with excitement, already fantasizing about how to humiliate Morong Yunshang. Just then, a figure appeared silently, wrapping an arm around Morong Yunshang's slender waist. Presumptuous. To dare seize what belongs to this prince, you shall die? Beichen Tianlang roared in fury, slashing with his blade. The terrifying blade light wailed like a tormented spirit, capable of vanquishing even a fellow Wanfaging 5th level expert. Yet, the figure merely waved a hand. Silence. Boom. The blade force was extinguished as though a tiny insect had encountered a tempest. What? Before shock could register, Beichen Tianlang felt as if struck by lightning. He was directly struck and sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. Who are you? Beichen Tianlang gazed at the newcomer in sheer panic, his body trembling. The individual before him possessed strength as vast and boundless as the ocean, making him feel like an insignificant ant, easily crushed by a mere wave. I have arrived late. The newcomer smiled gently at Morong Yunshang. The Purple Radiance princess was momentarily taken aback, memories stirring deep within her, faintly recalling a person from her past, her childhood friend. You are Tang Xuan. Not bad. You remember me. Tang Xuan retrieved a pill from his possession. You are injured. Take this medicine, and you shall heal. Morong Yunshang accepted it, her mouth twitching suddenly. A sacred-grade pill. Rest well. The remaining matters are mine to handle. Yu Zhu, take care of her. Tang Xuan nodded subtly. A stunning woman clad in black appeared by his side, supporting Morong Yunshang. It's you, Sister Yu Zhu. Morong Yunshang recognized Mo Yu Zhu as well. We can talk later. Mo Yu Zhu understood that Morong Yunshang was filled with questions, but now was not the time for conversation. Morong Yunshang, not foolish, nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. The formidable Beichen Tianlang, whom she could not contend with, had been effortlessly dispatched by Tang Xuan. How powerful! Even stronger than the rumors suggested. You are indeed Tang Xuan. Beichen Tianlang regarded Tang Xuan with suspicion. He had heard tales of the Sword of Falling Stars obliterating the twin saints, but he believed that Bei Chun Baishu and Bei Chun Jinshu were of mediocre strength. Coming from a secret sect, Beichen Tianlang's prowess far surpassed theirs, so he had dismissed those tales. Now, however, he was astonished. Is it your own demise you seek? Or shall I be the one to act? Tang Xuan spoke calmly. The 5th realm of the myriad laws is indeed formidable. In his eyes, it was merely trivial. What? Such arrogant rhetoric. What gives you the confidence to speak so? Beichen Tianlang's face flushed crimson. Because you are too weak. You do not warrant my intervention. Tang Xuan remarked indifferently. At his words, derisive laughter echoed around them. Goodness, how audacious. Indeed. Even the Purple Radiance princess could not withstand a single strike from the Wolf Prince. Does he not fear the wind will betray his tongue? He merely relied on a sneak attack to repel the Wolf Prince. If the prince were serious, Tang Xuan would undoubtedly perish. The hero saving the damsel. He should consider his own capabilities. Beichen Tianlang waved his hand, summoning the semi-holy beast, the wolf, to join forces against Tang Xuan. With the assistance of the semi-holy beast, confidence surged once more in Beichen Tianlang's eyes. With a thunderous roar, the semi-holy beast, the wolf, trembled, baring its fangs. With a shriek, it lost control of itself in fear. Suddenly, a massive golden-striped white tiger materialized beside Tang Xuan. A pet? Do you even qualify? Tang Xuan raised an eyebrow. A semi-holy beast? I possess a true holy beast. As the innate pressure of his bloodline emanated, the semi-holy beast, the wolf, quaked in terror. Crouching on the ground, unable to move even at Beichen Tianlang's command, the golden-striped white tiger, exuding an aura of menace, commanded, "You little wolf cub. How dare you bark at the leader? Kneel before me, the Tiger Lord. Do you understand?" "Yes, Tiger Lord," pleaded the heavenly wolf, his face a mask of desperation. Chapter 60, The Divine Being Descends. The Northstar Heavenly Wolf is annihilated. The expression of the Northstar Heavenly Wolf twisted into one of profound dismay. His own pet had dared to kneel before an adversary in public. They had yet to engage in battle, yet his dignity had already been shattered. "Heavenly Wolf, rise. You are also a half-step sacred beast. What is there to fear?" He bellowed in fury. A flicker of rage flashed in the Heavenly Wolf's eyes. "How dare you? The golden-striped white tiger surpasses me in both bloodline and cultivation. What do you mean by fear? Stand up." The Northstar Heavenly Wolf's anger intensified. "Huh. It seems your pet has chosen not to heed your command." Morong Yunshang taunted. The Northstar Heavenly Wolf felt as if his heart had been pierced by a blade. Bleeding profusely, even without his pet, this prince could still slay him. "Before your very eyes, I shall dismember your betrothed." His anguished roar pushed the Northstar Heavenly Wolf closer to the brink of madness. With a sudden motion, he raised his long blade. A boundless aura of spiritual energy coalescing around it. Heavenly Wolf, sacred body. Unleash. A piercing wolf howl echoed as a terrifying phantom of a ghostly wolf emerged behind the Northstar Heavenly Wolf. A torrent of overwhelming and fearsome power surged forth. Morong Yunshang's complexion paled. "This is bad. He has activated the sacred body's power. We must stop him. Once the sacred body's strength is fully unleashed, the consequences are unimaginable." Yet Tang Xuan remained motionless, observing the erupting Northstar Heavenly Wolf with keen interest. The sacred body, is it truly formidable? With a howl, the Northstar Heavenly Wolf's eyes turned a deep crimson, his teeth elongated, protruding ominously from his lips, instilling terror in those who beheld him. His body sprouted a thick coat of hair. It was said that the ancestors of the Northstar dynasty were werewolves by birth, possessing an innate werewolf form that, once activated, could amplify their combat prowess several-fold. Indeed, this was the dreadfully potent Heavenly Wolf sacred body, which not only heightened combat ability but also rendered the wielder impervious to pain, significantly enhancing their regenerative capabilities, an exceptionally fearsome physique. Though Tang Xuan was powerful, he remained a mere mortal, utterly incapable of matching the Northstar Prince. The previously despondent warriors now brimmed with excitement once more. The Heavenly Wolf's sacred body is unleashed. Victory is assured. Boom, boom, boom. 7 waves of energy erupted in succession before the Northstar Heavenly Wolf finally came to a halt. At this moment, he had fully transformed into a werewolf, his form expanding to the size of 3 men. His blood-red eyes radiated an overwhelming ferocity and murderous intent. "Huh. You have managed to compel this prince to fully activate the Heavenly Wolf sacred body. You should take pride in that." He swung his arms, unleashing another wave of energy as his aura skyrocketed from the 5th level of the 10,000 Laws realm to the 6th level. Then, it surged to the 7th level, the 8th level, the 9th level. His ascent was relentless. He reached the pinnacle of the 10,000 Laws realm. No, it was a half-step into the sovereign realm. Morong Yunshang cried out, her lovely face etched with worry. A half-step into the sovereign realm. That is still manageable. It is his limit. Tang Xuan remained composed. His hands clasped behind his back, his expression devoid of emotion. The fierce gusts of wind tousled his dark hair. "Kill!" roared Beichin Tianlang, his body twisting abruptly, followed by a resounding sonic boom in the air. Swift. So swift it was almost imperceptible. Even Morong Yunshang failed to catch a glimpse. "How fast? Tang Xuan, be careful." The cry still echoed in the air as Beichin Tianlang dashed to Tang Xuan's rear. With a powerful motion of his arms, he swung his blade down. Alas! At such a speed, one could hardly perceive even death. Die! The Tianlang blade, infused with the formidable prowess of a half-step into the realm of control, was capable of cleaving any adversary below the 5th level of that realm. Yet, Tang Xuan merely raised 2 fingers and gently pinched. Clang! The clash of metal reverberated. Beichin Tianlang's body jolted, his pupils dilating to their fullest. A profound sense of horror and disbelief manifested. Tang Xuan had actually blocked his full-force strike with just 2 fingers. This is impossible. The situation transcended comprehension, causing Beichin Tianlang to tremble in fear, panic, resentment, and rage. Such myriad negative emotions crushed his resolve. "I have told you. You are too weak." Tang Xuan turned his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Beichin Tianlang. Those gazes, seemingly dismissive, pierced through him like daggers, igniting his nerves. "I will kill you." He unleashed his Tianlang sacred body, pushing his blade's momentum to its zenith. In this moment, even a peak expert in the realm of control would struggle to withstand such a frenzied assault. Tang Xuan simply yawned. I'm done playing. You may leave. With a mere thought, the grand culmination of his sword intent erupted forth. Beichen Tianlang was unworthy of Tang Xuan's domain. Boom. An infinite and boundless sword intent spread across the heavens and the earth. The great perfection sword intent. Murong Yunshang felt the purple radiance royal sword in her grasp tremble slightly, her internal sword intent suppressed. She could not help but feel an extraordinary shock. Could this dashing and charismatic man truly be her fiancé? After the initial astonishment, Murong Yunshang clenched her silver teeth against her crimson lips. A sense of crisis burgeoning within her. Previously, it was Tang Xuan who seemed unworthy of her. Now it appeared she was the one unworthy of him. A man of such caliber, if not held tightly, would surely be lured away by another woman. As the great perfection sword intent manifested, Beichen Tianlang's blade momentum instantly shattered. The remnants of his momentum rebounded fiercely. Spurt, spurt, spurt. Blood gushed from Beichen Tianlang's mouth as the terrifying pressure surrounding him receded like a tide. In an instant, he was reduced to his former state. Tang Xuan had defeated him solely through his aura. No, he was utterly terrified. This was an existence so formidable that even with all his might, he could not shake a single hair. Beichen Tianlang's heart was filled with curses. Had he known Tang Xuan was this powerful, he would not have dared to strike against the Purple Radiance dynasty. This was not merely a solid barrier. It was an insurmountable sky. The fear of death extinguished the battle spirit of Beichen Tianlang, compelling him to flee without hesitation. Before me, can you truly escape? Tang Xuan extended a finger and traced the air. Suddenly, a dazzling and resplendent sword light illuminated the heavens and the earth, seemingly capable of cleaving the very sky itself. A piercing scream escaped Beichen Tianlang's lips as his body was violently torn asunder, flying apart in opposite directions. Heaven-slaying sword technique. A single stroke to annihilate. An eerie silence enveloped the entire Xiao dynasty, as all present stood in shock, gazing at the ethereal figure resembling a celestial being. The once dominant Beichen Tianlang had now been reduced to a cold corpse. Such terror. A true deity has descended. Moments later, the warriors of the Xiao dynasty erupted in exhilaration. With such a divine figure to aid them, it was evident that the dynasty would soar to new heights. Meanwhile, the traders wore expressions of bewilderment. Their eyes filled with regret. Your Majesty, we were wrong. We wished to return to the fold. Alas, we were deceived by Beichen Tianlang and had no choice but to betray. Now we seek redemption and wish to rejoin Xiao. The once arrogant ministers rushed before the Xiao emperor, wailing and bowing in despair. The Xiao emperor's countenance remained icy, devoid of any compassion. I must thank Beichen Tianlang for revealing who truly holds loyalty to the Xiao dynasty. Take them all away and await their fate. General, lead the men to confiscate their properties. Allow not a single one to escape. The guards surged forth like wolves, binding the traitorous ministers. Their doom was sealed, along with that of their families. Traitors, there is no favorable end for them. Chapter 61, A Great Upheaval. Preparing to annihilate the Beichen dynasty. Thank you. Murong Yunshang gazed at Tang Xuan, feeling somewhat flustered. Faced with Tang Xuan, who resembled a descending deity, she found herself at a loss for words. There is no need for gratitude between husband and wife. Tang Xuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. He had thought that Mo Yuezhu was the epitome of beauty. Yet compared to Murong Yunshang, she fell short by several degrees. She was a beauty seemingly blessed by the heavens, embodying the essence of the world's spirit. The only comparison that came to his mind was the fusion of the goddesses Luo and Shi. The term husband caused Murong Yunshang's cheeks to flush with a rosy hue. Yet her heart brimmed with sweetness. Who wouldn't he wish for a husband who is a paragon of heroism? Simultaneously, she felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, she had not issued a divorce decree, for otherwise, the Xiao dynasty would have perished today. Come. Tang Xuan extended a hand. After a moment's hesitation, Murong Yunshang reached out as well. This was the first time a man had held her hand, signifying the acknowledgement of their bond. What a jest! Such a beautiful wife must not be left unclaimed. Tang Xuan led Murong Yunshang before the Xiao emperor. We pay our respects to the emperor. A sudden surprise struck the emperor Xiao. This is not right. I have met the young friend. No, the fellow Taoist. No, the esteemed sir. Murong Tianlin exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. Even as Tang Xuan merely stood before him, he could feel the immense pressure akin to a mountain. Father-in-law, there is no need to be so tense. You may address me as you wish, for after all, Yunshang is my wife. Tang Xuan replied with a gentle smile. With a sigh of relief, Murong Tianlin felt a wave of respect wash over him. Despite Tang Xuan's youth, his composure and demeanor surpassed that of many seasoned martial artists. Then I shall call you my esteemed son-in-law, Murong Tianlin said, beaming with pride. With such a son-in-law, I may as well forego sleep these days. for I would surely awaken with a smile. Fortunately, I have not arrived too late. Tang Xuan chuckled. Murong Tianen stroked his long beard, saying, thanks to you, esteemed son-in-law. The Xiao dynasty is saved. The Northstar Sky Wolf has devoured the lands of the Xiao dynasty, and Yunshang almost could not wait for your arrival. A hint of sorrow crossed his face as he spoke. The Northstar dynasty is audacious indeed. It should be eradicated, Tang Xuan said with a calm demeanor. At these words, Murong Tianen and his daughter were taken aback. Esteemed son-in-law, that would be unwise. The Northstar dynasty is not merely represented by the Northstar Sky Wolf. It is said that true masters of the law realm are stationed there. Moreover, the Northstar Sky Wolf hails from the Qianqiu Palace, making this matter far from simple. The Qianqiu Palace is a top-tier power, filled with experts capable of summoning numerous formidable warriors. Murong Tiannan's expression turned grave. The Xiao dynasty is already in decline. Perhaps it would be best for you to leave with Yunshang. The joy on Murong Tiannan's face gradually faded. To kill a Northstar Sky Wolf would certainly invite greater calamities. Father, I am the princess of Xiao. I could never flee in the face of battle. Murong Yunshang, never retreat from what is destined. Tang Xuan nodded slightly, recognizing his wife's resolute character and exceptional talent. Rest assured, esteemed father-in-law, as long as I am here, no one shall dare to harm the Xiao dynasty. If they do, I shall simply send them to meet the Buddha. His domineering words left Murong Tianen and his daughter speechless. Reflecting on Tang Xuan's formidable power, Murong Tianen fell silent. Despite the might of the Qianqiu Palace, it would be improbable for them to clash with a powerhouse like Tang Xuan merely for the sake of the Northstar Sky Wolf. Had he known that Tang Xuan intended to amplify Murong Yunshang's strength, he likely would have already gathered an army to obliterate the Northstar dynasty. Relay my message. In 3 days, I shall personally arrive at the Northstar imperial capital. With that proclamation, Tang Xuan gracefully departed with Murong Yunshang and Mou Zhu. Meanwhile, Murong Tiannan's heart surged with turmoil. Tang Xuan was indeed prepared to confront the Northstar dynasty head-on. Yet, with matters having reached this point, he had no choice but to press onward. The news spread rapidly. The two great dynasties, comprising billions of warriors, were thrown into an uproar. Good heavens, have you heard? The Xiao dynasty's son-in-law, Tang Xuan, has returned, slaying the Northstar Sky Wolf with a single sword strike. Nonsense, I was present at the scene. That Tang Xuan stood several feet tall, sporting 3 heads and 8 arms. It was utterly terrifying. Were you really there? How did I hear that he descended riding a divine beast? You must have misheard. Enough with the noise. Tang Xuan has openly declared his intention to annihilate the Beichen dynasty. This situation has escalated dramatically. Hiss. The strength of the Beichen dynasty far surpasses that of the Xiao dynasty, and it is rumored to have ties with the Qianqiu Palace. Could it be that Tang Xuan dares to confront the Qianqiu Palace head-on? Are you not aware? Tang Xuan has even destroyed the Longhu Dao Academy. Every last one was wiped out. My heavens, truly madness. Such discussions ignited fervently across the lands of the two great dynasties, intensifying with every passing moment. Within the Beichen imperial palace, the Beichen emperor's expression was one of fury, his rage palpable. How audacious and infuriating. A mere child dares to lay hands on the Beichen dynasty. Summon the troops. I shall completely obliterate the Xiao dynasty. At that moment, several figures appeared before the Beichen emperor. Your Majesty, please remain calm, spoke a white-haired elder with a smooth complexion. He bore no facial hair, and his voice was soft and airy, almost ethereal. Yet, his aura reached the threshold of half-step transcendence. This man was the Grand Steward of the Beichen dynasty, a seasoned veteran serving 3 emperors, having watched the current Beichen emperor grow. Eunuch Xiao. In the presence of the Grand Steward, even the Beichen emperor had to bow slightly. As an emperor, is he truly so impatient? Eunuch Xiao replied calmly, Indeed, I acknowledge my mistake. The Beichen emperor took a deep breath, attempting to quell his anger. However, how can I remain composed when Tang Xuan brazenly claims he will destroy the Beichen dynasty? Eunuch Xiao's eyes glimmered. Brazen words? If I were you, I would immediately journey to Xiao Imperial City to offer a sincere apology. Upon hearing this, the Beichen emperor's countenance changed dramatically. What? Offer an apology? He gazed at Eunuch Xiao with disbelief. Were it not for his loyalty as a veteran, the Beichen emperor might have believed Eunuch Xiao had been bribed to betray him. Amir Tang Xuan? Our Beichen dynasty is teeming with experts and resources as vast as the ocean. Why should we fear him? What do you understand? Eunuch Xiao's expression darkened. The Tang Xuan you speak of slayed 2 sword saints at Yunjian Mountain, and the first sword saint, Beichen Sword Crazy, has gone missing, likely having fallen victim to this very individual. Before the celestial ruins, the 2 leaders of the Longhu Dao Academy, along with 3,000 elite practitioners, were completely annihilated. Even the Longhu Dao Academy was uprooted. Such a terrifying existence. And you dare to dismiss him as merely a mere character? Beichen Tianxiong. You are driving the Beichen dynasty toward irretrievable ruin. Eunuch Xiao's stern rebuke left the Beichen emperor drenched in cold sweat, unable to raise his head. Alas, Eunuch Xiao sighed. Fate indeed has its trials. At this juncture, select 100 unparalleled beauties, bring along 50 royal treasures, and 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones to the Xiao dynasty. And seek Tang Xuan's forgiveness. The Beichen emperor clenched his fists, his face a mask of reluctance. As a sovereign, has he ever bowed so low? Just then, a chilling voice echoed, "Your forgiveness, I shall not grant." Chapter 62, Blazing Stars in Broad Daylight. The divine body of Ziwei Emperor. A group of formidable warriors surged into the imperial palace, overwhelming and tyrannical. The palace guards drew their blades in an attempt to obstruct them. Halt! This is the sacred ground of the imperial palace. You cannot. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a resounding explosion echoed as the guard was obliterated. Blood and dismembered limbs splattering forth. Impudence. The Northstar Emperor's countenance darkened. With a mere wave of his hand, hundreds of powerful experts from the Divine Harmony realm surged forth. Who could have anticipated that these warriors were astonishingly powerful? Each possessing the cultivation of the 10,000 laws realm? In no time, the palace experts were all laid low upon the ground. The chief eunuch's expression turned grave. This is the Northstar Imperial Palace. You shall not act recklessly. He stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of shadowy palm energy. Suddenly, one of the warriors broke through the ranks and countered the chief eunuch's attack with a palm strike. Bang! A deep, resonant sound reverberated as the chief eunuch's expression shifted, retreating several dozen steps while spitting out a mouthful of blood. The creation realm. The assailant, clad in blue robes, bore an arrogant demeanor, hands clasped behind his back. To think that within the small Northstar dynasty, there existed someone at the half-step creation realm, surviving a single palm strike, was no small feat. A look of astonishment filled the Northstar Emperor's eyes. The chief eunuch was the most skilled in the Northstar dynasty, yet he was easily repelled by the newcomer. You are from the Qinqiu Palace, are you not? The figure in blue waved his sleeve dismissively, responding coolly. What? A powerhouse from the Qinqiu Palace. The Northstar Emperor's sorrow transformed into joy as he hurried forward, bowing deeply. With his head held high, Zhuo Fifan allowed the Northstar Emperor to bend at the waist. The Northstar Wolf was a disciple of the Qinqiu Palace. His death would be a slap to their face, and they had come to claim Tang Xuan's life. How splendid! With a strong presence from the Qinqiu Palace, Tang Xuan's demise is assured. Ha ha ha! The Northstar Emperor hastily gestured. Bring forth the Crown Prince's quarters. Ensure the esteemed guests are accommodated with the finest provisions and services. The chief eunuch furrowed his brow anxiously. Your Majesty, think twice. Tang Xuan is not to be trifled with. The Northstar Emperor scoffed. Eunuch Xiao, you have grown senile. With the aid of the Qinqiu Palace's experts, Tang Xuan is but an insignificant insect, easily crushed. Yet, the chief eunuch remained visibly troubled, harboring a persistent doubt in his heart. Just how profound was Tang Xuan's true might? What if the Qinqiu Palace could not defeat him? They might flee, leaving the Northstar dynasty in utter ruin. But the Northstar Emperor was now entirely unwilling to heed his words. Alas, calamity approaches. Within the chambers of Princess Xiao, Murong Yunshang sat cross-legged in the void. She had transcended from the spirit abyss realm to the 10,000 laws realm. Husband, your cultivation technique is truly remarkable. The rate of spirit energy absorption has increased by more than 5-fold compared to my previous technique. Murong Yunshang opened her eyes, her face awash with astonishment. Tang Xuan leisurely sipped from a cup of tea. Isn't it normal for a Supreme Saint-level technique to be 5 times faster? What? A Supreme Saint-level technique? Murong Yunshang's lips parted slightly, her expression one of disbelief. A Supreme Saint-level technique, an existence she had never dared to imagine. In recent days, such occurrences had been relentless. First, there were Supreme Saint-level elixirs, then Supreme Saint-level martial arts, and now Supreme Saint-level weapons. Now, it is the sacred-level cultivation technique. Is this truly my husband? Could it possibly be the reincarnation of an ancient being? No, even if it were an ancient monster, it could not possibly possess such an abundance of sacred treasures. Murong Yunshang descended gracefully, approaching Tang Xuan. As her feet touched the ground, a flicker of pain crossed her face, and her gait appeared somewhat peculiar. Humph, husband. It is your doing that has rendered me unable to walk. Murong Yunshang exclaimed with indignation. Tang Xuan smiled faintly. Indeed, he had already claimed Murong Yunshang's maidenhood. Just a few days prior, he had wished to enhance Murong Yunshang's abilities, only for the system to indicate that she was not entirely his, thus hindering the amplification. With a decisive air, Tang Xuan firmly possessed Murong Yunshang. Now she was truly his. Yunshang, Your foundation is now solidified. It is time to elevate your physique. Tang Xuan chuckled, drawing Murong Yunxiang into his embrace. Close your eyes, and do not panic at any sensations you may feel. I shall be here for you. His gentle words soothed Murong Yunxiang. After witnessing so many of Tang Xuan's miraculous feats in recent days, she felt a sense of calm. Enhancing one's physique. It sounded extravagant. Yet, perhaps before Tang Xuan, it was not entirely impossible. This was also Tang Xuan's objective. Rushing into amplification would be too startling. With the groundwork laid in advance, acceptance now came more easily. White Tiger, guard the entrance. Do not allow anyone to disturb us. Tang Xuan commanded. The golden-striped White Tiger let out a roar. Little wolf, can you not hear the master's orders? Stand guard. Should anyone intrude, I shall devour you. The semi-holy beast, the heavenly wolf, whimpered pitifully and stationed itself outside the courtyard. The golden-striped White Tiger lay within the courtyard. With two formidable sacred beasts on watch, intrusion was utterly improbable. Tang Xuan had also bound the entire courtyard with his soul force. Even a peak expert of the creation realm would find it impossible to breach. As a sacred body, how far can the purple radiant sacred body truly ascend? A spark of fervor flickered in Tang Xuan's eyes. He was invincible. His wife must also be unparalleled. System. Amplify the purple radiant sacred body for me. Ding. System amplification in progress. As before, the advancement speed of the sacred body was not rapid. At that moment, the bright azure sky was suddenly adorned with a myriad of stars. The warriors and citizens within the purple radiant dynasty were all stirred. Oh, why are there stars appearing in broad daylight? I do not know. A natural phenomenon must herald both calamity and fortune. With the prince consort present, how could there be disaster? It is surely a blessing. The sky was filled with twinkling stars, radiating dazzling brilliance. Subsequently, the Big Dipper emerged. At the center of the Big Dipper, there was a colossal star surrounded by a purple glow. That star resembled an emperor high above, emanating boundless celestial majesty. Boom. The void trembled as a purple beam of light shot forth from the star, piercing directly into the imperial palace of the purple radiant dynasty. That was the Ziwei Emperor Star. The descent of the Ziwei Emperor Star foretells the birth of an emperor among men. Observing the trajectory of the falling starlight, which led to the imperial palace, one could not help but wonder what was transpiring. In the majestic city of Xiao, both the common folk and warriors were struck with astonishment as they gazed towards the imperial palace. Simultaneously, the Xiao imperial tomb erupted with a thunderous blast, unleashing countless beams of light that surged forth in a specific direction. In the courtyard, Murong Yunxiang's long hair danced in the wind, enveloped by a violet glow that rendered her both sacred and noble. The stellar energy continuously infused her being, causing her aura to swell exponentially. The power of the stars was formidable. Even those at the pinnacle of the myriad laws found it challenging to harness. Murong Yunxiang's face contorted in agony, on the verge of a catastrophic explosion of energy. Cease this. Restrain it. Tang Xuan, having anticipated this moment, mobilized his soul energy, forcefully suppressing the stellar power into Murong Yunxiang's dantian. The greater the accumulation, the more profound her breakthrough would become. In recent days, she had consumed numerous holy great elixirs, elevating her Xiao sacred body to its zenith. With the infusion of stellar energy, her realm ascended once more, breaking through to the third layer of the myriad laws, then the sixth, and finally the ninth layer. Just as she reached the pinnacle of the myriad laws, a radiant orb descended from the Ziwei Emperor Star above. The orb merged with the center of Murong Yunxiang's forehead. At that moment, an electronic voice echoed in Tang Xuan's ears. Ding! Amplification complete. Congratulations. The host has acquired the divine body of the Ziwei Emperor. Chapter 63. 2 is enough. One sword, 8 gods of the abyss. Indeed, it was a divine body. Tang Xuan felt a flicker of surprise. The Ziwei is the Emperor's star, possessing supreme sovereignty. Hundreds of golden rays cascaded from the heavens, transforming into figures adorned with golden crowns and imperial robes, the souls of the emperors from the Xiao dynasty's lineage. They bowed in unison. For even though they were all embodiments of imperial fate, they were but dust before the Ziwei Great Emperor. After their respectful bows, the ancestral souls projected their imperial aura, a gift from their forebears to the air. With a resounding boom, the infusion of imperial essence elevated Murong Yunxiang's presence to unprecedented heights. The imperial power transformed into an overwhelming imperial might. She advanced to the realm of divine law, the emergence of a female emperor upon the mortal plane. At that moment, while Murong Yunxiang appeared unchanged, her aura had undergone a dramatic transformation. In the skies, divine dragons responded and phoenixes soared, celebrating the birth of the empress. Tang Xuan nodded slightly, Recognizing that as a divine body, she was indeed extraordinary. It seemed there was still ample potential within his wife to be unearthed. Moreover, given his current physical strength, Morong Yunxiang would struggle to withstand his advances. After ascending to a divine body, she might just manage to endure. At this juncture, Morong Tianan and others had already arrived, but the celestial wolves guarding the courtyard barred their entry, leaving them to gaze in awe at the evolving Morong Yunxiang. It took a full 2 days and nights for her aura to stabilize. The moment her lotus feet touched the ground, an overwhelming imperial pressure descended. Even beings of Morong Tianan's stature found themselves unable to resist, kneeling in reverence before the empress. "Father, please rise." Morong Yunxiang was taken aback, alarmed at her father kneeling before her, fearing for his longevity. "No, I do not kneel before you, but rather before the great emperor of Ziwei." Morong Tianan shook his head. "From this day forth, the Xiao dynasty shall have but one emperor, and that is you, Yunxiang." The courtiers echoed in unison, paying their respects to the emperor. However, Morong Yunxiang was unprepared for such a sudden turn of events, feeling utterly flustered. It was Tang Xuan who came to her rescue. "The divine body of Yunxiang has just awakened. She still requires refinement and cultivation, and it may not be suitable for her to shoulder the burdens of the mundane world." Morong Yunxiang blushed, replying, "Yes, father, I have already wed Tang Xuan. I belong to the Tang family in life and in death. I fear I cannot accept this imperial position at present." With Tang Xuan's words in the air, Morong Tianan dared not oppose. He chuckled, stating, "Very well, as newlyweds. It is indeed inappropriate. I shall take it upon myself to govern the Xiao dynasty for the time being. After all, we are family. And I shall step aside whenever you wish." His words caused Morong Yunxiang's cheeks to flush a deeper hue. In truth, it was merely the thrill of newfound intimacy. Wishing to spend more time entwined with Tang Xuan, "The divine body has been established. It is time to fulfill our promises." Tang Xuan spoke calmly, sending a ripple of shock through the crowd. "Yunxiang, come." He extended his hand, taking hold of Morong Yunxiang. And together they soared into the skies toward the Northstar dynasty. Once they departed, Morong Tianan's expression darkened abruptly. "Summon the troops. We shall march forth." To the imperial city of the Northstar dynasty. The atmosphere crackled with tension, filled with an oppressive silence that suffocated all present. Time was drawing near. An inexplicable murderous intent permeated the air. Strangely, the Emperor of the Northstar remained unfazed by Tang Xuan's lethal declaration, completely unaware of what was at play. Meanwhile, within the taverns of the Northstar city, numerous unfamiliar warriors gathered, all exuding an air of nobility and eloquence. Boom! The heavens trembled as 2 streams of light streaked across the sky, heading directly for the Northstar Imperial Palace. In an instant, those bearing an aristocratic demeanor were stirred. The moment has arrived. Today, will Tang Xuan bring ruin upon the Northstar, or will the Northstar extinguish Tang Xuan? Uncertain. Yet one thing is clear. It shall be an unparalleled battle. The Emperor of the Northstar is not one to be trifled with, regardless of who emerges victorious. The ultimate winner shall be us. All presents faded from sight. Before the Northstar Imperial Palace, 10,000 ironclad Imperial Guard stood resolutely, brandishing long blades. At the center lay a golden wolf chair. The Emperor of the Northstar, with a gaze of lethal intent and a cold demeanor, stood surrounded by over 100 formidable warriors from the divine shadow realm. Grand Eunuch Xiao stood attentively at his side, as all prepared for what was to come. Suddenly, the heavens roared, and 2 streams of light descended. Tang Xuan, with Morong Yunxiang in tow, walked upon the void, high above. "Is it merely the 2 of you?" The Northstar Emperor frowned. "How many more experts are hiding? Come forth. Concealment is futile before me." Tang Xuan replied nonchalantly, "There is no one else. Just Yunxiang and I. To extinguish the Northstar dynasty is more than sufficient." Insolence. The Northstar Emperor seethed with rage. How utterly disdainful. 2 individuals presume to extinguish the Northstar dynasty. Do they consider themselves specters, or do they regard the Northstar dynasty as their private garden, entering and exiting at will? At this moment, from afar in the void, those adorned with an air of nobility began to materialize. "Ah, is that Tang Xuan? His presence is indeed remarkable. Yet to challenge the Northstar dynasty with merely 2 individuals is somewhat presumptuous. Prince of Illusory Moon, have you not heard the legends of the Sword of Meteor Mountain, which cleaved 2 saints in one strike, or the tale of the Celestial Ruins, where a single palm vanquished a holy sun? In my view, Tang Xuan possesses some degree of confidence. Prince of Heavenly Wind. Rumors are typically 9 parts fiction and 1 part truth, and you, too, are inclined to believe them. If you were to witness the fate of the Dragon Tiger Academy, you would refrain from uttering such words. It turns out that those noble figures are all princes from various dynasties. The Purple Radiance dynasty is enraged with the Northstar dynasty. Regardless of the victor, both sides will suffer considerable losses. Now is an opportune moment to seize land amidst the chaos. The armies of the major dynasties have already assembled. Whichever side falls, they will emerge as profit-seeking fishermen. Merely 2 individuals dare to provoke this emperor. Have I been overly benevolent? Come forth, apprehend them. With a wave of his hand, the Northstar Emperor summoned 8 powerful beings of the divine shadow realm, who surged forth to confront the 2. My lord, allow me to take the lead, Murong Yunshang declared, her brows furrowing with determination as she stepped forward to directly face the formidable Northstar warriors. Oh, Princess of Purple Radiance, are you so eager to seek your demise? The Northstar Emperor sneered coldly. It seems she has grown overconfident. Let me offer you as a sacrifice to my son, the Wolf of the Heavens. The many princes observing from a distance shook their heads in disbelief. 1 against 8, the Princess of Purple Radiance is far too arrogant. Does she believe that with Tang Xuan's backing, she can act with impunity? What a pity for such an unparalleled beauty. The strength of the Northstar dynasty ranks among the top 5 across many dynasties. It is not so easily overcome. At this moment, the 8 divine shadow realm warriors charged forth. A flicker of golden light suddenly flashed within Murong Yunshang's black pupils. Kill. Draw your swords. The golden radiance illuminated the eyes of the onlookers, as if time itself had paused for a moment. The 8 divine shadow realm warriors of the Northstar dynasty abruptly halted their movements, their expressions turning blank. Meanwhile, a drop of blood appeared on Murong Yunshang's sword. Drip. The blood fell to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Blood arrows erupted from the chests of the 8 divine shadow realm warriors simultaneously. 1 sword, 8 lives. What? Impossible. The Northstar Emperor sprang to his feet, his face a mask of astonishment. The many princes in the distance were equally shaken. When did Murong Yunshang become so formidable? The eunuch Xiao, standing beside the Northstar Emperor, was taken aback, his eyes wide with shock. The Sovereign Realm. Chapter 64. Eunuch Xiao enters the fray. 3 moves agreed. What? The Sovereign Realm. When did Murong Yunshang advance to the Sovereign Realm? Was she not at the pinnacle of the Divine Shadow Realm? She has directly crossed 2 major realms. How can this be possible? Yet, the aura emanating from her is undeniably that of the Sovereign Realm. Outside, the mocking expressions on the faces of the many princes had frozen. Their eyes were filled with incredulity. It was thought that Murong Yunshang would undoubtedly face defeat. Yet it was unexpected that she had already ascended to the realm of law manipulation, even surpassing the Prince of the Celestial Wolf in the realm of all laws. A truly astonishing scene. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. So that was it. The Emperor of Beichin slowly took his seat. Murong Yunshang, you have concealed your true self so deeply. In truth, you must have been in the realm of law manipulation for quite some time, merely feigning weakness. The so-called Princess Xiao is, after all, a person of such profound scheming. I have underestimated you. Upon hearing the words of the Emperor of Beichin, many princes suddenly understood. So that is how it is. No wonder the Beichin Celestial Wolf met its demise at the hands of the Xiao dynasty. However, for one of her age to attain the realm of law manipulation is indeed remarkable. Perhaps she has consumed some elixir to forcefully break through. Such methods can indeed elevate one's cultivation in a short span, but the cost is a depletion of potential, shaking the very foundation, akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Yes, winning the present, yet losing the future. No, even in the present, there is no victory. A mere 8 divine ghosts cannot shake the foundation of the Beichin dynasty. Only the Prince of Illusions bore a look of confusion. He did not gaze at Murong Yunshang, but instead turned his attention to Tang Xuan, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Even with divine pills, such a dramatic enhancement should not be possible. The only possibility lies with Tang Xuan. At this moment, the Emperor of Beichin crossed his arms and calmly stated, Eunuch Xiao, this girl is entrusted to you, as you command, bound by imperial decree. Even if Eunuch Xiao wished to avoid confrontation, he had no choice but to comply. He sighed and flew before Murong Yunshang. I am Xiao Dafu, honored to meet Princess Xiao. Eunuch Xiao first offered a bow. Murong Yunshang nodded slightly. No need for excessive formalities. You and I are adversaries. Eunuch Xiao continued, Princess, you are not a match for this humble servant. It would be wise to withdraw. I will persuade the Emperor to compensate you with treasures to quell your anger. How does that sound? Murong Yunshang shook her head. Impossible. The Beichin Celestial Wolf is aggressive, encroaching upon my Xiao territory. This enmity is irreconcilable. There is no point in further discussion. Make your move. Seeing that the situation could not be resolved, Eunuch Xiao had no choice but to act. I apologize, Your Highness. With a sweep of his arms, the aura of half-step transformation erupted forth in an instant. Boom. A white wave of energy swept across 100 miles. The overwhelming pressure left the crowd in awe. Such formidable energy had indeed reached the half-step transformation realm. This man must be the strongest of the Bachan dynasty. The venerable eunuch Xiao. He was once a formidable figure who, for the sake of the Bachan ancestors, castrated himself and lived in seclusion. It was precisely because of his presence that no one dared to entertain thoughts against the Bachan dynasty. Even though Murong Yunshang had attained the realm of law manipulation, she would undoubtedly not be a match for eunuch Xiao. Faced with the imposing eunuch Xiao, Murong Yunshang remained composed. She too unleashed her aura. Yet alas, she was merely at the first level of the realm of law manipulation. Under the suppression of the half-step transformation, she could only barely defend herself. Heh, Tang Xuan. Will you not make a move? Do you wish to watch your wife perish before the Emperor of Bachan? The Emperor of Bachan raised an eyebrow with satisfaction towards Tang Xuan. Xiao Gonggong is absolutely incapable of losing. In the face of provocation, Tang Xuan merely smiled lightly. Yunshang, will 3 moves suffice? Murong Yunshang pondered for a moment, then nodded resolutely. It will be enough, my husband. The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. What? Defeating Xiao Gonggong in 3 moves? What absurdity! Such arrogance is unfathomable. With the cultivation of the first realm of Yufa against a half-step into transformation, how could one possibly possess the audacity to utter such words? Previously, even a strong figure from the Xinyo realm would not be worthy to hold Xiao Gonggong's shoes. Emperor Bachan laughed heartily. 3 moves? If you can indeed defeat Xiao Gonggong in 3 moves, I shall willingly bury my own head beneath the heavens and perish before you. Tang Xuan nodded. That is your promise. Emperor Bachan snorted coldly. And if you cannot? Tang Xuan flashed a grin. The same fate as you. Very well. I hope you do not come to regret it. Emperor Bachan exclaimed with delight. Prince Tianfeng, with a look of pity, remarked. I initially thought Tang Xuan to be a peerless hero, yet he is merely a fool. Another Prince chimed in. Unable to perceive the situation clearly and recklessly gambling with his life is truly laughable. Orders were dispatched, instructing the army to assemble at the Xiao dynasty and prepare for action. Commands echoed through the ranks, and soon, the fully prepared army surged toward the borders of the Xiao dynasty. A total of 13 dynasties were mobilized. Only Prince Huanyue remained unmoved, his expression filled with confusion. Tang Xuan did not strike him as a person prone to empty bravado. What was the source of his confidence? At that moment, Murong Yunshang had already engaged in combat with Xiao Gonggong. Boom. The first clash reverberated, waves of energy surging forth. Murong Yunshang frowned, retreating 100 paces, her right hand trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Xiao Gonggong stood resolute as a mountain. 1 move down. Emperor Bachan crossed his arms, speaking with delight. The surrounding princes shook their heads in unison. With their keen insight, they could easily discern that Murong Yunshang had exhausted her techniques. The disparity was too great. Not to mention winning. Even self-preservation seemed challenging. Were it not for Xiao Gonggong's mercy, Murong Yunshang would likely have sustained severe injuries and coughed up blood by now. Xiao Tianlu. Murong Yunshang raised her long sword, channeling her ultimate technique. In an instant, purple radiance illuminated the heavens, the sword's brilliance coalescing to 100 paces. Sword intent. Xiao Gonggong nodded, his hands forming semicircles. Chrysanthemum divine art. He practiced a royal-level martial skill known as the Chrysanthemum Cannon. This tome contained both techniques and various martial arts, boasting immense power, rivaling even superior royal-level skills. Yet, only those who had undergone self-castration could cultivate it. Xiao Gonggong had already mastered it to perfection. Flash. Murong Yunshang brought her sword down. Break. Xiao Gonggong brought his hands together, condensing spiritual energy into a chrysanthemum to block the sword's aura. Boom. The sword's energy exploded, and Murong Yunshang retreated once more, her brow furrowed. Ha ha, you are finished. Emperor Bachan laughed maniacally. Tang Xuan shook his head. You celebrate too soon. Yunshang has completed her warm-up. It is time to unleash her full power. Murong Yunshang stepped forward, activating the Ziwei Emperor Divine Body. Buzz. Beneath the azure expanse of the heavens, a magnificent celestial phenomenon unfolded. The radiant purple tenuity star shone brilliantly, heralding the sudden arrival of supreme imperial authority. The Emperor of the Northstar and the various princes were taken aback, overwhelmed by an instinctive sense of reverence. It was the purple tenuity star. Impossible. How could she possess the power to summon the purple tenuity star? The sacred body of purple radiance? No, that couldn't be right. Even the sacred body of purple radiance could not give rise to such extraordinary manifestations. Amidst the murmurs, the Prince of Illusions suddenly felt his pupils constrict in shock, letting out a scream. The divine body. It was the legendary purple tenuity divine body. There stood Murong Yunshang, once more raising her longsword. As the power of the purple tenuity stars surged into the blade, simultaneously, myriad imperial phantoms materialized behind her. Grand Eunuch Xiao felt an icy chill enveloping him, as if he had plunged into a frigid abyss, his spiritual energy waning. With a decisive swing, Murong Yunshang struck down. Boom. Dust erupted, and blood splattered. Grand Eunuch Xiao, akin to a kite severed from its string, plummeted to the ground, carving a chasm 1,000 fathoms deep, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. He had been defeated in merely 3 moves. Chapter 65, The Emergence of Zhuo Fifan. I offer you a chance. The audience was once more astounded. In just 3 moves, Grand Eunuch Xiao, who stood at the brink of the creation realm, had suffered a humiliating defeat, and it was a thorough rout. No justification could be found. Impossible. Impossible. The Emperor of the Northstar's eyes glazed over. Grand Eunuch Xiao was the bedrock of the Northstar dynasty. Now, that foundation lay shattered. The Northstar dynasty was crumbling. The Prince of Illusions murmured, gazing at Murong Yunshang with awe. She was formidable. Merely Murong Yunshang alone could uphold the millennium-long legacy of the Purple Radiance dynasty. Tang Xuan proclaimed, 3 moves have passed. You have lost, Emperor of the Northstar. The Emperor's lips quivered violently. In an instant, all eyes turned towards him. The wager of 3 moves. The victor lives. The vanquished dies. From the heavens above. This Emperor does not wish to perish. The Emperor of the Northstar's visage contorted in despair. He had completely torn off his facade. Kill. Do as I command. With a single order, hundreds of masters from the divine realm and thousands of the iron-blooded imperial guards charged forth simultaneously. Tang Xuan snorted coldly. His body remained still. The sword energy surged forth spontaneously. In an instant, myriad swords of spiritual energy, imbued with the force to obliterate heaven and earth, swept past him, descending upon the troops of the Northstar dynasty. Puff, puff, puff. Whether they were the masters of the divine realm or the battle-hardened soldiers, all were transformed into vivid blossoms of blood amidst the sword energy. After a single wave of sword energy, the area before the Northstar Imperial Palace lay strewn with severed limbs and fallen bodies, blood flowing like a torrential river. Only the Emperor of the Northstar remained, standing in a daze. He had not perished. All those sword energies had bypassed him. The Emperor understood. This was not out of Tang Xuan's mercy, but rather his disdain for taking his life. Stand up like an emperor, and end your own life. Tang Xuan pointed at the Emperor of the Northstar. At that moment, he resembled a celestial deity from the heavens, pronouncing judgment upon the sins of the mortal realm. One sword to obliterate the Northstar. The surrounding princes were drenched in cold sweat. How terrifying. Initially, one might have believed that Murong Yunshang's purple micro-emperor divine body was formidable enough. However, in comparison to Tang Xuan, it was akin to the stars overshadowed by the brilliance of the full moon, utterly incomparable. Even with the essence of imperial power converged within her, Murong Yunshang found herself eclipsed in Tang Xuan's presence. He was destined to ascend above the heavens, a deity towering over all living beings. Suddenly, Prince Huan Yu was engulfed by a wave of sorrow. With the emergence of a figure like Tang Xuan, all other talents would inevitably descend into mere subservience, forever unable to rise above. In that instant, a realization struck him. Did you not just command an assault on the Xiao dynasty? The other princes jolted to attention, their expressions transforming dramatically. Quickly, they must order the army to retreat. Time is of the essence. Under no circumstances should they trespass into the Xiao dynasty. Those who defy this command shall face annihilation of their 9 clans. They scrambled to halt the advance, for failure to do so would spell irreversible doom for their dynasty. The haughty demeanor of the princes evaporated, replaced by sheer panic. They understood well that any who dared breach the borders of the Xiao dynasty would invoke the wrath of the terrifying Tang Xuan, and they would meet the same fate as the next Northern Star dynasty. At that moment, a resounding cackle echoed through the air. The crowd paused, turning to discover that the laughter emanated from the Northern Star Emperor. His countenance was twisted, hair disheveled, eyes wide with fury. Remarkable indeed. Tang Xuan, you have truly surpassed my expectations, but alas, you shall still meet your demise. His words left the assembly in shock, while Tang Xuan merely raised an eyebrow. Do you possess any further means? The Northern Star Emperor suddenly drew a sword, driving it forcefully into the earth. A thunderous roar erupted as the ground trembled. A celestial barrier materialized. An array? Tang Xuan's brow furrowed slightly before he relaxed. Every dynasty had its protective formations, and the Northern Star dynasty was no exception. However, these defensive arrays lacked offensive capability and could not possibly threaten him. Is this your final struggle? Tang Xuan shook his head. Certainly not. The Northern Star Emperor gritted his teeth. This array is merely to prevent your escape. The one who will slay you is not I. Tang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, At that moment, an overwhelming aura enveloped the entire Northern Star Imperial Palace. The sheer force was so potent that even Murong Yunshang, who had activated her purple micro-emperor divine body, found her breath quickening and her body tensing. A true creation realm expert. Only one of such caliber could possess an aura that formidable. In the next instant, it was as if a multitude of voices resounded in unison, declaring, "Who among the world can rival me? I alone shall remain undefeated through the ages." Countless energies spiraled into the heavens, stirring the tempest. A figure descended, stepping upon the clouds, exuding an oppressive weight as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, uncontrollable. "Ha! Tang Xuan, your end is nigh." The Northern Star Emperor laughed maniacally. "It is a powerful figure from the Qinqiu Palace. This is dire." Prince Huan Yu's complexion paled. Not only he, but the other princes also gasped in shock. The Northern Star Wolf was a disciple of the Qinqiu Palace, and this individual had undoubtedly come seeking vengeance. The strength of the Qinqiu Palace far surpassed that of the Longhu Dao Academy. Even Tang Xuan would find it impossible to shake their might. Unbeknownst to many, the Emperor of Beichen possesses such a formidable trump card. With a resounding thud, the newcomer landed, causing the earth to shatter beneath him. And a violent intent surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the surroundings. The vast expanse of the sky trembled in response. The wind stilled, and the clouds ceased their movement, leaving only the figure of the man standing as steadfast as a mountain. Though no words were spoken, his overwhelming presence rendered many princes unable to stand upright. Such terrifying pressure. The Qinqiu Palace is truly formidable. Below the realm of creation, all are mere ants. To even speak is a challenge, let alone to engage in combat. The powerful figure from Qinqiu Palace slowly began to speak. "I am Zhuo. You must be Tang Xuan." Tang Xuan nodded. Indeed, Zhuo oppressive aura was undeniably strong, yet it held no sway over him. A significant portion of that pressure stemmed from soul power, and challenging Tang Xuan's spirit would be futile, even for a practitioner of the fifth realm. He was, after all, merely a younger brother. Zhuo continued indifferently. "I harbor no enmity towards you, but I cannot allow Qinqiu Palace to lose face. Otherwise, others may think us easy to bully. Thus, I shall offer you a chance to surrender. You could take the place of Beichen Tianlang. Indeed, I could even advocate for you to become a true disciple." At these words, the crowd fell into stunned silence. What did this mean? Was he attempting to recruit Tang Xuan? The Emperor of Beichen had instantaneously become the fool. Should Tang Xuan acquiesce, he could instantly ascend to the status of a true disciple of Qinqiu Palace, an unparalleled honor. As for the Beichen dynasty, it had been utterly relegated to a mere pawn. To belittle this seat, you Qinqiu Palace disciples. Tang Xuan chuckled. "I, too, shall extend an opportunity for you to surrender. Depart now, or I shall obliterate your Qinqiu Palace." The arena fell into a profound silence. They had witnessed arrogance before, but never such unparalleled audacity. Zhuo expression shifted momentarily before settling into disdain. Did he truly believe that having slain a few mere practitioners of the Wanfa and Yufa realms made him invincible? Before Qinqiu Palace, even those of the Yufa realm were but ants. If he sought death, so be it. This seat shall grant you your request. Tang Xuan nodded. "It should have been this way from the start. Spare me your lengthy discourse." Zhuo raised his right hand. In an instant, a terrifying wave of energy that could dim the heavens coalesced. The sky within 1,000 miles darkened, all light devoured, transforming into a radiant sphere the size of a fist. Annihilate the 9 heavens. Kill. The sphere shot through the void, casting a long shadow toward Tang Xuan. Excellent. Sky-slicing sword technique. Sky-slicing strike. Split the heavens. Chapter 66. The complete fire momentum? I shall take it. With a thunderous roar, the very fabric of the void trembled. The luminous sphere unleashed by Zhuo was cleaved asunder by a single stroke. The sky first plunged into darkness, only to illuminate with the brightness of day. As if the sun and moon were in a dance, the dawn and dusk intertwined. Amidst the radiance, a spray of blood erupted forth, accompanied by cries of terror. The complete sword momentum. How could this be? Zhuo felt the immense power of Tang Xuan, his face etched with shock, his eyes gleaming with an uncomprehending light. Though the previous strike was not his full strength, it possessed enough power to obliterate warriors at the 6th or 7th level of the creation realm. Yet, Tang Xuan was merely at the 4th layer of the creation realm. Not only did he sever the opponent's ultimate move with a single sword strike, but he also inflicted injury upon his body. Is this the extent of Qinqiu Palace's might? Tang Xuan raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. A profound silence enveloped the arena, particularly affecting the Northstar Emperor, whose body trembled, his complexion ashen. He had expected Zhuo to decisively subdue Tang Xuan upon his arrival. However, after just one exchange, it was Zhuo who was injured. Could it be that Tang Xuan truly descended from the divine? What kind of monstrous being had he unwittingly provoked? The words of the previously advising eunuch Xiao echoed in his mind, filling him with regret. The Northstar Emperor collapsed to the ground, lamenting that a moment of poor judgment had led to the downfall of the entire Northstar dynasty. This youth must not be allowed to live. Zhuo Fifan spat out 5 words with grave intensity, his eyes ablaze with fierce, killing intent. Bu Qianqiu formation. Assist me in vanquishing this youth. No longer holding back, Zhuo Fifan soared into the air, emanating an even more potent surge of energy. Boom. Suddenly, the void distorted, igniting into flames. All disciples of Qianqiu Palace unleashed their spiritual energy, merging it into the conflagration. Boom. A torrent of crimson light erupted, transforming the surrounding area into a sea of fire, embodying the complete mastery of fire. Ha ha ha. Young man, the might of complete mastery is not solely yours to wield. Zhuo Fifan's face twisted into a malevolent grin as he elevated his soul power, infusing the sea of flames. The temperature around surged dramatically. Even the void itself warped from the heat. The searing flames were capable of melting even the hardest of stones. Naturally, an inherent intent surpasses any artificially cultivated one. Your sword prowess will prove futile. Allow me to demonstrate the true strength of this elder. With a roar, Zhuo Fifan unleashed his full power. Flames surged into the sky, setting the horizon ablaze in crimson. The observing princes turned pale, retreating in fear. What a terrifying force of flames. Is this truly the genuine prowess of the elder from Qianqiu Palace? It is astonishing. I never imagined he had cultivated his fire power to such an extent. The sea of flames spread relentlessly, infiltrating every nook and cranny. No matter how formidable the sword might be, it could never sever the sea of fire. Unless that youth could comprehend the power of the domain, which was utterly impossible. Indeed, only those at the primordial realm could hope to grasp such power. Ultimately, an individual cannot contend against a great force. Tang Xuan had done his utmost. At this moment, the sea of flames reached its zenith. Regardless of Tang Xuan's mere 4th layer of the creation realm, even a peak-level creation realm warrior would be reduced to ashes. My lord, witnessing such terrifying might, Morong Yunshang's eyes were tinged with concern. Fear not. Such trifling skills dare not be displayed before me. Tang Xuan chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. He gazed calmly at Zhuo Fifan and remarked, Your strength is impressive, but alas, it remains ineffective against me. Even if your flames were to multiply 100-fold, they would still be futile. Nonsense. Do not feign calmness. I know your heart is in turmoil. Zhuo Fifan sneered maliciously. Die. He poured all his soul power into the sea of flames. In an instant, the raging inferno transformed into a colossal fire serpent, encircling Tang Xuan. You shall perish. I shall claim your power. A voice, devoid of emotion, emanated from Tang Xuan. The next moment, silence enveloped the world. Even the crackling of the flames ceased. The surrounding light dimmed, the fire itself losing its brilliance. The sole source of illumination was Tang Xuan, who emanated an indescribable aura of profundity, as if embodying the very essence of creation and the dawn of existence. What is this impossibility? This is a domain. Zhao Fifan screamed, yet his voice faltered. His mouth agape in silence, wholly consumed by the realm of origins. The source of all things devours everything. The power of fire is merely a manifestation of nature's force. No matter how potent, natural power can never harm the master of origins. The fire serpent wailed, its form disintegrating into pure fire energy, devoured by the realm. Within this domain, Zhao Fifan found himself utterly immobilized, helplessly witnessing his grand display of fiery might being drained away. His eyes were filled with terror, anxiety, shock, fear, and profound despair. Such power was capable of subduing any warrior beneath the threshold of the initiation realm, yet it was effortlessly snatched away by Tang Xuan. Akin to an act of violence, completely beyond resistance, even devoid of enjoyment. Standing within the realm of origins, with hands clasped behind him, Tang Xuan's gaze held an air of disdain. His striking visage and unparalleled demeanor rendered him a veritable deity descended upon the mortal realm. Excellent. The power of the realm has increased, Tang Xuan noted with pleasure, sensing the transformation within the domain. The realm of origins, still in its infancy, already possessed such terrifying might. One could only imagine the cataclysmic force it would wield upon full maturation. Though that was a matter for after ascending to the 5th stage of the Tao. These 5 stages are the essence of refining the domain. The initiation realm marks the beginning of shaping the realm's embryonic form. The seeking Tao realm truly consolidates the domain. The proof of Tao realm achieves minor fruition. The mastery of Tao realm breaks through to major completion. And finally, the comprehension of Tao realm elevates the domain to its zenith, reaching even higher realms. Yet, Tang Xuan, merely at the creation realm, had already formed the embryonic shape of the domain. Such talent is unparalleled, a prodigy without peer, a veritable progeny of an emperor. Such a figure is too precious to squander. However, Xiao Fifan, blinded by foolish ambition, struck at Tang Xuan, ultimately leading to his demise. You have tried your best. Embrace your demise in peace. Tang Xuan drained Xiao Fifan's intent power, lightly squeezing his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Fifan and several disciples of the Qinxiu Palace were reduced to mere blood mist. The world was engulfed in a profound silence. With a casual wave, even the dazed Emperor Beichen was transformed into blood mist. Vengeance has been served. Let us depart. With a swift motion, Tang Xuan and Murong Yunshang vanished from sight, casting a fleeting glance at the princes before their departure. The crown prince of the Phantom Moon and his companions were enveloped in a chilling dread, rendered mute by fear. Afraid to move even an inch, they gazed upon the dismembered bodies scattered across the ground, the blood-soaked expanse of the Northstar Imperial Palace. The princes trembled incessantly, their minds echoing a singular phrase, truly terrifying. Yet, in this moment of hesitation, their order to retreat had not been dispatched. At this juncture, the armies of 13 kingdoms had already surged into the borders of the Xiao dynasty. They charged forth, intent on seizing the territory of Xiao with unparalleled speed. Resources would be plundered, men would be enslaved, and women would be conscripted as military concubines. Ha ha ha. Kill. Each of the 13 kingdoms boasted an army of 100,000, totaling an overwhelming force of 13 million soldiers. Like a torrent of steel, they billowed forth, raising clouds of dust, poised to engulf the Xiao dynasty. Above, thousands of formidable experts, transcending the realm of the void, stood as a menacing vanguard. A terrifying aura descended upon the Xiao dynasty. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. By the heavens, kneel before the Tiger Lord. Chapter 67, Subdivine Level. The 5 Thunder Techniques. The earth-shattering roar of the tiger carried with it the majesty of a sacred beast. The mounts of the 13 million soldiers were immediately suppressed, each one spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. The cavalry, unprepared, were thrown from their steeds, suffering grievous injuries and wailing in agony. In the blink of an eye, the once murderous battlefield transformed into a realm of lamentation. A sacred beast. How could this be? How could the Xiao dynasty possibly possess a sacred beast, particularly one of the Void Mastery realm? Retreat, retreat swiftly. The experts of the 13 kingdoms, suspended in the void, were stricken with terror, their eyes aflame with panic. In the next instant, a towering golden-striped white tiger charged forth in a frenzy. Damn it! With the boss absent, these petty clowns dare to stir trouble. Let them face the wrath of the Tiger Lord. The golden-striped white tiger cursed vehemently. It opened its maw wide, gathering a golden beam of light, which swept across the land. The armies of the 13 kingdoms, 13 million strong, were reduced to ashes. Boom! The heavens trembled and the earth quaked. The sun and moon lost their radiance. Under Tang Xuan's generous nurturing, the golden-striped white tiger had now transcended to the realm of void mastery. Its sacred bloodline having ascended to the 2nd tier, its power had significantly increased. Roar! After annihilating the armies of the 13 kingdoms, the golden-striped white tiger charged into the void, targeting the experts of the 13 kingdoms. Those formidable beings fought valiantly, yet the mightiest among them barely reached the void mastery realm, rendering them powerless against the tiger. They were swiftly dispatched, their cries echoing in despair as they fled in panic. Those who dare to offend the Xiao dynasty shall perish. The cold declaration was accompanied by an overwhelming surge of sword chi that rained down upon them, claiming the lives of dozens of experts in the void realm. Mo Yuzhu wielded a sacred-grade longsword, her blade fierce and relentless, akin to the scythe of death, continuously reaping lives. One person, one tiger. Unstoppable. Ultimately, only a scant few from the armies and warriors of the 13 kingdoms managed to escape. The remainder lay buried along the borders of the Xiao dynasty. This battle left the entirety of the kingdoms utterly astounded. Quickly, open the treasury and retrieve the finest treasures to appease the Xiao dynasty. Beauties and spirit stones. Gather them all. Delay even a moment, and the Beichen dynasty shall meet its demise. Hurry, send all 9 of my daughters to the Xiao emperor as consorts. It must be done swiftly. The downfall of the Beichen dynasty, the annihilation of 13 million troops, a spectacle that astonished the world. However, even more astonishing was the resilience of the Beichen dynasty's forces and families. With the fall of the Beichen emperor and the leadership in disarray, one would expect chaos to ensue. Yet, unexpectedly, the majority of the families and powers swiftly seized all the cities of the Beichen dynasty, brazenly raising the flag of the Xiao dynasty. The lords of all dynasties were taken aback, having initially anticipated a share of the spoils, only to be met with such an outcome. They presumed that the families and forces of the Bachan dynasty sought to hoard resources and land for themselves. However, the message that returned left all emperors in shock. Those families and forces proclaimed a singular statement: "We shall safeguard the land for that esteemed individual, awaiting incorporation." This esteemed individual is named Tang Xuan. The might Tang Xuan displayed at Swordfall Mountain and the celestial ruins had already captivated these families and forces. Now, he had directly vanquished the Bachan emperor. In the face of such overwhelming power, who would dare to defy? Soon, Tang Xuan acquired a new title, the first among the great beneath the emperor. During this time, the Xiao emperor could hardly contain his delight. The 13 great dynasties were fervently sending resources his way. The Bachan dynasty had even submitted without the need for their own troops to intervene. Within a matter of days, the Xiao dynasty transformed from a dire state of having only the imperial city into the mightiest dynasty within a billion-mile radius. The Xiao emperor was overwhelmed, collecting resources, land, and talent. Meanwhile, Tang Xuan spent his days in the company of Murong Yunshang, the foremost beauty of Xiao. With her pure demeanor now graced by a hint of maturity, she was a captivating presence. After a few days of relaxation, Tang Xuan returned to his training. He was not blinded by fame and wealth. The strongest of these dynasties were merely at the threshold of transformation, still belonging to the lower echelons of power. The formidable forces were as numerous as stars in the sky. To indulge solely in the pleasures of beauty would be akin to playing with fire. Thus, he resolved to continue enhancing his strength. Within the secret chamber, Tang Xuan held a martial technique, scrutinizing it intently. The Celestial Thunder 5 Lightning Technique. Indeed, a pinnacle secret method of the Taoist sect, capable of harnessing thunder to strike enemies. Thunder represents the utmost rigidity of nature, far surpassing ordinary elemental powers. Mastered to perfection, it could even summon destructive lightning to obliterate space. Regrettably, the Longhu Dao Academy was of too low a tier. He could only grasp the surface of the Celestial Thunder 5 Lightning Technique. Tang Xuan shook his head in disappointment. This technique was discovered within the spatial ring of the Longhu Academy's headmaster and was the Academy's treasured martial skill, rated as a low-grade sacred level. Tang Xuan had encountered his first sacred-level martial art, aside from the amplification technique. However, he was not in one of such skills. The potency of the Tiangang 5 Thunder technique was comparable to the sky-slaying sword art and the 3 ultimate sword chi. Of course, after a 10,000 fold amplification, the scenario would change entirely. Tang Xuan inhaled deeply, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. Just how formidable would a sacred-level technique become after amplification? System, amplify for me. The electronic voice resonated. Ding. Amplification successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the subdivine martial technique, Tiangang 5 Thunder Formula. Tang Xuan's pupils constricted sharply. Subdivine. He had anticipated achieving divine-level prowess in one fell swoop, only to find himself at the subdivine level. Clearly, the gap between sacred and divine martial arts was greater than he had envisioned. Even a 10,000-fold enhancement had not bridged it. Divine techniques and martial arts belonged to an entirely different realm. No matter how much one amplified sacred techniques, a qualitative transformation remained unattainable. It seemed he must seek divine techniques after all. Tang Xuan shook his head and began to comprehend the Tiangang 5 Thunder Formula. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes, his chest heaving with excitement. How extraordinarily powerful. The subdivine Tiangang 5 Thunder Formula already rivaled the embryonic form of the origin domain, and its destructive capacity was even more formidable. The origin domain excelled in defense, while the Tiangang 5 Thunder Formula was sheer annihilation. If he could grasp the essence of destruction, the power of the Tiangang 5 Thunder Formula would escalate significantly. For a full 2 months, Tang Xuan secluded himself in the chamber, diligently cultivating the Tiangang 5 Thunder Formula. Only after reaching a minor completion did he emerge, his cultivation having ascended to the pinnacle of the transformation realm, just a step away from entering the Taoist 5 realms. Examining Tang Xuan's status panel, he noted several changes. Host, Tang Xuan physique, super divine body origin, sealed state. Qualification, soul power, million li soul cultivation, pinnacle of transformation realm techniques, Taiching heavenly art, sacred level supreme, body dominance technique, sacred level inferior, major completion, martial arts, sword control technique, imperial level medium. Major completion, sky-slaying sword art, sacred level inferior, major completion, 3 ultimate sword chi, sacred level medium, major completion, heavenly wave fury melody, sacred level superior, major completion. Tiangang 5 Thunder Formula, subdivine minor completion, essence, embryonic form of the origin domain pet, sacred beast white tiger, second tier, spouse, Murong Yunshang, purple radiant emperor divine body. Chapter 68, The Auction. Please schedule a time, Master Tang. Husband, someone is looking for you. Murong Yunshang approached. Oh, who is it? Tang Xuan inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Who could possibly seek him out at this hour? Murong Yunshang smiled. It is someone from the Tiandi Pavilion, claiming to be a subordinate of Pavilion Master Yang. They have been waiting for 8 days. I chose not to disturb you, considering you were in seclusion. Tang Xuan nodded. Very well, let us go. With that, he naturally took Murong Yunshang's hand, and they walked side by side. Within the purple radiant imperial palace, the purple radiant emperor regarded a figure clad in white with a touch of trepidation. The white-clad individual appeared unremarkable, the kind one might overlook in a crowd. Yet the purple radiant emperor tread cautiously, fully aware of the gravity of the encounter. As he is the envoy of the celestial pavilion, the Xiao dynasty appears as mere ants before it, the disparity akin to that of clouds and mud, utterly incomparable. Master Tang, have you not yet emerged from your seclusion? Inquired the envoy of the celestial pavilion. The emperor of Xiao was slightly taken aback. I have already sent Yunshang, he replied. The envoy hastily shook his head in earnest. No rush, we must not disturb Master Tang's meditation. I can wait a few more days without issue. The emperor of Xiao sighed inwardly, realizing that his son-in-law truly was a dragon among men. Even an entity as formidable as the celestial pavilion showed such deference. Such a situation. He had never witnessed anything like it. Even as an esteemed emperor, one must schedule an appointment to meet the pavilion master of the celestial pavilion, and even then, such an audience was not guaranteed. Yet now, the pavilion master had dispatched someone to summon Tang Xuan, and after 8 days, there was not a hint of complaint. The disparity was immense. The emperor of Xiao understood that this was all due to Tang Xuan's astonishing prowess, which afforded him such a lofty status. At that moment, footsteps echoed as Tang Xuan entered, holding the hand of Murong Yunshang. Ah, good son-in-law, you have arrived. Greetings, Master Tang. Both the emperor of Xiao and the envoy of the celestial pavilion rose in unison. Tang Xuan smiled slightly, exuding an air of elegance as he took a seat beside Murong Yunshang, who settled beside him. The envoy approached Tang Xuan, bowing deeply in utmost respect. I am Song Wu, envoy under Pavilion Master Yang Shuang of the Celestial Pavilion. Tang Xuan nodded slightly. Ah, so you are one of Pavilion Master Yang's subordinates. No need for excessive formality. Thank you, Master Tang. Song Wu straightened and produced a jade invitation from his robes, holding it aloft with both hands. Master Tang, this is the invitation from the Pavilion Master. He is preparing to hold an auction, the date yet to be determined. I wonder when you might be available? Upon hearing this, both the Emperor of Xiao and Murong Yunshang gasped in astonishment. The Celestial Pavilion was hosting an auction, and it was allowing Tang Xuan to set the date. How outrageous. Tang Xuan chuckled. I am not a member of the Celestial Pavilion. Surely I lack the qualification to set the date. Song Wu shook his head. If Master Tang lacks the qualification, then surely no one in the entire Bitter Realm possesses it. This was a direct order from the Pavilion Master, and if I fail to execute it properly, the consequences would be dire. Master Tang, what do you think? Tang Xuan pondered for a moment. To speak frankly, he had little interest in the auction. He had already mastered the 5 thunder techniques and now wished to return home. Master Tang, this auction will feature divine-level techniques. Pavilion Master Yang mentioned that you would surely be interested. Song Wu, noticing Tang Xuan's hesitation, immediately revealed a significant enticement. What? Divine-level techniques? A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Xuan's eyes. Indeed, this divine-level technique was procured with great effort by Pavilion Master Yang. Song Wu smiled proudly. Only the Celestial Pavilion possesses the capability to acquire such divine-level techniques in the Bitter Realm. Tang Xuan's heart raced. He currently lacked such divine-level techniques. In that case, I shall attend. Let us set the date for 3 days hence. Will that be acceptable? Song Wu rejoiced, bowing deeply once more. Thank you, Master Tang. I shall promptly inform Pavilion Master Yang. The location will be at the public pavilion. Farewell. Upon concluding his remarks, Song Wu departed with a sense of delight. In less than half a day, news of the upcoming auction at the Heavenly Pavilion had spread like wildfire. Countless rare treasures were set to be showcased at the auction, drawing innumerable martial artists to attend. Beyond the mere acquisition of precious items, the auction served as an excellent opportunity for forging alliances and seeking the patronage of powerful factions. To be acknowledged by a significant force could lead to soaring fortunes. Within a day, over 1 million martial artists congregated around the public pavilion. With the arrival of numerous great powers, the atmosphere became increasingly fervent. Where there are people, there are bound to be discussions. And the most talked about topic was undoubtedly Tang Xuan. Extra. Major news. Tang Xuan has arrived at the Beiqian dynasty and has slain the Beiqian emperor with a single sword strike. Now, the Beiqian dynasty belongs entirely to the Xiao dynasty. Goodness. Such outdated news. Why bring it up now? Truly ridiculous. Is it possible that there are still those unaware that the timing of this auction was determined by Tang Xuan? Impossible. How could an outsider dictate the timing of the Heavenly Pavilion's auction? Outsider? Who is Tang Xuan? The foremost figure beneath the emperor. He alone possesses such qualifications. Outside the public pavilion, countless martial artists engaged in animated discussions. Their voices roared like a tsunami, echoing across the sky. In order to be heard, they had to raise their voices. Undoubtedly, Tang Xuan's name was trending at the top of every conversation. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated, silencing the entire public pavilion. Everyone looked up. In the distance, a magnificent golden-striped white tiger descended gracefully from the heavens. Upon its back sat a man and two women. The man, clad in flowing white garments, exuded an ethereal presence, reminiscent of a celestial being. His commanding aura was captivating. The woman to his left, with striking features and hair elegantly styled, adorned in the attire of a noble woman, radiated the grace of a bygone empress. The woman on his right, slightly older, possessed extraordinarily long legs that tantalizingly peeked through her black veil, evoking even greater allure. Indeed, it was the sacred beast, the white tiger. Tang Xuan had arrived. How striking he was, even more so than the rumors suggested. The woman beside him must be the renowned beauty Murong Yunshang, the most exquisite lady of Xiao. She was breathtaking, resembling a celestial fairy, truly a match made in heaven. The other woman must be Mous Bamboo. Tang Xuan had once, in a fit of rage, cleaved through 3,000 Taoists for her, even obliterating the Longhu Dao Academy. Such beauty had also fallen into Tang Xuan's hands. Oh, the pairing of a strong man with a stunning woman, having 3 wives and 4 concubines, is a common occurrence for a great emperor. What is this? Amidst the awed gazes of the crowd, the sacred white tiger gradually descended. At that moment, the throng parted as Yang Shuang, accompanied by a group of martial artists and maidens from the heavenly pavilion, hurried forward. Welcome, Lord Tang, to our humble abode. The surrounding martial artists were left in astonishment. Yang Shuang's current status was anything but ordinary. From a mere steward of a small branch, he had ascended to become one of the leaders of the 5 major branches of the Bitter Realm. His identity and position had seen a tremendous elevation, allowing him to stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of the palace master of Qianxiu. Yet, he personally came to greet Tang Xuan. However, the onlookers felt nothing but envy, without any other thoughts. Forming connections with the powerful was a perfectly normal endeavor, and this applied to the heavenly pavilion as well. Many lesser powers, in their quest to ingratiate themselves with the influential, often offer their closest female relatives to the dominant forces. Tang Xuan possesses such formidable strength. It would indeed be a ghostly affair if he did not personally extend a greeting. Lord Yang, you are too courteous. Tang Xuan replied with a slight nod, embodying neither arrogance nor excessive humility, but rather a serene composure. Yang Shuang inwardly marveled. Indeed, Lord Tang exudes the aura of an emperor. Chapter 69, The Beginning Dao Pill. Competing with me in bidding? Under Yang Shuang's guidance, Tang Xuan and his companions entered the auction hall. It must be said that Tiandi Pavilion is indeed immensely wealthy. What was once an unremarkable plain has been transformed into a grand auction venue. By Tang Xuan's estimation, it spans at least 100,000 square meters, equivalent to several football fields. The place was already teeming with people, the clamor nearly threatening to lift the roof off. A casual glance would reveal that almost everyone present was a dignitary or a hidden powerhouse. They were so densely packed that even turning around became a challenge. However, the trio of Tang Xuan chose not to join the throng, but instead walked through a designated VIP passage. Flanking the passage were martial artists at the Lingkong realm, guarding it diligently. Only the most esteemed guests were permitted to traverse this path. Even more astonishingly, the VIP corridor was suspended in midair, with countless warriors observing their every step. Even someone of Murong Yunshang's stature, a princess of a dynasty, appeared somewhat anxious under the intense scrutiny. In contrast, Tang Xuan maintained a composed demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yang Shuang's admiration deepened. To remain unflustered amidst such a multitude of gazes showcased an extraordinary mindset. At the end of the corridor stood 5 enormous private boxes, all resplendently gilded, signifying unparalleled status. Merely possessing wealth would not suffice to gain entry into these boxes. Tiandi Pavilion was not in want of riches. The sole criteria were strength and standing. Only the leaders of top-tier forces or supreme powerhouses could access such luxuries. Tang Xuan's presence was unprecedented, naturally attracting countless curious eyes. Who are those individuals? They appear so youthful, yet they walk the VIP passage? A martial artist at the Kaishan realm exclaimed in astonishment. Another, also at the Kaishan realm, scoffed. You don't even recognize the foremost figure beneath the emperor? Truly ignorant. Did you see that remarkably handsome man beside Yang Shuang? He is the sensational Tang Xuan. What? He is Tang Xuan? I heard he had 3 heads and 8 arms, exclaimed another, bewildered. Who spread such tales? After Yang Shuang escorted Tang Xuan to the central box, she took her leave. Inside the room were 8 maidservants, ready to fulfill any request of the guests. The box was crafted from a one-way crystal, allowing a clear view of the outside while concealing the interior from external sight. The auction commenced swiftly, with Yang Shuang not presiding over it personally, but having invited a woman named Zhenji to lead the proceedings. Zhenji possessed enchanting eyes and an alluring figure, her voice sweet as honey, akin to a feather caressing the heart. The tantalizing sensation captivated the attention of the vast majority. With the presence of Zhenji, even the most unremarkable treasures fetched exorbitant prices. The Tiandi Pavilion truly understood the art of auctioning. It served as a stage for displaying one's prowess. The pavilion showcased its profound heritage, while the warriors present subtly vied to demonstrate who possessed the greater wealth. Tang Xuan was confident that among the assembly, none could rival his riches. He had forged a path through adversaries, first acquiring the wealth of the elders from the Tianshan sect, then devouring the immense resources of the Longhu Academy, and subsequently toppling the Beichen dynasty, collecting the finest treasures in abundance. Even more astonishingly, all these acquisitions had multiplied in value 1,000-fold. To Tang Xuan, even the finest spirit stones were now merely the least of his possessions. Next up for auction was a pill known as the showdown pill. Zhenji clapped her hands, and a maid approached her with a tray. Upon the tray rested a yellow jade porcelain vial. As the name suggests, the showdown pill grants warriors the ability to swiftly comprehend the rudiments of a domain, thereby advancing to the showdown realm, with a probability of success reaching 20%. For those with exceptional talent, the chances could soar to 30%. Of course, while the odds may seem modest, for many warriors who had reached a bottleneck, this represented a rare opportunity. As these words were uttered, the atmosphere in the auction house transformed instantaneously. Countless warriors displayed avaricious glints in their eyes. This was indeed a prized item. Even if their current realms did not permit its use, it would undoubtedly prove beneficial in the future. Within the private box, Tang Xuan's eyes sparkled with interest. He was in dire need of such a pill. To others, a 30% chance might not seem high, but to him, it was akin to a certainty. However, that was not the most critical aspect. The showdown pill would also grant warriors a moment of enlightenment, allowing them to rapidly grasp the power of the domain during this interval. This was the effect that Tang Xuan truly valued. It appeared he would once again embrace the role of a tycoon. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Morong Yunshang remarked, "My husband is determined to secure this." Yet, with her husband's wealth, she feared few could contend with him. Few? Ultimately, Morong Yunshang underestimated Tang Xuan. There was not a single capable contender. The starting bid was set at 30,000 medium-grade spirit stones, with no cap on the price. The highest bidder would prevail. Zhenji gently tapped the tray, announcing the commencement of the bidding. 50,000 medium-grade spirit stones. 100,000. 130,000. 150,000. 370,000. 540,000. 800,000. The voices surged, swiftly elevating the price to 800,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Tang Xuan couldn't help but marvel. When he initially purchased the nourishing spirit wine, it had only cost him a few hundred high-grade spirit stones, which translated to mere thousands. Yet, now a single showdown pill had escalated to 800,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Such extravagance was astounding. Of course, this was clearly a case of inflated pricing. But isn't that the very essence of auctions? 800,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Zhenji's voice grew increasingly melodious. This round alone would ensure that the Tiandi Pavilion garnered a pure profit exceeding 50%. This price had already reached the limits for many small to medium-sized families. The number of bidders had significantly diminished. Tang Xuan remained unperturbed, fully aware that the prominent families were poised to make their move. 100,000 superior spirit stones. A single superior spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 medium spirit stones, equating to a staggering 1 million medium spirit stones. 30,000, 70,000, 100,000. The prices soared. Only a few voices remained to call out bids. Tang Xuan sensed it was nearing the climax. 500,000 superior spirit stones. Upon this declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the entire auction hall. Even Zhenji was taken aback. 500,000 superior spirit stones. That was equivalent to 50 million medium spirit stones. Piled together, they resembled a small mountain. It was the esteemed individual making the bid. My goodness, how extravagant. How could one possibly compete with such a price? 50 million medium spirit stones for a single pill. Indeed, wealth can grant one unrestrained power. Numerous warriors clutched their hearts, their faces etched with shock and helplessness. How could one jump from a mere 100,000 to 500,000? What chance did others have? Moreover, with Tang Xuan's notorious reputation, inciting his ire could lead to dire consequences. The heads of the bidding families exchanged glances and promptly fell silent. Tang Xuan nodded, relishing the effect of his intimidation. The price had reached its zenith, leaving others with no avenue to pursue. Zhen Ji's hands trembled. This marked the highest price she had ever encountered in her auctioning experience. Is there anyone else willing to bid? If not, this esteemed guest shall claim it. A slight smile graced Tang Xuan's lips. Under the dual pressures of price and notoriety, he believed no one would dare to challenge him. Just then, a deep voice resonated from another private box. 600,000 superior spirit stones. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to that box. Tang Xuan narrowed his eyes. Ah, so someone dares to bid knowing my identity. This is quite intriguing. 800,000 superior spirit stones. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Xuan escalated the bid. The thrill of spending money was exhilarating. His opponent quickly responded. 1 million superior spirit stones. Gasps filled the room. Good heavens, 1 million superior spirit stones equated to 100 million medium spirit stones, or 1 billion inferior spirit stones. Was this individual treating superior spirit stones as casually as dirt by the roadside? When celestial beings clash, mortal beings suffer. Best to retreat. Inside the box, Murong Yunshang and Mo Yuanzhu wore cold expressions. Husband, Brother Xian. Tang Xuan waved dismissively. No need to worry. It's merely a matter of expenditure. Let us see how much he can afford. After saying this, he raised his voice, declaring 2 million superior spirit stones. This price plunged the audience into another profound silence. Even Zhen Ji on the auction stage felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing. 2 million superior spirit stones. For a single showdown pill? Brother, is this truly necessary? If you desire it, the Tiandi Pavilion can surely procure 10 or 8 for you. At this moment, the pressure shifted to the other box. The individual did not immediately raise the bid, but appeared to be deep in thought. 2 million superior spirit stones was already an astronomical sum. Indeed, Lord Tang exudes an aura of dominance. However, spending 2 million high-grade spirit stones on a single initiation pill seems rather extravagant. Moments later, the individual spoke. His tone laced with a hint of mockery. As expected, this was a direct affront aimed at me. Tang Xuan scoffed coldly. He replied nonchalantly. How I choose to spend my money is none of your concern. Speak only if you wish to bid. Otherwise, silence yourself. His words struck with resounding authority, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. He certainly left no room for others to maneuver. Very well, you are indeed bold. Let us see how many spirit stones you possess. The man retorted fiercely. Tang Xuan smirked. How many? You would hardly guess, even if you racked your brain. Husband, he is doing this deliberately. Murong Yunshang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was evident that the other party was intentionally trying to swindle Tang Xuan. Moreover, this person had audaciously called out the name of Xian Di, clearly aware of Tang Xuan's identity, and yet dared to raise the stakes. His intentions were nefarious. Mo Yuzhu's brows furrowed in anger as well. Yet, Tang Xuan remained unfazed. The man's words bore no trace of fear, but rather exuded an astonishing fluctuation of soul power. He was at least a formidable figure of the creation realm. Such a strong adversary harbored a grudge against Tang Xuan, likely originating from either the Qinxiu Palace or the Wuliang Holy Land. Regardless of the source, it mattered little to him. The man refrained from increasing his bid, and the initiation pill ultimately fell into Tang Xuan's hands. Following a 10,000-fold enhancement, it unsurprisingly transformed into a perfect-grade initiation pill. Tang Xuan did not rush to consume it, for the man had once again raised the bidding. The auction item was a piece of protective armor, capable of withstanding a concentrated strike from a creation realm expert. It was an extraordinary defensive artifact, enhanced with the ability to alter its appearance at will, starting at 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. Such treasures are rare. Defensive artifacts are even scarcer. Even that individual could not suppress his interest. 800,000 high-grade spirit stones. With that, he raised the bid by 300,000. 3 million high-grade spirit stones. Tang Xuan countered. The venue fell into a profound silence once more. Many clutched their hearts, nearly fainting. While others raised their bids by modest increments of 50 or 100,000, Tang Xuan had escalated the amount by over 2 million in one breath. What does it mean to be extravagantly wealthy? Is this not the epitome of it? A tycoon? That is an insult to Tang Xuan, a true financial titan. The man did not anticipate that Tang Xuan would act so decisively, and he called out in disbelief. If you have the money, bid. If not, remained silent. Tang Xuan coldly retorted, "Very well, let us see how many spirit stones you can raise." The man snarled. The defensive armor was secured by Tang Xuan, who then gifted it to Morong Yunshang. His wife must be armed to the teeth. As for Mo Yuzhu, the holy grade long sword she wielded was also a gift from him. Naturally, the armor was enhanced 10,000-fold as well, providing enough defense to withstand a strike from a peak-seeking Dao realm expert without sustaining damage. Subsequently, the auction transformed into a bidding duel between the two. The man would offer 100,000, and Tang Xuan would counter with 1,000,000. There was no sentiment involved. It was a raw display of financial might. In fact, for many items, they were still oblivious to their effects. Tang Xuan decisively placed a staggering bid of 1,000,000, leaving his opponent with no room to retaliate. Within less than half an hour, he had expended 2 to 3 million high-grade spirit stones. Once again, he secured another prized possession. 500,000 high-grade spirit stones for a single herb? How foolish of me to have come here. Who am I? Where am I? The martial artists within the auction house wore expressions of panic, drenched in sweat. Any words lost their luster in the face of the towering pile of spirit stones. Yang Shuang and Zhen Ji were equally perspiring, having never encountered such a brazen individual, particularly for Yang Shuang, who had initially invited Tang Xuan simply to leverage his fame while bestowing a modicum of respect. But now, Tang Xuan had ascended to the status of a pivotal VIP within the Heavenly Pavilion. VIPs are ranked hierarchically. Depending on their expenditures, they are classified into categories: legendary, divine, sacred, and royal, followed by the 4 tiers of heavenly, earthly, yellow, and Xian. To qualify as a yellow member, one must spend a minimum of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Xian category requires 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, and this pattern continues, with sacred members needing to spend 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones, while divine members must reach tens of millions. Presently, Tang Xuan had surpassed the tens of millions by a considerable margin. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to aspire to the pinnacle of legendary VIP status. In the entirety of the Bitter Realm's Heavenly Pavilion, only the lords of the sacred lands held the title of legendary VIPs, and even they accumulated their expenditures over time. No one had ever recklessly spent in such a manner as Tang Xuan. After all, spirit stones from sacred lands are not easily acquired. The final treasure of today's auction was upon them. Zhen Ji's face flushed crimson, her emotions reaching a crescendo. A divine-level technique. The Primordial Emperor's Method. This sacred text was obtained from the tomb of the Primordial Emperor, encompassing a complete system of cultivation, containing the entirety of the Emperor's profound insights. The might of an Emperor-level technique is beyond words. It can undoubtedly guide one to the realm of emperors. Moreover, the divine might of Emperor-level methods is unrivaled among peers. The auction is now commencing. Every breath was suspended in anticipation. Tang Xuan's eyes shone with fervor. This was what he had been awaiting, an Emperor-level technique, with a 10-fold amplification. It would reach unimaginable heights, relieving him of concerns regarding cultivation for an extended period. Ha ha ha, Tang Xuan, do you still possess spirit stones? This technique is mine for 1,000,000 premium spirit stones. A triumphant laughter echoed from the private booth. Tang Xuan's gaze narrowed. They had been waiting for him. The martial artists in the auction hall began to murmur, speculating on his predicament. It was over. Tang Xuan had fallen into a trap, having already spent too many spirit stones. So that fellow had targeted the divine-level technique from the outset, deliberately laying a snare for Tang Xuan to spring. Ultimately, he had been too youthful and impetuous. It seemed the divine-level technique would be claimed. 1,000,000 premium spirit stones equated to 100 million high-grade spirit stones. This was a devastating blow. Tang Xuan could not possibly produce another 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Even Yang Shuang shook his head slightly. The final divine-level technique. Tang Xuan had lost. At that moment, a mocking laughter echoed. A mere 1,000,000 supreme spirit stones. Do you truly dare to present such an amount? I shall offer 1,000,000 inferior spirit crystals. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. One inferior spirit crystal equates to 100 supreme spirit stones. Chapter 71. The Pursuit from Two Major Forces. You propose 1,000,000 supreme spirit stones. I counter with 100 million supreme spirit stones, converted into medium-grade spirit stones. This amounts to a staggering 1 billion. The atmosphere within the auction house instantly turned peculiar. 1,000,000 inferior spirit crystals. A sum that many would not accumulate in a lifetime. Tang Xuan, shouting prices in the Tiandi Pavilion, is a significant taboo. The individuals in the opposite box began to sound increasingly exasperated. He had brought 10 million supreme spirit stones, confidently believing he could secure the divine-level cultivation technique. In a bid for caution, he had even preemptively depleted some of Tang Xuan's spirit stones. Never did he anticipate that Tang Xuan possessed wealth beyond imagination. 1 million inferior spirit crystals effectively obliterated any chance for that individual. Who could maintain their composure in such a situation? Huh, Tang Xuan chuckled. Do not presume to challenge my pocket money with your entire fortune. The auction house erupted in commotion. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? What was said? 1 million inferior spirit crystals is merely pocket change. It is likely that even certain holy lands could not produce such a sum on short notice. It is utterly outrageous. A display of extravagance beyond reason. Unable to counter Tang Xuan's assertions, the man turned to question Yang Xuan. Yang Pavilion Master, I propose we verify the adequacy of some individual spirit crystals. Such bidding completely undermines the established rules. Yang Xuan glanced at Tang Xuan's box and replied coolly, I have complete confidence that Sir Tang can indeed produce 1 million inferior spirit crystals. Should he fail, the Tiandi Pavilion will gladly compensate. This statement effectively dashed all of the man's hopes and made it abundantly clear that comparing wealth with Tang Xuan was a self-inflicted humiliation. If no one else bids, the Infinite Emperor's law shall belong to Sir Tang. Yang Xuan inquired 3 times, yet received no response. Humph. The individual in the opposite box huffed in anger and departed. Through the crystal, Tang Xuan caught a glimpse of a retreating figure. He retrieved a spatial ring and handed it to Murong Yunshang. Please settle the account. I shall return shortly. Mo Yuezhu and the golden-striped white tiger spoke in unison. Do you require our assistance? With a confident smile, Tang Xuan replied, No need. There is no one in the world who can contend with me. In a flash, he vanished, reappearing outside the Tiandi Pavilion. A shadow sped away with remarkable swiftness. The creation realm, huh? Tang Xuan's figure flickered as he pursued. The two raced forward, covering 1,000,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Before them lay an endless expanse of forest, dark and foreboding, inducing an involuntary chill. Suddenly, the figure ahead slowed down. Tang Xuan came to a halt directly behind him. Not fleeing anymore. Ha ha ha. Tang Xuan, you indeed followed. The figure slowly turned. He possessed a strikingly heroic visage, his stature imposing, with piercing eyes brimming with malice and resentment. For reasons unknown, Tang Xuan felt an unsettling familiarity with him. Are you from the Qinqiu Palace or the Wuliang Sacred Land? Sharp eyes. I am Zhou Feichong, the third elder of the Qinqiu Palace. The man declared in a deep voice. Zhou Feichong. Tang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Feichong's face twisted with resentment. This name sounds rather familiar, does it not? Zhou Feifan is my brother. Oh, Tang Xuan suddenly realized. No wonder he had been so antagonistic towards him. Heh, it seems you seek vengeance. But alas, do you think you can accomplish that alone? Tang Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Your brother has already been slain by me. What can you do by yourself? What if we join forces? Wuliang Tianzuan. In the midst of the invocation, 9 beams of light soared into the sky, transforming into 9 rare figures that encircled Tang Xuan. Simultaneously, another thunderous roar echoed. Who in this world can rival us? Only my Qinqiu remains undefeated. Boom, boom, boom. Figures emerged one after another. Besides Zhou Feichong appeared 6 more silhouettes, totaling 16 individuals, all exuding the aura of the creation realm. Merely standing there, they invoked a tumultuous shift in the heavens and earth, stirring the winds and clouds. The ground could not withstand such overwhelming pressure, fracturing inch by inch. Tang Xuan, you have slain the disciple of the Wuliang Sacred Land. Kneel and accept your demise. A peak creation realm cultivator bellowed. Oh, so the Qinqiu Palace and the Wuliang Sacred Land have joined forces. Tang Xuan, though startled, remained composed, even feeling a hint of exhilaration. Indeed, you have nowhere left to run. Zhou Feichong shouted. Do you think you have me cornered? Tang Xuan replied indifferently. Ha. It is not merely a matter of cornering you, but rather crushing you. Even if your strength is celestial, facing our 16 equally formidable adversaries, your death is inevitable. Zhou Feichong proclaimed. Friends, this child possesses immense wealth and treasures. Once we slay him, we shall divide it amongst ourselves. Tang Xuan's eyes narrowed. I trust you all have brought your treasures. Why not hand them over now to avoid any damage during the fight? How dare you speak so boldly in the face of death? Everyone, attack and kill him. Zhou Feichong roared. Then, the 16 creation realm experts unleashed their momentum in unison. Boom. 16 beams of light shot into the heavens, causing the skies to darken, transforming the expanse within 100,000 miles into a shroud of blackness. In the void, blue lightning crackled everywhere. Illuminated by the flashes, the 16 powerful figures from the Qinqiu Palace and Wuliang Sacred Land were enveloped in various hues of light, resembling deities descending to annihilate the world. Breaking the extreme Dao's might. Haoyang True Formula. Daoxian Heavenly Gang. Various secret techniques of the Dao sect, infused with earth-shattering power, were hurled towards Tang Xuan. Each technique surpassed the royal level mid-tier, coupled with the prowess of the Wuliang's sacred land's formidable cultivators. Even those at the initiation realm would meet their demise. On the other side, Zhuofeichang and his companions from the Qinqiu Palace also launched their attacks simultaneously, their might rivaling that of the Wuliang sacred land. Their initial strikes were lethal, leaving no opportunity for Tang Xuan to escape. The combined might of the 16 experts created a force so powerful that it caused the void to fracture extensively. Come on then. Tang Xuan remained unfazed, relying on the overwhelming power of his origin body to confront them single-handedly. With a mere clasp of his fingers, he shattered the ultimate techniques of the Wuliang sacred land. Boom, boom, boom. The formidable strike from the Qinqiu Palace landed mercilessly upon Tang Xuan's back. Let's see if you survive this. Zhuofeichang rejoiced immensely. However, a domineering figure pierced through the smoke, delivering a punch. This attack, capable of shaking even a formidable being in the initiation realm, failed to breach even Tang Xuan's skin. Impossible. Zhuofeichang gasped in astonishment. Tang Xuan resembled a ferocious beast, unleashing dozens of punches in the blink of an eye. There was no embellishment, only sheer power. The void rippled with layers of residual waves. The 17 powerful beings felt their breath stifled, utterly defenseless. He is merely at the creation realm. Why is he so strong? The faces of each individual were painted with profound shock and disbelief. Damn it, if we let him escape today, it will be our doom another day. This child must not be allowed to live. A furious cultivator at the 8th level of the creation realm bellowed. He channeled his Dao technique, raising his hands to summon a terrifying torrent that manifested in the void, surging towards Tang Xuan. The Great Perfection Water Force. The other masters also unleashed their attacks. Some conjured a cerulean whirlwind, tearing through all vitality. Others concentrated their power into a 1,000-foot sword radiance, cleaving the heavens and the earth. Yet others amassed their strength into a colossal fist, descending to suppress the world. 16 forms of great perfection converged into lethal assaults directed at Tang Xuan. I shall take your power. Tang Xuan stamped a foot, instantly opening his domain. Chapter 72. The Divine Might of the Sacred Treasure. Was Tang Xuan doomed? The origin domain activated. An arcane force, embodying the genesis of all things and the awakening of the cosmos, erupted forth. Astonishingly, the 16 forces of great perfection were absorbed by Tang Xuan. What? Is that the embryonic form of a domain? This cannot be. Damn it. This child has reached such a level. They could no longer hold back. If this child escaped, they would never have another chance to kill him. Zhuofeichang and the others retreated frantically, their faces filled with shock, gravity, and fury. At that moment, the 16 powerful beings no longer harbored any disdain. Only an overwhelming intent to kill remained. They understood that with Tang Xuan's potential, if allowed to develop unchecked, both the infinite sacred land and Qinqiu Palace would likely meet their demise at his hands. This fellow was tyrannical and overbearing, extinguishing entire families at the slightest disagreement. The Tianshan sect, the Longhu Dao Academy, the Beichen dynasty, these forces, each grander than the last, had all been ruthlessly annihilated by Tang Xuan. The 16 masters retreated 100 miles, their powers fluctuating erratically. Tang Xuan stood proudly in the void, enveloped by the force of the origin domain. As long as the origin domain existed, even the mightiest of forces would be rendered useless. Zhuofeichang and the others, being top-tier cultivators of the creation realm, reacted swiftly. Realizing their forces were ineffective, they immediately produced sacred treasures. The expert from the infinite sacred land retrieved a landscape painting, while the warrior from Qinqiu Palace produced a small cauldron. Sacred treasures. Tang Xuan's eyes flickered. Indeed, the foundational strength of the infinite sacred land and Qinqiu Palace was far deeper than any forces he had encountered previously, casually producing sacred treasures. Excellent. Once these two treasures are amplified 100-fold, their power will reach new heights. Confronted with a treasure of world-shattering magnitude, Tang Xuan remained utterly unperturbed, even exhibiting a hint of exhilaration. Under the augmentation of this saintly artifact, it was assuredly at least of the caliber of a secondary divine instrument. Attack. The 16 formidable beings summoned their spiritual energy, channeling it into the artifact. A resonant hum echoed as the landscape painting became ethereal, expanding rapidly to envelop a radius of 100 miles. The surrounding void twisted incessantly. Tang Xuan, I can see that you are a prodigious talent. The foremost sage of the infinite holy land intoned gravely. Tang Xuan nodded with a smile. This praise is indeed well-deserved. However, arrogance comes at a cost. The leading sage continued ominously. In terms of sheer strength, we may not be able to subdue you, but once the season's painting is unleashed, your demise is inevitable. This is one of the 3 treasures of the infinite holy land, We had no intention of employing it. But for you, we have made an exception. Because you are worth it. Tang Xuan regarded the ever-twisting space around him, raising an eyebrow. The season's painting? Is it truly formidable? With the protection of the origin domain. No matter how powerful the force, it cannot harm him. Haha. I can only say that the season's painting can slay any existence below the realm of enlightenment. The leading sage declared, brimming with murderous intent. In the next moment, the 9 formidable beings of the infinite Holy Land unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, boundless and overwhelming. This energy surged into the season's painting. Tang Xuan felt the sounds around him fading, and his vision gradually blurred. All sensations in his body began to dissipate. Are you beginning to realize that your 5 senses are vanishing? The leading sage sneered. The season's painting contains a fragment of temporal power. You shall endure the cyclical transformations of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. With each cycle, a portion of your lifespan will erode, ultimately leaving you blind and deaf. Transformed into a mere heap of desiccated bones amidst the depths of despair. Now you understand why the season's painting can annihilate even those of enlightenment. Unless you cultivate your domain to absolute perfection, it is utterly impossible to withstand the ravages of time. Tang Xuan was genuinely astonished now. A treasure infused with the power of time was something he had never encountered before. At this moment, the surrounding void twisted even more, continually morphing to display the images of the 4 seasons. A chill enveloped Tang Xuan's body, as if something intangible was being drained away. Though the season's painting was already sufficient to slay you, for the sake of caution, I shall deliver a final blow. Chua, with a wicked grin, single-handedly lifted a small cauldron. This cauldron is named the Mountain-Shaking Cauldron, imbued with the might of the 3 rivers and 5 mountains. Though it does not match the season's painting in power, it is capable of slaying those in the Seeking Path realm. Dai Tang Xuan. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy emanated from the experts of Xiao Palace, flooding into the Mountain-Shaking Cauldron. With a thunderous roar, the cauldron soared through the void. The black earth energy surged like a cataclysmic tsunami into the cauldron. In an instant, an overwhelming and destructive pressure radiated from the Mountain-Shaking Cauldron, as if the might of all mountains had converged into one. Do not speak of the creation realm. Even those at the initiation realm feel like mere ants before this aura. Tang Xuan, to compel us to unleash these 2 artifacts. You may find death to be a worthy fate. A sage proclaimed loudly. The season's painting, the Mountain-Shaking Cauldron, a posture of absolute annihilation. In the eyes of the 16 Grandmasters, Tang Xuan had no chance of survival, absolutely none. Not a shred of opportunity. His demise was inevitable. Yet, confronted by the oppressive force of 2 sacred treasures, Tang Xuan maintained a serene smile, his expression one of indifference. Is this truly your ultimate trump card? How disappointing, he remarked. In that case, you shall all perish. With a deliberate motion, Tang Xuan raised both hands, beginning to form seals. Feudal. Within the 4 seasons diagram. No martial technique can wield efficacy. The leading Taoist scoffed. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the clear sky. The 16 powerful figures were taken aback. The thunder was deafening, as if it were resounding in their very ears. Thunder, the embodiment of the heaven's most formidable force, could vanquish evil and purify the righteous. Even seasoned warriors, upon reaching higher realms, must endure the tribulation of thunder. Failure would lead to the immediate dissolution of their souls. Thus, everyone harbored a modicum of reverence for the heavenly thunder. This thunder is peculiar. One of the Taoists furrowed his brow. It had not sounded before, nor after, but precisely at this moment. Quickly, intensify your efforts and eliminate this child. Just as they prepared to completely subdue Tang Xuan, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. The sun was obscured, plunging the surrounding 10,000 miles into utter darkness, where one could not see their own hand. In the next instant, within the ominous clouds, blue lightning flickered, serpentine arcs of electricity roiling through the skies, accompanied by a deafening crackle. Then, a tempest arose. The 16 Grandmasters felt every hair on their bodies stand on end. Beneath the thunder, all beings appeared as mere ants. This is the aura of the 5 thunder technique. It cannot be. One Taoist shrieked. He had once practiced the 5 thunder technique himself, but its might was mediocre, barely capable of forming a 100-foot lightning sphere. Yet now, a true thunderstorm was being summoned, its power exceeded by thousands of times. Within the 4 seasons diagram, Tang Xuan extended his right index finger, where faint arcs of lightning coiled around its tip. Annihilate. He locked his gaze onto a particular Taoist and gently pointed. Crackle. Boom. A 100-foot bolt of lightning cascaded from the heavens. In that fleeting moment, the pupils of the onlookers turned ghostly pale. There was no time to scream. The Taoist at the 7th level of the creation realm simply vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a severed finger adorned with a spatial ring. Spirit Wind Taoist. The cultivators from the infinite Holy Land cried out in alarm, their faces etched with terror. At that moment, a cold, indifferent voice echoed, "Who shall be next?" Chapter 73, A Minor Matter of Annihilation. The heavenly pavilion shall take care of it. Who will be next? It was as if a voice from the depths of the netherworld reverberated in their ears. The creation realm experts from the infinite Holy Land were gripped by fear. Trembling in dread, they turned to behold Tang Xuan, enveloped in crackling electricity, his dark hair billowing, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. He resembled a deity, or perhaps a demon. His disdainful gaze bore the weight of a true primordial saint, mercilessly surveying all that existed. No. A practitioner of the sixth realm of transformation found his mental state shattered and turned to flee. "Have I permitted your departure?" Tang Xuan pointed a finger. Boom. A bolt of lightning descended, and a blood mist erupted. Yet another formidable being of the transformation realm fell. With a mere wave of his hand, he obliterated the powerful adversary. Such astonishing might struck terror into the hearts of the onlookers. The leader among the practitioners stood there, his eyes glazed in shock. Who are you?" Tang Xuan, one hand weaving the lightning technique, the other resting behind his back, declared, "I am not someone you can provoke." He scanned the crowd. "Next, who dares?" His gaze locked onto a particular practitioner. "Was it you who spoke most vehemently just now?" "It is you." Boom. A blood mist slowly ascended. A practitioner of the seventh realm of transformation. Once more, he had fallen. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 9 powerful beings from the infinite sacred land had perished. With no one to maintain the flow of spiritual energy, the might of the 4 seasons diagram began to wane. Tang Xuan's lifespan and senses were restored as well. Beside him, Zhuo Feichang felt his heart quaking with dread. "If we do not fight with all our might, we shall all perish. Attack!" He channeled all his strength into the mountain-shaking cauldron and struck down fiercely. Crack, crack, crack. The immense pressure caused the ground to fracture and plummet 1,000 feet. This strike could slay a seeker of the path. A flicker of anger ignited in Tang Xuan's eyes. "Have I given you face?" The Heavenly Gang 5 Thunder technique commanded the celestial thunder, which crashed down upon the mountain-shaking cauldron. The cauldron quaked and reverted to its true form. The sliver of spirituality that had just coalesced within it was obliterated by the heavenly lightning. Its grade fell from mid-grade saint to low-grade saint. Puff, puff, puff. The mountain-shaking cauldron shattered. Zhuo Feichang and the other 7 immediately spewed blood, their faces etched with horror. "Are you in such a hurry? Very well, then. It shall be you." Tang Xuan waved his finger. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of heavenly thunder fell in succession. Zhuo Feichang's eyes widened, tears of blood streaming down his face. In an instant, only he remained of the core elder council of the Qinqiu Palace. This represented the majority of the upper-tier combat strength of the palace, now entirely lost. He was a sinner who had brought ruin to the Qinqiu Palace. Zhuo Feichang understood all too well. His survival was not due to his prowess, but rather because Tang Xuan had no intention of killing him at this moment. "Next, you." The targeted strike of heavenly thunder descended. The 2 practitioners from the infinite sacred land were filled with terror, their eyes wide with fear. They retreated while pulling out treasures like the 8 trigrams mirror, attempting to shield themselves from the oncoming thunder. Alas, it was futile. The heavenly thunder summoned by the Heavenly Gang 5 Thunder technique rivaled the calamities of the heavens. Not even practitioners of the transformation realm could withstand it. Those at the pathfinding realm would also meet their end. Such was its overwhelming might. The power of this semi-divine martial technique exceeded all expectations, even at a mere rudimentary level. The lightning technique possessed the might of a sacred treasure like the 4 seasons diagram, and in terms of destructive capability, it surpassed that of the sacred treasures. Truly, it was the might of the most resolute forces of nature. In a brief moment, only one practitioner of the transformation realm remained in the infinite sacred land, the leader among them. His hands hung limply at his sides, devoid of any intention to attack or flee. The aura of the Heavenly Gang 5 Thunder enveloped the area within 1,000 miles, binding all within its grasp. As long as one dares to act, with a mere thought, Tang Xuan can annihilate foes from thousands of miles away. Why should we provoke him? Alas, the leading Taoist wore a grim smile. This is a grave error, a monumental blunder. Is he not merely a disciple of Tianqian? The infinite sacred land could easily snuff him out with a flick of the wrist. Must we mobilize so many forces to deliver ourselves to death? Now within him, only boundless despair and regret remained. Boom. Amidst the thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning engulfed his figure, his soul obliterated. The only remnant left in this world was a severed finger adorned with a spatial ring. At that moment, above the clouds, a peak elder of the transformation realm trembled uncontrollably. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. This youth is beyond comprehension. Good heavens. The sect leader has sent me to rescue him. What a jest. Had I ventured any closer, I too would have been caught in the tempest of divine retribution, my soul extinguished. His surname is Wang. Once a wandering cultivator, he was recruited by the heavenly pavilion to serve as a venerator. Now he is the foremost expert under Tang Xuan. Concerned for Tang Xuan, who was under siege, Yang employed the sect leader's privileges to summon Elder Wang for assistance. Should Tang Xuan falter, Elder Wang was to intervene and extract him. What Wang beheld was an astonishing spectacle. 16 experts of the transformation realm besieging Tang Xuan, yet he dominated the confrontation, even summoning heavenly thunder to slay 15 of them. In truth, Zhuo Feichang was already as good as dead, utterly powerless to resist. It was merely that Tang Xuan chose not to eliminate him immediately. So dreadfully formidable. This youth. Such terror. This was the singular thought echoing in Elder Wang's mind. Could you direct me to the Qinqiu Palace? Tang Xuan approached Zhuo Feichang with an innocent smile. Zhuo Feichang was drenched in cold sweat. What do you intend to do? A glimmer of disbelief flickered in his eyes. Could it be that Tang Xuan intends to annihilate the Qinqiu Palace? This is utterly insane. Yes, as you surmise. Tang Xuan did not conceal his intentions. Having already come this far, would he spare it for the sake of the new year? You are mad. You wish to destroy even the Qinqiu Palace. Zhuo Feichang shrieked, pointing at Tang Xuan. You are a devil, a true devil. Tang Xuan, unperturbed, soared into the air and delivered a kick that sent Zhuo Feichang flying 10 miles. Blood spewing from his mouth. I am simply this way. You provoke me, and I will annihilate your entire family. Do you dare to defy? Zhuo Feichang glared at Tang Xuan, teeth clenched. Yet he stood resolute, raising his chin defiantly. Go ahead and kill me. I shall reveal nothing. Huh? Do you think I fear? Tang Xuan retorted with a cold smile. If I slay you, how will I locate the Qinqiu Palace? Zhuo Feichang sneered. The Qinqiu Palace resides within an illusion. Without special means, entry is impossible. Do not indulge in fantasies. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow, preparing to unleash his wrath when a frail voice resonated from behind him. Young Master Tang, this trifling matter, perhaps my heavenly pavilion could assist. Upon Elder Wang's arrival, Tang Xuan was not taken aback. He possesses a soul of immeasurable depth. What commotion could possibly escape his grasp? Is there still such a business at the heavenly pavilion? Tang Xuan chuckled. Old Wang also laughed. It's all business. Master Tang is a distinguished guest of the heavenly pavilion. I believe Master Yang would be quite willing to resolve a minor inconvenience for him. Tang Xuan tilted his head and remarked. This fellow just mentioned that the Qinqiu Palace is ensconced within an illusory protection. Old Wang replied with pride. Such a trivial matter. Would it truly trouble the heavenly pavilion? Tang Xuan nodded. Excellent. If that is the case, he is of no further use. What? Not. Zhu Feichang managed to utter only 3 words before an immense force crushed him to oblivion. After securing the spatial ring, Tang Xuan waved his hand. I await your news. With that, he vanished from sight. Old Wang gazed in shock at the carnage strewn across the ground. Who could have anticipated that just moments ago? The owners of these corpses were formidable beings of the transformation realm. Qinqiu Palace. You should never have provoked a god of death. Old Wang sighed. Then 2 vanished from the scene. 3 days later, the bitter realm trembled. In a single night, the Qinqiu Palace was razed to the ground. Chapter 74. The Path to Enlightenment. Being excessively powerful can also be a burden. The Qinqiu Palace has been annihilated. How terrifying. Such a formidable force was obliterated overnight. What kind of entity have they offended? Hush. According to reliable sources, the Qinqiu Palace once sent someone to hunt down Tang Xuan, and then the massacre occurred. What? Tang Xuan, the one who effortlessly dispatched 3,000 daozi with a mere strike? Is the Qinqiu Palace out of their minds to provoke him? They deserve their fate. Indeed, it is said that the Qinqiu Palace dispatched 7 beings of the transformation realm, and not a single one survived. It was utterly tragic. Not only that, but 9 beings from the Wuliang Holy Land met the same fate. Just look at how astute the Wuliang Holy Land is. They didn't even utter a word, simply surrendered. Good news seldom travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. The news of the Qinqiu Palace's destruction soared through the bitter realm as if it had grown wings. Amidst the shock and awe of the martial artists, the name Tang Xuan once again took center stage. Countless forces and sects regarded these 2 syllables as taboo. Even as a rule of conduct, whenever one ventured outside, upon hearing the name Tang Xuan, even the least sentient beings would hastily flee, ensuring they were not tainted in the slightest. This is a deathly command. Anyone who dares to defy it will have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect. Meanwhile, the instigator of it all, Tang Xuan, remained calmly ensconced in the cultivation chamber of the heavenly pavilion, perusing his spoils. The amassed wealth of 16 transformation realm experts could be described as rivaling that of a nation. Merely the royal grade techniques and martial arts number over 100. The array of elixirs and rare treasures is countless. As for spirit stones, Tang Xuan had become somewhat numb to their quantity. He spent 3 whole days amplifying everything he had acquired. The royal grade techniques and martial arts have all been enhanced to sacred grade. Tang Xuan casually selected a few sets to study. Currently, he possessed the most sword techniques. Thus, he opted for palm techniques and supportive arts. One must grasp a little of everything to truly savor life. 3 parts return to the primal essence. One must cultivate the cloud-penetrating palm, wind god leg, and the celestial frost fist, merging them into a singular force of unparalleled might, rivaling even the lower tiers of divine power. Indeed, it represents the zenith of the saintly rank. Remarkable. The technique of transforming one's essence into 900, absorbing the opponent's spiritual energy and infusing it with one's own, amplifying it up to 900-fold, is a treasure of formidable value. The ethereal shadow of the sky, an exceptional method of movement at the saintly tier, with the enhancement of soul power. It can achieve a distance of immeasurable miles in an instant. I have mastered it. The origin body possesses the capability to unravel the principles of martial arts. In merely a few days, Tang Xuan mastered those techniques to perfection. After managing trivial matters, the true spectacle was set to commence. The primordial pill. The infinite emperor's method. This is the genuine elevation of power. He first consumed the primordial pill, which amplified by 10,000 times, then summoned his soul energy. Beginning to comprehend the infinite emperor's method, the renowned infinite emperor was known for his ferocity, quick to engage in battle over the slightest provocation. Despite his fierce nature, he never fell, underscoring the might of this emperor's method. Its strength lies in its ability to harness the forces of heaven and earth, establishing communication between oneself and the cosmos to gain the most primal of powers. This perfectly aligns with Tang Xuan's origin body. Boom. The realm of origin manifested around Tang Xuan. Under the influence of the primordial pill, he entered a profound state of enlightenment. This state enables martial artists to swiftly grasp the principles of martial arts. Above the firmament, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A rainbow descended from the heavens, landing atop the secret chamber of the heavenly pavilion. What is that? A celestial rainbow? Hush! Keep it down. Observe the location. This is the place where that esteemed individual cultivates. If we anger him, you are well aware of the consequences. Is that esteemed one truly present? I understand. Initially astonished, the martial artists within the heavenly pavilion fell into a profound silence. My husband has broken through again. On the upper floor, Murong Yunshang exclaimed with eyes gleaming with stars. Marrying Tang Xuan was the wisest decision of her life. Brother Xuan is truly astonishing. To break through it will. The primordial pill has only a 1 or 2% chance of success, yet he has achieved it. Mo Yuzhu gasped, her face a canvas of disbelief. Meanwhile, Yang Shuang, Wang Lao, and the others from the heavenly pavilion were left speechless in their astonishment. Time and again, Tang Xuan has shattered their perceptions. Within the secret chamber, Tang Xuan sat with his eyes closed. The realm of origin surrounding him transformed from illusion into reality. Within, faintly, emerged visions of verdant mountains and flowing waters, the alternating cycles of sun and moon. It seemed as if Tang Xuan's realm was a tangible world, albeit lacking a touch of vitality. At this moment, the rainbow descended, entering the realm of origin. Upon closer inspection, the rainbow was undeniably composed of the elemental forces of the universe, the power of fire, water, wind, and earth. The most primordial energies merged with the realm, causing Tang Xuan's aura to surge. Initial stage of the Tao realm. Minor completion of the Tao realm. Major completion of the Tao realm. Pinnacle of the Tao realm. Upon entering the 5 realms of the Taoist, the concept of tiers dissipates. As long as the power of the realm meets the standard, one can easily break through. At this moment, the realm of origin had transformed from its nascent form into a stage of minor completion. Minor completion. This signifies the path of seeking. Tang Xuan, with unwavering determination, breaks through once more. He has attained the path of seeking. Upon achieving this breakthrough, his absorption of spiritual energy began to slow. It was not due to the inadequacy of his cultivation method, but rather that Tang Xuan had no desire for further advancement at this moment. Remarkable. The primordial emperor's technique truly lives up to its reputation. Even after ascending a major realm, my rate of spiritual energy absorption has remained unimpeded. Above the 5 realms of the Taoist lies the imperial realm, a realm shrouded in mystery. The secrets it holds are unknown to Tang Xuan at present. Even after amplifying the primordial emperor's technique 1,000-fold, it still retains its imperial essence. For him, cultivation is not the issue. The challenge lies in his understanding, which has not kept pace with his rapid progress. He is advancing too swiftly, without guidance. However, Tang Xuan remains unperturbed, knowing that understanding can be cultivated over time or through the wisdom of the powerful. Having achieved minor success in the path of seeking is sufficient. His cultivation has surged dramatically, and naturally, his status panel reflects this transformation. Host, Tang Xuan Physique. Origin of the super divine body, sealed state. Qualification, soul power, 10,000 miles of soul cultivation. Minor success in the path of seeking technique. Primordial Emperor's technique martial skills. 3 points returning to origin chi, saint level pinnacle perfection. 1 chi transforming into 900, saint level pinnacle perfection. Sky splitting vanishing shadow, saint level pinnacle perfection. Celestial Gangs 5 thunder rectification, subdivine level minor success, intent realm. Minor success in the origin domain pet. Sacred beast white tiger, level 2, spouse. Murong Yunshang, purple radiance divine body, gazing at his revitalized status panel. Tang Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Yet, he was acutely aware that many challenges remained in his cultivation journey, necessitating the accumulation of time. His comprehension of the origin domain was progressing too slowly. Even with his extraordinary gifts and the insight bestowed by the primordial Tao pill, he had merely transitioned from a nascent form to minor success. To achieve significant breakthroughs, he must absorb the most primal forces of heaven and earth. This presents a dilemma. As the essence of the universe resides in the void, which is beyond his current capabilities to access, it seems he must seek alternative methods. Now, both Yunshang and the White Tiger have fallen significantly behind him in strength and must be elevated to prevent any untoward intentions from arising. The more Tang Xuan contemplated, the more he recognized his myriad challenges. This is quite natural. His ascension has been exceedingly rapid. Since awakening, he has only practiced for a few months, and he has yet to fully adapt his mindset, let alone other matters. Tang Xuan sighed deeply. Alas, at times, being too powerful is indeed a burden. Chapter 75, Universal Advancement. It is time to return home. My husband, have you emerged from seclusion? Upon seeing Tang Xuan, Murong Yunshang naturally approached him. Your strength has increased tremendously. Is the 3 lives divine body truly this formidable? Mo Yuezhang's eyes were filled with astonishment. However, she believed Tang Xuan's explosive growth was attributed to the 3 lives divine body. After all, it is the legendary first divine body, known for its extraordinary cultivation speed, which she could somewhat accept. Tang Xuan chuckled inwardly. What is the 3 lives divine body in comparison? He possesses an even more formidable origin super divine body, albeit in a sealed state. If the seal were to be unraveled, accompanied by a 10,000-fold amplification, it would usher in an unimaginable realm. Sister Moon Bamboo, have you recovered from your injuries? Inquired Tang Xuan with concern. Mo Yuzhu nodded. Thanks to Brother Xian's sacred medicine, I have fully healed. That's wonderful. Tang Xuan replied with a smile. He had examined her condition, which was quite severe and perplexing. The power had coalesced rather than dissipated, residing within Mo Yuzhu's meridians and devouring her essence. Had it not been for her formidable inherent strength, she might have already perished. Even so, her powers had dwindled to merely half of her full capacity, allowing her only to exert the prowess of the Lingkong realm. Now that her injuries had healed, her strength had been restored to the Wan Fa realm. Given time, regaining her peak in the Ufa realm would not pose a challenge. Moreover, with her royal physique and exceptional talent, her potential was immense. Yet, that was still insufficient. In Tang Xuan's eyes, a mere royal physique was of little consequence. Those who followed him must at least possess a sacred body. Unfortunately, Mo Yuzhu was not under his direct influence and could not be amplified directly. However, she could still benefit from the finest heavenly materials and earthly treasures for enhancement. Although Tang Xuan lacked such treasures, he possessed an abundance of spirit crystals, plenty of them. This place, known as the Tiandi Pavilion, was a realm where one could procure anything with sufficient wealth. Yang Shuang found herself both pained and exhilarated. For the treasures Tang Xuan sought were exceedingly high-end, starting at the sacred level. He demanded elixirs that could enhance soul power and sword intent, as well as those that could improve physical constitution, all of which needed to be at least sacred grade. Anything less was unacceptable. And I need this, and this. Tang Xuan casually added. Yang Shuang, drenched in sweat, diligently recorded his requests. Nearby, Zhun Ji watched in astonishment, utterly flabbergasted by the lavish spending. Her heart raced. If a man were to invest such wealth for her, she would have long since surrendered herself and resigned from her duties. What woman could withstand such a display of affection? Although Mo Yuzhu was mature and composed, she, too, was captivated, her starry eyes shimmering with burgeoning feelings. Tang Xuan was equitable in his generosity. Beyond the treasures for Mo Yuzhu, he also procured numerous items for Murong Yunshang and the golden-patterned white tiger. Among these was a small vial of sacred beast blood, costing a staggering 2 million inferior spirit crystals. After all, sacred beast blood was exceedingly rare. Even in the Tiandi Pavilion, there was but a single vial, and it was rather murky. For Tang Xuan, such expenditures posed no difficulty. He had consumed the assets of 16 creation realm experts, with spirit crystals counted in the hundreds of millions. Once he acquired the treasures, he waved his hand grandly, amplifying everything by 10,000-fold. Murong Yunshang, Mo Yuzhu, and the golden-patterned white tiger remained oblivious to the fact that these treasures had been amplified, joyfully immersing themselves in their cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xuan exchanged the amplified inferior spirit crystals for a plethora of medium-grade spirit crystals. Then, with a swift motion, he applied another 10,000-fold amplification, elevating all of them to superior and premium spirit crystals. Thus, he adeptly utilized the system's rules. Above spirit crystals were the imperial crystals, a type of gem infused with imperial energy, suitable for cultivation by those at the imperial realm. However, such items were exceedingly rare. At present, Tang Xuan is of little use, and the Tiandi Pavilion remains inaccessible. After all, in the realm of hardship, emperors are indeed few and far between. For a mere seeker of the Tao, the sudden revelation of imperial crystals would surely be alarming. Furthermore, a commoner is guilty by the mere possession of a precious jewel. Transcending their own level far too much will inevitably attract trouble. Subsequently, Tang Xuan sold the enhanced martial arts techniques, magnified 1,000-fold, to the Tiandi Pavilion. Each at least of royal caliber. Yang Shuang and Jinji were left dumbfounded. Had he perhaps unearthed the ancestral graves of some great emperor? Such an abundance of martial techniques, all of such high rank. If released into circulation, it would yield a substantial profit. Yang Shuang, filled with ambition, promptly resolved to hold another auction. Tang Xuan, however, chose not to participate, instead continuing his comprehension of the origin realm. The stronger the power of the realm, the greater his potential for breakthrough. Thus, his current realm became less significant. For a full 3 months, Tang Xuan remained within the Tiandi Pavilion, not stepping outside. Although he did not break through the origin realm, he became thoroughly familiar with his own strength. In his spare time, he acquired numerous curiosities and anecdotes, enriching his previously shallow foundation. With his innate talent, having an eidetic memory was merely a given. Morong Yunshang Weiyuezhu and the golden-striped white tiger each experienced their own enhancements. Their powers significantly increased. Notably, the golden-striped white tiger, bolstered by the 1,000-fold enhancement of the sacred beast's blood, surged to a 5th-tier bloodline. Its body not only expanded but also exuded an even more terrifying majesty of the sacred beast, reaching the threshold of semi-Dao initiation. In terms of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, sacred beasts indeed surpass humans by leaps and bounds. It was high time to return home. Tang Xuan tapped his fingers on the table twice, his curiosity regarding his forsaken family piqued. Mo Yuezhu nodded, affirming that it was indeed time to reconnect with his roots. Xian Di, do not harbor resentment towards your family. Your lineage is extraordinary, and the competition is exceptionally fierce. All descendants must be sent out for training, returning only upon reaching a certain level. Mo Yuezhu, concerned that Tang Xuan might resent his family, hastily explained the reasoning. Tang Xuan nodded, aware that some wild beasts follow a similar principle. After their offspring are born, they are cast into the wilderness, and survival depends entirely on willpower and fortune. Those who endure become absolute elites, while those who do not are naturally eliminated by fate. Otherwise, under the protection of top families, descendants would only lose their fighting spirit and devolve into mediocrity. Survival of the fittest. Let fate eliminate the mediocre and retain the elite. Concentrating resources for cultivation is the fundamental reason why top families can endure for millennia. Mounted upon the golden-striped white tiger, Tang Xuan soared into the sky with his 2 companions. Meanwhile, an unexpected guest appeared before Yang Shuang, a Taoist of the initiation realm. The Taoist of the infinite holy land, known for his profound methods, greeted the pavilion master with courtesy. I am unaware of the purpose of your visit to the Tiandi Pavilion. Yang Shuang instructed a maid to serve tea and delicacies, her face adorned with a warm smile. The Taoist did not linger on pleasantries, but directly produced a spatial ring. Within this, there lies 10 million inferior spirit crystals. The infinite holy land seeks to purchase a life. Yang raised his eyebrows. Goodness. 10 million inferior spirit crystals, enough to procure a divine artifact. Oh, with the power of the infinite holy land. Do they truly need to buy a life from the heavenly pavilion? Who could that individual be? The Taoist of the wonderful law coldly uttered 2 words. Tang Xuan. Ha! Yang burst into laughter, his voice brimming with unabashed mockery. The Taoist of the wonderful law frowned. Is it insufficient? We can increase the offer. Name your price. As long as it is reasonable, the infinite Holy Land can accommodate it. No, you misunderstand, Taoist. Yang waved his hand, his smile abruptly vanishing. His gaze turned calm and indifferent. Anyone can be slain at the heavenly pavilion, but one person must not be touched. The expression of the Taoist changed. What do you mean? The meaning is quite clear. Tang Xuan is my friend, my benefactor. And there is absolutely no way I would allow any harm to come to him. Yang emphasized 3 times with absolutely, his eyes now gleaming with a hint of murderous intent. If the infinite Holy Land persists in its obstinacy, do not blame the heavenly pavilion for employing extraordinary measures. Someone, show our guest out. There shall be no need for a return visit. Chapter 76. The Cloud Ship Under Attack. Are you Xiao? In the skies above, the golden-patterned white tiger soared steadily. The violent streams of void air were torn asunder before they could approach, repelled by the aura of the sacred beast. Murong Yunshang leaned against Tang Xuan's shoulder, her expression seemingly melancholic. Missing home? With his profound soul power, Tang Xuan naturally sensed the shift in Murong Yunshang's emotions. A little. Murong Yunshang hesitated for a moment, not denying it. Silly girl, we are not returning empty-handed. Tang Xuan smiled as he clasped Murong Yunshang's hand. Fear not. With the sacred beast Heavenly Wolf guarding us, no one in the Xiao dynasty dares to act against us. If they do, I would not hesitate to annihilate their entire clan. His domineering words caused Murong Yunshang's frown to ease. The semi-holy beast Heavenly Wolf, originally crafted with great effort by the Beichen dynasty, had been enhanced by Tang Xuan into a sacred beast. However, due to the mixed bloodline of the Heavenly Wolf, it only possessed the strength of the Law Master realm under a 10,000-fold enhancement. Fortunately, the strongest among the surrounding dynasties were of a similar caliber. Moreover, with Tang Xuan's fearsome reputation, no one dared to provoke them. Damned luck, encountering a monster of the 10,000 law realm. Enough idle chatter. Quickly maintain the defensive formation. If it breaks, we will all perish. It's over. That 3-headed ice fire eagle is enraged. Aboard a massive cloud ship, hundreds of martial artists displayed panic. Their faces etched with despair. Some huddled together, trembling, while others lay limp, screaming. Dozens of martial artists clad in heavenly pavilion attire were straining to uphold the formation. 7 or 8 warriors at the spirit realm continuously launched attacks from afar. Unfortunately, their strikes were merely a tickle to a beast of the 10,000 law realm. Just hold on a bit longer, everyone be assured, my Luo family will protect you to the end. A warrior at the half-step 10,000 law realm proclaimed loudly. The people aboard the cloud ship immediately felt a measure of relief. Truly, a descendant of the Luo family. Such demeanor and magnanimity are commendable. Young Master Luofu, you are exceedingly handsome. I am utterly enamored with you. You are our savior. The crowd erupted in cheers. The 3-headed ice fire eagle unleashed its wrath. One head spewing ice, another belching fire, and the third exhaling poison, creating a thick, ominous haze that enveloped the surroundings. As the crowd intensified their assault, the ice fire eagle grew increasingly furious, its feathers bristling in defiance, its aura swelling. The ice spheres, fireballs, and toxic orbs it launched crashed against the protective barrier, each explosion reverberating with tremendous force. Fortunately, the cloud vessel proved resilient, bolstered by the guardianship of the crowd, averting complete destruction. Suddenly, the ice fire eagle's dual heads opened wide, and the ice and fire coalesced into a singular ball of ice and fire. Boom! Crack! 2 thunderous sounds echoed as the cloud vessel trembled violently, fissures spiderwebbing across its hull. The defensive array shattered instantaneously. The array has broken. Run for your lives. Panic ensued among the warriors aboard the vessel. Many formidable fighters took to the skies, seeking escape, while those unable to fly wore expressions of despair. At such a dizzying height, even a warrior would incur grievous injuries or worse upon falling, especially with the menacing ice fire eagle lurking nearby. The oppressive aura of the ancient beast bore down heavily. Luofu's lips quivered, his face pale, and his calves trembled uncontrollably. Quick, young Master Luofu. Let us join forces to defend ourselves while others flee. A youthful girl, around 15 or 16, stepped forward, her bright eyes and radiant smile adorning a cherubic face. And surprisingly, she had reached the semi-myriad realms. We cannot fight. We must flee. Luofu stammered in trepidation. The girl frowned. Did you not vow to protect everyone? Luofu screamed. But that is a beast of the myriad realms. If we stand a chance, we must hold our ground. This place is a vital thoroughfare frequented by warriors. We might yet await a savior. If we flee, we shall surely perish. The girl responded resolutely. Moreover, were it not for your tardiness of half an hour, missing the optimal sailing time, we would not have encountered such a beast. Before she could finish, the poisonous head of the ice fire eagle suddenly opened wide. Boom. A wave of toxic gas erupted forth. Several warriors, caught unawares, were struck down. Their anguished cries echoed as their flesh deteriorated, swiftly transforming into toxic sludge. Witnessing such a horrifying scene, Luofu's legs buckled beneath him, leaving him collapsed upon the vessel. Is this how you define manhood? The girl chastised, stamping her feet in frustration. If you wish to fight, do so. I refuse to engage. Luofu hung his head, resentment swirling in his gaze. The girl, biting her lip, steeled her resolve. I had intended to return to my family to participate in the assessment. It seems fate has conspired to prevent my return. So be it. She gathered all her spiritual energy into her palms and unleashed a full-force strike against the ice fire eagle. Boom. The beast staggered back several paces but remained unscathed. What? The girl exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. She never anticipated that the corporeal form of the three-headed ice fire eagle would possess such formidable strength. The creature screeched in pain, instantly incensed. Its three heads fixed their gaze upon the young girl, as ice orbs, fire orbs, and poison orbs began to coalesce. Damn it! Luofu bellowed. If he had not engaged the three-headed ice fire eagle, he might have seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. However, now that the beast was enraged, its attack radius extended 100 feet, encompassing even him. At that moment, despair enveloped everyone. The impending slaughter loomed ominously. In the distance, a thunderous roar resonated from the horizon. The sound waves surged like waves, piercing through clouds and reaching the heavens. The three-headed ice fire eagle trembled, fear evident in its 6 eyes. The ice orbs, fire orbs, and poison orbs that were forming disintegrated entirely. Just moments ago, the once mighty beast had been reduced to a pitiful state. What was happening? The onlookers from Yunzhou were utterly astonished. In the next instant, an overwhelming pressure emanating from a divine beast descended upon them. The sacred beast has arrived. Luofu clutched his head and screamed. The crowd erupted in uproar, sinking deeper into despair. If a mere three-headed ice fire eagle had brought them to the brink of collapse, the arrival of another sacred beast was unbearable. The only silver lining was that being consumed by the three-headed ice fire eagle was preferable to being devoured by a sacred beast. At least there was a semblance of dignity in the latter demise. As the clouds tore apart, a radiant beam of golden light cascaded down from the heavens, landing before the crowd. It was a colossal golden-striped white tiger. On its back sat a man and 2 women. The man, with flowing black hair, exuded an ethereal aura, while the 2 women were breathtakingly beautiful, resembling celestial maidens descending to the mortal realm. The strength of the trio was unfathomable. Luofu perceived them as a glimmer of hope and shouted, "Senior, please save me." Tang Xuan glanced at the shattered Yunzhou, the Yunzhou of Tiandi Pavilion. The steward of Yunzhou promptly stepped forward. "Since you are acquainted with this esteemed senior, please lend us your assistance, and Tiandi Pavilion will offer profound gratitude." Tang Xuan smiled slightly. "No need for thanks, it's merely a trifling matter." The warriors aboard the Yunzhou collectively gasped in astonishment. To ride a sacred beast and effortlessly suppress a powerful creature at the level of 1FA, such prowess was indeed divine. Tang Xuan then inquired, "What transpired? Why did we encounter a beast?" Luofu, with a swift motion, pointed at the young girl beside him. It was her. She attracted the beast. The girl, her round face flushed, retorted, "You are speaking nonsense. It was clearly you." Luofu, with an air of righteousness, declared, "Preposterous. I am a descendant of the Luo family, of the Luo dynasty royal bloodline. How could I speak falsely?" The girl, at a loss for words, stomped in frustration. At that moment, the woman on the tiger's back, Mo Yuzhu, suddenly exclaimed, "Are you Xiao? The girl froze, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Mo Yuzhu. "You are Sister Yuzhu." Chapter 77, Sacred Pills. "Beasts. All belong to my sister. How? Do you know each other?" Tang Xuan turned around in astonishment. Could fate truly bring acquaintances together in such circumstances? Mo Yuzhu smiled. "When I took you away, this little one was merely half my height. And now she has grown." She waved at the young girl, Xiao. "Come, Xiao, meet your brother, Tang Xuan." All the people aboard the cloud vessel were momentarily stunned. What was happening? This divine figure riding a sacred beast turned out to be the brother of the young girl, Xiao. Luofu's face turned ashen in an instant, his mind consumed by a singular thought. This is a disaster. Tang Xiao gazed at Tang Xuan, faint memories of his visage surfacing in her mind. "I've met my brother." Tang Xuan smiled gently. "Rise." He appraised Tang Xiao, nodding slightly. Her strength was at the threshold of the myriad realms, her foundation remarkably solid. Her physique appeared to be extraordinary as well. At such a young age, her cultivation was indeed commendable, a veritable prodigy. After all, not everyone possessed an advantage like Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan produced a myriad law pill and handed it over. This myriad law pill is a gift from your brother. Tang Xiao's eyes widened in shock upon seeing it. Luo Fu, standing nearby, let out a shriek. A saint-level pill. Once again, the crowd was left in profound astonishment. A saint-level pill as a greeting gift? How extravagantly generous. With a commanding wave, Tang Xuan declared, a mere saint pill is nothing. First, break through the myriad realms. And then I shall bestow upon you a vial of saint-level condensing pills. The condensing pills enable martial artists to swiftly gather their momentum. Depending on the quality, the success rate varies, but the saint level guarantees 100% success. Tang Xiao and the crowd were left in disbelief. Are you speaking human language? Do you think saint pills are as common as cabbage? They can only be crafted by top-tier imperial alchemists, and even then, their grade is not low. It's infuriating. The crowd was overwhelmed with envy. Many began to reflect on their own ancestry, searching for any connection to such a being. Even a mere fraction of their existence would suffice. Thank you, brother. Tang Xiao beamed with joy, feeling an immense closeness to Tang Xuan. Who wouldn't desire such a formidable brother? Tang Xuan slightly turned his head to Luo Fu. Did you just say my sister attracted the monster beasts? Luo Fu was drenched in cold sweat, his ears ringing and vision blurring. Under Tang Xuan's imposing presence, he found it impossible to fabricate a lie. And no. Under the pressure, he could not help but stammer. Tang Xiao furiously interjected. He deliberately delayed, arriving half an hour late to the cloud vessel, causing us to encounter the 3 ice fire eagles. Tang Xuan replied coolly, is that so? Luo Fu fell to his knees with a thud. My lord, I acknowledge my mistake. Please spare me. I shall never dare again, and I am willing to compensate. Tang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. No need. Framing my sister leaves no room for a next time. Xiao, execute him. Yes, brother. Tang Xiao was already furious, delivering a devastating blow to Luo Fu's chest. A series of cracking sounds echoed as his bones and organs were obliterated, leaving him utterly lifeless. Someone from the Luo family is looking for you. Just tell them it was Tang Xuan who killed Luo, and let them come find me. Tang Xuan's gaze swept across the crowd, and every warrior he met felt a chill run down their spine. The steward of Yunzhou spoke up loudly. Luo Fu delayed the timing and nearly brought disaster upon us all. I, as a representative of the heavenly pavilion, declare that it is his fault. He brought this upon himself and deserves no pity. With the heavenly pavilion's authority backing this statement, the crowd hastily echoed in agreement. The Luo family, no matter how arrogant, would not dare to act against the heavenly pavilion. Thus, Luo Fu's death was in vain. Brother, how shall we deal with this beast? Tang Xiao inquired, gazing at the trembling 3-headed ice fire eagle. Possessing 3 heads, it can harness the power of 3 different elemental forces. Such a mutated beast is indeed rare. I shall gift it to you as a mount. Tang Xuan replied with a smile. With a mere thought, he restrained the intelligence of the 3-headed ice fire eagle, embedding a unique soul imprint within it, ensuring that the beast would never betray him. Gifted to me as a mount. Tang Xiao was utterly astounded. For a moment, she felt as though she were dreaming. It is important to note that the 3-headed ice fire eagle is a beast of the myriad laws realm, capable of wielding elemental forces that rival those of the law enforcement realm. Such a creature, if auctioned, would fetch millions of high-grade spirit stones. Martial skills and techniques may be static, but beasts are alive. Moreover, they can continuously grow. This is why the Baichen dynasty has invested heavily in raising a half-saint beast. With sufficient resources, it is not impossible for the 3-headed ice fire eagle to evolve into a saint beast. Once it breaks through to the saint level, its power would be immeasurable. Well, I am not accustomed to such a weak beast. If you do not want it, feel free to kill it. Tang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. The warriors aboard Yunzhou nearly spat blood in disbelief. How can you not want it? We desire it. Wouldn't it be delightful for us? Their eyes turned green with envy, yearning to rush forward and seize the 3-headed ice fire eagle, yet none dared to act, for Luo Fu's corpse was still warm. I want it. I want it. Tang Xiao exclaimed urgently. A myriad laws realm beast, who would refuse such a treasure? Cautiously, she leaped onto the back of the 3-headed ice fire eagle, and a sensation of bloodline connection surged into her soul sea. Just moments ago, Tang Xuan had casually seized a thread of her soul power to form the soul imprint. Such a terrifying force of forcibly separating soul power could only be wielded by Tang Xuan himself. Let us depart. It is time to return home. Tang Xuan declared with a smile, patting the golden-striped white tiger. With a fierce roar, the white tiger unleashed its might, and the 4 figures, along with the 2 beasts, tore through the clouds and vanished into the distance, leaving behind countless envious and resentful gazes. Suddenly, someone seemed to recall something and screamed, Tang Xuan? I remember now. Isn't he the one who single-handedly suppressed 3,000 Daozi and forcefully destroyed the Longhu Academy and the Beichen dynasty? At this reminder, the others also began to recollect. The Longhu Academy and the Beichen dynasty were nothing compared to him. He had cleaved through the encirclement of 16 powerful beings from the Qinshou Palace and the Wuliang Holy Land with ease. Indeed, I have also heard that the Wuliang Holy Land even spent a fortune trying to buy Tang Xuan's life, only to be slapped back by the heavenly pavilion. Oh my heavens, who would have thought we would truly encounter that legendary figure? This is certainly something to boast about for a lifetime. In contrast to the astonishment of the Cloud Ship warriors, the steward of the Cloud Ship furrowed his brow. Could it be that he is truly a descendant of the Tang clan? Indeed, Tang Xiao has returned to participate in the clan's assessment. Hiss. That clan has remained silent for so long, and now they welcome back a peerless genius. The Imperial clan has been reborn. Xiao, after several years apart. How much you have grown. Upon the back of the three-headed ice fire eagle, Mo Yuanzhu held Tang Xiao's hand, observing her closely. Is this return to prepare for the assessment? Tang Xiao nodded affirmatively. Yes, only by passing the examination can one truly be considered a member of the Tang clan. For my grandfather's sake, I must succeed. At that moment, Tang Xin spoke up. Assessment? What is that? Mo Yuanzhu replied with a smile. For the exiled descendants to truly return to their roots, they must pass the family assessment. And what if they fail? Tang Xuan inquired curiously. They will have their powers stripped away. Their names will be revoked. They shall never bear the surname Tang again. Mo Yuanzhu spoke solemnly. Such is the Imperial Tang clan. Tang Xian's eyes flickered. The Imperial Tang clan. Chapter 78. The cruel Imperial clan. The water and fire sovereign body. The Imperial clan. The clan of emperors. Proudly standing against the world. Shining in all its glory. Morong Yunshang asked curiously. If they are an Imperial clan, why do they remain obscure today? Why must they send their husbands away? Mo Yuanzhu hesitated for a moment. This is originally a secret of the Tang clan. However, there are no outsiders here. And there is no need for concealment. The reason is that the Tang clan's great emperor has fallen. An Imperial clan without an emperor can only endure in silence, waiting for the emergence of a new emperor. As for sending away Xian, it is merely a tradition of the Imperial clan. It allows the clan's descendants to marry those of exceptional constitutions, to see if they can produce more powerful hybrid offspring. Tang Xuan realized. No wonder he was expelled from the clan at such a young age and was betrothed to Murong Yunshang, the sacred body of radiance. From any perspective, they seemed mismatched. So this was the reason. In truth, Mo Yuanzhu did not reveal everything. Not every descendant can be betrothed to a woman of exceptional constitution. Tang Xuan's background is indeed unique. Mo Yuanzhu seemed to awaken some unpleasant memory, and an unnatural expression crossed her face. She then shifted the topic. Although the Tang clan's assessment is somewhat challenging, with Xian's current strength, it should be a mere formality, so there is no need for concern. Tang Xuan nodded. With the origin super god body, he possesses the cultivation of the seeking path realm, minor success in the domain. If such strength cannot pass the assessment, then there would be no one left. Brother, your strength is truly formidable. Even the three-headed ice fire eagle can be easily subdued by you. I, however, cannot. Tang Xiao pouted. I heard that the minimum threshold for the assessment is the 10,000 laws realm, and I am only at half a step into that realm. It's utterly impossible for me to pass. Mo Yuanzhu laughed. Your grandfather is the guardian elder of the martial arts pavilion. Surely, he can make exceptions. Tang Xiao shrugged her hands. Sister Yuanzhu, you know my grandfather is notoriously strict and impartial. There's no way he would grant any favors. Alas, I am going to bring shame to my grandfather. Tang Xuan chuckled. It is merely the realm of myriad laws. Now, take this elixir, and I shall assist you in breaking through. Tang Xiao was taken aback. Brother, breaking through the realm of myriad laws is exceedingly challenging. I fear it may not be possible. Tang Xuan smiled confidently. Do not worry. It will be fine. Mo Yuanzhu nodded. Xiao, just heed Brother Xian's words. I assure you, it will yield a great surprise. Oh, Tang Xiao replied. If she failed to break through, she would be eliminated upon her return. It was better to take a chance. Tang Xian's strength was unfathomable. Perhaps he could indeed aid her. At that moment, she produced the sacred elixir of myriad laws and swallowed it. As the elixir entered her abdomen, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to converge, infusing Tang Xiao's body. To break through the realm of myriad laws, one must cultivate a particular state of mind to at least a significant level. Tang Xuan unleashed his soul power, and a mysterious light flickered in his eyes. In his gaze, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth appeared in myriad colors. Red represented the fire element, while azure depicted the wind element. Wait, Tang Xiao's martial skills were mediocre. She had not comprehended the artificial state of mind, which left only the possibility of a natural state. Among the many natural elements, the fire element was the most dynamic, entering Tang Xiao's body in abundance. Oh, a fire body. Alas, a single elemental force can only amount to a spirit body. Tang Xuan smiled faintly. A half step into the realm of myriad laws with a fire spirit body would be considered a top-tier genius in the outside world. However, within the imperial clan, it fell short. Had it not been for Tang Xuan, Tang Xiao would undoubtedly fail the assessment. Even though her grandfather was an elder of the Tang family, due to clan regulations, he could only watch as Tang Xiao's cultivation was nullified, resulting in her forfeiting her name and ultimately becoming a mere mortal, experiencing the cycle of life and death until her demise. Since they had crossed paths, he would lend a hand. Tang Xuan's eyes narrowed, and his soul power erupted. Boom! An invisible wave radiated outward, astonishing the heavens and earth. Yet, neither Mo Yuezhu nor Murong Yunshang felt a thing. Tang Xuan's soul power had reached an astonishing level of millions of miles, a formidable force indeed. He directly summoned all the fire elements within a million-mile radius, condensing them into a core of fire essence, which he infused into Tang Xiao's dantian. Oh, it's so hot. Tang Xiao furrowed her brows, feeling her body unusually warm. The power within her surged like a volcanic eruption, unstoppable. However, she regarded this as a normal phenomenon of breaking through the realm of myriad laws and thought little of it. She merely activated her techniques, guiding the fire energy to flow within her body. The ferocity of the fire energy condensed within the million-mile radius was daunting. A moment's carelessness could incinerate Tang Xiao to ashes. Yet, under the suppression of Tang Xuan's formidable soul power, the fire essence obediently roamed within her. Once Tang Xiao's body adapted to the power of the fire essence, Tang Xuan extended a finger once more, directing a hint of red light. This was the perfected fire force he had replicated from the realm of origins, now bestowed upon Tang Xiao. Oh, Tang Xiao trembled as the world before her blurred, transforming into an endless sea of flames, as if the heavens and the earth were ablaze. What on earth is burning? The young girl appeared utterly bewildered. Little did she know that she had attained an unparalleled opportunity, directly receiving the magnificent fire essence that would ensure Tang Xiao's cultivation ascended to the pinnacle of the Lawmaster realm. Before her, Tang Xiao's left pupil gradually transformed into a fiery red hue, with half her body exhibiting the same fiery glow, emanating wisps of warmth. Tang Xuan was taken aback. The magnificent fire essence he had infused only occupied half of Tang Xiao's soul sea, leaving the other half untouched. Could it be? She was not merely a fire spirit body. Tang Xuan once more channeled his soul power, penetrating Tang Xiao's being. Deep within, he indeed discovered a glimmer of blue light. The water fire imperial body. Tang Xuan was astonished. He had not anticipated that Tang Xiao possessed such a rare water fire imperial body. This girl was fortunate to have encountered me. Otherwise, she would have remained obscured. The water fire imperial body embodies both the fire and water attributes. If cultivated to the point of fusion, it could even evolve into the water fire sacred body, representing a highly progressive constitution. Dual attribute physiques are exceedingly rare, even among imperial bodies. Their capabilities rival those of ordinary sacred bodies, and at their peak, they are comparable to divine bodies. It was astounding that such a rarity manifested within Tang Xiao. Tang Xuan proceeded to replicate the process, once again condensing the magnificent water essence and bestowing it upon Tang Xiao. At that moment, the world before her transformed anew. Half of her surroundings morphed into surging ocean waves, towering splashes of water. Her right pupil shifted to a cerulean blue. Boom! The water fire imperial body awakened. A column of red and blue light erupted from within Tang Xiao, spiraling upward, piercing the clouds, reverberating across 100,000 miles. The water fire imperial body. How could it be? Mo Yuanzhu was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that Tang Xiao would awaken her imperial body at this moment. However, what astonished her even more was Tang Xuan. How difficult is it to awaken the water fire imperial body? It is akin to stumbling upon a divine artifact while walking. If it were easily awakened, Tang Xiao would not have been exiled from her clan. What Tang Xuan accomplished was something even her grandfather had failed to achieve. Could it be that he merely awakened the Three Lives divine body? Mo Yuanzhu felt a twinge of doubt. Could the Three Lives divine body also possess the ability to assist others in awakening their physiques? No matter how she pondered, she could not fathom Tang Xuan's true trump card. A full day and night passed before Tang Xiao finally completed her breakthrough. The fifth layer of the myriad laws realm. The young girl gaped in disbelief, her face a canvas of astonishment. In such a brief time, she not only broke through the myriad laws realm, but also reached the fifth layer. Was this truly real? Tang Xuan smiled and replied, Of course it is real. Now, your assessment should be a guaranteed success. Really? I can pass the assessment? Tang Xiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with joy. Mo Yuanzhu's eyelid twitched. Of course you can. With a waterfire imperial body comparable to a sacred body, and at the 5th layer of the myriad laws realm, this is not merely enough to pass the assessment. It is likely to even draw the attention of the Elder Council, perhaps even the Ancestor Council. Perhaps Tang Xiao may not ascend to the throne, but if nurtured properly, she will undoubtedly shine brilliantly, adding significant weight to the Tang family's prominence. The rise was accomplished in merely a day, and the instigator, Tang Xuan, seemed to accomplish this effortlessly, as if it were a trivial task. Indeed, Brother Xuan is unfathomable, surpassing his predecessors in every aspect. As the breakthrough concluded, the crowd did not linger, hastening towards the Tang family. This is the Tang family. Tang Xuan gazed in astonishment at the colossal island suspended in the void. He never anticipated that the Tang family resided upon a floating island. Mo Yuanzhu's eyes glimmered with nostalgia and sorrow. Indeed, this is the Tang family's aerial island. This island itself is a treasure, capable of autonomously absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, with its potency threefold that of the outside world. Moreover, the island boasts an intent realm platform, enabling exceptional disciples to swiftly comprehend the essence of their craft. Morong Yunshang clutched Tang Xuan's arm, her expression one of sheer astonishment. What an immense imperial lineage! In comparison, the Xiao dynasty and the floating island are like stars against the radiant moon, utterly incomparable. Mo Yuanzhu smiled with pride, remarking that this pales in significance. Only upon your entrance will you truly grasp what it means to belong to an imperial family. She produced a token from her bosom and gave it a slight shake. The token emitted a beam of spiritual light, piercing the void. The air shimmered with faint ripples, and a passageway opened forth. Surrounding it were 99 prohibitions, aside from the Tang family members and those bearing the entrance token. Even the pinnacle of the enlightenment realm would be obliterated in an instant. Gasp! Morong Yunshang inhaled sharply once more. Tang Xuan maintained an outward composure, though a flicker of excitement ignited within him. This place, it is where he truly came into being. He has returned home. The 4 individuals and 2 beasts traversed the prohibitions and landed upon the floating island. Instantly, a dense aura of spiritual energy enveloped them. Such rich spiritual essence. Morong Yunshang took a few breaths, feeling an urge to break through once more. The threefold spiritual essence is indeed as legendary as proclaimed. Mo Yuanzhu chuckled, recalling that when the Tang family's emperor was still alive, the spiritual energy here was tenfold. Morong Yunshang was once again astounded. Alas, ever since the Tang family emperor's fall, this place has not regained its former glory. Mo Yuanzhu sighed. Is that so? Then I shall create a new era of brilliance. Tang Xuan raised an eyebrow, speaking with confidence. Moments later, he smiled. It seems my aspirations were too modest. The position of emperor is but a triviality. I shall lead the Tang family into a new epoch. Though these words may seem audacious, an undeniable aura of confidence radiated from Tang Xuan. Morong Yunshang's eyes sparkled with brilliance, yet she felt a tinge of inferiority. Such a man. She felt somewhat unworthy of him. Nevertheless, it mattered not. After all, she was his first woman, and that sufficed. Brother is amazing. Tang Xiao had completely transformed into an adoring fan, clapping her small hands and laughing. Mo Yuanzhu appeared somewhat lost in thought, gazing at the spirited Tang Xuan. She was reminded of the once unparalleled genius of the Tang family. Let us proceed. Only by passing the assessment can one be considered a member of the Tang family. Mo Yuanzhu smiled, leading the group toward the assessment site. Before long, a vast square materialized before the assembly. This square spanned an immense area, encompassing no less than 10 million acres. The most striking feature was the towering black stone pillar at its center. Beneath the pillar lay numerous serpentine formations. The longest of these boasted a minimum of 30,000 individuals, with some even reaching 50,000. Altogether, the count began at no less than 200,000. All youthful faces exhibiting a certain naivety. The overwhelming majority of them had already attained the realm of 10,000 laws. Were all these people here to participate in the assessment? Morong Yunshang was taken aback. She had anticipated a mere few hundred at most, but the turnout was astonishingly large. Mo Yuanzhu chuckled. You underestimate the imperial clans. The Tang family had been passed down through hundreds of generations, each lineage producing numerous sons and daughters, and with extensive intermarriage. The numbers are indeed considerable. Tang Xuan nodded in agreement. In this world, there were no family planning policies. Even an ordinary warrior could have multiple wives and numerous offspring. One can only imagine the scale of a premier imperial clan that has persisted for millions, even tens of millions of years. 200,000 descendants is hardly excessive. Tang Xuan scanned the crowd with a slight shake of his head. The number of those who could successfully pass the assessment was indeed scant. Only those who had reached the realm of 10,000 laws and awakened their innate constitution could qualify. Achieving the realm of 10,000 laws was already a formidable feat, and awakening one's constitution was even more challenging. To possess both qualities was a daunting endeavor. Suddenly, the black stone pillar erupted with radiant light. In the vastness above, 51 star-like glimmers appeared. This incited a stir among the crowd. Someone had passed the assessment. A third-level practitioner of the realm of 10,000 laws, and possessing the wind spirit constitution, a child of destiny. A young man proudly lifted his head, his expression brimming with satisfaction. The faces of those around him were filled with envy. To enter the imperial clan, even if one did not ascend to the throne, would undoubtedly lead to becoming a renowned powerhouse in the region. Reputation, status, and admirers would be easily within reach. Who could remain humble in such circumstances? One individual approached the young man who had passed and exchanged a few words. The youth then followed him away. Let us proceed to the assessment as well, Mo Yuju suggested with a smile. Despite the throng, the pace of the assessments was swift. Soon, it was Tang Xuan and Tang Xiaoxiao's turn. Xiao, you go first. Tang Xuan affectionately ruffled Tang Xiaoxiao's hair, smiling encouragingly. Mo Yuju added, Xiao, do not let your brother down. I won tea. Just watch me, Tang Xiaoxiao declared, steeling herself as she approached the stone tablet. She gazed up at the imposing stone, suppressing her anxiety. Her brother had aided her so much. How could she allow him to be disappointed? Regaining her composure, Tang Xiaoxiao raised her palm. Buzz. A faint ripple of spiritual energy emanated outward. The Tang clan members nearby brightened at the sight. The fluctuation of the 5th level of the realm of 10,000 laws showcased considerable strength. Isn't that Tang Xiaoxiao, granddaughter of Elder Tang Xuan from the martial arts pavilion? During her birth assessment, her talent was deemed average, her spiritual energy low, and her spiritual body unawakened, leading to her exile from the clan. Has she returned now? Let us see if she can pass the assessment. If she cannot, even her grandfather cannot save her. The assessment stone tablet evaluated comprehensive strength. Merely possessing strong spiritual energy was insufficient. Numerous members of the Tang clan recognized Tang Xiaoxiao's identity, pointing and whispering among themselves. At that moment, a tremendous force erupted from within her, manifesting as both water and fire. The dual energies intertwined and twisted, soaring into the heavens, causing the clouds to tremble. In an instant, the void within 100 feet was cleaved in two. On one side lay a searing sea of flames, while on the other surged a cerulean tide. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The water and fire imperial body. It was indeed the legendary dual attribute imperial physique. This was a rare constitution, its power rivaling that of an ordinary sacred body. With a 5th level mastery of myriad laws combined with her exceptional imperial physique, she had undoubtedly surpassed the threshold. Now, the question remained, how many stars could she achieve? Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Tang Xiaoxiao struck with a mighty hand, slamming against the assessment stone tablet. Bang! After a brief silence, the stone tablet radiated a dazzling brilliance. Boom! A rainbow descended from the heavens. The sun illuminated the starry sky. Within that celestial expanse, 88 stars twinkled incessantly. Chapter 80, The Emperor's Candidate. The 8 talents of the Tang clan. 88 stars. A peerless genius indeed. She had already attained the star level of a core disciple. Exceeding 50 stars was deemed acceptable. 60 stars signified excellence. 70 stars represented elite disciples. 80 stars denoted core disciples, and anything above 90 stars was legendary. However, only those born into the imperial lineage could achieve such stellar ratings. No external disciple had ever reached such heights. A record had been set. Tang Xiaoxiao had made history. As the members of the Tang clan gasped in awe and the external disciples looked on enviously, a group of middle-aged warriors emerged from deep within the Tang residence. Each exuded an unfathomable aura. The Elder Council has arrived. Indeed, the Elder Council had been stirred. The emergence of every extraordinary genius must pass through their scrutiny. One figure stepped forward, addressing the crowd, who just achieved 88 stars. Tang Xiaoxiao raised her small hand. Xiao, it is you. The elder recognized her immediately. Uncle Tianhe. Tang Xiaoxiao respectfully bowed. This man was named Tang Tianhe, a clan uncle of Tang Xiaoxiao. Ha. Back when you were sent out, the old man was boasting and fuming. Now, you have finally made a name for yourself. Tang Tianhe's grin stretched from ear to ear. It was well known that Tang Xiaoxiao was the apple of Tang Xuan's eye. During her time away, Tang Xuan had nearly turned the Tang clan upside down in his fury. Even now, he was still brooding. But now that Tang Xiaoxiao had returned, showcasing her achievement of 88 stars, Tang Xuan's ire should surely have subsided. The water and fire imperial body. Tang Tianhe scrutinized Tang Xiao, then his pupils constricted. The fifth level of myriad laws was one thing, but the imperial lineage had little concern for mere cultivation levels. What truly mattered was the bloodline, the constitution, the water and fire imperial body, comparable to an ordinary sacred body, and it held the potential for further growth. With proper training, ascending to a divine body was not beyond possibility. A divine body that represented the stature of an emperor. At that moment, a venerable voice resonated from deep within the Tang residence. Tang Xiao, you may enter the ranks of the emperor's candidates. Tang Tianhe and the other elders were struck with astonishment, then bowed in unison. The emperor's candidate. My heavens. Xiao has truly risen. Mouzhuz inhaled sharply, taken aback. Tang Xuan chuckled. What's the matter? Is being a candidate for the empress that impressive? Mouzhuz rolled her eyes dramatically. The Tang family possesses a secret realm, where the concentration of spiritual energy and the essence of cultivation are tenfold compared to the outside world, known as the Empress's secret realm. Only those recognized as candidates for the Empress may enter. Once one attains the status of an Empress candidate, their resources and standing elevate to the highest within the Tang family, even if they commit grave offenses, unless they betray the clan. Not even the clan leader has the authority to impose punishment. To hold an Empress candidate accountable, the Elder Council must collectively agree, and a majority vote is required for condemnation. Mouzhuz gazed at Tang Xiao's retreating figure and murmured, one could say that Xiao now possesses a golden ticket to immunity. Morong Yunshang was equally astonished. Is it truly that exaggerated? Mouzhuz shook her head. It is not an exaggeration. The Empress, referred to as the child of the great emperor, embodies the essence of a sovereign. Their sole duty is to cultivate. She then wore a look of regret. The candidates for the Empress are ranked, and Xiao's foundation is somewhat lacking, likely relegating her to the bottom tier. By the way, Xian, you must perform admirably and strive to enter the top 8 of the Empress candidates. That is where the true core lies. Tang Xuan inquired with a smile. Who is currently in first place? The top 8? This was the most humiliating moment he had ever endured. Mouzhuz pondered briefly before responding. If I am not mistaken, it should still be Tang Qitian. He awakened the Qitian divine body at birth, possessing the ability to commune with heaven and earth, cultivating without any bottlenecks. Born as a divine body, Morong Yunshang gasped in disbelief. Even she had only awakened her purple radiance sacred body at the age of 10, earning the title of the foremost in a millennium. To be born with a divine body was simply unfathomable. Such is the profound heritage of the imperial clan. Tang Xuan's eyes flickered momentarily. Those born with a divine body are indeed the chosen ones, blessed with extraordinary fortune. Such individuals, even picking up a stone, would find it to be a treasure, effortlessly mastering any technique they encounter. Tang Xuan stroked his chin, a twinge of envy surging within him. Goodness, such fortuitousness is astounding. Thankfully, he possesses his own advantages. The moment he stepped into the Tang family, it seemed destined that Tang Qitian would become a tragic figure. A divine body is indeed remarkable, but I am an extraordinary divine body, the only one of its kind. Mouzhuz smiled. There are 8 individuals born with divine bodies in the Tang family, known as the 8 prodigies of the Tang. The future emperor will undoubtedly emerge from among them. As for Xiao, she is likely to become a follower of the emperor, for even emperors require capable aides. Tang Xuan nodded in agreement. It would be beneficial to introduce Tang Xiao to the 8 prodigies in advance to facilitate future collaboration. At that moment, a woman clad in black approached Tang Xiao. Swaying gracefully, she was strikingly beautiful, yet her elongated, serpent-like gaze was somewhat unsettling. Ah, it's Lumiere, a follower of Tang Aoshi, one of the 8 prodigies. It seems she intends to win over Tang Xiao to bolster Tang Aoshi's strength. This was entirely typical. Any of the 8 prodigies could ascend to the throne, depending on whose fortune was greater and who commanded more followers. Lumiere raised her head high, adopting a condescending tone as she spoke. Is this Tang Xiao? You are capable of summoning the 88 stars, which is commendable. However, it is regrettable that you remain considerably distant from the 95 stars of the illustrious young master Aoshi. I extend to you an opportunity to become a follower of young master Aoshi, to assist him in the establishment of his grand enterprise. In due course, you might find yourself as a distinguished minister by his side, or perhaps even an attendant akin to myself. Tang Xiao furrowed her brow. Where did this woman come from? Her tone is so infuriating. No, I already have my own followers. Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in commotion. Heavens! She actually rejected the solicitation of Tang Aoshi, who is known to be the 5th of the 8 talents of the Tang family, possessing formidable strength. Did you not hear her? She claims to have followers already. That must mean she is allied with one of the top 4 talents. The question remains, is it Tang Qitian, Tang Bingli, or perhaps Tang Jimia or Tang Haoko? Lu Meier's gaze shifted sharply, her snake-like eyes flashing with a hint of malice. Rejection. You are showing disrespect to young master Ao Shi. Tang Xiao replied in astonishment. Not at all. I am not well acquainted with him. If I were to follow anyone, it would not be him, for having brother Xian is sufficient. With that, she gestured towards Tang Xian. Lu Meier turned to look at Tang Xian, her expression one of utter bewilderment. The surrounding disciples of the Tang family were equally perplexed. Brother Xian? Who is he? Is he also from the Tang family? Tang Tianhe scrutinized Tang Xian's face, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. Suddenly, he noticed Mou's Bamboo, who was beside Tang Xian, and his expression shifted dramatically. It is he, his son. Impossible. Isn't his son supposed to be a born waste, devoid of spiritual energy, a figure of futility? How can this be? The more Tang Tianhe gazed at Tang Xian, the more astonished he became. He realized he could not discern Tang Xian's cultivation level. After all, he was at the insight realm. The origin super-divine body is a supreme physique, already integrated with the heavens and earth. Not even Tang Tianhe, let alone an emperor, could penetrate the depths of Tang Xian's cultivation. Lu Meier fixed her glare upon Tang Xian, venomously declaring, a mere outwardly waste. How dare you compare yourself to young master Ao Shi? Before she could finish her sentence, a flash of divine light sparkled in Tang Xian's pupils. Boom. With a spurt of blood, Lu Meier was sent flying 1,000 feet, carving a 100-foot ravine into the earth. Had Tang Xian not deemed it beneath him to bother with Lu Meier, she would have been obliterated on the spot. Has no one taught you manners? Tang Xian remarked coolly. The venue fell into a profound silence.